You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I'll save Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. Don't pause, press play.
To escape. Will change your mood. When you're walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. Chase your happy place. Will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is on the moon.
They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We fight, it breaks the never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks.
understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. stay. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I don't like to leave things unresolved. Maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance, and I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I'm just standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spoil you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far.
Teams have battled over the Swiss stage for the last 3 days, all to get here to Championship Sunday. It's time to sit up. It's time to lock in. And it is time for us to crown a champion. But before we do that, we've got the First Touch pre-show, and we've got some very special guests joining me today. We've got Shogun, CJ, Johnny Boy, and of course, Lando Norris joining us. Lando, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Shogun.
I mean, yeah, in fact, you already know. When it comes to F1, you know I've got to be over here. Lando, mate, you're here, you're at the Fall Major. But talk to us about Quadrant. How did that come to be?
How did it? I mean, it's been something I've wanted to do for many years. I've been a massive gamer since I was a little kid. So it was a bit of a dream to stay within esports while I'm doing Formula One, is to create an esports organization. And it's not been a long time, you know, it's been a short little story so far, but we've come a long way. My boys did decent this weekend. So yeah, I've been loving it, but it's just a dream of mine to stay involved in esports because I love it so much.
I mean, you talk about esports, right? You say, you know, that love and that passion. Where does that start from? Because you could have went any different avenue here, but you decided to choose esports.
How did it start? I mean, obviously I'm involved in racing, so Rocket League was like for me the one thing I had to be involved in. I suck at Rocket League. I tried. I suck on controller. I'm a mouse and keyboard player, and I can't do mouse keyboard with Rocket League. But whatever avenue it is, you know, I want to be involved in it. It's still Quadrant's new. It's still a very small organization, but we're growing, and you know, we run into Halo. We're now here. Over the next few years, hopefully we can do some more stuff.
And I guess, what has it been like running Quadrant, I guess, behind the scenes? You're a busy man, I suppose.
It's, I mean, I have a great team which run it with me. It's not all me, but it's tough. Like, I want to be involved as much as possible, but my job is still to drive a Formula One car, and it's Formula One, you know. So that's priority. That takes over everything in my life. But in my free time, you know, I'm here. I want to come and do these things. It's my first proper event that I've come to, so it's a pleasure to join you and see this beautiful place for the first time. So I just love being part of it. It's not an easy thing, but I have a great team and a great group of people who help me do it all.
But how do you keep up with all the news? I mean, you said the team are probably like pulling all the strings while you're off winning races and trying to do as best you can in F1. But what do you like to do to keep up with all the news while you're on the tour?
I mean, there's group chats. You see the amount of group chats I got on WhatsApp. There's many things, you know. Like I'm always on Discord. I'm always on. I mean, I used to be TeamSpeak, but whatever I do to stay involved, I'm on Twitch all the time. You know, I used to stream a lot on Twitch. Not as much now. I don't quite have as much time as what I used to, but I'm watching every weekend, every event that these guys have been performing. I've been watching. And I actually I don't know why, I get so nervous watching my team play, watching Quadrant play. I feel like I get more nervous watching than I do if I'm actually playing, or even like if I'm driving in F1. I get more nervous watching the guys than when I'm in it myself. So it's a bit of a weird feeling, but also a cool one at the same time.
So for you right now, obviously, Quadrant are growing, Esports is growing as a genre. We're starting to now see sort of the similarities between both sports and esports, but what for you stands out in those similarities?
I mean, the pressure of performing on stage is not an easy thing. Going from practicing or being at home and coming onto a main stage with fans, with people cheering and sometimes booing, but like just withstanding all of these emotions and the pressure and the nerves. It's a big thing for everyone, you know, and no matter what type of sport you're in, whether it's in Formula 1 or esports or whatever game, dealing with all of these things is tough. So that's exactly the same. It's the same mentality, the same toughness you need to withstand all of these things, stay strong. When you make mistakes or it doesn't go your way, how do you recover? You know, how do you bounce back and have a next good game or a good race or a good lap, whatever it is. So mentality and the mental side of it is probably the most similar.
You said it was like a lot of pressure, so watching this weekend, obviously, you know the pressure the team are under. They were trying so hard to still be in the tournament when you got here. Unfortunately, couldn't happen with your own delay, but you saw them go down 0-2, and you had, they told me you had some advice for them. You know what it's like to be in those positions and having to come back.
Little bits. Although I want to get involved and I love being part of it all, like I said, I suck at playing these games as much as I love it. So there's an element of like, can I help in any way? Just motivate them and get them in and mentally, you know, give them just a bit of confidence and a bit of a boost coming into the games. But at the same time, I want to leave them doing what they're doing. You know, this is what they're good at. It's their speciality. So I want to kind of help in some ways, but I also want to step back because it's the same if someone came to me in my job or me coming to you guys. Like, I don't want to tell you how to do things or any of that. So I would help in small ways, but I don't want to.
We'll have to scratch off the last question there. We had a couple of tips for you for your next round.
Always welcome.
So look, there's pros that play with controllers. You mentioned keyboard and mouse. Do you think there's room for you to be the first pro with the simulator playing Rocket League? Is there a bit of is there room there?
That'd be a good idea, huh?
Yeah.
We should get one here.
You could do it. Keyboard and mouse is playable. Don't listen to. There's some keyboard and mouse pros at this very event.
Really?
Tarsos just got eliminated in the previous round, the last round of the day, game 5. I think there's actually a Team Secret have a good keyboard and mouse player. I forget. Is it Sad? Yeah, it's.
I see a twinkle in your eye now. You're thinking, hang on a minute.
I got a chance. I think a simulator is a different story though. Trying to play a simulator on this will be tough, but I'll give it a go. I'll try it at home one day.
Well, that'd be unreal. But look, it's your first Rocket League event, obviously. First LAN. I know you're only just got here, but I guess what are your thoughts? Does this meet your expectations for a Rocket League event?
100%. I think. It's early morning.
It's very early. They haven't actually showed up yet.
I know. But from what I've seen, like I've been watching it the last few days. The atmosphere gets pretty sick. Yeah. There's a lot of cheering. It's just it's a cool event. So this is first of many, hopefully.
I agree. First of many. It's been an absolute pleasure here to have you, Lando. Is there like any final thoughts? Because we gotta let you get going so you can enjoy the rest of this event.
Final thoughts? No, I just wish the best of luck to everyone. I'm excited. I won't be able to stay all day, but I'll stay as long as I can. And I just thank you guys and everyone here for having me and letting me be part of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Lando. Give it up for Lando, everyone. Thank you, Lando and Shogun. And let's take a look to see who's still left here in the Fall Major. It is Championship Sunday. as we still have teams in this event. South America is still alive in Team Secret, CJ, as playoffs are coming up.
Yeah, the Sam number 2 seed. I was going to say sneaking into the top 8, Johnny, but they did it comfortably. They comfortably made their way in, and the only region, I guess, outside of NA and EU there. But as we see, we've got 4 EU, 3 NA. Us on the pre-show day 1, Johnny, we said 5 NA, and we are wrong yet again.
Well, you know, it's great to see Team Secret stepping up. We've had one representative minimum at every RLCS LAN since the Open era coming into the top 8. Either South America or Middle East. I mean, obviously E nearly got there as well. We could have had 2. Power were just that 1 game away. But yeah, Team Secret, they've really got a great chance here to do some damage, because I've been so impressed with their defense, and offense never been a question for those SAM teams.
It's really interesting though. We have obviously 4 EU teams, 3 NA left, but both the number 1 seeds from those regions are still in here, and they're also on separate sides of the bracket as well. There's got to be one that makes it to the finals here, CJ, right?
Yes, we would think so. It feels like for me, the top half of the bracket, it feels like it's K-Corps for the taking up there. And then the lower half, it feels competitive. We've got Oxygen and FaZe down there. We'll talk about the matchups in a moment. But yeah, I just think this major feels destined for K-Corp to make it all the way to the grand final.
Yeah.
It does, it does. And joining us here on the desk, we've brought T-Bates in, as well as another member from Quadrant, Cash the Cannon, joining us on the show. Cash, how you doing?
I'm doing good, you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Listen, let's take a look at how we got here to this moment. Of course, we've had the Swiss stage. It was absolutely incredible. And to see exactly how these teams battled it out, Cash, you were one of those teams. You got to play on the stage for the first time. What was that like?
It was great. It was amazing. I feel like it's been a long time coming for me, so just took it all in. It was amazing. Everyone was really loud, so it was good.
You mentioned as well, before you went out on stage, you were there at LAN in Season 5, and you said to yourself, you're going to be there, you're going to be in front of the crowd. Does it give you motivation to get back, I guess, the next major and play in front of them again?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that wasn't my best showing on stage yet, so I'm ready to come back even stronger.
Do you think you scored too many goals the day before? You scored 8 goals in 3 games, I believe, against Pioneers it was. So maybe, did the cannon overheat? And then you didn't have enough time?
Yeah,
ran out of gunpowder.
Yeah, maybe you wasted too many goals in that series.
Yeah.
He could have. He could have. Looking at the bracket that we have here for today, there's again those top teams that we've had in here. Like I said, you're going to see K-Corp there with Moist, Gen.G with Liquid, the 2 number 1 seeds there on the other side of the bracket. But there's a bunch of teams that just that we thought maybe could have had a chance to make it. And G2, SSG, Falcons, even some had a Quadrant in there as well. Cash. A lot of people, your fans expected you to be there. How are we feeling about at least these 3 that we have on the teams? I want to go with Johnny here on Falcons first.
Yeah.
I mean, them, again, failing here. I think a lot of people had them going through, making a run.
Yeah, a massive disappointment for them, and a very surprisingly poor performance. I think results-wise, a lot of people would agree that they're one of the teams with the biggest swing potential. If they really put it all together, they could go all the way. If they don't, then this is a result that also could happen. We're talking to a lot of people coming into the event, the range that we're putting teams in. Falcons had a big range. Other teams are more consistent, but yeah, they were at the bottom end of the range this time.
They were, and I feel like they've got a bit of pressure on them now back home. They've got Rule 1 just knocked. They're banging the door down there, so there's pressure on them to make the next major, and I think that maybe, I don't want to say a wake-up call, but certainly room for improvement there. We saw probably a quieter showing from TRK and Kaladin. Armad as well.
A very nervous performance. I mean, they started off yesterday with just such a nervy-looking approach. Kala just couldn't find boost, and they were panicking. So I think settling the nerves is a big topic of this whole weekend. It's surprising that it seems to be increasing in regularity as more and more LANs come along. You think that teams would get more consistent, but actually, it's just the events are so stacked now that the players are so nervous coming in. I mean, Cash, you could probably speak to this. How does it compare? Well, he actually had a good start, but a lot of these teams are looking out of shape a little bit, looking nervous, looking very shaky. Why do you think that is? It's a bit obvious, kind of, but what specifically contributes to that?
I mean, for me at least, obviously, I haven't had stage experience, or obviously it's my first major, so it's just settling in everything, getting used to everything. But I mean, there's a lot of teams that are still pretty new to just the major atmosphere, so I think it's just getting used to everything and
What about the experienced teams? G2 looked extremely shaky. We saw Falcons as well looking very, very shaky this event. What do you think is going on there with these experienced teams just not really showing up and looking like they have any advantage when it comes to dealing with the pressure?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I feel like G2, yeah, they had a very weak showing this weekend, and obviously yesterday they had the loss. But I think they also underestimate a lot of teams how they will perform under the pressure as well. I mean, they played, I think it was Falcons yesterday, was it?
No, they lost to Moist. They started off with Falcons, won that, then they lost to Moist. They actually played much better yesterday, but the start of the event for G2 was horrendous by their standards. So yeah, very, very, very tough to predict.
So in terms of the nerves and the pressure, for you, it's your first LAN, was the pressure for you more to perform, or was it, I guess, the crowd and like the other factors that you're not, in your bedroom playing Rocket League?
I think for me, it was just I put pressure on myself a bit to perform, because I know everyone has high standards for me, especially with the split we've had. But it's just about having fun and making sure you're taking everything in while you're here, because there's not a lot of times where you get this opportunity. So
that definitely makes sense too. And there's a lot of hungry competitors here as well, and we've seen them really make a name for themselves. You talk about teams like Team Secret, for example. But before we even get into that, I want to talk specifically, I want to take a deep dive here into our quarterfinal matchups, because it's playoff time. And this time now, we're really going to go like game by game, match by match. Let's just talk about what we have coming up here on the table. We want to start with one of them that I think a lot of people are looking forward to, Johnny. It's going to be Moist versus Carmine Corp.
Oh yeah, I mean this is going to be an interesting one, because we saw how loud the Carmine Corp fans were entering the building yesterday, and that's the day when Carmine Corp aren't even playing, so I can't even imagine what kind of atmosphere we're going to have in here when this game rolls around. But Moist actually showing some life at the end of the Swiss stage. Looked like it was just all going wrong for them. But Astral, really for me, one of the absolute standout performances, an all-time great performance for an individual series. He just refused to lose. The amount of world-class goals we're seeing from this guy, world-class solo goals. Yeah, I mean, G2 can't really be sad about that. Sometimes a world-class player just does that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you gift them two games, eventually the world-class player will start performing. Moist Esports here, clutched up in 2 overtimes right off the kickoff. Just to be expected. And on Moist Field, that's what Champions Field is called by now. And for those of y'all who do not know, they are 10-1 at LAN.
Crazy.
Moist is 10-1 when the banners are shining high in the rafters, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon.
I mean, it just felt like a sliding doors moment this series, didn't it? There were opportunities for G2. We saw Chicago not quite get it on target. There were passing plays, there were opportunities, but then it went down the other end, and then it was the Astral show. I think that, this series in particular today, Moist K-Cob, obviously this is what at least one section of the crowd's here for, definitely. But
what do you think happened with G2 shooting though? I mean, we talk about Moist Game 5. Even with Astral now, they're continuing that ridiculous streak of wins. And G2, Game 5, we had clear-cut chances for both Chicago and JNAPS, and they both failed to hit the target. Neither of those shots were even close to hitting the target. Sometimes, hitting the post or the crossbar is fine because you've got a teammate behind you. They were trying to hit the net. They're just completely missing.
It probably just sums up G2's split so far, doesn't it? They've showed flashes, as we talked about T-Bates as well, like the flashes of the old G2, the World Championship contending G2, but it's just not quite there. We saw JNAPS, he's usually slotting on top corner, T-Bates. Now we're just going a bit higher, a little bit wide.
I mean, listen, you can't make them all. Shoot or shoot.
Come on, this is professional. It's all on the line. You talk about they've got the ice in their jeans. You've got to hit those shots.
They don't have the ice.
When did I ever say they had the ice?
I've been watching the G2 watch parties. I've been watching
their record, T-Bates. What's their record on Champ Field?
Champ Field?
It's 1-7
It's
now.
like 1-7 in the last 8.
Wow.
Listen, don't worry about that. We're not trying to put G2 down. They are a great roster.
Get them into the shooting training pack. That's all we
No, what they need to do is focus on the kickoffs, Johnny. That's what they need to start doing.
That's what's stopping them from hitting the net with clear-cut shots.
That's what's stopping them from playing near perfect.
Nah, you cannot tell me that's his kickoff goal.
It was kickoff goals, hello?
They're missing the shots.
You guys are attacking base. I'm going to come in and say, because G2 are out, Moist are in, but they are also in trouble because they're going up against Carmine Corp as well. Cash, this K-Corp team has looked near unstoppable so far this tournament.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think, obviously they've made a statement. I think they're the best team in EU by far at the moment. I mean, they haven't even got lower than top 2 in EU, and they haven't even lost this weekend yet. So I think they're the favourites to even win this major.
What do you think it is as well about like this rivalry, I guess, now? Vatira obviously formerly on Moist. Is it that much of like a mental battle? Because it feels like Vatira has this mental edge right now over Moist.
No, I agree. I definitely think it's more of a mental battle. I think Vatira always edges it over them. I think, you know, they always have close games, but in the end, it definitely does come to that mental battle.
Do you have any, you know, similar kind of matchups yourself? Any matchups you can think of, player or team in the past where, you know, that you just feel like they're inside your head, and how do you overcome that?
I personally haven't yet, because only my ex-teams, but I haven't actually played any yet, so...
He said it before, he's like, it's all my ex-teammates, but they're never in the main event.
Oh my goodness.
But let's talk about this matchup. These guys going head-to-head. Clearly, we've seen in the past, at least recently in the last 2 matchups, K-Corp has had that victory. Johnny, what do Moist have to do this time in order to, you know, get that monkey off their back with K-Corp, because it feels like they kind of have them downloaded, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they do. You know, it's going pretty well for K-Corp overall. It's going pretty well for them in that matchup. I think Moist are just a bit too emotional about that series. I think they've got to like tone it down a little bit, because it's good to care. It's good to want to beat your ex-teammate. It's good to want to beat a team like Karmine Corp. But when they want to beat him for I think for personal reasons, then it can really distract them from the focus that they need to have a chance in that matchup, in my opinion.
I mean, you said, Cash, that K-Corp best team in the world, best team here right now. What do Moist need to do to win this matchup? Who needs to perform?
I mean, they beat him before.
Well,
they beat him before.
Well, they have, but we're just right now.
Well, like, wasn't it once in Swiss in the first regional of the split, and then ever since then they've lost?
Second, and they've lost like all the others.
But look, regardless, what do Moist need to do? Who needs to pop off for them?
I think Moist needs an Astral and Joyo masterclass today. I think that's... Other than that, then I don't think they have a chance of winning.
Do you think that they lack defense? Because it's been the big question with Vatira out of the roster, Astral in. It didn't seem like a stylistic to swap. It was a completely different player that they're putting in. Who needs to be that defender, or does there even need to be one for Moist?
I think when Moist are on the day, they don't need a defender because they're just, offensively, they're just that powerful. But I think Rise, if they needed a defensive player, Rise would have to be the one to step back and just be that more control position, yeah.
Well, our next matchup has nothing to do with defense. These are 2 highly offensive power teams, except for, I would say, FaZe. You know, they're sitting there with Miss Nick Costello. You know, he's a good defender. That being said, CJ, talk to me about Oxygen here. They've had a good run in Swiss. They're going up against FaZe Clan now.
I mean, we saw at the World Championships, it was the Fury and Moist series. Felt like it was the game of the day. And for me, this series, Oxygen FaZe, feels like the quarterfinal matchup that could be the best series all day. But Oxygen Esports, they had the day off yesterday. We almost forgot about them because they just got the day off. They went through so easily, I guess, 3-0 here. And I mean, this series, Johnny Boy, this series against Gen G, they made them look silly.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous and embarrassed. They embarrassed Gen G there, and you know, I talked to the Gen G players. They felt embarrassed about how this one went. Obviously, they bounced back brilliantly the following day, but Oxygen made them look like they were not even in the same tournament, not even in the same game. But Cash, do you think Oxygen have got that chance of challenging K-Corp? You said K-Corp are clear, best in this tournament, best in Europe.
I heard they're peaking in scrims as well.
Oh yeah, I think Oxygen right now are the only team that can give Karmine a good shot. I don't think any other team comes clear to them at the moment.
Not FaZe?
No.
Well,
I would agree with that. FaZe has been looking absolutely not like FaZe this whole entire tournament. Their goals are down from 3 a game to like 1.2. They've been sitting a lot on defense. They haven't had a creativity. But the one thing that has went well for FaZe is that first killer listened to me. 2 days ago, I told him to get off the Fennec. Get off the Fennec. He's absolutely abysmal on the Fennec. And what happened yesterday? I saw him on the Octane.
He always plays the Octane.
No, he played on the Fennec.
He did play the Fennec
He
that
did,
one
and
time.
he's terrible on the Fennec. He's not.
Oh,
he's
come on, he's not terrible.
Okay, well, he's terrible compared to his standards. Am I holding him up? FK standards are this high. That's how I expect him to be.
I'll tell you, I think the Fennec first killer, Fennec killer can work.
Fennec killer.
It can work, but not as well.
If Typical and Mist are both playing well, I think it can work. It's a more solid approach. It's a more solid
Look at him.
approach for any
Octane
player.
first killer right here, Johnny. Boom!
It's a nice goal. It's decent. You know, he does play well.
That's Fennec first killer right there.
Yeah, Fennec first killer is catching nails.
I just don't think. I think it's more to do with how the team is vibing. They just looked like they looked like they didn't want to be there on day one.
I mean, they lost that series as well.
Yeah,
so.
they lost that series to Moist. They looked like they didn't want to be there. Rise was yelling at them across the studio. And yeah, it looked like they just wanted to go back to the hotel, really. But now, you know, they started to cheer up a little bit, and I think that's the key for FaZe, is they've got to get excited. I think that they were really trying to do that. I could hear more of a reaction from their goals yesterday than earlier in the tournament.
I mean, you speak about FaZe's offense being a little bit lower, but their defense won that game against Space Station. First of all, it was insane, making crazy
I mean,
saves.
was it hard though?
Not really.
No.
Not really, but
I love
still.
SSG, but they didn't have the offensive prowess there. Their defense was good though. I will give them that. Their defense has been solid, and to shut down Daniel, they did shut him down. But at the end of the day, I expect a little more from Arsenal and OJ right there, no?
Well, yeah, a little bit more. Daniel cannot keep 1v3ing, but you said first killer on the Octane. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Dominus. Talk to me about it. You're the only player in the Dominus. Does it play into the Cannon persona? Because the Dominus just hits power shots every day of the week.
Well, it seems to be, yeah. I don't know why more people don't play Dominus. I think it's the best car in the game.
Don't say that. No.
Listen, let the Cannon.
If you're playing ranked right now, please do not play the Dominus.
Play the
Don't play the Dominus.
Not
Maybe some
listed.
of them you will actually become good at.
But while you're trying to become good, I'm gonna take those points because I know y'all don't know how to use that Dominus like the Cannon. The Cannon's been working.
Yeah.
That being said, I want to circle back into this matchup because again, Oxygen versus FaZe. I think we talked about it a little bit. Bates, you said it yourself. SSG don't have the offense, but Oxygen do. So FaZe are gonna have to make some adjustments here.
Yeah,
Clearly.
FaZe is going to have to play like they do online. I mean, I haven't seen it yet this event. Now, can they turn it on? Yes. The first step, getting first killer off the Fennec, which they have done. The next step, getting Mist healthy physically and, yeah, just physically. Hopefully he's better today.
He's not been feeling well.
Yeah, he hasn't been feeling well. And then Sip as well. He's been playing okay. All three of them have to be on because it's Oxygen team. Archie's walking around like Conor McGregor, man. He's out here.
I think
No, he definitely is. I seen him walking around. He's like,
He is.
how do you feel about tomorrow? We're gonna win. That's it.
It's just whether that day off has impacted Oxygen or whether they can find that again. But I guess you mentioned Mist as well. I think the comms might be an issue. I think he's quite struggling to get a few words out at the moment. So this might play into the role Diz factor. I mean, you got the coach behind him. Perhaps he needs to come for him. How's it,
Come for him.
I don't think that's how that works.
I mean, I'm back right. I'm back right. I'm
Mist has got it. Mist flow boost.
I mean, we'll have to see what happens.
What do you say when Miss like doesn't hit the ball? I thought he
Mist
had-
whiff. Mist whiff, sorry.
On me.
Cash, where do you think this series is going? What's series score and how's it looking?
I think this is a clean sweep for Oxygen.
Oh,
I think so.
Well, okay, so
Sweep.
Yeah, a clean sweep.
When Oxygen have lost online, and I know they've really been practicing for this major, they're really looking good in practice, but when they have lost, it's when they start to look a little bit confused in the midfield, start to concede very, very easy goals, very cheap goals. If FaZe can be sit-back merchants, defensive merchants, do you think there's a win condition on the counter-attack?
If they do that, yeah, but I just don't see FaZe doing that at all.
You don't think they're going to sit back?
No, I think they'll just try and give first killer the ball and just let him do his thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
one thing we haven't mentioned as well with Oxygen is that they got the home court advantage, baby. Joris is here. They've got the Netherlands behind them, so Oli as well. So it feels like, I feel like we got some Oxygen supporters in the building as well. They're starting to pile in here. And I think Joris has brought about 50 family members as well.
Yeah, they're all 6'5". You're going to spot them.
6'5". I think it's light on. They're probably all 6'8" on. You know,
Yeah,
you know that family. They're not playing. They're not playing all night.
They're up there.
Very tall, very, very intimidating. That being said, our next matchup is, I would say, definitely not as high-power offensive-minded. We're talking about version 1 and Team Secret. T-Bates, Team Secret have made it this far. They're up against a V1 team. A lot of people expected V1 to make it to the playoffs, but they didn't necessarily expect them to be going up against Team Secret here.
They're Brazil. This ain't them. This is version 1.
Yeah.
Version 1. The purple people eaters again. I'm gonna get that right one day.
Is that what they are called?
Purple
Can you stop
people
saying that?
eaters. No, I'm gonna keep saying it because Wave says it, so I'm just copying them.
Oh,
Where did this come from?
I don't
Who
know.
came up with this?
Don't worry
I
about
think they need a new tagline,
Okay,
to be honest.
I'm gonna call them the Purple Monsters then. Anyways, V1, they've done what they usually do. They started off 2-0, they dropped down 1, then it became 3-1, and now once again, they're on a championship Sunday. It's just expected this.
The crazy thing about V1 here, as you said, they've done what they always do, is make Champ Sunday, but this has to be the quietest tournament from Beast Mode. Like, we haven't seen the pop-off goals. Usually it's a Beast Mode Daniel, like the two players that are always scoring these highlight clip goals. Oh, well, that was actually never mind. Beast Mode's back, baby. But no, look, over the course of the 3 or 4 matches they've played so far, he hasn't quite put in Okay, never mind. All right, let's forget about anything. Beast Mode's back. He's actually just thought about it. Let's forget about the power series. They perfectly power. Let's forget about that series. Outside of that one, Beast Mode has been a little bit quiet, but clearly he's back. So forget about that one.
Forget about that.
They're going all the way.
The three teams, and this does happen. It's not unheard of. But the three teams that they've beaten to get into the top 8 did not make top 8. So is that a problem, do you think? Oh, wait.
What sort of a run do we call that, Johnny Boy?
Oh, no, V1 they did beat Team Liquid, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, they beat Liquid, that's fine.
Yeah, they beat Liquid.
They beat Liquid. But I think the interesting thing for me about version 1 against Team Secret is I think these are the two most defensive teams that have made top 8 for me.
Yeah.
I think I didn't expect that from Team Secret. Obviously, V1 known as a very defensive team and a very solid team. But yeah, Team Secret
Could be like a volleyball match, like a stalemate.
I mean, Team Secret are the opposite. Like no one really expects that coming out of South American teams. But what's going to happen here? Are they actually just going to sit in their
They're just going to freeze up.
They're going to play some Heat Seeker and see who can come out on top. I mean, Team Secret, they just completely absorbed Moist, which is a good way to counter Moist if you think about it.
I mean, in terms of scrims as well, Cash, the South American region, as we said, they're very offensive. Can you see this Team Secret team possibly knocking off V1 or just coming out swinging with some insane mechanics?
Yeah, I think Team Secret aren't a team to underestimate. I think we underestimated them and it showed how good they can be as a team. So if V1 underestimated them, I think Secret can come in and make it a really good series.
I think so as well. Team Secret, they raised a few eyebrows this whole entire event. They played actually kind of different in the South American style, very defensive. So it's going to be interesting to see what this series looks like because both these squads, they're more than content with sitting in the net, pitching the 10, and just cooking the campfire up. But I got to go to the cannon because, listen, Cash, you're one of the best offensive players in the game, in my opinion. You're on the dominance, and then when you play the dominance, you got to be one of the best. If you can't play offense, you're not in the league. So when the cannon goes up against V1 Team Secret, what will be your game plan?
My game plan, well, V1, you know, they're very demo heavy, as you know. Beast Mode, obviously the main guy in their offense, so I would try and take him out of the game and make sure to obviously avoid Com because he's a menace with his demos. And then against Secret, I mean, as you said, they're very defensive, completely opposite to the Sam play style. So, you know, you just take your time and just give Beast Mode the ball and just give him space, yeah.
Do you think this defensive play style from Secret was intentional or it just happened to, they fell into it nearly or they had a rough series in it and maybe it's worked for them, they weren't quite as confident?
That's interesting. I think it was intentional because, well, it might have just been a specific thing for Moist because Moist have looked like they can overextend and they can get a bit over-eager to score, a bit over-eager to just get everybody involved in attack and jump the queue sometimes. So I think it might have been an idea to play against Moist, just survive, because there were opportunities for them to just send the ball and they're just controlling it. They're managing their boost exceptionally well, surviving against a Moist offense, which we saw yesterday, what it can do to a team like G2. So I think if you didn't watch that Team Secret Moist match, you have to go back and watch it. It was fascinating to see a team just wait and counter, win off one shot pretty much, while letting 10 go towards their goal. It's not how Rocket League's really played these days, but they made it work.
Listen, they're going up against the creme de la creme of a team that does play like that. V1 sits there and lets Beast Mode counter. So this matchup, I just don't understand necessarily how it's going to go. I really don't. It's hard to predict. Out of both teams, I would say Secret is more favored to start pushing on the offensive end out of the two.
I would say so.
I don't think V1's ever going to change the way they play.
Yeah.
Because it's worked so well, and I think they believe in their system.
I think they do as well. And that one will be very interesting when we get there. Obviously, we're not going to talk about the first matchup of the day, which was Liquid and Gen G, because we'll get to that when it's time to. But since we all know all of the quarterfinal matchups, I want to ask you guys, who do you think has the toughest matchup out of all four?
Ooh. Which matchup
Which
is the most stacked overall?
Yeah.
Ooh, which is the most stacked matchup?
I think offensively, Oxygen Phase has to be the most stacked in that department.
It really just depends what kind of Moist shows up today because they've been so inconsistent. So if Moist are playing like they did against G2 in games 4 and 5, then yeah, that's got to be the most stacked match against KC there. But if they're playing like they did in even game 3 against G2, I don't think that will be. Yeah, and game 2 as well, lost 5-1. So Moist have been such a flip-floppy team. But definitely peaked a lot higher than FaZe have. So it depends what kind of Moist we get.
What about the Cannon though? Which team would you want to play out of these top 8 teams in the quarterfinal?
Well, obviously, if you're wanting the best matchup possible, I'd want to play KC. Imagine beating KC in the quarterfinals after the run they've just had.
You're not going to leave the building. He's thinking one step ahead here.
Exactly.
He's thinking after we've beaten them, how do we get back to the hotel?
Well, he doesn't
alive?
have to worry about that
Well-
because he's got another master place. So
Yeah, that's a smart move. I mean, it's going to be so interesting. Yesterday, the KC fans were giving a bit of love, quite a lot of love actually, to Astral for their former player. I think they're going to be giving a little bit of support to all of the French community players out of Belgium and out of France, Morocco, but they're not going to be cheering for them against KC themselves.
I wonder what would happen, like as you said, Cash. If you guys, if the team does beat KC, do the K-Corp fans then just go, all right, fair enough, we're now that team?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Or they just like get, as you said, you'll get stuck in the building.
Nah, not that. I feel like that is a very unique section of the audience who are here for one thing and one thing only, and that's KC winning. But yeah, there's a lot of other fans here as well. The Dutch fans, going to be supporting Oxygen. There was a lot of
Moist fans
yesterday. Well. I'm wondering, can the Moist section? It was quite a large section of the crowd yesterday. Can they compete with the KC? Organized
the drums,
right?
Chants. They're so good at this. It's crazy.
And that leads me to like my next question too. Is like you said it, all these fans coming in to support the team. Who has the most momentum going into today?
it's a new day. I don't think anybody has momentum, to be honest with you. I think it's just.
Surely it's got to be Moist though, right? No. With that win.
No, there's no way. No way they could be that confident after that win. I wouldn't be. Cash just shaking his head over there. There's no way you can be that confident.
Momentum. I don't think. Spoiler. I don't think they're going to win either. But momentum. For now, they've got it. They might lose it 15 seconds in when Vatira scores on them. But I mean, who else could we say has the momentum coming in today?
I guess Oxygen.
I would say
yesterday. They've had a day off though, so
but as soon as the drums start playing, KC are like, all right, we're in. We got the momentum.
True. Okay, that's fair enough.
I think it'd be Oxygen. Cause Oxygen's high. This whole entire tournament has just been incredible. They they played an absolutely mid, if not poor, series against G2 to their standards outside of Game 5. And then ever since then, it's just been nothing but offense. Oli's been priming.
True.
Archie and Joris have had their great moments where they've been really up there, and have had moments when they've been really down here.
Well, that was only in the first series. I think after that, the Archie show was a lot more consistent. But I swear, every time I see Archie, his chest is just puffed out like a little bit further.
I've never
getting
seen
ridiculous.
talk so much. Oli, the big young man himself, he doesn't really talk at all. But when he does, it resounds in the room. So I think they probably have the most momentum if I had to pick anybody.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. Well, how about something a little bit tougher for you guys?
Okay,
what about
give me one.
Fall Major MVP?
Oh, well, that's if it's not clear that number one is Vatira, then
Or the Cannon.
the Cannon's in the conversation, but the Cannon's got to make Sunday in order to win that. Which come on now.
The Cannon stats would have to be ridiculous. Did you see your average score per game was about 750 in that Pioneer series?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
It was all right.
It was all right.
But Cash, who would you have in terms of the MVP race? Bates is saying Vatira. Is there anybody else who could stack up with him?
I say Astral after his performance against G2 yesterday could have a good shot. I thought he was really, really good against G2.
Anyone from Oxygen in that conversation?
Yeah, Oli's been incredible so far. I think he stepped up massively.
Do you think the crowd could affect him though? Because this will be the first time.
I think it depends because they're obviously gonna have a lot of love. There's obviously a lot of Dutch people here. Oli's Dutch himself. There's gonna be a lot of support for them.
Would you, if you had the home court advantage, would you feel more pressure that like everyone's behind you, or would that, I guess, lift you up a bit more?
For me personally, it would lift me up and give me a lot more confidence because obviously everyone's rooting for you to win, but it just depends on the person.
Oli does also look quite a lot like Jesse, another well-known Rocket League streamer.
It's
Jesse's
uncanny.
here, so that's a potential strategy. They could maybe confuse. They could maybe confuse the opposition there. Just get Jesse to walk about, and suddenly you're thinking, wait, what's Oli doing over there? Well, no, he's actually double tapping on our backboard. Extra strats in the book if they need them. I don't think they will, though.
No one's talking about anybody from Gen G or Liquid, though. Is it because some of their matchups have been a little bit iffy and they're falling off? Or?
Well, just for full disclaimers, obviously to win the MVP, you got to make it further in the bracket. But the best performing people at this major have been Vatira, Daniel, Atomic's been really good, Cash has been exceptional. So, but a lot of those people aren't on Championship Sunday. So some people are being elevated. Liquid, they're just a full. It's just full.
They've been quite even.
It's just even, and like Atto, kind of comes in every once in a while, makes some plays. Oski makes some plays. Achronic makes his plays.
Yeah.
And then Gen G, it's been, I don't know.
I mean, it's hard to look past that 3-0 series from Oxygen in terms of their performance. Like, it's all I have in my head is just how dominant Oxygen were in that series.
Yeah. And I think that's all they're going to think about if they match up again with Oxygen later in the event. I'm sure they'd love a chance at redemption, but at the same time, how can you go into that match with full confidence when the last time, what was the goal difference? It was negative 12 goal difference in 3 games.
It may as well have been negative 50. It was it was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem like this MVP race, obviously you have to think about...
You didn't give us your MVP, bro.
My MVP?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, man, never thinks about it. He's always really...
Well, because you guys do all the
Answer the question, man. 10 seconds, go.
10 seconds.
9.
You know
5.
what? I will say right now,
2.
I'm giving it to Vatira as well, but I'm also going to hand it off to Mr. Sean Stackhouse himself with the opening ceremony.
Fans, please welcome your Fall Major Top 8 contenders. Introducing first Europe's #1 team, the Blue Wall, Carmine Corps. EU's Iron Men with a flair for the dramatic, Moist Esports. North America's defensive masterminds, Version 1. Orgullo de América do Sul, Team Secret! Battle-tested and poised for a breakthrough performance, FaZe Clan! The hometown favorites, Oxygen Esports! North America's top squad, Gen G! And Europe's Cardiac Kids, Team Liquid! Fans, let's hear it one more time for your Fall Major Top 8 contenders!
All these teams taking the stage today. One of them will be Fall Major champions and will be able to take home that trophy and medal. It'll be one day for all of these teams to remember as we're getting started here real soon.
Gerard and the Netherlands, man, they really do root for their hometown faithful. When Oxygen came up, it got loud up in here. Carmine Corps, I don't think you're ready for that, because, woo! It sounded like the roof is about to come off this place.
I think the drums have just got stuck in shipping or something. Haven't quite made their way here yet, but the K-Corp army will be here. Don't worry about that.
Oh, yeah, they'll make an entrance when they do arrive.
They absolutely will. No, Cash, I was just mentioning when we were watching that ceremony, like, this is what the players play for. Top 8, Championship Sunday.
That's right.
It must give you that motivation. You want to be there. Like, it hurts. Trust me, it hurts me. I never made a top 8, so.
Oh yeah, obviously it hurts, but you know, obviously it's my first appearance at a major, so just making the stage and hearing everyone shout your name is enough. But yeah, it definitely motivates you.
It's baby steps. It's baby steps when you're at this stage.
Exactly,
You know what I'm saying? CJ, I understand you couldn't make it, but I mean, listen, that's why you're the old guard. That's why Cash is a new guard. He's already ascended. Yeah, maybe Cash will be here in 5 years too. But I will say this: there's a little bit of that home cooking that happens around here in Europe. When I was in London, there was a certain squad. I was on the up and up, and they had a home crowd, and they got loud for them, and they won. So when Oxygen had them little screams going right back, gave me a little flashback, PTSD.
Yeah, a little bit. I can definitely understand that. You guys mentioned at CJ, what these players are playing for. They're playing for a little bit more as well. We'll take a look at the prize pool here as well. Again, big chunk of change here. First place, $100,000.
I think I'll do $100,000.
I don't know.
How's a 16-year-old doing $100,000?
Shopping.
Shopping?
Yeah.
Oh, trust me, we've seen what they can do with $100,000. They do a lot of shopping.
They can turn that into zero real fast.
But I think the most important thing here is the points, Cash. I mean, 32 points. We saw it last season. This is massive. If you can, get a top 2 at a major, you're nearly not guaranteed worlds, but you're well on your way.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, even just making the major huge for points in general. I mean, look, we got 6 points and we're already quite far ahead of EU as it is. So, just getting any points here is massive. But a top 2 for anyone will put them ahead of the race massively.
And you can see the points here on your screen. This is accumulated so far. Minimum guaranteed this event. That's why you see everybody sitting there with the tiebreakers for top 8. But yeah, 12 is crazy. It's gonna send. I mean, it's going to be a big bump forward and give some teams a cushion for the remainder of the season, Johnny.
It's the same as last season as well. The top 8 are going to get those auto qualification spots to the World Championship. They won't have to play in the wild card, and they'll be getting bonus wild card spots for their own region as well, because they're going to vacate that spot, give it to someone else from the region. So great stuff from Team Secret. Sam in there early. Actually, last season, South America were able to get one thanks to Furia, but they started off with the exact result the Falcons just got. So, we could still see Middle East, we could still see OCE competing for those regional spots. And I think it's the likelihood almost that it's not going to be NA and EU, top to bottom again.
You'd think so, but it's crazy to think as well CM2 are the only non-NA EU team here in the top 8. But we saw last season as well just how important these majors are. This is the first major of the season, but you look at an NRG who got a top 2 in Sweden, fell off a cliff, but they still were able to make the World Championship main event straight through, just through those points alone. So this is massive for the World Championship points.
Yes.
Huge advantage.
I'm really excited to definitely see, what comes from this too as well. Like, I mean, we talk about going into last season, right? Team BDS, they were the ones who won the Fall Major last time around, and it gave them such an advantage that even with, their struggle in the roster change going into, I believe it was both the winter major and even the spring major.
Yeah.
Not necessarily great performance, but it brought them to the World Championship. So I think a big performance
That was I think just the perfect ending to dominance. I'm not really sure any team at the moment would be in that kind of same situation. Your number 1 seeds coming in don't actually do too well at these events.
Yeah, exactly. Number 1 seeds don't do too well, and we are seeing the number 1 seeded teams here with a chance to be able to take it all, CJ.
I think K-Corp could be the first one to take it out, the number 1 seed, because they're looking so strong. And as we said, it is weird that the number 1 seeds haven't done well on LAN. Cash, do you think that maybe it's like some teams are just onliners, or is it the pressure of being the number 1 seed from one of the regions?
Well, it could be the pressure. I mean, it's hard to say. I do think, being first seed, I mean, it's different for Carmine, obviously, because they've got a whole section for the team, so they're going crazy. But I think pressure is a big part in teams, performances.
What about our other number 1 seed team, Gen G? Cash, are we going to get NA Gen G, the likes of which we saw on day 1 against Oxygen, or are we going to get EU Gen G, like we saw on day 2?
I think we'll get NA Gen G.
NA Gen G?
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, Biz.
He's got no faith.
What does that mean?
It means you're going to lose.
You're going to get the Oxygen Series Gen G.
Because obviously, you understand what I'm saying here. They're getting a little bit more noise from the crowd there than the other NA teams. The Origin. I think Jack and Nolly have made it pretty clear they want to be NA players. They want the NA fans to root for them. But
I don't think they.
I feel like in matches like FaZe versus Gen G, most of the North American fans are hoping that FaZe win. But then when Gen G win, they're like, yeah, they're from NA.
Like that's
I want all the NA fans to give Gen G the respect they deserve. I think they're a phenomenal team. I think they've got a great shot of going the distance here.
What kind of weird Johnny Boy propaganda just happened? We're just trying to pull the rug on
It's
NA.
pretty simple. Let me break it down. So,
Okay.
if they play like NA Gen G, then they're going to struggle. But if they play like EU Gen G, they're going to do well.
But I mean, their schedule wasn't that bad though. I mean, they swept Power, then they got swept, but then after they got swept, they took down Falcons 3-1, and then they swept FaZe.
The question mark though on Gen G is against EU teams. We saw them once they played against FaZe. They were like, okay, here we go. We know how to do this, and they were phenomenal. But the one series we saw where they played an EU team was Oxygen, and it didn't go well. So perhaps Gen G do have the edge in North America, but do you think that's a factor as well? Do you think that if Gen G were an EU cash, do you think that would be the #1 seed?
No, definitely not.
Would they make the major though? Would they be top 5?
That's hard to say. I think they still would make the major.
Sure.
I think they'd be like 5th, 6th. I think they'd be on the edge. I think.
It's just
Wow.
EU supremacy.
This should
You
go
ask
a
the
lot.
European what he would think about what Gen G have done. Of course. He would probably say if he switched over to NA, it'd be free. He'd probably say if he switched
yeah, for
anywhere, it'd
sure.
be free. Okay, yes.
Yeah, where do you think Quadrant would come in North America if you just went second split NA?
At least a top 5. We'd definitely make the major, I think.
Do you think it's that EU's better, or is it playstyles? Because I think it's a lot of the time it is playstyles, and Jack even mentioned it when he moved over to NA. They found it a little bit easier to deal with the NA playstyle. Is that something?
Oh
or is it
yeah, I
just
think
they're-
playstyle plays a big part in it. I mean, I think Gen G have literally took an EU playstyle over to NA. They've dominated the whole split. And NA, I mean, they're a lot more passive, go for a lot more mechanical plays, whereas EU are all in your face, very aggressive. You don't get any space whatsoever.
Well, that's why we play the games forward, okay? Because even though, you guys are harping on Gen G so much, they're still in the tournament.
They are.
And they got an EU matchup coming up here real soon. Let's take a look at the schedule as Championship Sunday is about to kick off. Obviously, we talked about this earlier. The Blue Wall going to be taking Moist Esports. Then we go to Oxygen versus FaZe Clan. Very exciting matchup. Then V1, before Oxygen and FaZe, will take on Team Secret. And again, that playstyle matchup we'll really have to look at once that gets going. Remember, all matches today are going to be best of 7s with teams being able to have tactical timeouts. But of course, our first matchup of the day today will be Team Liquid taking on Gen G Mobile 1. Going to be an exciting match. The #1 seed from North America taking on the #2 seed from Europe.
I mean, we talked about Gen G against EU teams. A perfect chance here in front of the crowd for the first time for Gen G to take it to Liquid. The up-and-comers, the youngsters from Europe, Johnny, but they've had a couple of series already in front of the crowd.
They have. Liquid have done well so far, but this is their toughest challenge.
It is going to be a tough challenge for Team Liquid. Same for Gen G, but let's see what these two teams had to say in the face-to-face.
I'm already laughing. Go on.
What you have to laugh about?
Our series.
What, because you're going to lose?
No, because we're going to win, and it's going to be easy.
It wasn't even easy in your own region.
That's true, but we all know EU is better than NA. That's why we moved to NA.
I mean, we're going to beat you guys just because we're a better team.
We can do much more than you guys.
What, like?
With the ball.
Mechanical-wise?
Without the ball.
But Rocket League is more than just being on the ball.
Exactly, it's being smart.
And I think that we're a way smarter team.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Because sometimes smart means slow, and playing slow against us is not going to work.
I mean, we'll see about that, to be honest.
We're just going to show in game.
Good luck.
May the best team win.
Gen G going up against Team Liquid. You can hear them chatting a little bit about the matchup. One team saying a little bit more mechanical. Noli saying it's not about just being on the ball, it's about being smarter. And it looks like Noli thinks he's a smart player.
I mean, it's interesting. It felt like Liquid in the Spring Major last season. They were just the new kids on the block, like, we're just happy to be here. But a Chronic in that head-to-head, they're just oozing confidence right now. Is this the new age of Liquid, just these young, confident players?
Oh yeah, I mean, Liquid have looked phenomenal. Well, they looked phenomenal yesterday, at least. I mean, we obviously lost to them. They were very, very strong against us, and they're obviously the next. I think they're the next ones up for sure.
Atto, such high potential. I feel like he really did the most in their most recent regional win. They took Regional 3 in EU, surprised Carmine Corp. I don't think they've lived up to that form, but they've always got that potential. I feel like Liquid, they're such a threat because at any moment, any one of their players could just double reset on you. Any one of their players could just break the ball past 2. They don't need to their talisman to show up. They've got 3 of them.
I mean, this is a man as well, a Chronic. We said yesterday, if there's anyone to step up for Liquid, we know what we're going to get from Atto and Oski, but a Chronic, when he's popping off, that's special because it feels like for me, if there is like a third man in that team, if you will, it feels like a Chronic is sort of the quieter player you see, but yesterday he was popping off.
Oh yeah, I mean, whenever a Chronic plays good, Liquid are always unstoppable as a team. It's very dependent on him, I feel like. You know, because you always know what you're going to get out of Oski and Atto, and a Chronic's always that last man back to make sure to clean everything up, so yeah.
And then you got the young man on the other side named Noli. He keeps getting kicked from every single team he's been on, but every single team he has been on, he has produced. Gen G, no exception. This man here made the World Championship at Carmine Corp last season, elevated his game, and now with the #1 seed up in his back pocket, he's right where he wants to be.
And he is not alone as well. He's going to have, again, a young gun to match with that experience in Chronic. But, of course, there's apparently Jack. A lot of people been watching Jack. He had an amazing split, at least online in North America.
Look at the
and
smile.
Now, look at him. He's getting ready to go.
I mean, and I put question marks on Jack on LAN as well, so this is a perfect opportunity in front of the crowd now. Show us what you got, the NA #1 seed. And I guess a bit of home court, it's not home court advantage, but he's at home at least individually.
Yeah, he's not far, just like a little 30-minute flight from London. Chronic, a little bit farther he's traveled, but he's been brilliant.
I mean, he grew up. He grew up somewhere in Europe, I believe.
Did he?
Yeah, for like 8 years.
So they're all European?
I mean, somewhat.
Now, wait a minute.
somewhat. Listen, you should be live for Chronic as well, because I do believe he was born over here on his European soil, but he also is American. His parents are American, so just want to point that out.
So we have a fully EU team.
I mean, if you want to be technical about it, it's EU versus EU with a little bit of NA sauce on one team.
Well,
so,
no,
I mean,
we've got to look at them as individuals as well, though, not just where they're from. These guys, I think as a team, have elevated each other more than any other team have this season. Gen G, look at the individuals. The sum of their 3 parts is so much greater than what we expected them to be. Everybody's wondering, you know, will they be competing for top 5, top 8? I heard a lot of takes on where they would be in North America. Split. I heard 5th, I heard 8th, I heard 12th. I heard a lot of very bold takes. Me, myself, I'll be honest.
Go ahead,
I
Johnny.
thought they were going to take a lot longer to figure this system out. I thought they were going to take a lot longer to hit their stride. I didn't back them to make this major at all. It's going into the first regional. I was blown away by how quickly they managed to synergize and what they've been able to produce.
I mean, they didn't even back themselves coming in. They said there was going to be a slow start. We'll see how we go. That, you know, they formed so close to the first regional, but they've just hit the ground running. Cash, do you feel like this is like it was a honeymoon sort of period right now that they've been going through the whole split, or is this just they are that good, or is NA that bad?
What the? Sorry. Think carefully, Cannon.
I think it's a mix of both. I mean, I think that team environment, and is that good?
Look at Nolan with the stare. You better watch out. I'm not dealing with the Gen G squad right now, okay? This squad has all the pieces together. Like Noli has said in the interview, they're a smart team, but they are going against a Team Liquid who I feel like can be a 3-headed Hydra if they're all on. We've seen Liquid pop off in some of their wins that they've been able to take, including even in the match against you, Cash, where those plays...
Oh, the clap back.
Because he clap, I'm clapping back, okay? That being said, we know that offensive firepower, we know that they've had the preparation here, but it is going to take just a little bit more for them because we've also seen them be able to fall off too, CJ.
I mean, and who is it for you, I guess, on Liquid, Cash, for the player to watch? Or who do you think's the best player on the team? We saw Oski pop off a little bit yesterday, and a Chronic, and Atto's always up there.
I think Oski on his day is one of the best players in the EU. I think he's obviously Atto is incredible as well, but I think Oski's kind of the shadow behind Atto at the moment. I think he's definitely the one to watch out for.
There he is, big Oscar.
The giant.
Looking confident.
Imposing figure in and out of the game.
He's got a custom chair as well.
Does he?
Yeah, look, you can see the rest of the chairs right there. It's because he's so tall.
No, I think actually what's happening there is they're both the same chair, but he just makes them look that size. He's towering over that chair.
Oh man, this one, I mean, looking at these guys, definitely a lot of potential here for this to go the distance, I'd say.
what for Gen G is going to have to be their X factor if they want to be able to take an edge on this series early?
It's confidence. I think, you know, they've made it through Swiss. They've had a couple of dodgy Swisses in North America, but whenever they made playoffs, they were flawless. So if they're confident that they can reproduce their playoff form from online on a LAN setting, then I think they can do it.
Well, that's what Johnny thinks in terms of Gen G being able to do it here in this matchup, but let us know what you at home think in the chat. Vote. It's almost time. Vote for Team Liquid using the hashtag TL, and vote for Gen G Mobile 1 using the hashtag GGM1. While we wait for your votes, it's time to get the predictions from the desk. We're gonna start with the cannon himself. Who you got taking this series?
I'm seeing an Oski masterclass. I'm putting Liquid. I'm confident in the boys.
Oi, Liquid.
Wow.
I think the biggest factor here is that Liquid played two series yesterday in front of the crowd. And not only did they play 2 series, they absolutely popped off in those 2 series. So I have a lot more confidence right now in this Liquid lineup. I got Liquid.
Liquid.
Whoa.
Well, you know, we've been talking a lot about EU versus NA and how EU is looking superior so far this weekend. The Swiss is a perfect format to make comebacks in. It's a clean slate for all the teams in the quarterfinals. Gen G, when they make these quarterfinals online, they're a different beast, and I think they're going to be able to do that again. I'm backing Gen G to win this one. Liquid are they're a tough opponent, but Gen G in playoffs, different beast.
Gen G. Gen G over Liquid for me, easy. Simple and plain. They're a better team.
Why?
They're a better team.
That's it?
That's all I gotta say.
That's it. That's all he's got to say. Gen G, the better team. Listen, they gave me this Liquid flag.
Oh.
You see it? It looks beautiful. I've got it right here. But I'm going Gen G. You got to think I got to back the boys, okay? Chronic, Noli, and Abjack, these guys have been looking absolutely unstoppable. Liquid may have the Giant, but the Giant's going to fall down today. I want to see what you guys at home got as we look through. 70% from Gen G. They've got everybody here with them, at least who are at home. They're going to have to go up here against the venue as we get ready here for kickoff. But, I mean, it's going to be tense. It's going to be a close.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a good strong start is helpful. It's always great, but you've got that timeout as well.
That's right. Now, we've been waiting. The players have been waiting. This whole entire event, we've played 3 days full of Rocket League action, and it all comes to a conclusion here. Rotterdam, I hope you're ready. Championship Sunday is about to begin now.
Championship Sunday. It is every player's dream to be the last team standing alone on that stage and lift that trophy. But it's an honor awarded only to an elite few. 16 teams came to Rotterdam to stake their claim to the title of Major Champion. Only 8 teams remain on this, our final day. This is the day where legacies are built, where ordinary players become extraordinary. Rocket League fans, welcome to Rotterdam Ahoy, and welcome to Championship Sunday.
We're about to get underway. Gen G versus Team Liquid.
Best of 7s the whole way through. We started off with the NA #1 seed going up against the European #2 seed. You heard the desk, you heard the fans, what they think. A lot of jabber from the European squads about how Gen G could be a fraudulent team after their North American online performance. This is a chance to prove that right.
You heard Johnny talk about it on the desk. When they get to the playoffs, they're just a different beast. And they translate that to their LAN play. Team Liquid. One mark that you can definitely say about this team is their offense, but what has helped them get to this point is their defense, but their offense strikes first.
You heard Cash, he was looking for an Oski masterclass, and he's got himself a tap in here from a Chronic's touch. Noli just goes too far back. And an easy goal here for Team Liquid.
Not how you want to start if you're Gen G, losing the kickoff, immediate pressure, and unable to win those 50s in the corner. Team Liquid seem to start confident in a lot of their series, and that's when they're playing their strongest. Apparently Jack trying to push this one out. Early battle in the midfield, but another win here for Liquid, close to the corner.
Still plenty of time here. Gen G looking to get their bearings here in game one. It could be apparently Jack. He has led the way for Gen G. Been one of the top goal scorers in goals per game in North America. Trying to put that here against this European squad. Here's a Chronic. It's taken away by Oski. He wants to go up the wall here. Full boost for him and a great early challenge. Oski still has it. Might take it all the way. Looking for the bump. He got it, and apparently Jack comes through to make the save.
Apparently Jack knew it immediately. Started rotating back as soon as Oski got that first touch out. But look at Otto taken away. Gen G hanging on defense, but it's Team Liquid. Complete command of the midfield. Apparently Jack trying to push it back out. He needs that 50 against Oski, who is at the forefront of the Liquid offense. Underneath on the reset, splits Jack apart, and Nolly gets a big clear.
Welcome clear there from Nolly, and he's going to keep going here. He doesn't get the touch. Chronic wants to set up apparently Jack, but he's too deep. He still gets the touch through the defense. Team Liquid a little slow here to get control, and Chronic gets dunked by his own teammate Nolly. The attack fizzling out for a moment as Gen G trying to set up in this final third. Nolly passes over to Chronic. Shot on target denied by a Chronic.
Well, you got to feel good for Gen G, able to take the clear and then put some offensive pressure on. The first minute of that game belonging completely to Liquid. Ooh, Chronic gets underneath it, not going to stop Otto. Up high off the ceiling, maybe a double, but Jack gets underneath it.
Saw yesterday Team Liquid, they took down Power in a 5-game series. They talked about how important it is to keep their heads even when things are going right for them. They're trying to here in game one. Apparently Jack to the back wall, 2 go here from Team Liquid, but they do get the clear.
Especially with the nerves this weekend that it seems like every team has been battling with. It hasn't been the cleanest series of Rocket League this week that we've seen. But as we've gone on, the defense has gotten tighter. The goals, they've gotten a little more difficult to find. Liquid, their offense, starting to peter out, but they do have control as Otto pushes the ball back across. And Jack gets another clear, but it's cut off again. Gen G, they haven't really been split off on defense since that first goal. Someone always available in net.
Gen G trying to set up their offense. They've been so abrasive in North America. When it's rained, it's poured for them. They've been able to put away multiple shots, multiple goals when they've been able to break through, but they haven't quite yet here against Team Liquid. This ball comes out to a Chronic. Have an opportunity to go towards goal. Now Liquid trying to set something up individually here. Still good defense coming out from Gen G.
Liquid setting up a good stand here on offense, though. Also had stolen that corner boost after good control. They just gotta keep Chronic from clearing the ball out. Actually, here comes apparently Jack, and he mishandles the catch. Allowed a Chronic to come in. That could have been an opportunity for Jack. But it allowed Gen G to push forward. Pass in front, Jack has to make up for it.
Nothing quite on target coming out from Gen G, only generating 2 shots to the 9 of Team Liquid so far here in game one.
But Gen G, they have stabilized, and I don't feel like Liquid's shot opportunities outside of the first minute have been nearly as threatening. Oski hasn't had the same space that he had, and they're not able to do much with it, despite them trying to control the ball. It's been Gen G actually with control for the midfield. He leads it, and it's again a Chronic diving. It's not over, Nolly. 2 touches, keep control. Liquid hang on.
Best look that Gen G have had so far, and Team Liquid come up huge with a save. And now Gen G looking to push. Final 40 seconds. They've been knocking on the door here for the last couple minutes. Liquid trying to stay alive here in game one.
Nice catch by Otto. Nice pop it's going to be for Oski, but a Chronic double committed. Not going to matter as Otto gets underneath it, and Liquid try to control the midfield, but they have to rotate the whole way back. No midfield corner spawns for them, and Otto gets the 50 again when it looks like Gen G just have it. Apparently Jack has to make a diving stop. Now up high, pushes it back down. Jack 2 saves, that one easy. Time running out though for Gen G. Wrong side of the pitch. Jack, last push, but no boost, no touch.
More bounce.
No one around for Gen G. Liquid have put it on the ground. Game one belongs to them.
And a gritty game one coming out from Team Liquid. They put on 12 shots to the 3 of Gen G here. And it might have fizzled out at the end of game one. It felt like Gen G, the tide was kind of turning in their favor, but I think they did a great job here from Team Liquid to close this game out. I mentioned it earlier, Chronic said in his interview yesterday that they have to keep their heads when things are going well, when they're winning. When they get too overconfident, you gotta reel that back and close out these games.
Gen G weren't able to really dominate the midfield possession. Liquid really getting the advantage there, and you saw the few chances Gen G did have on offense. they'd only get one shot off, and Chronic coming up with the biggest save for Team Liquid off of apparently Jack's attempt. And then they had a couple like this one right here, that's a Chronic save. But then after that, there wasn't much more. Nolly couldn't do much with the ball. The rest of Gen G rotated the whole way out. And the boost pathing for both teams has been very conservative. It's been rotate back, get the corner pads. No one wants to be ultra aggressive. And single elimination, really showcasing the nerves, at least in the pathing.
But again, best of 7, it's going to be a long series here. And for Gen G, just a little bit off, right? You saw a lot of the passes come across the Team Liquid side that were just a little bit too far out in front, a little bit too high, didn't have enough boost to get to. I think Liquid did a good job of cutting those out. And for Gen G, at the end of this game, they looked a lot better. They didn't get the job done, but they looked like they were in more control than Team Liquid. Let's see what they can bring here in game 2.
A lot of offense. Gen G. In the North American Regionals, something we talked about constantly was how impressive their defense was. While it did stabilize after the first minute, they are having their hands full stopping this Liquid offense.
Gen G, they have to keep pressing though, like they did at the end of game 1. See if Liquid could turn things around as well, because you can feel that one starting to slip away. Here's a shot from Oski, and he puts it just high. Chronic. He's going to be beat by apparently Jack. Gen G now on the transition. A great back pass from Oski. Still Team Liquid trying to hold on to the ball here.
Big clear, that's going to be good for Gen G. Nolly knows it, but really light touch from apparently Jack. Goes for the demo. Nolly, first touch, gonna drop it for Otto. And not much there for Gen G. Again, just kind of pelted it towards the back wall. Then they're forced to retreat. Chronic getting another clear. Oski almost getting caught a little too far. He has to take it to his own back wall, but Pirelli, Gen G still having those issues getting the offense set up against Liquid.
They haven't had much of this problem. Oxygen was the one that proved the most difficult. Now Oski puts a shot wide. Gen G, besides being crushed by Oxygen, have dropped one game otherwise, and apparently Jack gonna put Gen G up 1-0 here in game 2.
There he is, sitting at the top of the goal leaderboards in North America, all split, and he gets the first one here for Gen G. Nice little fallback follow-up.
That's a well-earned one from Gen G. They've been pressing with some of those solo plays, and apparently Jack to drop down on it is perfect to beat the defense. And an early goal here for Gen G, a welcomed one, after they were knocking on the door at the end of game 1.
Chronic blows through one demo. Chronic! He doesn't have to obey physics. He just barrels forward.
And look at the space afforded there to a Chronic. He beats Nolly to the ball on his second touch and then just dunks it through. Tie ball game off the kickoff. A quick response coming out from Team Liquid.
That bump in the air didn't even stuff him off of his trajectory, excuse me. Now they're forced, Gen G, to have to respond. Chronic, a little bit of space, little pop for Jack, but Otto's there to take it away. Oski getting harassed on the back end, but Otto gets a big clear. Oski chasing Jack down, but he's not gonna get the boost. Otto staying on top of it. Chronic, he's been a linchpin in this rotation on defense and those follow-ups as well. While he hasn't had some flashy opportunities, he's certainly helping to keep this Gen G machine rolling. More demos starting to come out. Liquid getting the advantage there. Oski taking 3 demos. A pass down underneath for Otto, but Chronic, no angle for him to approach. Now Oski filing in behind a Chronic. There's just nowhere for him to go. Otto comes in on the rotation.
Good press here, and Otto might have gone all the way. He did it himself. Gen G thought they were breaking out, but he gets control again and breaks through the Gen G defense.
Great catch by Otto. Chronic thinking he can get on the right side of him, but Otto just jumps right underneath him. And Team Liquid get a cheeky goal.
I don't even think Nolly realized what had happened there. It happened so quickly, I didn't think he thought he had to challenge.
Surely he thought Chronic was going to get a touch.
And he just went wide of the ball. You can see even some sparks came off it. And now Team Liquid back into a 1-goal lead.
This one cleared downfield, up high. Nowhere for a Chronic to go, and he gets deleted. Nolly turns back around on it. That's going to stuff the Liquid rotation. Good work by Nolly. Now Jack pushes forward on the counter. Got the reset. Nolly to stick underneath, under Otto. Chronic, quick shot. Trying to force Oski off the ball. He does. He got the boost as well. Hard hit off the wall, but again, Liquid's defense, their back wall and presence, they're everywhere. And Jack gonna beat 2. This is dangerous for Liquid if it's a good bounce for Jack. It is. Nolly got the bump. Around the dish, the save!
The opportunity was there.
Can he get there in time? Flips, score!
that one turned around real quick for Team Liquid. Apparently Jack is on the goal line to put that one away, and then Liquid finds the man downfield, one touch towards the net. Everyone was committed from Gen G, and it's a 2-score ball game.
I mean, you see Jack go up for the dish, and you think there's no way Liquid are gonna get that save, but diving for it, and Team Liquid again, their defense, their goal line stand, it continues to impress this week.
Yeah, how many times have we seen players dive across the net, make huge goal line saves? That ball was a quarter in the net, and yet Team Liquid are able to turn it away.
Another midfield slap there from apparently Jack. Control from Otto has been excellent so far in this game. Chronic can't get by him. That boost steal in the midfield actually destroys him. He had no boost, but he got the 50. Liquid took a little too much time, and Jack stayed again! Oh, he can't get by a Chronic. That's got to be tilting.
And that's maybe the third time a Chronic's done that defensively. Gen G at a loss here. Their offense, it's been looking pretty good here. They just can't break through the last man of Chronic. He's been a brick wall.
Looking for the jackhammer, and Jack just cannot get by him. Another save for a Chronic. Here's Chronic, puts the pass out to Nolly, but denied. This time, Otto getting in the way, but Gen G retained possession as time continues to tick. Jack, another touch. Can he get one more for his team? Chronic wants Nolly, and Gen G keep tightening the rotation on offense, but they're losing that battle. They're losing the touch. The position battle belongs to Liquid on defense.
Team Liquid always seem to find an out. They find the space to play it away from Gen G's offense. Even if they don't keep possession, they push it downfield. Now Chronic trying to make something happen off the back wall. Second touch is there, and apparently Jack keep Gen G alive.
And a Chronic, there's finally a hole through his defense. Gets right by him, he's coming across, sees Oski, loses it. You see him tap the brakes and try to read where exactly Jack's gonna put that, but he's already rotated too far in, gave Jack the angle on the backside.
Full focus there from Gen G after scoring that goal. Very serious, celebrated for a moment. Got right back into this kickoff. Work to do here in the final 30 seconds.
Push off the ramp, Liquid currently have the midfield. Oski picking up a demo, trying to stifle the rotation, and they've wasted time. But all Gen G need is one attack in the air. His time's running out. Another pop up. Tough grab for Nolly. Got to use a lot of boost to get it to Jack. Now out of time. Downfield for Gen G. They're keeping it close. Liquid are frozen. Underneath the pass, and it drops right in front of everybody. Too much heat.
You thought Gen G was going to set something up there. It landed between two players, and they kept it a one-score game. Team Liquid again, defensively, have been rock solid. 6 saves across the board, 2 split for every single player, and that is one way to turn away Gen G. They have looked good defensively, they've looked great offensively, able to poke through the gaps that Gen G have left. And so far, a good series here for Team Liquid.
Well, do you start to get a little worried for Team Liquid? Because when we were talking pregame a little bit, you were even talking about it in game 1 in their series against Power. They go up 2, they're about to close things out, but then Power sneak into the series. They force game 5. And you talk about overconfidence being a factor for Team Liquid when they do go up. Gen G do call a tactical timeout here to try to figure some things out. Take an extra 60 seconds.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to be the case here. Again, still a long series. It's only 2 games, so it's not like it's match point here at the moment. But I think this timeout is actually a huge opportunity for Team Liquid to do what you're talking about, is to kind of say, okay, look, this has been going really well for us. Let's settle into this series a bit more and not get too overconfident here. Because Gen G, they've proven to be a very tough team to beat in North America, and I think Team Liquid are doing exactly what you need to do right now to keep Gen G out. You have to make those big goal line saves. You know they're going to have strong offense. That has to be there, and it has been. But also striking, the individual skills from a couple of players from Team Liquid to beat the last defender, to beat the first man has been so important. And I think that's what Gen G is really having to talk about here, is how do we stop Team Liquid from finding the gaps when we're on offense to slow us down? Because that's been 3 or 4 times in just one attack for Gen G. Team Liquid just punt it downfield or find a way to get past the first man, and the attack fizzles out for Gen G.
Their catches on the back wall are perfect, and they always take it away from the Gen G rotation. They just never seem to be in position for that catch, thinking they're going to win that 50, but they're always forced to retreat so far back after staying for, what, 5 seconds, 1 shot. But that one goal that apparently Jack got in the backside of a Chronic, that was a full team effort. And if they could put more of those together, hang on to the midfield. Crowd coming alive during the first series of the day. Gen G trying to fight back, but Team Liquid, they have looked stellar. And they just haven't let their foot off the gas. They're in position to take the series to match point. real early.
And they've struggled to beat Team Liquid. They've struggled to beat a lot of the North American teams. They went 5 against V1. They went 5 against FaZe. Some of those were ugly series. They went back and forth. Here's an opportunity where they jump out 2 games ahead over the #1 seed coming out from North America.
Really is prove it mode for Gen G, as Liquid have struggled against NA teams. Gen G have struggled against EU teams. So can they figure out how to execute this demon, or exercise, whichever way you want to go. You can execute
It's all the
demon,
same at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And for Gen G coming out of this timeout, see if they bring something new to the table. Team Liquid certainly want to go back to business here. Nolly not getting the touch. Team Liquid trying to back Gen G up here early in game 3.
Liquid playing that one real close. Jack trying to get downfield, but the passes aren't really the best there for Gen G. Do throw the ball back downfield. Another soft touch for Nolly back over to Jack. It's really been Nolly most times going for those soft touches, trying to enable his teammates. He hasn't really gone for anything himself, but you know Nolly's capable of taking over a lobby. But his focus seems to be trying to enable Chronic, enable Jack to be the goal scorers, like we've seen them do in the regionals during the fall.
Timeout win rate last season at Majors was 64%. The teams coming off your timeout. See if that stays true. Percentage in the favor of Gen G here. So far, a stalemate in game 3 through a minute and a half. Chronic trying to change that now. Gen G trying to find some posture downfield. It's been Team Liquid to turn them away. Quality clears, reading everything that Gen G's setting up right now.
But Gen G are getting the 50s. They are preventing Liquid from getting those quick clears. Nolly in front, if he can get the 50, he's lost it. But Gen G, another quick clear. Jack loves sitting downfield and finding that game-changing touch, that game-changing 50. There's a quick shot, but easily turned away. Liquid starting to play more defense.
Still another chance there for Gen G that'll be counted as a shot. Wasn't that dangerous, though. It was straight at the defender. You can see the press coming out from Team Liquid. They're not afraid to challenge.
Thing's frozen in the corner for Jack, but he makes a nice move. Got a good pump, but it just gets too far away, and that could have been an opportunity. Now a demo. Instead, it's Liquid. Another save for Nolly.
Gen G trying to break out here with some possession. I think trying to abandon popping it up into the midfield because Team Liquid have been so quick to the challenge. Apparently Jack trying to hold on to it. Chronic comes out. Liquid were there. Still nothing on target.
Also still in the corner boost, but that 50 gonna burn a little time for Gen G to relax. But now they're just forced to puck the ball to midfield. Here comes off the ceiling. Oski underneath it. He's got the flip and Nolly another.
Oh,
no, he's on gold. Oski fills it with lead.
How did Oski put that one through? And look at the space afforded to him. Not only the last man, hoping to get the read, and he did, but he still put it into his own net, and Liquid again jump out in front.
It was just too much, Corelli. Oski saved his flip until the last possible moment. He got the maximum amount of power. Nothing Nolly could do on the backside. Now Liquid, do they get 2? A Chronic just can't put it around. But wait, they ran into each other. Now a chance for Nolly on the break, and a Chronic deletes him.
Great stop to the counter there from Team Liquid, especially when they accidentally ran into each other. And now Team Liquid trying to go back the other way. Good dunk. Follow up there from apparently Jack, but it's still dropping inside the box, and they almost able to turn it around. Chronic, the last man playing this one slow, trying to break out for Gen G.
Dunked again. Otto over apparently Jack. Nolly coming in on the rotation. Jack following fourth. Chronic coming in as third man. How are they going to set this up? Again, the catch just kills any kind of push that Gen G set. They get the 50 though. Chronic goes high. He goes down and can't make contact.
Apparently Jack side flips out. Nolly has to get the touch. He does it. Apparently Jack bails him out on the goal line. And Gen G in the same position, it feels like, in every game. They've got to make a 1-goal comeback. Time not on their side now, a minute left.
Chronic and Nolly on the wall. Nolly looking for Chronic. He's got him. Chronic looking for the ball. Otto, he might still have it. Jack scores!
Look at the physical play coming out from Gen G. Nolly gets a demo, punches Oski out of the way, and it comes out to apparently Jack for an easy goal.
Oh, panicky touch from Otto. He just wanted to get it away from Chronic, but Oski had him on the close side thinking he could read the shot. but he ended up giving the ball away and giving Jack a free hit onto the net. You can understand the pressure for Liquid in the corner after a Chronic gets demoed, and it's that kind of pressure that Gen G needed to force a mistake out of Liquid.
And that's been the biggest contribution from Nolly for Gen G this split. It's been the physical game, leading the team in demos per game at just under 1.5. He's been so physical. We've seen it here at LAN too. Now Chronic, he's beating 2. He goes through, makes it look easy for Gen G.
There's the young gun from North America. Chronic pops it over 1, and nicely done. He's come online so many times for this team and puts them up by 1 now.
And finally, the solo plays working for Gen G there. They've tried a couple, and the challenge game has gone to Team Liquid this time. No touch on the ball, and Gen G into the lead.
Liquid with a little bit of time. This could have been one that took them to match point. But the timeout seems for now to have served Gen G well, but they gotta hang on to Liquid for just a couple more seconds. Big clear for Oski, denied by Nolly. How about game number 3 for Nolly? A Chronic, can he get it downfield? Jack is there to knock it away. And if it touches, Liquid saucing that one up. But it touches, and Gen G split it. 1 more to go to top.
There's something about the timeout, Jorby. The timeout buff is real. And Gen G coming out on top after taking that timeout. Wasn't easy, and these have been low-scoring games between these two teams. This time, 5 shots for Gen G. They're able to put away 2 of them, and the demo game was what really put them ahead there. Physicality, so important for Gen G.
Think of those timeouts. You know, a lot of times when you're just going between games, it's not really a lot of time to tell your teammates to settle down. You're just kind of thinking, okay, just get in the next game, you're trying to settle down, just focus up on the next touch. But that extra 60 seconds is kind of that excuse to like look back at your coach and look at your teammates and just be like, guys, we know we're good. Like, it's okay, we got this, and just reestablish the confidence. We'll talk about the mental game and how important it is. And Gen G, with the players on this team talking about the mental, it's so important for them. And now Liquid, how did they respond? Can they put Gen G back against the wall here?
Team Liquid opponents are now 4-1 after calling a timeout against them. And so the response is, okay, we got through the game that we normally lose, back to work. And it wasn't a bad game from Team Liquid. I think Gen G, especially with that Chronic play, was just a great solo play to beat the defense. That was eventually going to happen. Team Liquid, you're not going to have 100% rate in the challenge game, as it feels like it had been through the first 2 games.
I really like the adjustment from Nolly.
Oh! Yeah, me too, Jeremy.
I really like how Nolly's looking. 1-0 Gen G.
He's looking real good after that shot. First 9 seconds over to Gen G, and you can see how quick Nolly got up to that one. The defense beat, and Gen G on top first.
Liquid had no answers for that one. They sent cars flying, and they're still going. Gen G, great start to establish confidence. Now can they really make Liquid sweat? Up high, that's apparently Jack. He sees the wall, but it closes down real quick. They're looking much different on offense, taking more advanced position, feeling more confident in their approach up high. Liquid actually get a free touch here. I don't know what was going on. I don't know if they bumped each other in net there. Looking at the wide angle, it's taken away.
What is going on with the Gen G defense there? They're all sorts of tangled up, and now Oski in a dangerous position. Finally, Nolly takes control. Still, though, awkwardly bouncing, and Chronic's going to put it away. Where in the world is the Gen G defense?
Why is nobody getting the touch onto the ball? There's a reason you have a card. Use it. Hit the ball. Chronic comes off the wall. He has to defend the shot because he gets frozen. He thinks apparently Jack is going to get the touch. Now he can't go anywhere. Nolly was on the other side of the field, and he couldn't rotate back in time. Everything was just so disjointed for about 20 seconds.
There's 2 or 3 touches there that Gen G didn't go for. It was just sitting in their own box, and they got a little tangled up. Miscommunication on the first touch. But after that, you've got to straighten it out. Even when Nolly got the clear, it was still so confusing for Gen G, and that's great work from Team Liquid. Take advantage of when Gen G gives you that space. You're able to tie it up.
Chronic trying to catch Chronic out. Jack cutting him off. Ooh, Chronic trying to dive in front of Oski there. And Nolly up, but you see Otto, he hit the brakes. Now he lets Oski take it. Apparently Jack rotates, but kind of getting worried. Liquid just seem to find these free clears where there should be a Gen G challenge, but instead, it's just a long rotation back to net. It's waiting for Liquid to play it to them. That can work some of the time. We've seen Liquid hold on to possession for a long time. Not the best bet if you're Gen G.
And it's been that midfield line that's been so important for Team Liquid. A lot of these clears are not strong enough to get over the last man and force him to go to his corner. And Team Liquid have eaten up the Gen G clears. Here's a great first touch defensively. Apparently Jack, though, there to turn away. Now Otto, can he get the touch? He does off the back wall. Now he's got to get the read. He doesn't make it. Oski tried to drop it down. Chronic's there, but denied by Chronic.
Chronic had to be so patient. Now Nolly trying to find the bump, or Chronic trying to find the bump. Apparently Jack puts up, Nolly's rotated back, and Oski, he gets back to his touch, and he's there for the ball! Oski's just faster!
What a first touch here from Oski as well to keep it in front of him. He played it downfield to himself, saw the space he had, took advantage with Nolly being so deep, and Team Liquid in the lead.
Not how you want to draw that up if you're Gen G. The offense is petered out. Liquid, you talk about the midfield line being so important, and it nets them another victory there. Apparently Jack, he's got a demo to clear a lane, but not that lane. Chronic underneath, and saves off the bar. A big clear for a Chronic. Oski diving for the midfield boost, and as Gen G try to hang on to the midfield.
Another great save from Team Liquid. They're going to need more of those, Gen G. Trying to ramp up the offense now through halftime. Good redirect. Denied by Chronic.
Apparently Jack on the wing. Chronic non-touched. Actually works out. Otto comes down a little early. One to beat. Chronic wants the bump. He keeps screening across for a bump, but Liquid have avoided him every time. Good square up from Nolly. Nothing for him.
Nolly had no options there, and he was smart. Instead of taking that challenge head on, it would have just pinched back towards his side. He came outside of the ball. Make sure it stayed on that Team Liquid side so his teammates could get back.
Chronic, close side to Jack. They're through Liquid, or can they get through the net? Oh, passes just aren't linking up. It's not the cleanest. Chronic, he just has to let the ball go. Now Otto. Nothing as Liquid set right back up on defense. Chronic. Trouble in the midfield for Gen G. Jack downfield, but cut off by Otto. Now Nolly, last back. Here he comes. Underneath, Nolly picks up the save.
That was a good look there for Liquid on the attack. You want to have those isolated 1v1 opportunities. And now, Gen G trying to go back the other way. You can see how much space the defense has for Team Liquid to play this one out. Otto, 19 boost in the tank, and he's saving all of it as he brings it down. Tried to go over Jack. A Chronic and Team Liquid doing well just to keep Gen G locked in here.
Now time becoming a factor for Gen G. Off the ceiling, a good challenge. But there's always someone from Liquid just to punt it right back to him. Close touch, but that's just a Liquid. Nolly forced back. Jack first to the ball, first to miss. Liquid, dump it right back, and I guess we're just kind of playing tennis for a second here, knocking the ball back and forth, and the net was open and he missed it wide.
Chronic tried to get around to that one, and now with no boost and 30 seconds left, Team Liquid looking to hang on here in Game 4.
Another great challenge. Like Jack gets in front of it, but Oski's already on top of him. They already know what Gen G are going to do with the ball. And now Oski drops underneath Otto. Chronic getting back to the ball. Wants the pass to himself, but he doesn't get the boost in time. There is none left for Gen G. What a flick! Jack was already in the air. A high ball, but a long time coming for Chronic, and a Chronic punishes him. Nolly pops it up, and Otto puts him in the ground!
What a way to finish it for Team Liquid. And it's that challenge game, Jorby. That's what's been so strong for them. Offensively as well. It really hasn't been defensively. It's been Team Liquid pushed up so far on the Gen G side and just preventing anything. I mean, we talked a lot about, we sounded so confused with Gen G, but that goes to the credit of Team Liquid in challenging them in their defensive third and not letting Gen G out for free. That's been the difference. Team Liquid, they've gotten out for free a lot here. A lot of space given to them, a lot of easy clears to each other. Gen G have made it so hard on themselves to break out from their defensive third, and again, Team Liquid all over them in that department.
The few chances Gen G get with a little bit of space to move down the field, then the mechanics are failing them. The pass, it's too far, or the touch is too far away.
We said that in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps happening. Like, they're just not there. It's the execution for Gen G. The thoughts are right, the mind is in the right place, but the thumbs aren't executing properly. You're not hitting the ball as well as you should be, and that's what it's come down to. Really, for a lot of games this week, it's come down to pure execution for teams. It's coming down to that for Gen G.
It's been messy in the Swiss, and for Gen G, it's been messy here against Team Liquid, you got to give credit over to Liquid. They've looked so good mechanically here. I mean, who would have thought otherwise? Team Liquid known for their mechanics. And in that controlled chaos, it's been a symphony for them against Gen G. And now Gen G on their last life, Team Liquid trying to close this one out.
Liquid, they'd love a semi-final appearance in the first split, but apparently Jack does not matter. The Liquid have just been insane on defense. They need Chronic to punch that one in.
Scoring first again here for Gen G, and it's very similar to the last one. It's a great save initially, but now the pass from Nolly over to Chronic. Nolly the one to receive it last time in game 4. And Gen G here on the board first.
It's a good start, but it's a long game. Gen G, first on the kickoff, Oski deleted. Allows Nolly to come in with safety back to the ball. Chronic, he slows it down, trying to catch Otto out. And at that point, you're overthinking it, when you should just try to drill that ball forward. But that shows you how much they're struggling with the challenge game.
Oh my.
That makes you overthink it, and it makes it get scored on. Otto puts one in, a quick tie game.
Absolutely punished here for Gen G. You've got to make that read. 2 of you are there. And Team Liquid all over it, tied up.
Just when Gen G have a chance to establish some pressure, establish a routine, a rhythm. Liquid, they throw a wrench into all of it. Chronic, he's looked decent so far, and he's given one to Jack! Oh. And Gen G take it right back.
Great placement from Jack. And again, now Team Liquid kind of floundering here on this ball. Oski, it's a decent challenge, but a great follow-up from apparently Jack, and the placement even better, as it's behind that defender. And Gen G, they get back their lead.
Another kickoff for Jack where he just tries to take Oski out of the play. Successful. But it's Liquid and Otto on the push. Chronic flying, he's missed it, and Oski puts it in! Gen G, nothing on defense.
Team Liquid walking into the Gen G half, and look, no one challenging. It was so late from Chronic that finally Oski could come through and put it away, but you can see even with that back wall challenge, it took so long to get there. But for Team Liquid, they can read that one so quickly, tied up again.
Jack going on the wall a little early, expecting that challenge to come out. Impossible to do anything after it. Some quick scores and some quick demos. And a quick dunk. Nolly, tried to bump a Chronic off the play. Jack's in the air and got a 50 on top of him. Got another dunk. Liquid, a little out of sorts here. The shot blocked. Is there another one? Jack got a 1 off the bar. And Nolly off the side. Not even close. Chronic has to come back quickly. Otto not going to get it. Nolly deleting Oski. Nolly getting deleted by Otto. Chronic taking it out. Apparently Jack denied.
Again, huge save there from Team Liquid. When the first man's beat inside the box, it's so dangerous there.
Whoa.
And so many chances for Gen G. Finally, they're going to break through. It's wide open for apparently Jack. And Gen G back to the lead.
That's a nasty pass as it comes off the side wall. Look at that. How are you going to expect that one? A Chronic, a good recovery to try to get back around on that ball, but the pass was just too on point, and Jack's shot too powerful.
Jack going into demon mode there. Ball chasing multiple times, getting shots on target. That's the man who you want, and now Nolly off the kickoff. He's going to put it through. Gen G up by 2.
This one slips right through Liquid, and you can't let kickoff goals like this one go in, but it skips out perfectly for Nolly as the Chronic turns off the play, and it's a free goal.
And Gen G, they need a game like this if they were to hold on for the next 3:15. Giving a kickoff goal, getting the lead, and then into a kickoff goal. And now maybe another one here. Chronic chasing back, able to turn away, and now Team Liquid on the back foot here in game 5.
There's a lot of time for Liquid. Chronic moving around the ball. Liquid set up in midfield again. A lot of these challenges, slightly dangerous ball. Gen G managing well here. Get deleted on the back end, that was Nolly. Oski gonna take over, but the touch, not as clean as he would have liked it. Now Jack gets a free read and just can't get a solid enough catch, and another miss. It's a 3-on-1, and he dove across. They still need more time. Oski's in the air, a double, saved!
So close for Oski. All 3 of Team Liquid. We're looking at the Gen G net, and Nolly comes streaking across to prevent that first attack. And now Team Liquid trying to set up.
Jack sees Chronic downfield, but he just couldn't hit it hard enough. Chronic gets bumped out of the way. Gen G hanging on. Like the idea there, just took it away from Oski. It's a bit of risk, but you trust in your teammate to get that 50. Now Jack falls down, he let it go! Chronic punishes him!
Team Liquid again crashing the net. And this time, Nolly not getting the touch. You can see apparently Jack having to make up for it, but his first touch was too heavy. And Team Liquid's gonna get there first. Now within one, just under 2 minutes to go.
It gets scary when the execution fails you when you're up, and it gives the other team a chance. They're not gonna let it go in immediately on the kick up, but here's Otto. Puts it down, challenged again, forces the Chronic to get back quickly. Cross to the corner, Chronic steals the boost out. Apparently Jack last back for Gen G. He's gonna go the whole way back against the Chronic. Tries to screen across, but Gen G trying to take this slow and steady out of their own end.
Team Liquid have not had the same offense that they've had in the last 4 to 6 minutes, including the last game.
Yet they still put in 3 goals.
Yet they've put in 3 goals. But they're not locking in Gen G. Gen G's finding themselves out a lot more now. That's why they've been able to put up 4. That offense slowly coming alive here for Gen G and pushing back Team Liquid's line.
Touch here for Chronic. What's he gonna do with this one with Otto? Gets over around him. Oski getting a free read. He's the backboard. He sees 2, and apparently Jack shuts him down. Chronic has to flip back across. An incredible save from apparently Jack when they need a clear. Oski puts it on the back wall, and there's Liquid in the midfield line.
A burst of speed, both offensively for Liquid and defensively for Gen G. What a save there from apparently Jack. And a crucial one here with less than a minute to go. Team Liquid trying to break through once more.
Big touch here from a Chronic. He sees Oski on the wing. Otto slowly creeping up as well, but Nolly punches it way back. It gives a Chronic first lead. Otto, it's a little too strong for him to get to. Gen G hanging on. A Chronic trying to set it up again. Jack stuffing him. A Chronic, enough boost to get the 50. Might be a setup here. Final seconds of regulation. Jack on the far side. 1 goal ended here if Gen G can put it in. But Liquid hanging on. It is not over.
They gotta keep it up. Oski.
1 more to Otto.
Chronic. Can he hold on to it here? He needs boost. He gets the corner.
Oh. He's gonna put it down. Gen G get their second here in this best of 7.
Good job at the end to challenge Otto. Force him to put the ball down early and get the touch a little harder than he wanted to. Liquid had a lane if they could have found it, but Gen G survived it, Corelli.
And Gen G's offense really coming alive there. Now 13 shots in that game. And they still had to make 5 saves, but that's a big difference. We were talking about 2 shots in the previous game.
Well, I'm worried about their defense still. They were able to stabilize at the very end, but still, I don't think Liquid should have gotten that 3rd goal. It came down to execution again for apparently Jack. The touches, they were a lot tighter after that. So as long as Gen G keep those touches tight, Liquid, they were still a threat. They're still carrying the ball excellently down the field. Gen G have to make perfect challenges against this team because Liquid, despite losing, still are a threat every time.
Looking very similar to Team Liquid's Power Series, where again, they go up early and they get in the lead here in the series, and then it slowly starts to slip away. Gen G putting away 4 goals was enough to best Team Liquid in that Game 5. Over to Neo Tokyo now.
It's not pictured in Neo Tokyo, but there's a giant scrapyard behind the stadium of all the teams that have been eliminated on this field. It could happen to Gen G. Jack trying to take this one to Champions Field. Nice pass, nice shot, nice goal!
That is 3 games in a row that Gen G have set up this exact play. And it comes off a poor touch from Liquid. It comes out to Chronic off the pass from Nolly. And that's been their bread and butter here in the first opening seconds of the last 3 games.
Really has been effective. Those passes have caught Liquid out a couple of times. And the kickoffs also have not really been going Liquid's way. This one for Gen G. 1 touch underneath them, and oh man, Gen G really crashed that one. All 3 players creeping up towards the box.
So now Liquid playing from behind once again. They'd love to close this one out in Game 6.
Liquid still have a timeout in their back pocket. If this one does go 7, they can stall, but what a save. Apparently Jack gets credit for it. Jettisoned out of there.
See if those solo plays can work. Oski tries to get the dunk on apparently Jack. Now Acronic. What can he do with it from the corner? He's got options. Teammates inside the box, and still opportunities here for Team Liquid. Another setup. Oski now off the ceiling, dunking apparently Jack. It's still the defense from Gen G holding on quite nicely here. Nolly's got to go, and Chronic makes the stop on the clear. And Gen G still holding on defensively.
Oh, Jack is just getting to these touches. He's made a lot of the big stops on that defensive stand. Now they get a chance on a counter. He comes back from deep in the third, and he lost. Nolly has to secure the boost. He gets bumped by Otto. He lets Oski come in. Oski's been a big threat when he's behind the ball, but Gen G have done a good job shortening up the space between him. Still, these touches so close to Liquid players. And these are true 50-50s on defense right now. That one a little high for Oski, and it bounces awkwardly here. And Acronic couldn't grab a hold of the ball, but they get lucky with Acronic not being able to handle it.
And unfortunately, that touch from Nolly, not great. Not holding on to possession. Team Liquid just take that one away, but fortunately came back to Gen G now. Apparently Jack, and he weave through, and Team Liquid able to jump in front.
Jack, full tank of boost, and forced to 50, got in front of it. Freezing Liquid in the corner. Oski somehow comes up with that touch. A big shot! Whoa. Another big goal for Chronic!
He's been looking good here in the last couple of games. He's had a couple solo plays, and now this one, driving it to the far side. And Gen G double up here in game 6.
Too powerful for Liquid to handle, and all of a sudden, with half of the game to go, Gen G are in position to force this to go to Champions Field. The Team Liquid's offense has been high-powered. Oski hasn't had nearly as much success. He's been challenged out of the plays. And now Nolly, 2-on-1, but they couldn't get a bump, they couldn't get the shot. Chronic trying to lob it to Jack, cut off by Acronic. This is dangerous as Liquid come the other way. That is open. He puts it right on target.
He makes it look so easy too, as he takes to the sky, beating the defenders, and then takes it himself with the redirect. It's wide open, and if you can do it, why not? Team Liquid get one back.
He knew it. Whole new ball game with that one. Gen G, got him on the kickoff. That's not as dangerous as it might have looked initially.
Team Liquid, one of those teams too. I mean, we all know it. When they're behind the ball individually, they can make anything happen. We've seen it in this tournament alone. And right there's a perfect example for Acronic. Now Team Liquid trying to press again. Acronic rotating all the way back. Otto having to push through. Acronic comes through now. Looking for follow-up. Team Liquid trying to press here. Oski is beat, and apparently Jack gets out for Gen G. Tries to bring it down. Tries to beat over Acronic. Pops it up. And Team Liquid get out.
Felt like Jack rushed that touch. I'm not sure if he knew exactly when Acronic was coming on the play. Now the double's left open. The net almost found. Acronic gonna get to the far side. He's got the boost. Can he find his team? He might just take it himself. With 2 resets, but 2 commit from Gen G. Oski came in a little early. That's too light of a touch and a massive clear. Jack down the field. The net, the reset, taken away.
Acronic quickly rotated out. He knew the counterattack was on for Gen G. This one popped up for Oski. A pass back. Team Liquid trying to set something up off the back wall. No follow-up there. Acronic wasn't sure about it as Nolly doesn't get the touch.
Otto having to come back. Liquid, they're having to rotate back a little bit farther each time on these 50s. They keep creeping up. They feel the need to get this goal. They have to be careful because apparently Jack cannot stop. You can't stop apparently Jack.
What happened to the Team Liquid defense here? Acronic was the last man back. There's nobody home on the Team Liquid half. And Gen G 3-1 here in game 6 with 42 on the clock.
They had challenge confidence, Team Liquid. And then it started going away, but they didn't start positioning like it was going away. The optimism was still there, but the scoreboard says something different. 30 seconds for Gen G to force our first quarterfinal to Champions Field. They just gotta hang on, but Liquid, you know when there's time left, there's always a chance. They get a demo to clear space for Otto against apparently Jack. Now back over to a Chronic. He makes one more. Makes the fake. Oski won, but apparently Jack has upgraded. And there's Chronic to back him up. Oski, one more. He doesn't get the touch. He leaves it.
Goal! They finally break through with 5 seconds left. So many shots going through for Team Liquid. 10 now here in Game 6. And they need a quality kickoff to send this one to overtime.
Gotta watch out, not just for the fake, but really anything. These kickoffs have been wild. And it goes nowhere for Liquid. They let it go to the back wall. A Chronic, denied.
Wow.
Otto popping it up. Oski looking for a clear out. He's got Otto. He knows a Chronic has to get to it, but apparently Jack's already in the air. Chronic sitting around as well. Got the dunk. Gen G gets to Champions Field!
Gen G heating up light here in this series, earning themselves a Game 7. And Jorby, I don't want to keep bringing it up. We talked about the parallels in that interview with the Chronic yesterday after the Power Series. They go up early here in this series, and they slowly petered out. Gen G, well, I don't think Team Liquid's playing poorly. Gen G have really etched their way back into this one.
And no disrespect to Power, they played excellently this weekend, but Gen G are a much different opponent. This is not a team that you want to have momentum heading into Game 7. Team Liquid do have that tactical timeout in their pocket, and they call it right here. Well, they will get that extra 60 seconds. And you said what, 64% effectiveness?
Well, it went up after Gen G won the last one.
64.5% then, yeah.
But no, yeah, you're right. I mean, after the timeouts, there is a buff there. I mean, the stats show it. And for Team Liquid, they're now trying to put that on their side. And I really don't think it's been a bad game or a bad series here for Team Liquid, especially in the beginning. They look good. I think Gen G just started to play up to Team Liquid here. But defensively, they've been caught out. We talked about the challenge game, how important it's been in their wins. It's also cost them a few goals here when it hasn't gone their way.
To me, the key is apparently Jack. He was excellent on defense in that game and was kind of picking on him a little bit earlier on in the series. Really, I mean, all of Gen G just kind of looked off, but it did feel like he was getting picked on defense a little bit. But this time, he's coming up with clutch saves. He's looking like a Chronic on the other side of the
So
pitch.
here's one for you, Jorby.
Yeah, give me it.
Gen G is 5-2 in games after their opponent calls a timeout.
Whoa. You know what? Everyone can say thank you, D-Rex, for that one.
The stats,
that's nice.
The stats are going both ways here.
Wow.
You're gonna have to make up your own mind.
The stats don't matter. What matters is the execution. So many times we get to this field. This is just finals.
This is just the first game. First game of the day.
How high you gotta feel if you're up there?
And look at the crowd, Jorby. They're into it. They're ready for a Game 7 here. Team Liquid and Gen G, they're putting on a show in our first series.
Team Liquid, like you said, they haven't looked bad. They've done well, but Gen G have adapted. And now all the cards are in their hands. We're finally here, Game 7, Champions Field. Who takes it and moves to the semis? A Chronic early on in the series was the stalwart defender for Liquid. Apparently Jack has turned into that in the series for Gen G. Otto, he's been a great breakthrough first man for Team Liquid. They're gonna need more of that to break through this Gen G line. Quick shot again, Jack. That actually works out, that little touch, but a Chronic actually gets first touch because Chronic jumps. Now Chronic, back pass, but Jack's on top of it. Now breakaway, pop up, air dribble, reset, shot, goal! Apparently Jack is absolutely cracked!
By himself. He says, I'll do it. All the way to the Team Liquid side, getting a bump and a flip reset to cap it off.
How about that? Oh my goodness, Team Liquid now. This one you thought you could stifle the momentum. Apparently Jack, he never left his foot off the gas during the break.
And again, Gen G scoring early here in a game. And one in the crucial game here. A Chronic trying to answer back, not gonna get a second touch. Oski is pressed up high. Off the crossbar and still getting a dunk. A Chronic off the crossbar again. Octo goes through a still. Gen G can't get a hold of it. Team Liquid fighting for every inch. A Chronic again denied.
Oh, apparently Jack, he won that corner boost. That was critical. They were running out and they're still not able to get the ball out of the corner. There's a little bit of space here for Chronic, but Oski shuts it down. And there's a Chronic. Oh, Liquid, you cannot let that one hurt you. but you definitely feel like you left one on the table.
A flurry of shots now, 5 for Team Liquid here, just past the minute mark. Whoa. This one pinches wide. Team Liquid, you feel like they should have gotten one there. And now apparently Jack has Nolly on the far side. Can't get by Oski. Another touch from Oski is fantastic, but still a great read there from Chronic to keep it in the attacking half for Gen G.
Nolly lets it go to Chronic. Chronic says, go ahead, Otto, chase me. And now he beats 2. Apparently Jack follows close. He smells it. He forces a Chronic to go early, and he's beat by Nolly, but gave enough time for Otto to get rotated back. Now here he comes again. Breaks through Jack. Oski, light touch. There's nothing much he can do with it. There's Jack, stops it again, right close to Chronic. How about that Gen G defense?
Yeah, great communication there. Jack had no boost.
Whoa.
Now a shot goes just wide. A Chronic again having to make a save. It was off the post either way. Now apparently Jack has no boost. Gen G trying to settle down Team Liquid. They had to make a lot of saves here against that Team Liquid offense just a moment ago. Now Otto trying to put this one on target. He does. Oski near post is blocked away by apparently Jack.
4th man helped out early for Gen G, but since then it's the starting 3 that have shut down this Liquid offense. Otto not gonna catch out apparently Jack, but he wants to dunk. And Jack precariously carries that ball. Oski bumps him out of the way, but Chronic is there. And so many times during the season, we talked about layers and Gen G on defense. Now, you can bump one out of the way, but one always pops out and comes up with the save. They're looking like that right now as they get another touch out when Liquid look like they're about to strike. Nothing really materialized.
Pressure's on Team Liquid here in Game 7. You're down by 1. You're trying to force it through this defense. Time ticking down. Oski doesn't have a lot of boost here. Chronic win as well. Now Chronic dunked. Still Team Liquid. You can see they're sending 2 onto the same ball many times just to ensure the challenge. And Oski with a back pass, but hold on a second. Apparently Jack's there. And now a minute and a half left on the clock. Team Liquid no closer to finding their equalizer.
Nice little move from Otto. Gives it to Oski. Constantly force lateral, get a couple of boost steals, but then you get demo. Apparently Jack. Gen G battling in the corner for possession. Oski shot denied by Jack. And it's a high ball, it's a perfect touch. No one from Liquid can get the rebound, and the pitch off the ceiling. A Chronic gets there.
Gen G nurturing this lead. Nolly taking a pot shot on the Team Liquid side. Now Otto flipped reset over 1, it went high. Apparently Jack there to deny. Now less than a minute. Team Liquid, they need to go. Life on the line, tournament on the line. Here in the top 8.
Midfield, they've been able to hang on to the ball, but they just cannot get through apparently Jack, Nolly, or Chronic. Now Chronic gets the go-ahead touch back downfield. Oski pushes that one off. Gen G, a second goal would surely put the nail in this one. Liquid, they've had nothing. They get another clear time. Running out. Gen G in full control. Liquid, one smart touch, one mechanical outplay could put them in.
What a spot.
But apparently Jack couldn't get that one done. Chronic's in the air. Another challenge.
15.
No time left. A Chronic deleted. Oski puts it back down, rushes towards the ball, but he's clamped by Nolly. Puts it back down. Last hail for Liquid in Rotterdam. Oski underneath. He scoops it up high. Nolly's there, and it's a high ball for Liquid to grab. He's got it. It's over. Gen G have come back. They move on to the semifinals.
What a win here for North America's #1 seed to fight back against a feisty Team Liquid. Not an easy series. And for Gen G, that was a novel to go through that game.
Absolutely. You had the adversity, you had the conflict, you had the climax. I mean, Liquid, they made adjustments, but they just got outplayed on defense. They tried to go for bumps. Chronic avoided like 4 or 5 demos near the end of that game. Nolly was so good at coming back on the rotation, catching the ball on the backboard, preventing double taps, where Liquid, they saw the net so many times through the backboard, through the back wall, but Nolly, Jack, and Chronic all carrying their weight on defense. A full team effort from this team. No one person stood above the other.
And I really don't think that Team Liquid had a horrible series here. They put up 12 shots in this game. I think what really was the difference maker is Gen G's defense really picked it up those last few games.
Yeah.
They were preventing Team Liquid. In fact, in the last 2 games, Gen G had the lead the entire time. Liquid never jumped out in front.
That over Liquid, those early leads, Chronic, we keep referencing it. This time it comes back to bite them, and a top 8 at the first split is certainly nothing to hang your head low about. This was an incredible match. Gen G, though, how about them? The first seed trying to move on and get a first seed win here in this tournament.
And now they move on to play the winner of Oxygen and FaZe. And I think if I'm Gen G, you're hoping that FaZe wins because they have crushed them.
Some bad memories with Oxygen, don't they? But Championship Sundays always seem to produce different Rocket Leagues. So if we do get that matchup, we'll find out. But you know what? Let's go to Leaf and let's talk to Gen G as they move on to the semifinals.
Holy moly, Mr. Nolly. Give it up for Gen G! You look like you guys are feeling it out there. We even heard before, the whole talks is about pressure coming on with a crowd now being behind you. Even Lando talked about it on the desk. It looks like it's not really affecting you guys. You're hiding because you were even getting involved in the claps.
Yeah, I mean, crowds personally doesn't affect me whatsoever. Bad or good, we just, as soon as the countdown starts, all that matters is the 3 players in the game.
Do you have any tips or tricks to get focused in? Because I would not be able to stay focused.
I don't know what to say. It's like it's different from person to person.
Well, that's fair. Let's talk about the games then, because obviously that timeout really helped you guys. Something clicked, something changed. Can you walk me through what you guys had figured out?
I mean, even after the timeout, we lost another game, but I think it was just staying more composed. I told them, Chronic told me yesterday that they get sometimes overconfident. So I relayed it to my team and said, they're going to go for more balls. Just make sure to stay grounded and hit the ball as hard as possible. And I just chased demos. My teammates did everything.
Now we had the one-on-one before with you and a Chronic where you're going back and forth at each other, and the final banter I took from that was that you guys were smarter, but they're faster. Do you still believe in that?
Yes, I mean, all of Liquid's three players, so I'd put top 10 in the world. They're phenomenal players, but we were just a better team.
Overall, talk to me about how confident throughout the rest of the day. It's going to be a long day. Do you feel like you guys now are prepared? You have the energy reserves to make it through?
I mean, we've been here earliest out of all teams, we've stayed here latest out of all teams, we've non-stop grinded, and I think that's going to help us for today, yeah.
Well, there it is, Gen G moving on. So many more games to get to. One more time for Gen G.
And our first quarterfinals concluded. Gen G advanced to the semis there. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Wave Punk. I got a Bates, CJ, and Gibbs with me. And gentlemen, he said that, we heard Nolly say he feels like Gen G are not the faster team. The Liquid is absolutely faster. Gen G's just smarter. It felt like speed, though, was completely what sealed the deal for Gen G here. The challenge game in those final 3 games seemed to be completely one-sided, CJ.
I think Game 7 especially was all about Gen G's defense. Liquid were throwing the kitchen sink into that offense there. They were just, they tried everything they could, even a little musty flick there on 0 seconds trying to get it on the backboard. But Gen G's defense, they got that goal and they held out.
Yes, but those first 4 games were scary for Gen G's defense. They didn't know what to do versus Team Liquid. We saw plenty of counterattacks from Team Liquid. Game 2, a huge one was Nolly going for a Doomsday Dish, barely misses, immediately counterattacked by Liquid, and that's a 2-goal swing. Then it happened again in Game 4 as well, just counterattacks by Liquid. Gen G's defense was having a lot of problems early on, but at Worlds, so once you won 3 games, you were 59-1 in series. Already we have broken that here. Gen G coming back 3-1. What a series by them.
Well, I mean, it just meant more to Gen G. That's really what all it was. They're the better team. Liquid's a great team right now. And I feel like come closer as the season progresses, they'll get better. They'll be a real world contending team. But at the moment, Gen G, They just need to see that they can win on the stage. Liquid started off hot, up 2-0, and ended up going up 3-1, but Gen G, they got a little taste of that in Abjack. He won more than everybody else.
Yeah, I think the story of the series was it showed that Liquid had those first 2 series yesterday in front of the crowd on stage, and then that showed in the first few games. So once Gen G got warmed up, they got acclimatized to the crowd, they really stepped up.
And then we talk about, apparently, Jack, we know what happened last season when they were looking so good through Swiss 3-0, but apparently Jack on Champions Field just puts it by himself, making big plays. We saw that on day 1 with Archie, then we saw it with Astral in Champions Field. Now apparently Jack, seems like A-names working really well on that field.
Yeah, so there's some mojo there with the A-names, folks. You will see that Gen G is going to be taking on Oxygen versus the winner of Oxygen versus FaZe, as they were talking about there in the interview. They're definitely be wanting FaZe in that matchup here, Bates, given the record they've got.
Oh yeah, they definitely want FaZe. They know they're gonna win. I know. Yeah,
they might not get FaZe though. They played Oxygen in the second round of Swiss. That was a 3-0 there as well. Yeah. So if Oxygen shows up in the way we've been seeing Oxygen so far this event, CJ, I don't know. They might be just about to win the whole thing.
Well, yeah, and I think for that series as well, Gen G, that's a huge win against Europe because we saw the only other matchup against the EU was that Oxygen series, and they got wiped the floor with. So we now know that Gen G can perform against European teams.
And not only that, apparently Jack and Nolly, they finally got a top 4 as well. Apparently Jack was waiting for that all last season. But then we saw Nolly when they played BDS at the World Championship quarterfinals. He barely missed out there.
Barely.
Now they both got it, and Chronic gets his first land. He's like, yeah, it's fine. Top 4 is easy. We'll do it every time.
Chronic's under the radar, isn't he, a little bit, coming in on stage, first land. I feel like the fact that we're not really talking about him is a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, he's so composed. You heard Nolly in the post-game interview. He said Chronic told him that he's a little bit too confident. That's a land rookie. That's the youngest person on the team telling the veterans that, yo, man, you need to have a little bit less ego, need to focus up. And then that's what Nolly did.
Yeah, wise words from the young there. Well, folks, Gibbs, by the way, welcome back. Glad to have you here. He's been feeling a little bit under the weather, but you're feeling good today. And Gibbs has been making predictions on the side. He's been texting us his answers there. We can give an update on the prediction leaderboard that the desk has been going.
I'm still in the lead, of course.
Of course, you're not quite in the lead, but you're not quite in last either.
Good, they flashed it up real fast.
14-8, wow.
Yeah, you picked the winner. He's predicting the.
Hey, I was 2-6 on day 1. I just needed to see data. All right, I needed to see these teams play on LAN, and now I'm locked in.
I'm trying to do them. I think I'm 5-10 since day 1. So.
Don't worry, I'm about to patch you up.
Chat right now, by the way, is 11-10. So chat is currently, I believe, tied with you, CJ, or tied with us.
No,
with
they're better
me.
than CJ.
With me, they're tied with me now because they've tied. Yeah, we both have 11. So, good job, chat. You're doing a good job there, folks. We've had some crazy matches already today at Game 7, upsetting the who gets the match point stat we saw at Worlds. We got some more coming up. We were just talking about Oxygen versus FaZe, but it's gonna be a different matchup. First off, we're not going to quite get FaZe out there on the field. Version 1 versus Secret going to be playing. Liquid versus Gen G was excellent, but Version 1 up against Secret coming up after the break.
I'm looking forward to more than anything else, and everybody knows this is going to happen, they just don't want to admit it. But a South American team, whether they're in the North American region or they're in the South American region, are gonna win a major tournament this year.
Olha o Lodge, como vem? Que golaço! Trilha, e olha o cabelo do
Those teams are so good, they get so good every single major. You look at Furia and how their journey has taken them. They got top 4 at the World Championship, and sure, they missed the Fall Major, but you know they're gonna bounce right back. Complexity, they haven't shown their full strength exactly yet. And then you have the club and Team Secret, who just made top 8 at the Fall Major. So I don't see how you couldn't say one of these teams is going to go the distance. I've been saying it for almost 2 years now about South America. It's about time y'all start listening.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mid condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
by your eyes, by your eyes. And I think that I'm right, that I'm right, that I'm right. But you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And though you'd always take your time, you light the sky up like the day. 'Cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And though you'd always take your time, you light the sky up like the day. 'Cause you were always on my mind, and you were never far away. And you would always take your time. You light the sky up like the I can feel it rushing through my veins. Love's the only road to love. But we've been playing.
Certain but death. To make it out of here, take a certain finesse. Down trying to earn them a rep. It's coast, gotta learn to respect. Really, I turn up for less. Like who now? It ain't even worth it to guess. The man going now, you looking nervous and next. And you gon' end up right with him on a shirt with some text. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little birdie cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cupboard, the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardio sucker, you know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winter that fang, got his ass flame. I told him mirror bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this in my whip got your last name. So down when I'm top on the phone. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad, stay talking the most. Lee saying with your chest when you talk to the goat. Gotta learn to respect. Say it with your chest when you talk to the goat. Gotta learn to respect. Say it with your chest when you talk to the goat. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little birdie cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cupboard, the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardio sucker, you know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winter that fang, got his ass flame. I told him mirror bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this in my whip got your last name. So down when I'm top on the phone. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad, stay talking the most. Lee say it with your chest when you talk to the goal. Coast to the shit, gotta learn to respect. Say it with your chest when you talk to the goal.
Eu já te enfrentei uma vez, eu acabei não ganhando, mas desta vez pode ter certeza que eu vou trazer essa vitória. É bom você estar preparado.
If you don't think that I stand a chance in this matchup, I don't think you've seen me beat both Complexity and Furia over the entirety of the last season.
Eu cresci basicamente jogando 1 contra 1. Eu acredito que a minha individualidade é muito melhor do que a dele e eu tenho certeza que eu vou me sobressair sobre ele.
I've gotten plenty of experience over the past season. I think I've grown a lot as a player. I think I am a lot better than I once was, and I'm looking forward to showing what I can do on the pitch. Let's go.
Version 1 versus Team Secret will be our next quarterfinal match on Championship Sunday from Rotterdam here for the Fall Major RLCS 2022-23. 2 strong teams. Some strong fighting words from the teams there as well in the video.
Oh, absolutely. But version 1 hasn't looked like version 1 throughout this event, yet they're still 3-1. They didn't even 3-2 Swiss this time. It's 3-1 Beast Mode. It's only scoring 0.48 goals per game. He's normally closer to about 1, but it doesn't matter. Because B1 is getting the win.
I'm glad you said that highlight package. I brought that up in the pre-show, and then we saw the highlight package in the Power Series, where they perfect scored. Then Beast Mode scored every goal in that series. But yeah, he has been a little bit quieter. But T-Bates, this man right here, Com, if there's one guy that likes the crowd, it's this man.
He's not worried about him at all. They can boo him all he's won. He's actually been playing quite well statistically. 8th in goals, 13th in score, 4th in demos, 5th in shot percentage.
But he's only doing 1.5 demos per game. Again,
that's a lot.
Lower on the side. But it's still lower than what Com is used to when he's getting 20 against NRG. And then Torment, of course, he's been on the stage so many times. He knows how to play in front of a crowd. It does not matter at all. And again, version 1, a top defense, a lot because of Torment.
Yeah, we mentioned it before. Torment, the only previous world champion at this Fall Major. He's got to bring that experience, but V1, they're proven on land, they're proven in front of a crowd as well, T-Bait, so I don't think this hostile environment will hurt them too much.
I don't think it will at all, CJ. They've had some quality wins, beating Quadra, beating Team Liquid. You just saw what Liquid did, going all the way to Game 7 against North America's #1 seed. On the other side, you got Secret, Brazil, Sam's #2. They added KV1, they have Knight, and it's just been nothing but a defensive masterclass come from these young boys.
And no one talked about him. No one talked about him. Like, we're talking about Sam #2. Well, it's because Furia is not here because they went to North America. Team Secret, they showed up and they proved why they are here. They are also 3-1. Absolutely huge for them as a 4th seed.
They're not only carrying South America, they're carrying the emerging regions as well. We're fighting against the NAEU brothers. And Sad as well, he's been huge. And we're talking about Secret while we're just getting absolutely hounded right now by the V1 army.
It's going to take a lot out of the Secret team. You got the battle of 2 defensive monsters so far at this event. Yeah. V1 at the major are #1 in goals allowed, 1.13. Means nobody's scoring on them.
And you know where Team Secret is? #3. They're like right behind them. This could be a defensive battle. But Team Secret, we talk about quality wins. They took down Moist, who was also in this top 8.
And KV1, he was on the club last season at the World Championship. They got rid of him for some reason. I don't understand why. He's a land boy for a reason. Every single time this man makes it, he makes it all the way to these moments. He shines, and he expects to perform right here.
It looks like he's got a point to prove here on Secret. The Sam 2 seed, they weren't quite... well, they were successful in Sam, but it was all about the club. And now they come here on land. Here they are representing South America, the only remaining team here in the top 8. But they've got their work cut out for them. I think in terms of this matchup, V1, they have the defensive side's on lockdown right now. You have to think Secret's going to have to push forward and play some offense.
Well, one of these teams will have to. I'm just not sure who it's going to be. Both teams want to play defense and counterattack. So this midfield game is going to be really interesting because I do feel like V1 will probably go on offense because Com will be like, all right, but I'll go for demos and I'll try and make plays that way. And of course, there's Beast Mode, who can just take the ball from anywhere on the field and score. So I think V1 will be on the offensive side.
Beast Mode is the big question mark for me, though. Will the stage, will all this noise make a difference? He's so good online.
Oh, don't worry about the Beast. The biggest game that he's ever played was at the World Championship, and he absolutely demolished. Who did he play again? Did he play Conway? Or was it SSG? It was SSG. SSG got home, but he's the reason that they left that series thinking we need to make a roster change. That's how much damage this man has done. And he has yet to quake at this land. He's crossed over to EU, and I expect him to perform right here.
And that was a big thing. 2 majors in a row, winter and spring. I'm like, Beast Mode's relatively quiet, but when he got to the World Championship in front of a huge crowd, I thought he would crumble, and he did not. He shined. So Beast Mode, key factor here, but again, the offensive plays have not been there for version 1, but they don't really care about that. They play defense first, and they'll figure it out after.
I just think this is the perfect matchup here for V1 because we look at South America, they play well against offensive-based teams. I think the V1, it's going to be similar to Power nearly. They're going to let I feel like I'm nearly the other way with you. I think Secret's going to be playing the offense. They're going to absorb, and I think V1 don't need to necessarily rely on counterattacks, but they're certainly not going to get counterattacks scored against them because they got that defense on lock.
Well, we got a few armies have shown up. Carmine Corps, the Blue Wall, joined us, and also the Purple People Eaters here have shown up over the course of the last match here, folks. Let us know who you think's going to win in the chat. Hashtag V1, hashtag TS there for Team Secret. And we'll go down, we'll jump around here a little bit, Bates, or not Bates, excuse me, CJ. We'll start with you.
There's a little bit of pressure on me.
There is. There's a lot of pressure.
I just think if I'm looking at these two teams on paper, I think they both have been playing defensively. I think V1 has the better defense. They're not going to concede counter-attack goals. That seems to be the only way that Secret have been scoring. So I got the V1 army first up.
Let's go. One for version 1, Bates.
Listen, it feels good having a couple of NA faithful right behind me. I've been lacking it this whole entire major. You know I gotta roll with them. They got my energy up. V1, they're better than Brazil right here. And V1 moves on to the semifinal.
You know, I mean, Gibbs.
Yeah.
Secret's got some big wins here. They've beaten Moist.
They do.
They've beaten SSG. And I feel like this is the run for South America. But
I knew that was coming.
Version 1 gave me some merch, and I'm very easily
Wait, you got bought off?
Let's go, Purple People Leaders. Version 1. Gonna move forward here.
V1, they can buy a lot of votes, and this merch is nice, but nah, Team Secret all the way, baby. We're going Sam into a top 4 yet again. I think it'll be Team Secret's game.
That's why you asked to go last there.
Yeah, he's going to be annoying.
You are trolling, sir. How does chat feel about it? Team Secret, they've made a valiant run so far, but version 1 is still the fan favorites. Let's get down to the stage for the second quarterfinal of the day. The fans are in the house for Championship Sunday. Big noise from everyone here in Rotterdam. Version 1 taking on Team Secret. Team Secret trying to make the deepest run they've ever made at this level of Rocket League. It's time for match number 2 on Championship Sunday.
Battle of Rotterdam's best defenses? Is it South America's best kept secret, or the evolution of North America's version 1?
Oh, that is the question indeed. Both teams coming in here wearing fully equipped suit of armor. The question is, who has the stronger and sharper blade? We're gonna see a lot of defense from both teams, a lot of counterattacks. This midfield especially is one that we're gonna wanna keep our eyes on, because that is the key to victory and the road to the semifinals.
And it's worked so well so far for Team Secret, already going way above expectations. If they can keep this beast mode chance up, that was actually a real opportunity for Torment off the bat. But a demo opening things up for KV1. This could be the early moment that Team Secret needs, and it's saved by beast mode. A rapid start for both teams, that's a problem. Almost sneaks it in, but beast mode keeps it out. The defense coming out on top yet again.
Oh man, we're talking about the defense of both of these teams, but it looks like one in particular is going to be stuck, and it's version 1, the first minute, stuck on their own end. Team Secret locking them down, taking the boost. They're controlling that midfield, and they're holding pressure. More shots trying to come their way, but unfortunately can't find the accuracy. High-quality chances are needed to break through V1.
More efforts from Team Secret. They've started excellently. Exactly what they and their fans here would have wanted. I think they're the favorites, but when you're up against a player like Beast Mode, who's already on the ceiling when you're booming the ball long, it's never going to be easy. How many more of these gilt-edged opportunities are they going to get?
And by the look of it, Team Secret know how they want to approach version 1 as fast as possible. Full-on aggression. Zero boost tonight's name. Can he slip it in? Push it towards the midfield, back to KV1. Shots coming in, a huge sequence for Team Secret. Still no goal to their name.
Already 5 saves for version 1 in the first minute and a half. None for Team Secret. All this talk of them being defensive, maybe they're being frustrated by it. We have to remember, this is the team from South America. They got here via a tiebreaker against Crew. They've had to battle just to get to this point. They've already gone further than the club.
Yeah.
The team who dropped KV1 to get to improve. And here they stand still.
As we look towards the offense of Team Secret, who's going to be behind the ball? most of the time it is going to be that player Sad involved with 77% of Team Secret's goals so far in this tournament at this major. He is the pillar for this offense. But Knight is trying to take that spot already early. It's a nice couple of air dribbles, but knocking on the door. Nothing yet in version 1. Look to counterattack.
Still yet to have a decent chance, version 1, but they are managing to get that ball forwards at least. That's job number 1 done, at least for now. And Beast Mode is being called into attack, in defense, way more often than they would like. They have to get this man on the ball in the orange half.
It's definitely a difficult thing to do when your boost is getting robbed right in front of you. Midfield boost fully in possession of Team Secret, but there's been a good flurry of shots for V1. Tom opting to go out of this challenge and come in a little bit later, and that sets up Beast Mode. Good clears. Things have evened out. Team Secret's aggression died down.
Statistically speaking, nobody would be surprised that this one's goalless after 3 minutes, but the way it's happened might be a shock to us all. Team Secret charging out the blocks, finally getting their goal. They had to ride the V1 wave, but they take the lead.
They were patiently waiting, and again, it's Sad off that corner. Torment flying through the backboard. Nobody else rotating in, and that's a rare sight where you won't see 2 goalkeepers in net for V1, where there's one on the backboard, one up for the shot. This time, Torment is alone. Team Secret are able to punish.
Sad involved in yet another Team Secret goal. You said the stat yourself earlier, Turtle, 77%.
So crucial.
And another one too with the assist right there. He made it so easy for his teammate. And now we see how V1 are when they have to press forward. Team Secret, that's exactly what they want. This is how they beat Moist. They let them come forward with these solo plays. They swallowed them, and they punished them down the other end.
Well, right now, it doesn't look like Team Secret are gonna let version 1 move further past the midfield line. This is their first attempt in what feels like ages, but maybe it'll work. You've got a player up forward like Beast Mode.
So much space for V1 to play in right now, but they just can't find that all-important pass. When Team Secret come forward, they have acres of space to play in. Knight's in the corner trying to take down Beast Mode. Beast Mode going over the top. He gets a flip reset over the top, but KV1 is equal to it. A 1v1 pass with KV1. He can read those all day, and he's teed up Knight, who goes for the bump instead. Smart idea, but not quite coming off this time.
And I like that creativity, but hold on a second. Calm is looking for the demo on Sad, who jumps over him and then passes it off to Knight, utilizing each other in that defensive side to get the better transition. The defense, the offense, both working for Team Secret.
Beast Mode's going to try and get something going for version 1. Running out of time rapidly. Comes in the center, but another pass goes giving. KV1 can read this so easily. Version 1 just not surprising Team Secret. Nothing that they're attempting seems to be working. Another pass attempt from Team Secret. Beast Mode's equal to it. KV1 is up, gets a good touch. Up against Torment in the corner. Torment needs to show his experience now, rally his troops. But all he can do is get it to KV1.
Yeah, this is a rare statement, but Team Secret, they are bullying version 1. 5 demos against version 1's 2. And Team Secret are looking to get that second goal, some security. And hopefully for them, this ball will drop, and it does. Team Secret, game 1, very controlled.
Control is the perfect word for it, Turtle. They seem to have the exact idea of what version 1 were going to offer. Version 1 tried to shift their approach a little bit in the center. They went for more infield passes rather than solo plays, and Team Secret very quickly switched to plan B. Brilliant game management.
Absolutely. I'm still surprised at that demo stat. Team Secret bullying version 1 off the pitch, getting in front of them. And that was honestly the play. I think the midfield was up for grabs for both of these teams with how they like to play defensively. I assumed it would be version 1 taking that more confident approach against Team Secret, but that was not the case. Team Secret pushed up into the midfield. That third man never stayed too far deep in rotation, and because of it, they were able to hold most of the possession and wait for a mistake to come out. And there's been several mistakes. I was rewatching the Oxygen matchup against version 1.
Yeah.
V1 were very disorganized, disorientated. They scrambled on defense several times, double commits, and that is going to happen again, and Team Secret know it.
Team Secret are able to punish teams when that happens. That's probably what they do best. They will always make sure that if you do make a mistake against them, you will not live to tell the tale the next day. And now the onus completely goes on to version 1. What do they mix up based on that first game going into Aqueduct?
Yeah, and we've got a long series ahead. This is a best of 7. Winner moves on to the semi-final, game 2 underway.
Version 1 yet to score still in this series. It's only game 2, but the longer this game goes on, that will start to be preying on their minds. If Team Secret can get themselves another all-important clean sheet for the way they play. Tom's going around the corner. In the first game, we saw that Team Secret started it off like a house on fire. They were absolutely charging down version 1 at every opportunity. Will it be the same here? This one surely going to be saved. A couple of decent touches and sent away.
There's just so much riding on this series. And for Team Secret, they came in as the second seed. This ball getting out of control. Almost sniped away for V1. Maybe those early shots are the key towards breaking down Team Secret. Taking big strides in the midfield and getting these shots early. We'll see what happens off the backboard.
Team Secret are excellent at keeping the ball out of their goal, which sounds redundant, but what I'm talking about is when the other team actually have some decent pressure. You've got one player on the floor, one on the goal line, and one on the backboard. They have that structure so honed down that version 1 are going to have to rely on what they normally do best, which is demos, because right now, these shots that they're taking, there's always a goalkeeper there.
But this is a warmed-up V1. Think about how that first minute or two went for Team Secret. Always in the blue half, taking boosts, getting demos. Version 1 have found ways to break out, transitioning, fighting fire with fire in the midfield. Torment with a fake. This is what's needed to get through. Haven't found that first goal, but things looking promising.
They'll keep on going. Version 1, Beast Mode is starting to awaken. Tom's underneath him. No one from V1 has really had too much to say in this series just yet. They're all capable of stepping up. Torment, once upon a time, a World Championship MVP. He's still got plenty of mechanics left in his locker, but not quite that time from the ceiling. It falls to Sad. KV1's behind him. Team Secret starting to work up in this second game. It's been a much more Team Secret performance this time, just waiting, letting their opponent run out of puff, and then beginning to strike.
Version 1 have certainly been here before. The top 4 finishing at the Spring Major of last season. They've been on this international stage several times. But on the other side, Team Secret, this is the furthest these 3 players have ever gone on the international stage. Maybe that's giving them less pressure, to be honest. They've already achieved so much, and they want to see what the limits are for this team, how far this roster can go.
And of course, if they do win this series, they are equal. They've tied Furia in the semi-finals of an RLCS LAN, the best performing South American team ever, who had to make it here via the tiebreaker to show how much depth it has. They're going to keep on coming. Com in defense, a decent first touch. KV1 is just circling around him, asking where he's going to put that ball. Com does some good work just to get it halfway, but Team Secret batting them back. Version 1's surely getting frustrated at this point.
But this game has definitely taken a U-turn. Version 1 doubling the shots of Team Secret. 4 shots inside of Version 1, 2 for Team Secret, where their defense has been up to the biggest, or excuse me, tested the most so far in game 2. Off the backboard, here comes Beast Mode. Nice little carry out. Good 50 games from Secret. But not the best control. They're losing a lot of this possession, and the pace is just not the same.
Oh, that was so close from Knight, found by KV1. The ball's starting to move a lot more laterally. The game's opening up.
Yes.
This is when we might be likely to see one of those all-important goals in this series. There might not be too many. Torment should be able to take this boost. He does, but he can't get the ball as well. KV1 around the corner, trying to move things forward for Secret.
Over.
Can't quite get there again, but a couple of half-decent opportunities for Secret.
They've got to feel proud. Still holding V1 scoreless. Haven't allowed one to slip past their goal line. And the question is, will this happen within the final minute? Maybe Calm comes alive and goes on his tirades of demos.
It has to be something for Version 1, and it has to be something soon. They will not fancy an overtime against a team who can defend this well. Maybe they will, actually. If Stad's got a flip reset, they'll take the OT. With Secret starting to have some clean plays. And that is being sniped into the bottom corner by KV1.
They're not getting too many options. And I don't even think this angle was an option for Team Secret, but KV1, he's got the vision, puts on the spectacles, and hits the bottom right corner.
He's got the vision, he's got precision as well. That had to be a perfect finish. And indeed it was. And now Version 1 are in a real tough place. Suddenly they've got to get their first goal of the series, and they've got 30 seconds left to do so. Thankfully for them, they have the players capable of it, but not with Torment missing. That just sends them right back. Team Secret, They can go again, they can pick up boost, they can defend if they choose to, they can leave the ball to Sad. They are the ones dictating the pace, choosing the plays.
Don't give him the ball.
The final finishes. Sad again, the man cannot be stopped.
You can't give this player space. He's been the MVP. He's been that guy on offense for Team Secret, and they let him do it to him again. 19 seconds, extra goal. Team Secret just about to go up 2-0 in the series.
I said at the start this was the evolution of version 1, but this has been a bit of a damp squibber performance from them so far. And it's because Team Secret are defending so well. They're not letting any of version 1's tricks through the net. Beast Mode's barely been involved at all. The infield pass is never connecting. Com's got a couple of demos, but to what end? What's it meant? Absolutely nothing. Team Secret dominating their opponents in their own unique way. And it does go to a deserved 2-0 lead for the team from Brazil.
Do we get a timeout from version 1? What are their mentals like at this point? They haven't scored a single goal. You mentioned at the beginning of this game, that's got to be weighing heavy on their mental, knowing that they can't get past this defense. And it's shown a lot of the balance in this roster of Team Secret. Not only are they able to come out aggressive in game 1, but if they need to, they can pull it back game 2, hold it down on defense, and wait patiently for that one opportunity that would open things up, and it was KV1.
I'm yet to hear anything about a tactical timeout, and I completely agree with you, Turtle. That surely is the play. One of the things that we discuss at the end of series like this is, did they take that timeout too late? And we have just heard in our ears, no, they did not. They will be taking the extra minute to talk this one through.
That's definitely the smarter choice. They have quite literally been held, first of all, scoreless, but even the opportunities we're getting out of Beast Mode, a player who has to step up on this international stage. He has to show what he's capable of and why he was such an important pickup for version 1. Why he is the sharpest tool in the shed for V1. And maybe the 60 seconds can activate him.
It's amazing what tactical timeouts can change, how much they affect the momentum of the team that's on top, and how they can make it seem that a team that was dead and buried, down and out, had nothing going for them, suddenly they look a brand new version of themselves.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, this version 1 squad, they were able to bounce back after losing a 10-minute overtime. It was a world record here at an RLCS LAN, the longest overtime. They lost it. They still came back in the next game and won that series. These guys have such a strong mental fortitude built up. And I think this timeout is exactly what's needed, so there's no doubt about it, they can regain.
A crowd entertaining themselves during this 1 minute off while the players are deep in conversation, starting the Mexican wave. And one of the ways that version 1 are able to dig themselves out of these ditches that they so often find themselves in is their former world champion Torment, the only world champion here at this major right now. You can see him there. And in this next game, he will have the most games played ever in RLCS LANs, overtaking Garrett G in his 198. So we're about to witness a little bit of history. Hopefully version 1, for their sake, won't be history.
Probably got some gray hairs after that. That is a lot of stress, a lot of adrenaline that you have to deal with. And now is their chance. Headed into game number 3 after the timeout. What version 1 do we get on the pitch?
I want to see them play as fast as possible right now. Get themselves a couple of goals, steady those nerves, get into the series. It's almost Torment, the man we were talking about, who now is a record holder. Congratulations to him. Opening up the scoring. But Team Secret come back. KV1 tries to put it on net. All 3 V1 players camped in their goal, do manage to get it away.
At first, I didn't like that touch from Torment, but it did go past the defender out of Team Secret. Calm keeping it close to himself. Knight knows that he's trying to hold possession, but it doesn't matter. Early challenges from KV1. Beast Mode flying at the ball, trying to stay as supersonic as possible. And I completely agree. I think that speed needs to be picked up out of version 1. 2 players going for the ball. Maybe a bit of nerves in game 3, but it's saved away.
Nerves or the fact that they're trying to outdo this timeout curse for the team that haven't taken it. Team Secret will know they have statistics against them. Version 1 would have downloaded. Fireburner behind them would have figured out how they've got to this point and what they can do about it. But Knight sends it forward. Team Secret have steadied the early ship. Version 1 be trying to get that thing rocking all over again. Beast Mode over the top of Sad. Comms on the sky. In the sky, should I say. But this is going to nowhere again. Team Secret, they defend aggressively.
Well, the thing of it is it's not going to be an ordinary goal that'll slip in so long as Team Secret can hold down their communication. But this is a bad touch from Calm. panicked in the defensive end and just teed it up for Sad.
Now, Com's a man that we talk about on LAN a lot. He's known for trash talk, he's known for laughing at his opponents, he's known for being booed. But he does have the occasional shaky moment in him.
Yeah, and there's a reason why, you know, the trash talk might come out later. You got to feel confident first, and I don't think Com has been able to find that comfortability or that comfort on this stage. But Beast Mode working some magic. That might be the only answer. Here we go, 3:20 on the clock. Midfield possession, back and forth. Team Secret got that first goal. With the way this series has gone, that might be all they need.
So close, finally one of these passes is met, but the shot goes just wide. Version 1 have stepped their game up. Maybe that mistake has stoked a fire inside them, they'll have to hope so. But again, a challenge just goes past them. The despairing V1 players can't react in time to get it, they're too far forward. Inching towards the orange goal, desperate for the ball to follow them, it seems. Com changes that, he gets the ball on his foot, has the flip reset, but it's charged down again by Knight. Team Secret, how do you get past these guys?
It's got to be quicker passes. That's the only answer. Forward and a corner shot. When will Sad stop doing so much damage on offense?
But a lovely pass from KV1 as well. The real mastermind behind that goal was him. It was a beautiful one.
That's unfair.
It is unfair, especially when Version 1 is struggling so much, and when Team Secret do foray forward, that's how they passed it round you?
Yeah. Those are the quick passes that I would like to see out of Version 1. Flip reset, fake from Sad. Through a defender, cleared away by the other. Look at the way that Team Secret are trying to control. Nice chain dash too on the wall. Torment, early breakout. The drought has been ended, and it's Torment behind the ball.
Going into this series, we had never seen a best-of-7 perfect sweep. And now, thanks to that moment from the world champion Torment, that record will continue, at least for a little while longer. And my goodness, Turtle, Version 1 needed that.
That's got to be just a huge sigh of relief for Version 1. Understanding that they are capable to break down and dismantle Team Secret defense at least one time. And in typical RLCS fashion, once that gate has been opened, you start to see a lot more go in.
Yeah, suddenly those passes that haven't quite been finding their target will reach somehow.
Yes.
The misplays will work out for you. Instead of just being swallowed up by the defense, it'll work against them. They'll be surprised at what you've done. It's amazing how different one goal can just lead every attack to being, especially with Beast Mode here. He's still yet to wake up in this series. Torment's around the corner. Gets in the way of Sad, but Sad takes him out of the game. It falls towards Knight. Knight has a chance for a solo play. Beast Mode is in his targets, but he manages to evade the bomb that was
look at the patience from KV1, huddling behind the ball. And now he's opened up opportunities for Sad. Several lanes to go at the net. He's gonna choose a flip reset. Maybe he got another flip reset, he did. So much creativity thrown at Version 1. Good 50-50s out of Com. And while they did break the drought, they haven't gotten the second or any follow-ups.
Now these South American mechanics can come out. We know how capable they are when they have the ball under their control. The flip reset's absolutely nothing to them. Version 1 have to remain so patient. They have to concentrate so much whenever Secret have the ball, and Knight does have the ball here. It's met by Torment. Com in the center, but it's a waste. Turtle, you look distraught by that.
He's just throwing it away. Com had a clear opportunity to dribble, carry it into space. Torment, the follow-up, accuracy, plaguing them. Panic induced into Version 1 on offense. Com throwing it off the backboard as quickly as he can. Nobody opting to dribble. Version 1 are feeling the stress of this best-of-7.
They still have 30 seconds left, though, and even if they lose this, the fact that it's the best-of-7, a huge advantage for them the way they're playing. Beast Mode waits.
There's the pace.
Beast Mode gets the flick almost.
Torment.
It's bundled. Torment surely scores, and he does.
There it is, Beast Mode, bringing the ball down, letting Com get a demo, 50-50s past KV1, and Torment gets involved too. All three of them completing this puzzle. And we've all been tied up, 21 seconds remaining.
Puzzle's the perfect word when you're facing Team Secret. They've almost completed one of their own with Sad straight off the kickoff. Com clears it. Desperate times right now for Version 1. Secret are going to come forward with a vengeance. Like a return to the start of game number 1. Now they're setting the pace yet again. No more defending for them. They want to win this before overtime, but maybe V1 can do the same. Torment, how's your first touch? Beast Mode's behind you. You want him to get the ball. It's not going to be, but Sad shoots.
Kept it up.
Com keeps it up. He's on the wall. Knight's just waiting, seeing what Torment will do. Torment keeps it up as well.
Got a lot of
Both teams want
boost.
to end this here. Does come have the boost to put a shot on target. He does, but not do too much more with it. Beast Mode catches again.
Oh, no.
Over the top, Torment surely will just kill it and take the safe option. We go to overtime.
Every fan of version 1 is so happy to have Torment right now in that back line, making sure that buzzer beater won't go in, but don't have too much time to talk because Team Secret are ready to end it in OT, but so are version 1. Cracking the code of the defense from Team Secret. It's those dribbles, keeping the ball low, letting Com go for demos, getting physical. And that might be what ends OT, but hold on a second. Knight, flip reset, not a lot of boost. Could be a fake, but good 50-50 win.
Torment's definitely the player for version 1 that's woken up the most. He's meeting everything Team Secret are chucking at them. On the other end, that's where you need common Beast Mode. Beast Mode just completely missed that one. I'm not sure if he was bumped. Torment's passing attempt doesn't go anywhere near Com. It does in the end, but not quite how he wanted it, but we'll take it as far as V1 are concerned.
Version 1 lost that OT against Liquid. They want to rewrite that story. They could do it with this good pressure, a couple of sequence, good passes, but Sad ultimately, nice control and a much composed approach to transitioning.
Secret bring it forward again. This time it could be a little bit more devastating. To the ceiling. Who's going to be the first to react? It's Com.
Good dribble.
On his roof. Has the dribbling ability to get through a couple of Team Secret players. Not quite that time. But version 1 are getting so much more control. Beast Mode around the corner. KV1 closing it down now. Team Secret so depleted of boost. Makes it almost impossible to defend. Well, not for them. They'll find a way. And overtime lingers on. Knight this time. He sends a barrel forward. Com just closes it down as fast as he can. It's out of a decent touch. We're seeing some real opportunities for dribbling right now. Quite a grounded game.
Well, both teams are trying to push back from that midfield presence. And that's a common situation, a common theme in OT, where you want to play cautious because neither team, of course, wants to give away a freebie or take the risk of overextending. And that's going to leave opportunities in the midfield for dribbles. But who realizes that? We've seen solid attempts, solid breakaways from the orange and blue side. But I'd say version 1 looked to be the most confident, at least heading into the 3rd minute of OT.
A massive asset, their mental game. You know, the way this game went, it was looking terrible for them. 2-0 down after a horrible own goal from Com as well. They've brought it back.
They got a demo.
Turn their game, and now in the overtime, they're looking to press. KV1 has to win this race. He does. Torment's up as well. KV1 put himself in the way. Com's going to keep it coming. Beast Mode's underneath it. He's got a flip reset. He goes for a second. Whew. The extra touch is not quite over the top of Knight, but version 1 continue this conveyor belt. Com in the center. Beast Mode, he passing it back to Com, but it's a little bit too long yet again. The story of version 1's passing game. Surely soon one of these is going to break through the Team Secret seal.
Flooding through these corners is version 1, tossing the ball right into the half of Team Secret. They take the boost. Com gets a demo. Then Beast Mode can go for a little bit of magic. Flip reset after flip reset. But it hasn't been enough to crack the armor of Team Secret.
Torment's met by KV1. Beast Mode keeps it coming though. Look how much time he's starting to have on the ball and how much damage he can do. Should be able to steal this boost, but it's just about sniped in front of him. And now Team Secret can come forward almost, at least for a second. They need a chance to breathe. Drowning right now in this version 1 offense.
I don't know.
Around the corner.
I don't know if this counterattack is gonna be likely coming out of Team Secret with Torment being so passive and having such deep rotations. You even see him there without any boost. Though he's still gonna get a 50-50. That was a scary sight.
That's what Team Secret want. One missed touch to allow them in. They've definitely been allowed in now. And they've just about hit the post. Now it's their turn to attack. KV1 is met by Torment. Knight tries to tee it up for Sad, but Sad wasn't quite on the same wavelength. He can go again now. KV1 has Sad in front of him still, if he can bypass Com. He's going for redirects instead. It's a great touch. The ball is loose in version 1 territory. But now it's Torment after showing his own patience. Com to the sky. KV1 underneath. Good defending again from Team Secret. It's what we've come to expect. Beast Mode round the corner of Sad. He gets here first. KV1 just slowing it down. Steady heads required for both teams. There's been a demo down there by the floor. It's Sad. But then he beats Beast Mode. No, he doesn't. Beast Mode actually beats him. Takes the touch. KV1 up against him. Torment steaming in. But it's met again early. Forcing a 50-50 by KV1. Team Secret defending on the front foot continually. Even almost 5 minutes into overtime. Beast Mode around the corner, Knight sends it away, and Turtle, you mentioned the record-breaking overtime that V1 lost the other day. They have to break through it again.
They have to break through it again, but they're used to being in these situations, which bodes well for version 1. Team Secret, not quite as used to being in this situation, but they are a defensive team, and both of them are going to have to throw up the bat symbols for the star players. We got Sad and Beast Mode. One of them has to step up with mechanics, with something creative, because right now what I'm seeing, it's too good of defense.
It's a stalemate at the moment. This one could go on for a few more minutes. Come. He wants to bypass KV1, but it is just not happening. You need better challenges than that if you want to break through Team Secret. As for them, we've got a double tap attempt. Torment stands tall. Sad though, can keep the attack going for Team Secret. Here's Knight. He gets a flip reset. Torment's going nowhere on the floor. Knight's still got his reset. He goes to the musty, but Beast Mode read it.
Here comes those mechanics. Every single weapon you have to use. Approaching 6 minutes. Come an early shot. Got 2 players in net. Passive approach, cautious play from Team Secret.
Sad. Wanted that ball, but Torment steams in. Beast Mode has a chance, but he's missed the read. And Torment's at the wrong angle. He can't get there to keep the attack going. Team Secret now, a bit more desperation is shown from them. Less control than we've seen in the entire series. Version 1 have broken through. There's just a dribble through the floodgates. They have to have a burst, a flood. Keep this one going. Beast Mode, he goes for the horrible angle. Torment's the player it falls for. Met again by Team Secret. This time is Beast Mode once again to the ceiling now. KV1 just prods it to the side. Team Secret, they can do this all day.
And those dribbles early on is what worked out for version 1. Think back to when Beast Mode brought it down. Let Calm go for it, Demo. I think you try and implement that strategy more, unless Beast Mode can take it by himself. But of course, you see that ball off the backboard, there's always somebody there for Team Secret.
Version 1, who recently have been in the longest overtime in RLCS LAN history. We're now at the 6th.
There's no way they break it again.
Overtime.
There's no way.
In RLCS LAN history. So a few more minutes and they'll be toasting another record to go with Torment's most games played. Imagine getting the longest overtime on your record-breaking RLCS LAN game. That's a tale for the ages.
And now this is what we expected, what we predicted when it comes to these two teams. So defensively minded. This is the #1 defense in the tournament, given how many goals they let in. And the #3 defense out of Team Secret. Good demo. There's space to 1v1. Beast Mode comes also hunting. Goes for it. And Beast Mode strikes.
When Beast Mode and Com combine, it doesn't matter what defense is in front of them. Every V1 player knows their job. Com has one thought in his mind, and it's just a block stand. You don't even have to touch him. Beast Mode can do the rest. Beast Mode does do the rest. And now V1 can take a rest.
Rinse and repeat from version 1. Beast Mode brings it down. Com takes out a player or even hunts him down. He doesn't even make contact, just enough to spook him off the line is all you need. And Beast Mode could even do that without a player going for the bump, so imagine how easy it is when he is.
That was, Turtle, if you were wondering, the 4th longest overtime in RLCS LAN history. So not quite the longest, but who knows with these two teams, the way they play and the quality of defense on offer. We might see another couple of long OTs there.
Poor Torment just keeps coming to these lands.
He must be exhausted.
Keeps playing OTs.
You said a few grey hairs earlier. I mean, if he takes that beanie off, it's just going to be a...
This is ridiculous. But as we take a look at these replays, this is the play. Com moving forward. And initially in the first few games and at the beginning of this series, version 1 were very anxious. Quickly to throw this ball into the corner. They didn't want to keep it to themselves, but now they've recognized the space that was given from Team Secret. That has been what changed. I want to see that same aggression in game 1 from Team Secret. That was something that you have to fear, and that wouldn't even give version 1 the space.
Explain to us the importance for version 1 of winning that overtime and not going 3 behind.
The main thing for a player is when you lose an OT like that, in your mind, it's hard to deny the thoughts that it was simply just a waste of time, a waste of energy, a waste of stamina. Now you don't have any momentum, you lost the OT, you are feeling drained on that stage. And that is certainly something that Team Secret are gonna have to deal with as Knight deals with that shot.
Oh, but an early goal for them can give that momentum right back. Version 1 overcommit. KV1 says have some of that.
Maybe version 1 got too overconfident. Wide open net. Torment's now back to save this one.
And I see smiles as well from the Team Secret players. So important based on what you've just said, Turtle, that losing an overtime like that can devastate you. Team Secret might get a second as well. KV1, he'll win this overtime. But Torment does get back in time. Torment now has the ball. He has some control. Two teammates to his right. Beast Mode just lingering, waiting. But Torment says no. Everyone's got their eyes on Beast Mode, so Torment can have a go himself.
It's interesting how slow Team Secret are to challenge that too. Torment, you could see right there, we've had a freeze frame, so many different options and avenues he could go to. He was almost stunned. Didn't know which decision to go for. Kept it to himself, and finally a challenge comes out. Maybe a speedier decision to benefit version 1. A speedy shot doesn't benefit Beast Mode, but it looked good.
Beast Mode, who just has these corners under his spell. He completely understands where the ball's gonna pop out. One of the hardest reads in the game of Rocket League. Beast Mode never struggles, but KV1 knew what Beast Mode was capable of. Now Knight up against Com and Torment. Com doesn't get the ball, but he gets a nice old chunk of Knight. KV1 is asking a big question of Beast Mode. He's half got the answer. Com completes the sentence. Now KV1 can come in. Com again.
Dribble.
Version 1. They are getting some real time on the floor. Team Secret have to stop affording them this.
You say that, but then version 1 aren't making much use of that extra space.
Only one shot for version 1 so far.
And it does feel like the only thing that's worked is those demos. If Com is bringing this ball low, somebody else has to be making moves outside of that dribble. Because that's the main reason why you slow it down. Beast Mode speeding up. 3:07 on the clock, version 1 back in the drought.
KV1 has put some disgusting saves on offer in this game though. It's not just the way all three of them stack up, it's also the goal line clearances and the reads as well from Sad to get that ball that was above his head, clear it perfectly, and turn that into a double tap from the side, and keep it going as well. Almost amazing from Team Secret. Torment swats the chance away.
They don't get many chances in this game alone, but when they do, it is dangerous. One break in rotation from version 1 to put them down by 2. Here comes Torment. Physical play, Com, another dribble. Saved away, good 50-50s, but this is a lingering ball, and it's saved out of Knight. Torment, it was a powerful shot, but not accurate enough.
It was a good shot as well. There was nothing wrong with the strike. It was the read on goal line from Team Secret, and now they've got a chance to double their lead. Sad up against Torment. Knight's over the top. Com's just taking himself out the play. He's missed the ball completely. Maybe forced Team Secret, but it does leave his team 2v3. They get away with it for now, but they're going to come back. Here's Knight up against Com. Torment is almost taken out by Team Secret, for whom thankfully Sad has waited back, and he fakes out Torment. Tries to get past it to the center. Com's coming in. These demos are really starting to ask some questions of Team Secret. Another one from Com.
Torment off the pass, good bounce. Beast Mode flying in, but he loses control, and that's where Beast Mode needs to shine. He's not picking up the call right now. Time is running out. Another whiff in the midfield. Beast Mode, something is off on the pitch. He's not showing up in areas that version 1 rely on.
Signs of fatigue perhaps from version 1. It's a long way to travel, but then you could say the same for Team Secret. Torment clears long. You get the feeling that eventually Beast Mode is going to connect with one of these, and it's going to be beautiful to behold. Not on this occasion, he's got no boost, but he does let in Com! KV1 saves and gets enough height on the ball, so Sad can steam in and clear it away. 1 more minute, version 1 need a goal. We've seen this recipe before.
Yes, KV1 and Knight, even there, were crossing paths. We have seen this before. Version 1 not looking to let up, but Knight, he knows they just need to hold it down. 46 seconds left. Focus on these 50-50s. Run that clock down.
Sad could double up Team Secret's lead here and maybe end this game. Not quite, it's just wide. Beast Mode is bumped out of the way though, allowing in Knight. He gets it going around the corner. Beast Mode's in. Version 1 needs to get hold of this ball, and they need boost as well. Look at their reserves in the top left. There's not too much. Com gets one, and he gets a demo as well, so a big moment for him. Now Torment has way too much space. He's bumped Sad out of the way. Com's coming in. Com hits it over. And where's Beast Mode? So far back. He was getting boost. Version 1 were desperate for it. Team Secrets, they thank you very much. They can't believe their luck. They must have thought they were in trouble, but there was no finishing touch there for version 1. Maybe that changes here.
Oh no.
Beast Mode.
Oh, he's got boost this time.
It's saved on the goal line of the near post by Team Secret, who go 3-1 up in the series.
Beast Mode finally got some boost. Almost got the buzzer beater. And you were talking about the luck from Team Secret to have Beast Mode looking for boost in that midfield when timer's running out. Head on his hands. This is a frustrating game. When you know you're that player, that star striker, but you don't have any fuel to even make a move down the field, Cole, what do you do at this moment?
You have to rely on your best players. You have to rely on Beast Mode to be able to shake off whatever funk he got into right there on Utopia and become one of the best players in North America, one of the best players in the world yet again. They also have to look to Gen G earlier on. 3-1 down against Team Liquid. It did not look like that comeback was on. But you get a game, you get a couple, you force a timeout, you make your opponents think, and suddenly the momentum shifts hugely. It has happened already today.
This is gonna be the biggest mental bridge that Beast Mode might ever have to cross in his career yet. All of our attention is on that player, and you know Calm and Torment have what it takes to relieve it. They can definitely make some work themselves, but it's got to be a 3-player effort.
Equally though now, the conversation shifts to Team Secret. Winner's tilt coming in.
Yes.
Suddenly you start to believe that you could be only the second South American team to reach the semi-finals of an RLCS Major. No longer is this a free ticket. Hey, we got further than we thought. Hey, we got further than the club. Now they're in it for themselves, and they really, it would so hurt to lose this from here for Team Secret, and that adds another element.
We do actually get a pause.
That adds yet another element.
Add some tension to the play.
Yep.
And we're just gonna take a little moment to figure this out, to sort things out here in Rotterdam. This has been amazing, a lovely experience. It's cold here, but...
Not today, it's not. We've got a few thousand bodies in here that are keeping us all warm, so thank you guys. Before you all arrived, we were shivering. So, heat it up a little bit. We appreciate that. And this series is hot, Turtle.
Oh, yes. There has been a fire lit under both teams. More importantly, and more specifically, Team Secret, the #2 team of South America. I have been impressed not only with their defense, but how long they can stand on their own 2 feet, even under all this pressure, under the spotlight. This is the furthest they've ever gone, these 3 individuals, and they're just wondering what is the limit. For most people, the sky is the limit, but for this team, the sky is just what they stand on.
There is an audio issue. We'll be restarting this game from the beginning when we go back into it. No goals have been scored, so no harm done. Just yet more mind games to be played between the two of them. Who deals now with this best Turtle?
And quite honestly, this could be a benefit. You're getting an extra pause to readjust, reevaluate your approach moving forward. This is a blessing for Coach Fireburner, and you can even see Calm here taking a breath, closing his eyes. I remember listening to a Casio interview quite a while ago where he was talking about meditating on stage, calming the nerves, and we see it now more than ever just how impactful that is.
It's so difficult to do as well when the Mexican waves have started. We've got these little light up beam things. It's very difficult to drown all this out with the lights, the stage, the pressure, the temperature. You know, all of it has a factor. I mean, you've played at LANs. How different is it being in the middle of that stage compared to being in your bedroom?
It's absolutely terrifying. I mean, this game feels completely different. People talk about the heavy car feeling whenever you're on that stage, and oh, my car feels different. That is definitely the case when you're on that stage. All the pressure is on. No more second chances. And for version 1, they're up against the Team Secret that looks hungry on match point.
And the cars may be heavy, but it's the weight of South America on Team Secret right now that they are trying to just ignore. Just play your game. You've got 3 of them. Surely you can get 1 more. You can keep this version 1 out. I would say as well, perhaps this break is exactly what Beast Mode needed for version 1, but it's Team Secret that have started this game 5 better.
Yeah, and KV1, big slap in the face to Calm, who I'm sure wants to get more aggressive. The egos have been tested too. A lot of times we'll get interviews on players and we'll ask what changed, and to them they're simply saying they were feeling unconfident and they knew that they just had to pick up the speed. Stop hesitating with how fast and how quickly you have to adapt in Rocket League. It's very impulse driven, all about your intuition, how quickly you can react to a situation that you might not have ever been in before.
Well, Calm certainly wasn't going for pace there. He just let that ball bounce over him to usher in a Team Secret player. Just bring them in, but they're somewhat camped now in the version 1 corner. Can't do too much from there, barring a Wonder Read, which Knight's trying to force. isn't quite able to do. So Beast Mode can find Com. A great demo from him. He's playing backward.
Look at that touch from KV1.
Yeah, KV1. He has the ball. He doesn't care what Com's doing. He tries to link it in again, get the second goal of the series for himself like this. Sad almost gets it into the top corner.
Torment losing control of his own car. Big demo. That's so much extra space. KV1 can't even challenge because he knows his teammate is going to have to spawn. Waits for Sad, who also wins it. And that's a weird transition from version 1. It should have been an easier carry out, but we're back in their own half. Team Secret, very reminiscent of game 1.
Torment has to get a clean touch here. He does. There's a demo as well, so a couple more seconds for Team Secret just to get into their defensive positions. Will it count for anything though? Com, he's got a chance for a flip reset. He gets it, a beautiful second touch as well. Beast Mode steams in, still wants the ball, but I'm not sure that was the correct decision.
Right, and all 3 players are pushed so far forward. And I think it's all about controlling these midfield boosts. So many times you'll see Beast Mode run back looking for a midfield boost, and even Com, I see him hunting for pads, small pads on the field. And I would love to see the stats to see who has been picking up those pads a little bit more. We'll have to wait and find out, because Sad, he's got some ideas of his own and wants to cut me off.
A man who said that it has been his dream since the age of 10, I believe he said, to make it to a LAN of any sort. He found Rocket League, he discovered his spiritual home, and now he is carrying his team to the joint best performance from his region ever. And he is just not shirking from this pressure at all. Scoring goal after goal, but V1 can come back. Not quite yet, though.
Think about how this feels for Team Secret. What's riding on this series win, proving so many people wrong. They came in the 2nd seed. I'm sure a lot of people overlooking them.
I know I did.
Putting all the responsibility on Club to make waves for South America. But Team Secret, it looks like they might make and tie up the run from Furia and might go deeper unless Torment or somebody else from version 1 can change this tide.
The Team Secret challenge game's so strong as well, not just making saves and having the ball roll over their own goal line. It's always to the side. It's always to safety. Team Secret are seeing themselves home right now. Version 1 do have time on their side, and they've got the ability to break it through. Sad
Beast
at the
Mode.
near post, gets it as far as Beast Mode. Wants to get that second touch, but can't quite do it.
A double
story of
commit.
the series. Now version 1 are being stretched. They're double committing. Not what they want to as well. Knight tries to tempt Beast Mode into a miss. The fake doesn't work. He might have it back, and that was an awkward spawn right there for Team Secret. I think they've just about got away with it, but it's going to be a tough finish for them.
An unlucky spawn, but they have managed quickly, gotten back into their organized rotation, but there are small gaps we're seeing that version 1 are looking to punish 2 players on the left side. Torment leaves it for Beast Mode, but Sad has the better read on the bounce. Good dribble from Com. What's he got? Some boost in story. Certainly going to go for the demo. But what a play from Knight. He knew he had to challenge early. He knows what Com is looking for, and he does not let him get a piece of him.
Oh, that one just across the goal as well. It's flashed across it. Beast Mode to the ceiling. KV1 tries to reach him, but doesn't. It's gone underneath him, so that could be some danger. 35 seconds left. Here's Beast Mode. Com's waiting in the center. He wants this ball, but he's having to head back. It's Torment that it falls to. It's a good shot, but not enough yet again to break through Team Secret. They'll go again, version 1. Beast Mode.
Beast Mode.
Just keeping that ball alive.
Here comes the shot. Torment.
The shot comes in. The bump isn't quite there from Com. Not quite. The story of the series, KV1 gets it past Beast Mode, still safe relatively until... Oh, it's kept out! Unbelievable! How have they done it? Torment's waiting, Com shoots. Torment's arriving, the shot...
This might be it.
Target.
Beast Mode!
Crossbar again! Sad wants to see the ball bounce. He does see the ball bounce. Rocket League's foray into a worldwide esport continues. We have a South American team in the semis, and it's not the one we all expected.
Team Secret. They earned their flight over the Atlantic, and now they've earned their spot in the semifinal. What a performance, what a showing. Several moments I saw 3 players sitting in net, everybody getting a piece of it, somebody finding a save in moments where they had no boost, they're getting demoed. Version 1 has 85 different shots, what feels like. And that post-to-post shot might go on to haunt version 1 for the rest of their careers.
Utter madness. I still have got no idea how the shot at the end did not go in. The ball was post to post, it was bouncing.
They were right in front of them.
There's a pinball machine here in the green room, and I'm pretty sure that these guys have been watching it and studying how the ball moves. It's the only explanation.
That is just the frustration that has to come out. You get too desperate, you look for every single shot you can. It forces you to not take your time because you know you have to get one goal. You know your life is on the line in top 8. And when it comes down to it, if you can't execute properly, it doesn't matter how good your passes are. It doesn't matter if you're getting the demos. You have to be able to finish when it matters.
Team Secret started off so well, but it's the end of this series that I'm looking forward to seeing here, so in the moment, it all got swept into one sort of blur.
Yes.
But that 4-second left ball rolling moment will be living long in the memory.
Uncharacteristic whiffs as well from beast mode. Several different moments not going their way. But Team Secret, they might go all the way. They've got more matches ahead of them, and they've got a lot more plays in store. I can't wait to see what they've got. But I do know that we've got Leaf X down there on the stage for an interview.
Give it up for South America. Give it up for Team Secret! Now, I feel like you guys had a bit of a rough go online, but now it feels like momentum's in your favor. Have you guys sorted out what you need now to carry that on and make sure that you're not going to have any tough games anymore?
Ele perguntou se vocês começaram com um pouquinho assim de problema durante os regionais, né? Não estava indo totalmente ao favor de vocês. O que mudou e como que vocês estão lidando com isso de chegar até aqui?
Na fase online a gente teve muita dificuldade porque muitos de nós temos escola e muitos problemas assim por ser muito novos no caso. Mas depois de tantas experiências em LAN, a gente finalmente conseguiu e com a adição do KV1 ao roster a gente está jogando muito bem agora e está muito confiante, seja qual for o adversário que vir.
It was a little bit shaky online, but they, you know, they're getting the experience. It's all about the experience, so they're fixing things, they're feeling comfortable, and it's really exciting to be here now.
And this is a great experience, that's for sure. Now, I'm curious if there's any extra pressure here as the last South American representative to represent the entire region.
Adiciona uma pressão a mais ser o último time da ação que ficou aqui no Major, ou você tá de boa?
Com certeza, a gente está aqui para representar a ação e todo mundo, a The Club também, que acabou sendo eliminado, mas a gente sabe do potencial deles. Só que é a primeira LAN deles, né? E é meio difícil, a gente sabe muito bem como é. E a Fúria, né? Porque a Fúria é a nossa maior inspiração e eles foram o primeiro time da América do Sul a ir bem em LAN e eles nos inspiram muito, todos os jogadores.
Yeah, it does add a little bit of pressure, especially because people are kind of sleeping on the club and Furia. They kind of led the way for us, so they don't just need to watch out for us, but all those teams as well.
Now, I'm curious just about the game we saw there. I'm just wondering if demos from COM was the only reason they were able to get that game, or did something slip up for you guys that you ended up changing?
As demos do COM, foram o motivo de vocês terem pedido aquele jogo, e como que vocês deram a volta por cima daquele jogo?
Aquele jogo a gente começou muito bem, só que a gente começou a tomar alguns gols bestas, por causa de bump principalmente, que é um ponto forte da V1, mas a gente conseguiu resetar o mental e a gente conseguiu ganhar deles no final.
Yeah, they did take an effect, you know, on the team, especially the bumps, even more than the demos, but they were able to get together, concentrate, and get away around it.
It is very frustrating when you're getting bumped time and time again, that's for sure. Now, Gibbs was the only one, I believe, on the desk that voted for Team Secret. Do you have any words out there to everybody that's sleeping on you guys?
O Gibbs foi o único que escolheu a Secret para vencer essa série. O que vocês têm a dizer para quem votou contra vocês?
A gente está aqui para surpreender geral e alguns casters a gente gosta muito, como por exemplo o Jorb e o Gibbs. Obrigado por confiar na gente e a gente vai muito longe ainda.
He's just saying he appreciates Gibbs for picking them and everyone else that's supporting them from now on, they're like, you better watch out for us.
You better watch out. One more time for South America's last hopefuls, Team Secret.
One of the strongest, if not the strongest defensive performance of the event. Team Secret take down version 1 in 5 games. What a performance.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, it was a performance, all right. Secret, you gotta give it to them. They held down the back line. V1 had the most worst game plan I've ever seen in my life. I mean, like, game 4 was the epitome of bad Rocket League. V1 was down 2-1. They had the ball, 15 seconds left. Calm was in the box and didn't go. He didn't go.
I don't understand what V1 was doing outside the game 3 overtime where they had a lot of pressure. Besides that, they just couldn't get anything going throughout the series.
I mean, the overtime wasn't even that good either, Gibbs. They played, Torment didn't want to leave his back half. They were too scared.
Yes, that is fair.
Secret's defense was too solid the whole entire time. They were scared of the overcommit. Secret took advantage.
It just felt like V1 were overthinking this whole situation. They knew about the Secret defense. They clearly done some replays, and it just felt like they were creating these opportunities, but they were nearly too afraid to shoot. They were putting it next to the goal, beside the post, crossbar, and that final game, that last 20 seconds summed up V1 series, where they just kept putting it high, kept putting it but next to the goal, but no one was willing to try and find an angle, or if they did, it was going wide.
Yeah, they relied way too much on beast mode. And see,
Right
here, you gotta slot that, Tommy.
Right here as well.
You gotta slot that. Why you shooting right at him?
Hey,
Top
that's
corner,
still a wonderful
Tommy,
save.
I mean, it's a good save, but I need a better shot on lane.
I mean, I agree with everything you've just said. I agree with absolutely everything, but Secret absolutely won the series. It was not
their
very-
defense.
I mean, they took the series, yes, but
Their defense. All right. There's no more about V1. V1's out of this round, but Team Secret, they beat Moist in 3 games, and they beat V1 in 4. 0 goals allowed in all of those
Crazy.
games. Shutout after shutout after shutout.
And while yes, there was some moments at the waning moments there in Game 4, you saw, like, oh, why is Calm not up there taking that shot? There were so many really solidly well-placed shots that Secret was able to get up and get in the way of. Like it was a crazy defense.
I mean, the South American 2 seed, top 4 is just, it's crazy. It's awesome for the region. People are already saying online, South America, now the major region, forget about North America.
That's Johnny Boy propaganda.
But let's give them 5 spots. Yeah, let's see what happens when they bring 5 teams here. All right, then who knows? Maybe they got 2 top.
I mean, this wasn't just the CM2 seed, but the club was so dominant over there that we didn't think Secret would be able to come over here and, I guess, bring what they brought, maybe 0-3, 1-3, let alone top 4 at a major.
And not only that, they were 18 points behind the club. So far, they've gained 12 points on them, so they are very close to taking over the #1 overall seed.
They came through as a top 5. We talked about it before the match. They beat Moist and SSG to get here. You can now add version 1 to that list.
Can I say something? I don't think we see this V1 team again. I don't think so.
Really? All on the roster move
Not
here.
after
We'll
that.
see what
Not
happens,
after that.
folks.
No way.
Okay.
Well, they got some time to think about it because they ain't got any more Rocket League to play today. We do have more Rocket League to play, though, on the broadcast. It was a defensive masterclass between Secret and version 1. We might get anything but that in the next match. Oxygen taking on FaZe. Top offenses back on the pitch. Coming back to you after the break.
Hello everybody and welcome to an interview with Gen G Mobile One Racing Rocket League. I'm here with Nully and apparently Jack.
Hello. Yo.
We're going to start with you, Nully, and I want to know, how is the team environment for you?
Easily the best I've ever been part of. I had a pretty bad day of scrims today and my team have done nothing but console me and make sure I'm cheered up, so I think it's a perfect environment for me.
That's awesome.
What are you doing?
Okay, and then for Jack, who is your favorite teammate?
I know you tried to catch me off guard with that one, and it's a bit poor from you, but it's definitely Illusion. It's got to be.
Illusion's your favorite teammate?
Love that guy.
That's not the best.
I just dislike him less than the others, I think is what it is. But he's okay.
Oh, okay, so you dislike your other teammates?
He's tolerable.
Gotcha. And then back to Nole, we're just going to go back and forth. Coming into the major, who is a team that you guys are on the lookout for?
KC. I think it's undoubtedly KC. You know, previous team, #1 team in the EU. There's no one else more I want to beat.
A little bit of extra motivation there?
Yeah, 100%.
Jack, you guys have had some time to scrim these teams that are here at the major. What team doesn't deserve to be here?
KC. KC, for sure.
Doesn't deserve to be here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm joking.
You're not joking.
I'm not joking. I'm joking.
You're not joking. I'm joking. Nole, who is a pro who is always fun to be around?
I don't know. There's none, really.
Oh, come on. You got to think of somebody.
A pro who's
not from your team.
Daniel from SSG. Yeah, he's a bit, you know, psycho, a bit crazy, but he's fun.
He's like shy on the outside, but once you get to know him.
Oh no, he's not shy on the outside anymore.
No?
No, you should.
He's lost it.
Should hear him in Discord calls.
Oh yeah.
Bro's loud.
That's always fun. Jack, for you, what pro disappointed you the most when you met them?
God, I gotta think about this.
Take your time.
Do they have to be current pros?
Don't smile at me like that.
Rizzo.
They don't have to be current
Yeah,
pros.
Rizzo. Yeah, he's.
Nole, you've had amazing performances all split. What would you attribute that to?
I'd say my team, to be honest. Like you asked before, you know, how's the environment? And that's all Chronic, Jack, and Illusion have provided, along with Gen G and Mobile One Racing.
Such a good answer.
So cute.
So good.
So good.
Jack, you were voted the worst performing player on your team. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Who by?
Who by it?
Reddit.
Are you sure it's not you?
Nope, it's not me.
I think he's made that one up.
No, I didn't make that one up. There was a poll and everything.
Worst performing player?
Yeah,
on the team, yeah. I mean, you could probably vouch, right?
Well, I mean, a Reddit thread got made about me saying, is Nolly good? So, like...
Reddit's on a mad one. I respect it, but we'll see. Illusion's pretty washed.
Yeah, we played...
He's stuck in 1700 too, so I don't know, maybe...
But no, it's what do you have to say about yourself?
No, I'm the best.
You're the best?
Yeah, in everything.
Just Rocket League. Nothing else.
All right, well, I mean, for me, that's all the questions I have for you guys. Is quick and easy. So thank you to Nole for the interview, and I hope you guys enjoyed.
Thank you.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire! Try to clear this away. Let me call the
Monsters in the night and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
Tell me that you wanna try this out. Let you take over my mind now. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break down. Control of my
My biggest strengths are my speed and the fact that we went 3-0, so I have all the confidence in the world.
All right, if you think that, just be ready to have your confidence destroyed. I don't think we have any strength in particular. I think we're just super good all around.
I'm better than you because I have better mechanics.
Let's have it.
FaZe taking on Oxygen in our next quarterfinal match here in Rotterdam. Welcome back. The teams are on the stage. We're a moment away from getting into gameplay.
Did someone just say they have better mechanics than First Killer? To his face?
To his face?
To his face? That's some confidence coming out of Oli on Oxygen. And Oxygen, they deserve to have that confidence. 3-0. They're putting up like 3.39 goals per game. It's absolutely insane.
I mean, this team is just hitting highlight clip after highlight clip. They have been the team to watch this tournament offensively, and Oli has been the most consistent player on the team, T-Bates, and he's the new guy.
He sure has been the most consistent player. He's also been seriously clutch. Every single time they need a bucket from him, he delivers.
And then we got Archie, the day one hero, game 5 hero for them. Oxygen, they were tested throughout Swiss, but they came through 3-0. Big plays by Archie on game 5 on Champions League.
And we've had Archie on First Touch pre-show yesterday. He was talking some talk, but listen, he's been walking around, he's been confident. And that's because he trusted both of his teammates. And this young man right here, I think we got some home cooking about to come out on camera. Where's he at? Give him to me. Yours. Rotterdam, you better get up and you better get loud now.
And he saw his former teammate, apparently Jack, could break that top 4 curse. The Joris wants to join him up there as well.
Yeah, we saw it last year as well. Dignitas with Joris, they went 3-0. They looked unbelievable in the Swiss stage. They went to the quarterfinals. They lost to Sampa. They lost to Archie in a sweep as well. So a bit of redemption here for Joris. Can he show up on the playoff stage when it counts?
Well, good to see them. They are the best team in the statistical department. We asked our statistician Direct, hey, what's Oxygen looking right now? And he said, oh, they're the best. They're the first in goals, shots, assists, and score. They're second in shooting percentage.
But then you got FK on the other side. He switched from the Fennec. He's back on the Octane. And last time we saw him play, which was yesterday, he looked pretty darn good, Gibbs.
And we know FaZe and international majors, they just finished top 4. That's what they do. Outside of London, we don't talk about that one, but they go up against Europe and they take them down more times than not. Played 9 times. And as long as your name is not Moist, who they played 3 times and lost to them, undefeated. So we're just going to count it as undefeated versus the rest of Europe. FaZe Clan knows how to show up at the big moments.
Yeah, we saw it last year as well. They took down BDS and a team that we thought that if FaZe got to the finals of the Fall Major last year, they might have been able to beat BDS, but they did drop to NRG. So FaZe are a weird one. They seem to struggle a little bit against their own region, but when they come up against Europe, they step up.
And now they have an upgrade as well. Mist, he joined the team. He's been under the weather a little bit. He lost his voice a bit as well, so we'll see how comms go throughout this series. But Mist, hopefully he's feeling a little bit better, but they did make it here. They barely survived 3-2. A lot of it due to illness of Mist. He wasn't playing that well, but none of that matters now. Everyone has one life.
Championship Sunday, no excuses here. We have yet to see FaZe be in sync like they are online, Gibbs.
Yeah.
We expect to see a little bit more out of this team. They were the NA2 for a reason. We already saw the NA1 go through. They're trying to see him in their semifinal.
See if they can get there. It is a difficult bracket for FaZe here. They have to face off with Oxygen right now. If they were able to beat Oxygen, they go up against Gen G, and then they're in the finals. Moist is on the other side of the bracket. There's a story where we see Moist versus FaZe there in that final matchup, but Oxygen is the first step.
Yeah, FaZe's offense hasn't been that great, 1.89 goals per game. That's unusual for them. They're known as the best offense in all of North America, maybe outside G2 sometimes, but FaZe is coming into this a little bit beaten up, but they did survive. They played a lot more. They played in front of this crowd as well, so FaZe is ready for that.
Yeah, I think Mist as well. We talk about him being under the weather, lacking some comms, but he is just so good positionally. I don't think that's going to be too much of a factor because you just know where he's going to be. He's going to be in the right spot, T-Bates.
Sure is, and he's going to need to step up because he's 3-headed monster over there. Starting with this young man right here. It's a lot to handle. They're going to be quick, they're going to be fast, and they can assimilate. They can either play a counterattack, efficient style, or they could be one of the best offenses in Rocket League themselves. So flexible.
Well, and we saw Violent Panda yesterday. We brought him up here, talked about him being one of the most famous, most decorated player in Rocket League from the Netherlands. Joris is here at home. He's brought 20 plus family members to cheer for him.
Sounds like 50.
They are very excited. They are very excited. They're probably making some friends, making some more fans.
But this series, it's a big question mark, really, because FaZe, again, they're 3-2, but it's still FaZe. And when it comes to quarterfinals, they have a very good track record. They're undefeated in quarterfinals. They usually fall out to an NA team. So Oxygen, though, so confident, 3-0, the best offense. Archie's
He's not worried.
He's like, yeah, throw me on a pre-show because I got days off. I got time to relax. It doesn't matter.
I mean, we saw what Oxygen did against Gen G as well. I mean, it was an absolute obliteration. Gen G now, they're through to a semi-final. They're through to the top 4. And I tell you what, looking forward, if you're Gen G, I think they want to be playing FaZe. So they're going to be rooting for FaZe in this matchup. They do not want a rematch with Oxygen. But again, it's going to be a close one here. I feel like it's an offensive I hope it's a highlight clip. I was speaking to First Killer earlier as well, and I said, just give us some highlight clips on both sides, and he said he can do that.
And we saw that when they played Space Station. First Killer just took over that entire series. Like, we talked about Daniel being top 3 player here. First Killer went toe-to-toe with him and easily beat him.
But the thing that I remember from that series was First Killer on defense.
Yes, he was playing very good defense.
He was playing very good defense, but it was a little different against SSG, who it seemed just to be the Dan the Man show the whole entire time. LJ and Arsenal not necessarily bringing out that offensive prowess that you would expect from them. I expect to see a little bit different against Oxygen. It'll be interesting to see if FK and Mist and Typical will be enough to overcome it.
Yeah, I mean, Oxygen, they're a 3-headed spear, aren't they? We saw it again. Oli was the player that was so consistent, but we didn't see like the necessarily highlight goals from him. And then all of a sudden he showed up, little ceiling touch, double tap, and he said, I'm here to play as well. So all 3 of them can pull it out. That's what Archie said. He's finally got teammates that can flip reset is what he's saying. He's so confident in this lineup. He felt the last season. It almost felt like Archie and Joris were destined to team together. Finally, here they are. No excuses with Oli as well. And they got the home crowd advantage, I think.
It is going to be a unique situation for Oxygen, though. This is the first time we're seeing them on the stage. And they had an entire day off yesterday. Maintaining your momentum, maintaining your poise on the field is difficult when you're having to take that much time away.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it's going to be a tough matchup, and we know this from Joris. He had days off. Last Fall Major, when they were with Dignitas, they went 3-0. A couple days off actually hurt him, so see what happens.
All right, well, chat, let us know how you feel about this match in the fan vote. Hashtag OXG, hashtag FaZe, depending on how you're feeling. CJ, start things off.
Oh, this is tough because we've got to remember, we picked FaZe at the start of the tournament to win the whole thing.
To be fair, you picked FaZe and I went along with it. I'm just
Hang on a minute.
You're a big...
I think he's...
Like, I like FaZe, but you were like, I was picking Falcons, but which is better off that we went FaZe.
Yes,
Well done.
we are still with FaZe, but things change. Things change, and I think Oxygen, what I saw from them, I think there's something in the water here. Netherlands, they got a couple of Dutch players there as well, so... I've got Oxygen here. I just think the fact that FaZe, they reclaimed a little bit of their form, but they've still got a little bit of illness. They're a bit under the weather, and I think Oxygen are just going to ride this crowd.
So I love FaZe. They're my favorite North American team. I think everyone knows that. I'm going to ride or die with them until the grand finals. So I'm going to pick FaZe here. I don't think they win this event, but I think they can make that run and go to the...
You're predicting them to beat Oxygen and then Gen G and then lose to whoever's on the other side?
Yeah, they'll be ready. They'll be ready.
This man is too big brain, FaZe.
He's very big brain. He feels like he's that so Raven sometimes. I think that Oxygen has 3 people this tournament that are averaging over a goal per game, all 3 of them actually. It's not a think, that's a no. I think that FaZe got a little bit complacent, they got way of one against SSG yesterday. I'm going with Rotterdam, I'm rolling with this home crowd, and I'm gonna take Oxygen right here, and it's gonna be quick 2-4-0.
Number 1 in goals at 3.3 goals per game. They average over 3 goals a game. Number 1 in shots, assists, and score. Oxygen, the clear favorites of the tournament. Give me Oxygen as well. FaZe is gonna have to fight an uphill battle here. Can possibly the stage experience come in clutch? Does First Killer shut them down on defense? The Oxygen going to be the favorites in chat as well. Rotterdam, we're ready to see Joris and the boys play up against FaZe Clan. FaZe have hopped the pond, and they are ready to take it down in a best-of-7. Winner advances to top 4 in a semifinal match with Gen G. Get up and get loud. Let's play some Rocket League.
And this time, FaZe Clan has to find a way to do what nobody else has been able to do in this tournament, slow down Archie.
They're going against the hometown hero Stacks. FaZe Clan, if they want to break the top 4 curse, they got to beat a team that looks unbeatable in Oxygen.
Statistically, one of the better teams we've seen at any LAN. As Typical will try and get around Oli. One thing to watch out for, as FaZe Clan doesn't tend to try and starve their opponents out. They don't steal a lot of boosts. This First Killer denied by the defense of Oxygen. But Oli is a player that doesn't usually stockpile a lot of boost. He can get caught low very often. And if FaZe is able to punish him for that, they could have some success.
They got to go against that, but they also got to go against this crowd. You can hear them getting rowdy as things get going. Talk to Arsenal after the defeat yesterday against FaZe Clan. They were looking for First Killer, but it was the rest of the team as Mist puts a crazy shot on. Typical with the follow-up, and FK trying to keep this in. FaZe Clan aren't necessarily relying on first killer stacks. It is the entire team being able to chop things up. Oxygen are going to need to keep their head on a swivel.
They sure did rely on first killer, though, against Team Liquid. A kind of a gut check moment, I think, for this entire FaZe Clan squad. As Typical keeps this out as it pinballs off the crossbar.
There's a lot of pressure coming out from Oxygen. They're looking for a way in. The FaZe Clan's defense has been solid. Of course, Mist sitting there on the back end, but it's been Typical and First who picked up the first couple of saves from FaZe.
First killer, one of the stronger individual performances we saw, especially in Game 4 against Liquid. But then it was Mist, who had his struggles. Feeling under the weather, Typical gets that clear away. He comes up with the game winner in Game 5 that eventually led to FaZe Clan surviving the Swiss stage, and here they are now in the quarterfinals against an even tougher matchup in Oxygen. Mist has that one get away from him. Here comes Archie, Mist in his way, and Typical over to the side. He'll have that one with Mist running down the middle, and I think that Game 5 goal there, Daz, from Mist in particular, was the catalyst for him to turn things around.
It was, as this game continues on, we're looking towards that halfway point. No one has been able to really break down another's defense, get that first goal. Oli looking to lead the charge. You see Jorius, he has Archie waiting in midfield, but it's just such a tough task to be able to get past FaZe right now. As Archie, pass to Jorius. Back to Archie, denied by Mist. FaZe Clan looking to turn things around. Here's First Killer, looking for the bump on Jorius, makes it awkward. Typical, it's a high ball, and no chance for a follow-up. It'll go awry.
First Killer trying to read this from the side. He couldn't
I
get
think he
there.
got it. I think he got it.
Caught, and Archie scores!
Too far forward with FaZe Clan, and First Killer with the miss no one expected, but Archie says, I'll take that all day. Oxygen set the tone.
The man scored enough. He's very capable of getting his own opportunities. You cannot afford to just serve one up on a platter for him. FaZe Clan have. They've had a rare miscue early on in the quarters. Drop down, First Killer off the corner. It caught a deflection, and Ole will stop that as well. Here he goes. Just slowing down, called off by Jorius. I haven't really said Jorius' name a whole lot. He's kind of taking it back seat, but he's going to score here and make it a 2-goal lead.
Another whiff off the sidewall from FaZe Clan, and Oxygen hunting, waiting for those opportunities. Jorius picks it up. You see Mist racing back. Does not matter at all. And Oxygen haven't had to do much work to get past FaZe. It's just been FaZe who have been outplaying themselves.
I think his family's grown from 27 to about 2,700, it feels like, in this building. Off the crossbar there, as Oxygen nearly added a third. Difficult to just lob one downfield. FaZe Clan just doesn't feel like they've gotten out of the starting blocks at all. Jorius challenging that to the corner. That forces Difficult to slowly head to the opposite corner, and then he's deleted off the pitch.
Now you wonder, what can FaZe Clan build here as this game starts to wind down? The clock is not in their favor. Jorius is in the air as well. Has Archie coming through. Demo on the play. And Mist will be there to read it. Still though, quiet on the orange side of things. Struggling to get back into this one. It has been all Oxygen all the way. And we are here in the final minute of game 1 with no sign of that changing.
Would you believe me if I told you FaZe Clan had 5 shots in this game?
I've seen maybe 2 of them.
It just does not feel like the shot total has been anywhere near equal. Feels like Oxygen has been running downhill towards the FaZe Clan half of the field. They try to dominate possession here in the final minute. Mist will get that away. Typical stop by Oli. Final 30 seconds. FaZe Clan's got to come to life here. They're going to drop game 1 in very one-sided fashion to Oxygen. Here's First Killer. That's the guy who's got to get it going for FaZe, and he can't. Down to 15 seconds now. Typical needs someone to pass to, and the touches off the side have just not been good from FaZe.
Time ticks down. That pinch will send things away. At this point, there's not enough time on the clock. Oxygen and the rest of Rotterdam count down the seconds. Game 1 going over to them.
Wow. Again, that felt dominant. I mean, you're going to see a nearly equal shot count it just did not feel like possession had to have favored Oxygen at least 70-30 in that game. But we've seen this time and time again from FaZe, Daz, and I think this is what actually makes them very dangerous. The man standing behind them that we just saw a moment ago, Rolled is, he's been able to almost work miracles with this team and bring them back from some very precarious positions.
Well, thankfully for Rolled is, it doesn't seem like the issue here is too hard to identify. It's simply hit the ball. Because, again, 2 big misses there off of the sidewall lead to open lanes, and Oxygen are totally prepared for that. And again, it's just got to be keeping up that consistency over the course of the series.
So now we go on into game 2, and for Oxygen, they get a goal out of Archie. He continues his reign of terror in this event. It feels like he could be onward to some not quite historic numbers because Rise existed at the Winter Major last season, but the way Archie's going right now, maybe in the talks for MVP of the event. There's still a lot of Rocket League to go before we're seriously looking at that award. But Oli looking for some. Jorian, no. Archie, yes sir, 1-0.
1, 2, 3 off the back wall. Miss tries to put a hand up, can't do it. Typical speed out, first kill is flopping around, and Archie has the easiest net to shoot in of his life. Oxygen picking apart FaZe at the beginning of game 2.
Archie, if this continues, he will just pick this team apart. Roll another one home, put another log on the fire. Archie continues on.
It's as if Oxygen, they can feel the crowd around them, and they are looking elevated here. Kickoff goal, back-to-back. It just doesn't feel like there's much of a challenge. That being said, lots of game to go here on Aquadome for FaZe Clan to get back into it.
I mean, this is the top blokes Archie that we saw when he first broke into the scene and made a name for himself. He has had a resurgence here now with Oxygen. Pass ahead to Oli. Archie's there as well, double commit. That will slow them down and at least allow FaZe to relieve some pressure. Not a lot though, missed off the field. Oli's there, and he goes in behind the defense, and Oxygen are running away with game 2.
It just feels too easy. Joris has so much space, sends it over to Oli. Sip just has to guess at that point and plays perfectly behind him. This FaZe Clan roster has been cursed with stopping at top 4, but at this rate, I don't think they're making it anywhere near the semifinals. Oxygen are on another level.
At what point in this game do you think FaZe is going to already confirm they want a timeout? Sometime in the next 30 seconds, here's Archie for Jorian. Up high, typical out to challenge, and at least somebody can slow down Archie temporarily. We're out of the first minute. It's been an absolute nightmare for FaZe Clan. It's been just a smorgasbord of offensive chances for Oxygen.
Someone needs to step up. Miss, follow-up, leaves it for Sips. Sips puts the shot on, but not fast enough. Miss will try again to get this midfield, but he's got no one there. First killer pops it up, but he's in an awkward spot, won't be able to follow it, so Jory says thank you. Flip reset 1. Tries to get, he got flip reset 2, but it was cut away from Typical. FaZe Clan slowly starting to stop the bleeding here, but they're gonna need more than that if they want to get back into this.
The whiffs haven't quite been there. Out of FaZe here in game 2, they just, again, haven't held on to the ball. They haven't protected the net. Finally, Typical will get one through. It's the first goal for FaZe Clan at long last, midway through game 2.
I mean, there's a good read from Sip, just follows the ball. Jorius doesn't get the best touch, tries to pick it up, but Sip staying on top of it. And again, a little bit of signs of life, a little bit of air here for FaZe Clan. 3 minutes and 6 seconds of regulation.
First killer just ahead of Jorian. See if this proves to be the spark that FaZe Clan needed. Finally seeing the ball go into the net. Also got to find a way to slow down Oxygen. Highest scoring offense in the tournament as this goes out to the corner. Only trying to keep the pressure on. He's got Archie coming in behind him. The timing not quite there between them. Jorius was able to bail them out. And now Archie trying to take charge, missed in the way as well. Finally get to the halfway mark. FaZe at least have one on their side. But the chances have been few and far between for both Americans. And what a pass to Oli! Nobody knew he was there.
No, exactly. If you were watching here, Jorius sees Oli, puts it in, he parks the bus. Beautiful touch there from Oli. And the 3-goal lead has resurged here. Oxygen back in front. You were a little concerned if you're an Oxygen fan when FaZe got the first goal. Seemed like they may have quieted them down, but Oxygen found a way past the defense once again.
Make it a playmaker now for Jorius in game 2. This team really is that good. Missed up to the backboard. Easily cleared away. First killer sent all the way to his back line again. Very little boost in the tank, but he made the save. Missed. Got that to typical, but again, not enough possession out of FaZe Clan. And once again, they find themselves pushed to the limit. Oxygen right back in their territory.
It's the confidence. Oxygen not afraid to double commit, not afraid to really just take the ball and utilize that space, get mechanical, force something out of the defense from FaZe Clan. And their ability to follow up so successfully has been a big factor. First killer, no! Follow up for miss, denied! Archie says not a chance as he blocks that one out for FaZe Clan.
They really can do it all, and maybe it is just Oxygen's weekend. First killer. Again, back to the drawing board. All of FaZe almost coming up there, missed staying at the back. This is why they brought him onto this team. I think in other seasons, you would have seen everybody up for FaZe there. That's cleared away by first killer. Missed in traffic, and Oli's easily got it away. In reality, setting in here for FaZe Clan in game 2. They still trail by 3 against this juggernaut attack from Oxygen.
Typical light touch. Oli gets a piece of that. And Archie plays this forward, has enough boost to get a follow-up touch. A little awkward there on the FaZe defensive end. Jorius, again, missed that flip, looks for a bump on miss. FaZe Clan clear away the danger, but only for a moment. They're struggling to get control of the ball. You see first killer looks very awkward there. Typical will have to come through. FaZe cannot get out of their own half. As the clock ticks down, this game looks done and dusted. As Oxygen showed no signs again of letting it go.
Jorius will intercept here in the final countdown once again for Oxygen Esports. Another clinical performance. This time, maybe you felt like they were given a gift or two, but it did not matter. There is a clear, better team here. It's a skill issue, and it favors Oxygen Esports.
At this point, they're just looking for one more for the crowd. Keeping this one up. Oli, not able to get to that one. Archie now shot on. Oli's there! And Rotterdam explodes! So does Oxygen! They're up by 2 in the series!
If you're FaZe Clan right now, you can't buy a break. Even at 0. In garbage time, it doesn't matter. They still find a way to score after an eternity, keeping the ball in the air. There is so much confidence on that side of the stage, and well-deserved at that.
My goodness. Oh no, not for FaZe now. It's not looking good for FaZe Clan at all. First killer that game, only 1 shot. Typical with 3, you saw the goal that he scored there, but it just looked like, again, Oxygen highlight show at this point.
FaZe has called a timeout. This is the least surprising development in the history of Rocket League. They need anything. This is the only way they're gonna slow down Archie, by just not letting him actually play the game for an extra minute.
They're locking in, they're talking it through. You can see roll this there. They've got to get things under control. They've got everything against them right now. They've got the crowd against them. They've got that team on the other side that has been smacking them left and right. If FaZe Clan want to break the top 4 curse, first of all, they've got to stop the scoring streak. They've got to end the drought on their end. And they got to prove that the decisions they've made up to this point were the ones that were well worth it. This is a big timeout for them.
A coach is only as effective as the team's willingness to buy into what he's selling. In FaZe's case, and in Roldis' case, I think they do fully and implicitly trust him. they know that if they listen to him, he can give them the motivation they need to turn things around. He's very well grounded, he's very level-headed, and again, he's made this FaZe team competitive in situations where I think in past seasons and a lot of other teams would have absolutely crumbled under the pressure. Now he's got to find a way to bring his team back from the brink of absolute devastation, because right now they've got nothing going their way, but they've been here before.
They have. Most teams in this situation will have been broken down by now. But for this FaZe Clan roster, there is still a chance. They're only down 2 games in a best-of-7. Game 3 on DFH Stadium. Will Oxygen put this series on match point, or will the tactical timeout be effective for FaZe?
Oh, it looked like a good start, but missed. Denied at point-blank range, and we are off and running in a game that just mentally you feel like FaZe Clan absolutely must win. Coming back from 0-3 down, doable, but very improbable. Archie could not make the connection with Oli. Jorius is still there, so is Archie, and Typical bats that away to the corner, and he's got missed there in support at the mid. This will be on first kill at a stop, and he got in the way of Oli.
Good turn there from first. Oli was bearing down. Maybe a chance here for first. Does he have the boost? He has the ball, but again, only sitting at 11, won't be able to carry it too far. Here's the counter. Oli finds the double. Ball out. Jorius can't get it. Could have been a chance for Oxygen to start that one off strong as Archie, is carrying it around. First killer, great challenge to clear with the ding.
Now Archie had his timing messed up a little bit there. First killer to miss. No, Typical there, and he hit the post, and FaZe Clan's woes continue. First killer, lob another one in. Got the dunk through. Typical not there in time as Oli will bail out Oxygen. FaZe have had their chances, few and far between as they've been, and they have not converted, and that's the difference in this series, because this team has his first killer falls into the net, making one more acrobatic save.
The difference here, one team's shots are on target. FaZe Clan are missing the mark on opportunities where they need to score. They're not going to get too many of those chances.
5 shots from FaZe Clan, only 2 saves from Oxygen, and we're still tied at nothing. That tells you all you need to know about FaZe Clan. They're just having one of those series. One of the teams with the biggest discrepancy, I think, between their ceiling and their floor, and right now, we're seeing them very close to their floor.
Oxygen bombarding FaZe on that end, but missed, trying to change things. First killer stole some boost downfield, meanwhile Typical trying to stop Archie. Jorius with the carry, trying to get it past first killer, but first killer able to make the save. Used all his boost, so it'll be missed. He gets the initial touch before Oli takes them out. They are making FaZe uncomfortable on the back end.
Missed, pumped the brakes there. He saw Oli had him beat. He didn't quite have the read. First killer, able to stay with this. I mean, he's been the guy who has helped turn things around time and time again for FaZe Clan. Typical all alone at the back with Oli breathing down his neck. Now Typical with first killer trying to chase one down. Archie denied the backboard. Oli circling around. He'll sweep in. Archie waiting, but the ball never finds his way, so he will at least steal some boost, and that could be trouble for FaZe. Good pass over to Oli, but just a little too strong.
It's looking a little shaky from Oxygen on the front line now, too. We've seen this happen twice this game where the pass comes through, but there's no connection. Archie tried to put a shot on, getting denied. Maybe, again, another chance for FaZe Clan to get back into this one. First killer plays at midfield, Archie to the side. Sip's gonna get this boost and gets there before Archie tries to get the pre-jump read. Defense from Oxygen, great though, as they pass it out.
Attention to detail has been better out of FaZe. I mean, yes, they've missed a couple really good opportunities, but they have not just left the net open behind them. They have not gifted anything to Oxygen this time around. Here goes first killer. Just lob one up, try and generate a juicy rebound. A mistake out of Oxygen. Maybe they just got one out of the corner. Mist will collect. Looking for Typical on the back wall. No. And first killer cannot get that over towards Mist, but he'll get some help from Oli. Mist will drive one in again. And another opportunity off the rebound for FaZe Clan. This is how FaZe needs to come back in this series, getting second and third chance opportunities. That was a good trip into the zone, and that's a good take at midfield.
Yeah, great cut from Typical. He may be needed here again, but Oli decides to trap the ball on the back wall. Great job to clear it out. FaZe is facing has been very effective. They haven't really crowded the offensive area. First Killer gets the double. Typical gets bumped out and missed now. Will keep up the pressure, but the pressure hasn't been too testing on Oxygen either. It's the reason why this game has been 0-0 at this point. No team really wants to go all in.
They tried to catch First Killer downfield. He ran into contact, and that little bump right there on the wall prevented a great opportunity, and what a stop. Going back towards the net, keeping us scoreless down to 20 seconds. First Killer up ahead, nobody home, and FaZe have its first lead.
FaZe give Oxygen a taste of their own medicine. Oxygen trying to go all in. You see, again, just that bit of a breakaway. First Killer downfield. They got to be wondering, what's he doing there? He's putting the ball in the back of the net. 17 seconds, though, in game 3. FaZe, can they hold on off the kickoff?
Jory is shaking his head there on the left side. See if they have an answer. Down to 10. Here he is, going underneath. Kept that into the corner. Archie quickly out. Oli's there. No time remaining as this is boomed away. Missed for the knockout blow in game 2. And FaZe Clan get exactly what they needed.
It was a tough start to get into the series. They needed a bit to talk it out, and they finally were able to push back. Hold on. It's a little quiet in here.
It is. It is exactly what FaZe needed to do, too. Try and take the crowd out of this series because, again, they're waiting for any excuse to go absolutely berserk. Anything out of Jorius, anything out of Oli, or who has been the man so far for Oxygen, Archie. All zeros on that end of the scoreboard as FaZe Clan pitch a shutout in game 3, and that timeout from Raul comes. I can't believe that one coach can be that effective.
I mean, really, the ability to be able to get a team back into the game like that is big, but it is also on those players as well to be able to follow up on that too. Again, FaZe Clan, even though Oxygen were super offensive, 11 shots, 10 saves for FaZe, and then they even put on more shots than them. That was a big turnaround. Now it's about if they can continue to play at that level, keep that consistency up, because Oxygen are going to start making adjustments. That was a frustrating game. Jorius put on 7 shots and couldn't find the back of the net on one of them. And I'm sure Archie and Oli aren't happy with having a low shot number either. That offense is a big deal for Oxygen, and they want to get back on the board.
FaZe Clan overcomes woeful shooting early on in the game and gets a shutout. Now what do they do to follow that up? Well, apparently, they take an extra timeout, so why not? So just in case the one timeout wasn't enough, now the admin's gonna take one, so we'll get everybody back into the lobby, we'll get everybody ready to go. And this crowd gets to wait just a little bit longer to see their hometown heroes add to their talents.
Exactly. Looking at this one now, I mean, for FaZe Clan, that, again, just that game really just kind of gives them a lot of confidence. Just kind of being able to dial them in and say, okay, these are the things that we need to do. This is what we can work out. And like I said, it felt like they were just so much more spaced out. It really did, like, especially in game 3, it looks like both teams are just waiting to see, okay, who's going to send that extra man forward? Who's going to be a little bit too far positioned expecting something so we can hit them with something unexpected. That counterattack was definitely a big deal when First Killer was able to get the first goal on the board. And I think that gave FaZe a lot of confidence as well.
One thing I've learned in my time here following the eSport is that these lobbies are powered by noise. So I think what happened was when the crowd went silent, lost a little bit of power, and now we had to restart the lobby. So I think if we can get a little more noise here out of Rotterdam Ahoy, I think we can get these players back in. And I think we can get game 4 back underway. Here they go. I have loved this whole atmosphere, especially there is a zoo behind us ready to just go off in the next series as well. This atmosphere, look, EU lands, they just hit different.
They do. And this, right here, this anticipation, this tension, but also this passion. That's what it's all about.
It's all about propelling your team to a major championship. It all comes down to one opportunity. There are no do-overs once you reach the stage. Okay, in the Swiss stage, all right, you can drop a series, you can drop 2. But here, when it matters most, Championship Sunday, legacies are built here. Nobody remembers what happens, okay, somebody hit a nice shot on a Friday at a LAN. Nobody cares. It's all about the Justin goal. It's all about Moist Fury. It's all about those Championship Sunday memories. Will we have one of those memories here, especially for Oxygen, in front of this hometown crowd?
Everybody does a lot of yap, yap, yap. You know that.
Yep. They all say they want to win.
We talked to Archie yesterday. Confident, radiating. We've seen it from people like Roldiz, people like First Killer, even Mist over there. But this does more talking than anybody ever will. When you are here in this moment, being able to stay locked in even after this is going to be extremely key. Who comes out swinging first?
If you're just joining us, good morning, or wherever you may be. There we go. Oxygen up 2-1 in the series. They took the first couple of games. FaZe Clan called a timeout. They get a 2-0 win in Game 3. And now we're just about ready to get back into Game 4. A little bit of time came off the clock. We had a little pause there. Everybody seems to be back in and just about ready to go. Archie with 3 goals. Oli with 3 as well. Only 1 goal apiece from First Killer, Mist, and Typical. But again, it came alive in that third game where it felt like their backs were against the wall. And we even mentioned it the other day. When your backs are against the wall, that's when an animal is at its most dangerous. And FaZe Clan bounced back. They got exactly what they needed. They couldn't have had a better result, I don't think, than what they got in Game 3. And now, after a long, long wait, Game 4 about to resume.
Players in the lobby, ball in the center. And it's time to keep the series going.
Question now for FaZe. What else do you have up your sleeve? Because obviously Oxygen are going to make their adjustments. That shot just a little bit wide, set away, now missed. Trying to corkscrew his way through the air. There's First Killer, and nowhere near the mark. Typical could not propel that towards the net with any force at all. And here comes Oxygen.
Getting back into this one, gonna be key. First 30 seconds, go to FaZe as they still have the ball. Bit of a double commit in the air. Typical will play that off, gets the double. But it'll be Jorius, takes control. Archie was up early and he's now out of the play. It's Oli last back, does get a touch out. It's awkward here. FaZe trying to control it. Typical and miss, double commit. The shot is high, but it is saved out. Oh, the follow-up, they gave it right to him. FaZe Clan strikes first in Game 4.
How big is this for Mist, who has had his struggles over the last couple days with accuracy? Right place, right time. FaZe scores first again. And again, they try and silence this Rotterdam crowd. Here's Oli, indirect off the ceiling. Archie's there, but so is Mist. And this is the FaZe Clan that we're used to seeing from the North American regional season. First Killer trying to dominate possession. Typical gonna give way to Mist. Double tap is well off the mark. And it's all Archie can do to try and get in First Killer's way.
FaZe Clan still on that defensive end. A little bit awkward here. Mist will send that forward, forcing Jorius in the air. Touch straight down. First Killer tries to go for it. Archie does get a demo on Sip. Now Archie, pass to Oli. Oli will win that. Archie trying to go for the read, but Typical there to deny. Oh, it's Typical has an open lane.
It's a demo at midfield, and Typical will just walk the dog home.
Mist turns around, says, okay, who's last back? Typical has so much free space. Let me help him out. Big time demo and 2 big time goals for FaZe.
15 goals in this event now for Typical. Leads the team in scoring. So much was made of it when they brought him onto this team from Space Station Gaming. It feels like he had to work extra hard, I think, Daz, to kind of earn the respect of FaZe's fans, but he's putting together yet another top quality performance. Archie trying to collect, first killer not giving him time or space. Typical got a piece of Jorius trying to recover in the corner, and he bumped him out to midfield, turned around, took the shot, and it's 3-0.
This series started with Oxygen smacking FaZe, but now FaZe are giving it right back to him, and it feels like it hits twice as hard when you see the defense crumbling here on the blue half. 6 shots for FaZe, 3 of them have gone in, and Oxygen now are the team struggling. They need to get back into this game, and soon we're approaching that halfway mark.
Oh, first killer just dancing around him, and he'll set up miss. I don't know if we'll see it off the replay, but the touch from first killer right before that just completely threw Oxygen for a loop.
And missed there. Full faith in first killer as well to get that follow-up. 4 goals in the first half for FaZe. You would think the pause would have affected them, but they were right back into it.
It is a very different dynamic now between Oxygen and FaZe. There's still half a game to go here, as Oxygen will get one back. It's Oli, and finally Rotterdam roars.
Oxygen got to start somewhere, and they start right here, pulling out the entire FaZe defense off of that initial shot. And Oli, great follow-up, still more work to do. Oxygen down by 3.
Well, if FaZe Clan could do it, 4 goals in half a game, why not Oxygen? Archie just barely had his shot blocked. And everybody kind of jumbled up there for FaZe Clan, but it's first killer clear from the pack, and Jorius with the stop. Everybody back into formation now for FaZe. Oli picks Typical's pocket. Mist is waiting to see what Oli's got up his sleeve, and first killer there to help him out. Can he get this shot on? Typical interfering as well.
Tried to get that, like you said, tried to get that interference, but just not enough. Everybody from FaZe stepping up. The desk talked about Oxygen being a 3-headed spear, but when you have Mist and Typical with 2 goals apiece, you're expecting it from first killer. Mist, though, another save. He has been all over the field this game.
Mist is having a redemption performance for sure. Typical gonna just get back down to the ground as quick as he can, his first killer. Gracefully through the air, and nobody home in time. Mist at least kept it available. And now Archie looking for help, not finding much. Oxygen not able to overwhelm FaZe as they had early on in the series. And I think a big part of that, Daz, not just the timeout, but I think there's a lot more faith and a lot more trust now between these FaZe players in each other. Whereas before they had a couple misses early on in that series that yielded some awkward goals, and nobody really knew if anybody was actually going to hit the ball.
It did seem like that way. The tide has changed, and this series is headed in a different direction, as that is all the way in. Mist with the top right corner slot to submit the game, as we are looking at least a guaranteed Neo Tokyo Game 6.
What can you say about Mist, right? I mean, the guy's an absolute chameleon. He fits in anywhere you put him, and he's capable of bouncing back where a lot of players would just kind of start dropping their shoulders or like, all right, it's just not my time. Mist finds a way to bounce back. You go from a series where I'm sure he would probably admit he couldn't have hit water if he was standing on a raft. And now all of a sudden he's FaZe's leading scorer. 4 in this series. He's been a force to be reckoned with on both ends of the pitch. And FaZe Clan have bounced back in a massive way as first killer puts him on the verge of a Brazil.
Oxygen hit him with 5, and I bet you no one was gonna guess FaZe was gonna come back and give him 6. Wow. The adjustment, the entire environment around us, everything has flipped on its head. 10 seconds remaining, and everyone, except FaZe, no, everyone does want to go next here.
Yep.
FaZe trying to build that momentum. Oxygen trying to find air. This series is all tied up.
Rocket League's Jekyll and Hyde rears its ugly head yet again, and FaZe Clan bounces back with 2 in a row. And the only thing I can imagine is Oxygen surely has to use a timeout of their own here.
You think so?
Oh, after that? After the last 2 games getting outscored 8-1 and having, I wouldn't say any semblance of offense in either game. I mean, we saw flashes, and that's about it.
It could either be that or whatever. It just seems like for them, they just need to get back warmed up. And of course, that's what the crystal ball is absolutely right. We do have a timeout from Oxygen Esports, as that last game, abysmal from them.
This is just utterly bizarre, the way this series has gone. Again, you don't see it that often at this level, right? One team dominates the other, and it's like, okay, now we kind of know how this series is going to go. You don't see such back and forth like this. If 2 teams are evenly matched, okay, the games are going to be close. None of these games have felt close. Oxygen dominated game 1. Yes, it was only 2-0. Then they dominated game 2. It was never in doubt. Game 3 was close until the end, but it felt like FaZe had kind of turned the corner already, and they were in control for most of that game. And then this last game, if there was a fight, they would have stopped it. So now we go into Wasteland in game 5 at the end of this timeout, and this crowd is again looking for excuses to get up and get loud and get behind the local squad. 2 out of 3 from the Netherlands. Talking about Jorius and Oli. Archie the odd man out, but he's been the guy who's been scoring all the goals.
The hometown heroes in Oxygen. Down in this series. If you are in the crowd, they are going to need you right now, because after this timeout is done, there is no turning back from anybody. No timeouts, no more room for error. This is what Championship Sunday is about.
2-2, best of 7. You mentioned it, no timeouts, a best of 3 for a spot in the semifinals. Wasteland the backdrop for game 5.
Let's go. What can Oxygen do after coming out of the timeout? What adjustments are they going to make? FaZe Clan seem to have them all figured out as they are looking to take the lead in this series.
Dangerous there is typical. Diving in. We've seen FaZe in some real tough spots, and Archie will score, and Rotterdam comes alive again.
Look at the pressure. Ball off the corner. First killer awkward. Jorius takes that opportunity, sends this ball screaming straight to Archie, and he puts it in the back of the net. Oxygen finally get to breathing room.
FaZe Clan played with fire, and they got burned. Oxygen with its first lead in a long, long time. Oli, big clear downfield. Archie's a decoy, and typical, not fooled one bit. Good cut by Oli. What does he have up his sleeve? Nothing. It's Archie, though. Trying to throw that to the backboard for himself, and again, FaZe Clan much better defensively this time around.
Yeah, definitely trying to get back to that more spread out approach. Archie looking for that ball. First killer, pass Jorius. Archie, though, getting a piece of it. Jorius looking for the midfield, but it will be cleared away. First killer, good redirect, forcing 2 up. It's a good save. Typical to miss. Miss can't make contact. And Archie will start the drive for Oxygen. Does get past Typical, so Oxygen will get some room here to move upfield. Jorius with a quick shot. First killer, what is it? Oli! Follow up, it's in!
Oxygen getting their second chance opportunities just like this. First killer made 1 save, but he had no help. And how about Jorius? The initial shot gives him his 6th assist of the series. He's been an excellent table setter. Of course, it helps when you've got strikers like Oli and Archie. Archie here, beaten out by Mist. There's Oli trying to find Archie, not able to. And FaZe Clan doing a decent job keeping this ball available in the zone. Typical, fooled there by Jorius. Got the boost steal, though, out of the corner. FaZe doesn't do that very often. That's around the corner. And finally, out for a moment by Oxygen. It seemed like they might have weathered the storm as Jorius makes 1 more save.
Sips sitting in the back, doesn't want to go for this. Would rather play this on defense. Archie, though, not able to get contact. Goes for the back pass. Who's going to control the possession here? It's Oli. sends that one on the back wall, trying to test the FaZe defense. Missed, low on boost, can't get that corner, has to let it go. Gets demo, see you later. Oli, free ball, but first killer, a great read to deny. Oxygen's attack falls flat. They got to start over.
Oxygen has been much more patient this time around. Another whiff out of the corner, but this does not yield a goal immediately. Starting maybe to see some of the old FaZe from earlier on in this series. Oli set it up for Archie, and that's blocked way out in front.
Archie's there.
Follow, not down on target, and that's the problem right now for Oxygen. Just not getting back down to the ground. This is a team that loves to play in the air dash. They love to kind of rain down death from above and outpace teams up near the ceiling. It's definitely not FaZe's forte, and it's been a great clash of styles here in this series.
Even though we've seen a little bit of struggle as Oli, gets it past one, almost past, missed with the goal line save, and first killer is difficult trying to work through the side wall. Unfortunately for them, no one able to get to that follow, missed a little bit late there. FaZe Clan starting to struggle. Can first killer do it here? Gets denied, typical. Nice play out, good touch from Archie. Archie last back is missed, trying to get that midfield. FaZe Clan waiting for just an opportunity, at least put one on target, but Oxygen not letting go of this lead.
You know, getting shots is one thing, but getting quality shots is another. FaZe only has a couple of shots to their credit. Neither have been particularly threatening. It's difficult to try to roll one ahead. Oli's got this, it does not register as a shot there. Now deep into the corner again with 80 seconds left. And Oxygen trying to break a 2-all series deadlock. First killer's got to chase this one down, and he has no real path forward. He's got to try and get around Oli. Easier said than done. And the shot from Jory has almost ended this. That one will. Archie might have just put it out of reach.
You can't expect just one shot when Oxygen are on the press. Jory pulls out the defense, and Archie slots it home. And Oxygen back in control.
Is it just me, or did it not feel like FaZe was playing with any sense of urgency there? It was very lackadaisical, bringing the ball back deep into the corner. I understand not wanting to panic. 2-goal lead with a minute plus left is not insurmountable, but it didn't seem like they were in any hurry to move forward at all. Almost like they felt like they were playing in a tie game.
It does seem that way, and it's easy for FaZe to kind of get lost in that. But they are indeed playing catch-up. And the clock against them as well. 30 seconds remaining in regulation. Would take a monumental effort to get back into this game, especially when you got Oli in the air, past 1:52. Archie with the shot, and typical will be able to deny. And FaZe will get one last drive upfield, but they have let go of a game that it felt like they had almost locked in.
They may be getting their last rites when we head to Neo Tokyo, as this has been dominant. 13 shots out of Oxygen Esports. Make it 14, make it 15, with one more for the road almost. Oxygen on match point as this roller coaster of a series continues.
The offense definitely came alive here for Oxygen Esports, and they got the ball rolling. They were able to bring the crowd back into the game as well.
Yep.
Which I think, again, big determining factor. Just not really from the side of making FaZe uncomfortable, but just more on the side of getting themselves involved again. They're building up their own momentum. FaZe Clan on the other side, I mean, you talk about quiet. 2 shots. One from first, one from Sip. The rest is just a defensive stance there. 10 saves from them. They were stuck on their own half.
Their leading scorer in this series with a big goose egg in the shot column. As you see it right there, missed with no shots after he's got 4 with a pair of assists to go with it. And this Rotterdam crowd, one step closer to cheering their hometown squad, Oxygen, into the semifinals. Neo Tokyo will be the backdrop for Game 6. Presented by Bob's Ramen, here we go. Match point for Oxygen.
FaZe Clan have to make something happen here. Again, you talk about the top 4 performances. They're looking to get back there again. Typical will start off their journey as they look for a Game 7.
That's a great pass from Zip. that hits missed in the perfect spot. It got him out from the net just a little bit. He needed a little help. Typical right place, right time. 9 seconds in, FaZe Clan scoring first. And the team that has scored early in this series has done incredibly well for themselves. We haven't had many close games. We haven't had any back and forth affairs.
Here's Miz. Oh, he'll get beat out by that. Oli trying to lead the charge here for Oxygen. Soft touch from Archie, and also not a lot of boost. Has to let that go. Ball going straight to Typical. You see Oli in the air looking to meet him. Stip though still finds the double it straight down. Jorius though will demo miss, taking him out the play. Counterattack chance. Archie will push it forward, but First Killer able to get there in time, and that's a pinch all the way downfield. FaZe will get a little bit of space here, but it's really Oxygen who have been able to turn this around so well.
Around the corner, Oli tried to serve one up for Jorius, but he couldn't get that through. Difficult race to the corner. He got that away from Jorius. So the boost starve may be on now for FaZe Clan. Oh, First Killer got a piece of Archie there. Difficult trying to stay in the play. But he finally concedes possession. The clearance all the way back to the FaZe back line.
Taking the time.
Okay.
First Killer.
Okay.
He's out of boost now. Archie
May
for
not
that
matter.
low 50. FaZe can work with the clock here, but holding on a lead against this Oxygen team with the offense that they got, especially once they get things going here. I mean, that's a tall order. Demo one, missed though. We'll get that off the back pass from First Killer, and they actually survive. It looked like Oxygen had a prime scoring chance.
Yeah, that challenge from behind by First Killer. Yeah, sometimes he's just a different breed. Works out that time for FaZe. Everybody misses here. First Killer, another boost steal out of the corner. You can tell there's been a bit of an emphasis on trying to starve out Oxygen as this series has gone on. Back out in front. Easy clear by Oli, but not towards any teammates. Just kind of to a space, trying to buy time, not really trying to advance the attack.
FaZe Clan, you can see it again, the approach, control the ball, force the 50s out, pull Oxygen out. Don't give them the space to get those passes where they can counterattack so well. They've been doing a great job of slowing them down, but there's a pass there. Jorius not able to connect on that either. And Typical once again, low boost, plays it close, forces the 50 out.
Archie with a lot of time to work with, and that's a good challenge by First Killer. Intercepted by Jorius at midfield, but here comes FaZe again. Double tap is sent away by Jorius. Mist won't stay with this. Oli will. He's got options. Jorius tangled up with First Killer. Archie chip over one, but there's First Killer away from contact, back into the play, and FaZe Clan keeps its lead for now.
More demos on the side of Oxygen. They're trying to bully FaZe Clan, forcing an issue. But even then, when they have the right ideas, the execution is not necessarily there, and the chances have gone by. Only a minute 30 left here to go. And like I said, they've got the right ideas, but they still only got 3 shots this game. When Oxygen are up, they're usually in the double digits. This is very uncharacteristic, only 1 shot apiece for them.
Teams have not been able to play very physical against FaZe either by choice or because FaZe have just kind of outpaced them. Usually only get 2 or 3 demos a game against them. It's Typical will grab that midfield boost. He'll be available for a challenge, but it goes over his head. Archie dropped down back to Jorius. Oli tracking, and it goes off to the corner. The entire defense for FaZe on deck there. Archie now just underneath. The attack's still alive until there, but now Archie's got to scramble. It's an open net. They missed their first shot, and it bounces up and away. Huge break for Oxygen, keeping them alive in a closeout opportunity.
Archie now has to bring this up the field. He's got full boost. He's got Typical in the way. Typical says no. There it is on the screen, 30 seconds. Archie, touch out. Jorius gets that off the ceiling. Missed, uncomfortable, but does get a piece of it. Only went for that ball. Now he'll try to go again, playing it off the ceiling, looking for another touch, but it's First Killer with a carry. Over 2, and that might do it for this game. First Killer carrying FaZe to Game 7.
What do you want when you have a long day? Why not go to Champions Field? once again. First killer, bringing FaZe Clan with him. Neo Tokyo, not the end point for this North American squad. Final countdown now in Game 6 as Mistral Bounce went away. Last gasp there for Oxygen does not yield any fruit. And now we are headed to Champions Field with a spot in the semifinals on the line.
Well done for FaZe Clan. They started the series off, what was an understatement. And they
started the series off in Game 3.
They did. After a timeout, they were able to kind of will themselves back. Oxygen responded with a timeout of their own. Even after that response, that game win, FaZe Clan come into this one and just really rely on each other. I think that's the biggest thing. They know they don't need necessarily that consistent offense. They can just move around Oxygen and keep them on a low scoring end. And that's what it really feels like for both these teams. Taking down anyone who looks like they're trying to ramp up. Everyone's a marked man on this field.
It's a very odd game. It's an outlier there from FaZe Clan as well. They only allow 3 shots as we see the highlights roll through here, and you'll see it there. 3 shots, 1 apiece from the members of Oxygen Esports. This is a team, Daz, that gives up 10 shots a game throughout this whole tournament, and a team in Oxygen that will take those opportunities if given. That time they were not afforded those chances and left wanting more and more. That was never coming.
Now it leads to this. 1 game separates you from watching in the stands and from coming back on that stage in the semifinals. Game 7, Oxygen Esports and FaZe Clan.
Who will go through to the last 4? This is where everybody is under the microscope. Archie and Oli try to combine. No offense there. Rotterdam Ahoy starting to come alive here, trying to will Oxygen into the semis. First killer, lob to the backboard. There's Archie. Power clear, that'll find Oli. Jorius is there. Jorius couldn't get around for a shot on target. Oli might be able to, but Mist is in his way. What does Archie have? Just nothing, there's no support there, and FaZe Clan should be able to clear the zone.
Oxygen, though, starting things off with some solid possession. You say they should be, but that's a pass from Jorius. They'll get there, but not without FaZe Clan in the way. That being said, they haven't been able to break out as Archie. Chance there, shot up, follow up, no!
What a recovery by Mist. Not out of the woods, though.
Yeah.
Jorius dumping another one back in. Boy, Mist by the narrowest of margins. Kept this game scoreless.
Oh, good
Typical, just a little too slow for Archie.
Archie being able to have that read. He's not necessarily last back. First killer, though, with the double! First killer! Oh, my God!
He is him. What in the world? How does he stay with this and get the dunk? Oxygen's heads collectively have to be spinning after that moment of brilliance from First Killer.
I think they forgot who he was. He reminded them real soon. Another save, they're off the kickoff. Oxygen trying to get into this one quickly. But it is tipped the other way. Here's Jorius moving that downfield. Who's he have? An assist. Archie's diving from midfield. Oli has to turn around. This is not where he wants to be. Mist trying to pick the pocket. And Archie will be able to get the save there. Oxygen looking for the pass as FaZe Clan start things off hot.
First Killer couldn't stay with that attack, and we've seen already, Daz, this is a little alarming. The first couple of minutes, FaZe have had some opportunities where Oxygen's defense has been a little lax. It's only Oli at the back, and he's got to bring this across dangerously in front, but Archie there to support, and Jorius to streak down the side, trying to get on possession. Archie, Jorius back to Oli! Everybody involved, but Mist with the save.
It was a great play. But when you got Mist in the net, you gotta give them more. And Oxygen are still sending barrages, but they bump into each other, Archie and Oli. Archie trying to get this back in midfield. First killer misses the ball, and it's gonna be Mist who puts everything behind that. He had no boost, but he got a lot of power off that clear. Jorius now, chance for a solo effort, leaves that one, but there's a demo on the play. Oli will not get to take a shot. Instead, he's gonna have to make a stance on the defensive end.
That's great from Mist, who again has his handprints all over this series, and another save, that time by First Killer, denying another aerial threat from Oxygen.
Oxygen, 7 shots. They can't get anything through. FaZe Clan have only taken 2, and they have built up a defensive wall. Can the 3-headed spear pierce the armor? That's the question. We only got 1:40 to find out.
Oh, great pass over to Sip. Pumped the brakes to avoid contact. Kept that away as Archie couldn't clear. Now Jorius. Around 1, but not around Mist. Oli's got a scramble, and he got back in time.
Great save, Archie. Not enough boost. Has to push that into midfield. Oli, great challenge there. Missed last bag, but has plenty in the tank. He gets demoed, but that ball's still going towards the blue end. He only needed 1 touch, and now it's a 2-goal game for FaZe.
Mist is a clutch time merchant. Another floater just under the bar, and a 2-goal lead for FaZe, trying to spoil Joris's homecoming.
They still got time, but they need to drive quick. Will he be able to? He leads it! Oh, corner shot, but it was denied. How did FaZe know where that one was gonna go?
That was as perfect a placement as you could ask for. Another one now, Jorius. Up to the backboard, can't get there in time, and First Killer will have the clearance inside the final minute.
They gotta keep
time running out for Oxygen, and the demo there slows it down even more.
We've gotten 11 demos this game, but still, Oxygen cannot slow down. Oli, he's uncomfortable and he's low on boost. First Killer, gonna carry this and kill more time off the clock. Mist looking for the double, and Mist puts his foot down!
Ball game. That's all you can say. Mist called game. This is the performance. Again, we talk about Championship Sunday, Daz. This is a performance Mist is going to be remembered for as he continues to frustrate Oxygen and continues. I wouldn't say to put FaZe necessarily on his shoulders, but really darn close.
FaZe Clan expected at least top 4. The fans expected it. The fans wanted it. They want more than that. But FaZe, give them exactly what they've asked for. They're going to the semifinals.
It's another semifinal at a major for FaZe Clan. Is this the time they go even further? It is Oxygen getting the wave goodbye as FaZe Clan perseveres. Remember going back to that Liquid series, and I kind of told you afterwards, like, kind of remember that series as the turning point for FaZe Clan, and I think it really has been. This is a team that is proven to be prettier and tougher than any iteration prior to this.
I mean, we talk about the start of that game. The crowd, electric. Oxygen, electric. That team came into it fully expected to close this out quickly.
There's your miracle worker right there. Right in the middle.
He's in the middle. He's sweating as if he was on the field.
He's orchestrated another brilliant come from behind performance. And yes, as you mentioned, Dad, it sure isn't just Raul. It's the team buying in and having the resilience to turn it around. And in particular, Mr. Costello himself, a huge factor in FaZe's resurgence here in the quarters.
Big time plays from FaZe Clan. Mental fortitude to continue on in the Fall Major. Especially after coming out and getting destroyed in the opener, they turn things around. They control their own destiny. And First Killer, sitting by with Leafex for the interview, we'll send it to them.
Joining me now is First Killer from FaZe Clan. Did you expect that?
Kinda.
Hey, You're shutting them up by winning, though, right?
Yeah, of course.
Now, I gotta talk about this series, because that was, if I was in your seats, very stressful.
No, yeah, it was very stressful. I don't know, but I don't know how I can handle that. It's super stressful. I'm surprised I'm not shaking, to be honest.
I was gonna say, it looks like you guys are handling it pretty well right now. Do you feel like having Roldiz behind you, the coach, to cement you guys, did that help a lot?
Yeah, Roldiz is always talking. He like, no matter what, he's always saying something, and I feel like it calms us and it helps us even play better.
Now, I want to talk about the timeout, because I feel like before that, things weren't looking too good. It looked like Oxygen, to most people, might have been taking that series pretty handily, but something switched. What was it?
I think we became more energetic after the timeout, and we just started we said we have nothing to lose, just go all out and just, try to win.
And you went all out and you got the dub? They're going crazy. Let's talk about that last game real quick before we head off, though. It got a little bit scrappy there. I think Daz said at one point there was 11 demos by the end of the game. Did you guys feel that? Was that on purpose? Do you feel like you were getting demoed a lot? How do you handle that?
I felt like we were getting a lot of demos. I felt like, we were demoing them when we were coming back. It felt like we had the game under control, almost the whole time. They had some good shots, but I felt like in control.
Just before we send it off here, does not being the favorites end up disrupting the mental? And do you have any words for anybody out there? Or are you just going to show them with your gameplay?
Nah, I think about the game the same. It doesn't matter if we're the favorites or the underdogs. It doesn't really matter. And to everyone else, it's just let's just give it our all in our matches.
Let's try this one more time. They won. Let's give it up for FaZe Clan. Bit better.
Earned a few more fans through the interview, it sounds like. What a performance, though. Oxygen come out in game one, win 5-1. Gibbs, you said, this is going to be a sweep. This will be over.
Yeah, that wasn't looking pretty through 2 games with FaZe now. So they were down 2-0, and they came back and won. That's the 3rd time they have done that on LAN as well.
Wow.
FaZe knows how to bounce back. And again, Oxygen, they went to 3 games first. FaZe came back and won. So that World Championship stat is completely gone.
I've never seen a series like this. We've seen comebacks before, teams coming out of the gates hot, but just to swing so hard the other way without having any close games from that series.
So that's very typical of Oxygen, because we came into this whole tournament saying they are so inconsistent that they can beat anyone here, but they can lose to anyone. And they showed it throughout the series in games.
The thing that was amazing to me here was it wasn't the FaZe offense that won them the game there at the end in Game 7. It was the defense.
Yeah, man, listen, defense might be a little bit too easy at this point. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm not going to lie. I do believe that, once again, this is like the 6th time at this LAN where I've seen teams not just throw series, and in Game 7, somebody on the other team steps up. First killer in particular.
That dunk, that
first killer in particular, Game 7. I saw Astro yesterday against G2. You give these star players that one game, and that's all they need. But also,
and then Mist had 2 goals as well.
He sure did. He sure did. And Mist's score went up from 200 games 1 and 2 average to 450.
Wow. Isn't that the best part about Champions Field, though? You get to Game 7, you throw the play styles, the structure out the window, and it comes down to moments and players.
That's right.
And now we have 2 North American teams in the Final Four, and only 1 European team will make it to the top 4 at this point. And that's after day 1, when everyone's saying it's all EU and NAs and shambles.
Yeah, we do have
only 1 left.
We do have an NA team guaranteed in the finals now with Gen G versus FaZe, but a rematch of 2 of the 3 fall event, regional event, grand finals here, right? It was FaZe versus Gen G twice.
The dream matchup for Gen G as well. I mean,
it is, but it's a new day. Who knows, right? Who knows? Because we thought Oxygen would come out hot here too, and FaZe, they really showed up, and now with all that experience, I don't know.
It does feel like a trend though. We saw FaZe Clan get the edge over Gen G online, but then slowly Gen G started to get the upper hand, and since then they've looked pretty good, haven't they, T-Bates?
Yeah, they sure have. I know Gen G's probably smiling somewhere, but I think I saw something out of FaZe, especially towards the back, and they all finally started producing. And that's something that we hadn't seen all weekend from them. So I'm excited to see that series a little bit
We'll see if they can keep it going. They got at least 1 more match ahead of them, folks. But no one in the building cares. Everyone cares about what's coming up next. A European battle Moist Esports taking on Carmine Corps. The blue wall in the house. They're going to be loud. You're not going to want to miss this next one.
Here's one for you. Rule 1 versus Rule 2.
It's called Rule 2. Sorry guys, it's Rule 2. Oh, don't boo me because I'm right. Yeah.
And who better than I, certified Rocket League boomer CoolCole93, who played the 2008 prequel, don't you know, to talk you through some history. Back in my day, Rule 1 was orange and blue working together at 0 seconds to keep the ball from touching the floor and ending the game. This obviously didn't apply when either team needed a goal, of course.
Okay, what's next?
Oh, the ball.
Nobody, see you later.
Language evolves, though.
Although down by 1, respecting the unwritten rules of Rocket League.
I've never seen a Rule 1 up there.
Nowadays, most agree that Rule 1 states that when two cars lock heads, they must maintain this sacred connection for as long as possible.
Sends everybody up again, and another counterattack 150-50, and it could be over. Oh no!
How dare you?
Only fate itself or a third player can break that lock. Debate has raged for years whether locking cars or keeping the ball up is the first true unwritten rule of Rocket League. So, let's sort this here and now. Type 0 in chat if Rule 1 is keeping the ball up, type 1 if it's, locking heads. Looks like plenty of zeros in chat to me. Guess that's settled then.
I think we're going to win because we're just going to out-mechanic you. More confidence.
Yeah, I just think we are better in defense, so you will not try to score mechanical goals. You can't do anything.
I go a dribble bump.
You can. We're going to win because Itachi is the first top performance from Exotic online.
Gonna be nervous, bro. First game on stage.
I don't think he's
First
like
game
this.
on stage, bro. First
He's
game
not
on
like
stage.
this.
He's in his head. Facing the blue wall, they're gonna be behind me. They will deal with it. The headphones, you can't hear anything, so we'll be chilling.
I did.
Let's get wet.
No trash talk, bro. He said
The blue wall versus Let's Get Wet. We've got two enormous European teams on the stage right now, and two big fan bases starting to clash in the stands.
We got the blue wall just entertaining us throughout that entire break. They are ready to go, and they might not make a lot of noise for other teams, but you know that this place is going to be rocking this entire series.
We made them wait a little bit, didn't we, to the final quarterfinal of the matchup here, and what a matchup. It just feels like Rocket League is scripted sometimes, and this is a Cinderella story right now, coming up against Moist. Vatira coming up against his old teammates.
Now we're talking about Exotic. I know Bates has been saying it's all Vatira all the time. Exotic 1.1 goals per game. That's number 2 overall, shooting 32%. Exotic is putting the ball in the back of the net. K-Corp, 3-0 for a reason. And it's not only Vatira, it's the entire team.
I mean, when you got the best player in the world on your roster, of course you're going to be able to put up some type of stats. You just got to fill in the back lines. I'm kidding. Exotic is a really good player. He's been doing exactly what he needs to do. Itachi is criminally underrated. No matter what roster he's on, he is always performing.
Yeah, the other players are describing this team as the most complete team, but what team isn't complete without the best player in the world? And that is this man right here, Vatira.
He joined this squad. He was on the best European team going into the World Championship. He left them to make this team, and he's having a crazy performance. 1.2 goals per game, 2 shots per game. That's it, and he's putting in 1.2. Absolutely insane from Vatira. That is record-breaking numbers.
This is also unprecedented levels of support, I feel like, at a Rocket League event. This is this has to, I feel like there's a way this goes out the other end and becomes more pressure.
It's possible.
The Karmine Corp team.
It's very possible. We've seen Vatira, even in regionals, online regionals, he'll lose in grand finals, and he's in tears afterwards. He puts a lot of pressure on himself. Now with this support behind him, yes, it is support, but it also, they want to see them win more than anyone.
Well, yeah, KC have had the upper hand in the recent matchups over Moist. They beat them in the 2-0 match in Swiss, and I mean, what a time. If Moist are going to step up now, what a time to do it when they've got the entire blue wall behind them.
And they stepped up yesterday, especially this man, Astral. When you needed him the most in Game 5 against G2 on Moist Field, he stepped up. He showed why he was used to be in the conversation for one of the best, if not the best in the world. His mechanical prowess was nice, great even, and it took down G2.
One of the best performances I've ever seen. Game 3, 4, and 5, Astral came alive. It just carried Moist to this bracket. They would not be here without it.
We spoke about that before the break. Champions Field, it's about moments, it's about players. It's been Astral and this man as well, the London MVP, the Spring Major MVP of last season. There's the wave. He's feeling good.
And here's the thing. There's a lot of Moist fans here, too. There is a very loud blue wall section, but a lot of other fans around here want Moist to win this as well. So Joyo coming out, looking good. Rise, day 1 hero, I felt like he was really popping off with the ice as well. So it seems like Moist, they have one player at different times popping off, but going up against K-Corp, they're going to need all 3.
I mean, Rise just elevated. He might be the only player I know who gets better on land. It seems like he just snoozes online, cruises his way through to a major, and then just steps up time and time again. And we're seeing it here. They're going to all need to step up to beat this KC lineup.
They're feeling good, though. I mean, we've heard, CJ, you and I ran into him yesterday. He said, don't you dare predict us to win. We don't need you. Batesy and I, we ran into him earlier today, and you said, good luck, and he said, I don't need it. Like, he feels so confident.
And we just saw a 3-0 fall to a 3-2. And now we're going the #1 overall seed, 3-0, versus Moist, who barely scraped by here, but they were 2-0 at a time until they ran into K-Corp.
I mean, I just love where we're at right now with Rocket League. Like, all the teams seem so close, and it just comes down to who's feeling it on the day and who makes the most of their opportunities.
Well, folks, we've got the match, the title match. We'll have some more great games after this, but as far as I'm concerned, this is the biggest it's gotten so far in Rotterdam. How are you feeling at home? Let us know which way you think this one's going to go. Hashtag KC, hashtag MST. CJ, let's just go down the line.
We're going down the line, are we? Look. Are there any Carmine fans in the building? They're just doing their own thing. But are there any Moist fans here? Can we get some love for that? That can't even hear us. Don't even worry about it. Oh, there we are. We got some Moist fans in the building.
When Moist showed up on the screen, it looked like the entire rest of the ring here started to cheer. I think that the Carmine Corps fans are maybe even making...
CJ, who you going with?
Okay, anyway, let's get back to it. Look, I think the most complete team right here, all the other pros, all the other teams have been saying it. It's Carmine Corps. They're destined to win this one with the blue wall behind them. I got KC winning this one.
So I want to make it home tonight, so I'm picking K-Corp for that reason alone, because I don't know if I pick Moist and Moist wins this, not sure if I'll be able to make it home. So I'm going K-Corp. I do think they are the best team.
I would like to go last.
Going K-Corp.
You'd like to go last?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's the thing, Carmine Corps has been very, very strong. Also, I have a feeling we're all going to predict Carmine Corps, and I told Rise I wouldn't predict Moist, so I'm predicting Carmine Corps. Absolutely.
What's the color? It's blue.
And both are.
I'm gonna go with one that gets wet though.
Well,
let's get wet. Moist is going upset Carmine right here. Let's get wet. Come on, baby.
You're up. You just cursed them.
I didn't curse them.
You realize when we all predict the same, it always goes the other way.
I gave them the base blessing.
Blue wall and
they'll be leaving after this match is over.
They're gonna be trying, folks. The color is blue either way, but you know there's one team that claims the color, so we'll see.
This is a big
England gets revenge against France.
They're to try.
No Harry Kane today.
Man, Vatira versus Rise and Joyo has never meant more than this, folks. The blue wall on one side, Moist Esports, and the wet on the other, folks. The winner advances to play Secret in the semifinals. The last quarterfinal of Rotterdam is upon us. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Moist want to have another chance here at K-Corp. They took them down 3-0 last time, and the fans are up out of their seats. The K-Corp fans, we know they're here. Let's get things kicked off in game one.
Kickoff goes the way of Moist. Astral, the impact player against G2, already getting an early look on net.
It was an unreal performance from Astral yesterday. Shooting over 41% against G2. He stepped up and got Moist to this top 8. And the reward is to play against K-Corp.
It's been a challenge that Moist has struggled with this split. And even at this event, trounced in round 3 of the Swiss stage. They got swept. Astral. Leave some space for Vatira. Vatira, the air dribble, the play shut down by Rise. Itachi with a pop-up. Joyo running away from Exotic. Astral downfield. Vatira keeping good control.
Astral already getting so many touches. Now Vatira getting the bomb that's gonna bounce in for Itachi, and K-Corp on the board first.
This was not the most beautiful goal, but it doesn't matter. Vatira going for the bump. Hits the bump, actually bounces off Rise's car and made it difficult for the save, and Moist gonna get one up early.
The faintest orange trail on that one into the back of the net of Moist. Now Itachi trying to double up quickly here as Joyo makes a save off his crossbar.
Exotic pass down to the middle, Astral trying to get that corner boost, but Exotic is too fast. Gets that ball back to Vatira. Vatira to Itachi. Popped up for Exotic. Exotic, the 50! Oh! It's good!
Dunking it through! Exotic taking all of his time here. Astral was the last man back, and looking to flip backwards to push that one through. 2 goals up for K-Corp.
Incredibly strong start for a team that has been rock solid all major long, only dropping a single game to SSG up to this point.
They've been rock solid here against this Moist Esports. We already talked about them 3-0ing them in Swiss. They've also knocked Moist out of the Fall Open in top 4 and the Fall Cup in the semifinals. Only 2 games were taken off K-Corp from Moist. This has been not a favorite matchup for Moist. It's been their toughest one this season.
Well, no surprise, Karmine Corp has become the final boss of Europe. Right now, they're trying to become the final boss of the world. Itachi, back down. Challenged by Joyo, gets bumped off the ball. Backward pass attempt. Exotic doesn't make contact. Back to the middle. Astral's shot is going to be weak. Rise trying to get a bump. Doesn't look like he won the boost race either. This attack will fizzle out for Moist.
That's good pressure from Moist, but no shots on target there. The defense from K-Corp holds strong. Now here comes Astral off the ceiling, trying to drop it back down. Whoa, he almost put that one away. Joyo doesn't connect, but Rise to finish it for Moist.
Astral generating that opportunity. Joyo, he was just a distraction. He comes barreling in, doesn't go for the ball, goes for a bump, goes for the interference play, and Rise had the space to slot it. We just passed that halfway point, but Moist are still trailing by one. K-Corp looking to get another one.
What an insane touch there from Astral. Now 2v1 Rise trying to slot it. Joyo bumps the last man, and it's a tie game.
Joyo is looking like a lead blocker. Both these goals, he's getting in the face of K-Corp.
Didn't even have to connect on it. Just made Exotic think about it. And just like that, Moist able to get 2 goals back.
Rise already surpasses his goal total from the last time these two matched up in the Swiss stage. Rise, you even saw him in that face-to-face with Vatira. You know it's personal, Corella.
You know the history between these two teams just in the offseason with the roster swap. And now Moist trying to make a difference. Rise to give Moist the lead.
Rise, a hat trick already. What a start. But they're gonna have to finish strong. Still plenty of time left. Karmine Corp, will they have an answer?
The last time these teams played in Swiss, K-Corp outscored Moist 11-5. Moist already have 3 here in just game 1.
Backboard pass, cleared away by Astral. Joyo going for the challenge. Off to the side, Rise. Got it, Tachi to jump for it, still leaks out to Vatira. Vatira pinch pass to Exotic. Exotic blocked by Rise.
You can see K-Corp pushing for this. They know they have to answer back. Astral fakes the challenge. And Rise trying to get control, he will. They'll throw it to the K-Corp back wall.
Exotic sees Vatira! That was a dazzling little passing play, wasn't it?
It was perfect from K-Corp. And look at the space afforded to Exotic. Picks his spot in between the defenders. Vatira makes a perfect run. And we're tied up.
Moist. They've had this blue wall looming over them all split long. Vatira, the top player in the world, trying to show that to be true here on the main stage.
Certainly been the best player here so far at this land. And game 1 means so much to set the tone. Itachi, a little back pass. Okay. Over to Exotic, but Joyo's not going to let him out for free. Itachi's still there to slow things down. And K-Corp on the attack now.
Vatira couldn't get that pitch. Itachi towards net. Joyo will wrap around. Bit of a scramble in front of net. Rise trying to get it out. Exotic methodically trying to take that up the wall. Bumped off the ball. Itachi with the 50. Joyo coming in, second effort to get the flip. Gets the shot on target, but Exotic was expecting it. Final 10 seconds. Exotic, full boost. Even more boost. This will be a last second chance. Astral happily taking that to the ground. Game 1 overtime.
I think that's smart from Astral. Let that one drop. Don't take any chances. And now Exotic gets bumped out of the way. Itachi tried to dive in. Rise trying to take advantage of the chaos, but Vatira there to cut it out. Now Joyo from the ceiling. Can he do it himself? Can he dunk it through? It goes through for Joyo! And Moist take game number 1!
Rise Sweeping the goal line, forces the wraparound save attempt from Exotic. Rise paying back the favors that Joyo did earlier in the game, making it difficult to stop Joyo. He had that opportunity as well, because after the kickoff, Corelli, for a moment you thought it might be a Carmine Corp goal. But Astral, I think it was Astral that got that bump on the player that was going in for it and slowed down that opportunity.
And now the crowd coming around. K-Corp might be the loudest, but they're outnumbered here. The Let's Get Wet comes out from the Moist fans. It's going to be a battle in the crowd, and it's been a battle on the pitch so far. Game 1 going to overtime.
And Moist took game 1. Corelli, all Swiss stage long. Nobody could figure out Carmine Corp. Carmine Corp, they were 9-1. They went through, they breezed through Moist like a hot knife through butter. But now it is, what's going on? Moist comes out, they take game 1. Rise only scored a single goal against them in round 3, and he came out with a hat trick.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if Moist has been very back and forth. They qualified to the top 8 with a negative game differential here, but they have stepped up. They are playing up to their competition, and they're very familiar with this K-Corp squad. They've gone back and forth here in game 1. K-Corp trying to figure it out here in game 2.
And if there's one thing the old Team Moist learned before, it was how to come back from behind and win despite the odds. And even with Astral, this Moist squad looking like they might be able to do it against a Carmine Corp team that has appeared invincible.
Moist handing K-Corp their second loss, game loss of this tournament so far. Now looking to do it again, but K-Corp trying to answer back now.
Rise goes for the pinch with Astral. It's good enough for a clear. There's a demo. Joyo taking out Vatira. The backboard Exotic infield pass, and that's broken up. Itachi wanted to hit that, but Rise was able to get in the way.
Good reads there from Moist. K-Corp are very organized on offense right now, but Moist are reading the passing lanes. Vatira 42 boost. Exotic whips back around. He gets punched out of the way by Joyo, and the pass never came.
Joyo wanted to get the flip reset pass, but didn't get much on it. Still, the ball loose at the midfield. The battle for possession from Vatira. Easily blocked 2 defenders in net. Carmine Corp will have to do more than that. Rise with full boost. We'll have to leave that awkward bounce off the backboard, but Joyo makes the read. There's another demo. Joyo has been a demolitions expert.
And getting Moist out for free. Now he might have an opportunity. Goes for the bump here, looking for follow-up. Astral slots it left side.
Is this the game plan for Moist? Send Joyo in, you threaten the bump, and you find the angle that's given and nail it. Astral, he enters the scene, but this is the play we've seen before.
How many times has Ades mentioned how good Astral has been on land? And maybe has been missing in recent times, but boy, has he stepped up against that G2 in the previous series, and now here so far against K-Corp.
Astral, the challenge at the mid. Rise will need some help to jump. This could be an opening here for Carmine Corp. Vatira perhaps trying the fake. Still, Carmine Corp on the attack. Rise, the pinch downfield, beating Itachi. That was huge for relieving pressure. Now Joyo will leave it, and Rise looking for the pass to Astral. Doesn't come.
Boys looking so good. Organized here. Now they have to stay organized as Astral cuts it out. No options downfield, has to take it himself. Looking to just keep it away from K-Corp, and it's a far cry from the beginning of game 1 where K-Corp had all the possession. Moist doing a better job of holding onto that ball, just keeping it away from K-Corp. Don't allow them to set things up. Vatira attacking the back wall for Moist. Here comes Itachi. Exotic, he'll turn around. A 180 back towards the ball. Rise the last man to make the save.
This is a huge assault from Carmine Corp. Will they convert? 2-0 boost for Itachi. Exotic going for the double, leaves it for Itachi, but again, he's got nothing. We'll have to bail out of the play. There's a demo. Exotic is alone. He gets boost, and Itachi does spawn on his side, which might make rotations awkward. $50 from Astral. High above the Carmine Corp net. Rise, lob down. Astral up. Cut. Denying the counterattack for K-Corp.
He is unstoppable right now, reading the game perfectly. Is this one a little dicey? Back to the Moist side, but Astral offensively has been a weapon here for Moist, but especially in the midfield, he's been a cattle guard against the K-Corp offense. And here he comes again. It's a great dunk. Big push. Vatira out of the way. Rise has to go high, and Exotic there to slow it down.
Exotic getting many touches, ends up putting that down into the middle. Panic for K-Corp. Bump on Joyo. Astral trying to control that ball, gets it up the wall. Exotic now. Itachi picking up small pads. Vatira can't get to the ball, it was too far ahead of him. And K-Corp, they just can't seem to put together an attack.
Yeah, Moist now holding on to possession so much more. The challenge game going in their favor as well. Itachi now trying to change it. He's got to go through the whole team. Gets through one, almost does it himself. Big save.
Joyo has been putting on a defensive performance of his career in this game. Vatira down to Itachi. Itachi flip reset pass attempt. Rise didn't get much on it. That'll let Vatira take the shot. Whoa. 2 go for Moist. Itachi looking for boost. Can't find any. Exotic to the corner again. Will have to go for it himself. Doesn't make contact. Long clear.
No one's there.
Astral easily guiding that ball to the ground. Moist win back-to-back games.
And it wasn't easy here in game 2, just a 1-goal difference, but you talked about him, James. Joyo stepping up defensively, 4 saves to his name, an assist as well. And Joyo keeping the slate clean here for Moist.
It's shocking, Corelli. This is a Carmine Corp that gets to the finals every regional event. They come into Swiss, lose a single game. They're going up against a Moist team, and they've had their number in these bracket situations. But now we see Moist win 2 straight, and now they've forced a timeout for Carmine Corp. This is not what anyone was expecting.
This is not the start that K-Corp wanted. They're going to take some time here to regroup. You talked about how good K-Corp's been in the regionals. We've also mentioned how great K-Corp has been in the regionals against Moist. They've already proven that here against them in the Swiss as well, but when it comes to the playoffs, all of a sudden they've sputtered.
And really, Corelli, this is the only series that matters. There has been back and forth. Carmine Corp has had Moist's number in the playoff best-of-7 scenarios, but this is the one that counts. You know, you can lose everything before you win this series. This is the one you care about.
And this one is even bigger than the tournament. You had players swap on these rosters leading into this season. That's been the difference. Astral and Vatira, they've changed their spots here. They changed their jerseys, they changed their colors.
And even for Astral, he was on Carmine Corp last season with their incredible season that they had. The team rebuilds around Itachi, takes Vatira from Moist. This is the biggest grudge match that you will see here in Rotterdam.
It's more than just the major here. It's more than just a quarterfinal. And now K-Corp, they've got to get back into it. They're going to come out of this timeout. They have to change things up.
Vatira, and he's the player you're looking at to lead Carmine Corp. He shot an unparalleled 60% throughout the Swiss stage. That is just not done. It is not done, and he somehow pulled it off.
It wasn't just him, the team was shooting 65% as a whole through Swiss. They have steamrolled the competition up to this point. Moist giving K-Corp a run for their money here in this best-of-7.
This is the game for Carmine Corp. Coming off the timeout. What will they change? We saw Joyo with those lead blocker plays punch holes in the Carmine Corp defense. Will those holes get plugged? Or will we see Carmine Corp sink to the bottom of the ocean?
So important to score this first goal for K-Corp. Coming out of that timeout, get the confidence going, show the offense again. Vatira with no boost here. Needs some help, and there's no follow-up. That play was dead in the water. Exotic now trying to get a hold of it. Rise flicks it over to Exotic, and Exotic, can he take it all the way? It's going to drop down for Vatira. He has a shot blocked by Astral. Another shot comes through, and Itachi punches it home for K-Corp.
Itachi with the stabilizing goal for Carmine Corp. Off the timeout, that is exactly what they needed, and they pull it off.
Just under a minute of play, and K-Corp gets the job done coming out of that timeout. And maybe one here off the kickoff. Vatira, can he put it by Joyo? Makes the save, and now Moist trying to stabilize.
Joyo lead blocking again. Rise with the shot. Vatira says, I've seen that before. It gets back just in time to deflect the ball.
Another Joyo demo there to open up the space. That time a good block. And now Astral, can he do it himself? He'll dunk it, and he'll push it through. Tie game!
Oh, this is what he did against G2 so well. He gets to the ball, and it's like he's playing Rumble. He's got the magnet. He's just right behind it, carrying that ball. Astral, the equalizer.
And stepping up here for Moist. A response from Moist Esports. And now K-Corp trying to answer back. Demos left and right here. Rise and Astral getting one. And Joy will punch it out for Moist.
Itachi to the opposite side of the field. Exotic won't make contact. Astral going for the backboard, but Vatira just hit it off to the side, but Rise was waiting for it. Exotic again. Now the pinch, sending it towards net. Vatira, nice ball, gets that to roll up the wall and the pinch out. Joyo, did he get the flip reset? He did. Trying to hit his teammate in the air.
A midfield battle here after the first two goals. Moist gonna break free here, but good challenge now. Joyo trying to buy himself some space, but a good dunk here from Exotic. Itachi doesn't go, and Vatira sitting way back. Will take it himself now, and a great read from Astral. We complimented him a couple games ago, or last two games. His read in the midfield has kept Moist in this, and has earned them 2 wins so far.
The pass over to Astral, it's long. Astral forced to hit it to the background. Now Itachi with a demo. We're seeing more physicality out of Carmine Corp.
5 demos for K-Corp here in this game alone. 3 coming out from Moist as well. A lot of them have been when they've been on the counterattack. Offensively and through the midfield, K-Corp trying to control the physical game, trying to control Moist players, send them back on respawn, and buy themselves some space, but Astral here to push it downfield for Moist.
Vatira able to pick up the corner and bring that ball upfield, taking a defender out of the equation. Now Exotic can't get that past Rise. Rise dribbling it off his own back wall, now trying to dribble it past multiple defenders for Carmine Corp, but he stopped. Exotic, flip reset, gets a bump. Rebound out to Itachi, he's 50'd. Still, it's a scrum in front of net. Moist, can they get out of this alive? No, they cannot! Vatira puts them down!
It was ugly inside the box, but Vatira slows it down. Says, I'm gonna do it myself. Puts it over the top and a kiss off the crossbar in. K-Corp into the lead.
Shaping up to be the game Carmine Corp needed. Joyo off kickoff. Astral also coming off the ceiling. Astral! He's on a different plane!
What was that? He's not real! What a read from Astral! And he was up before Joyo. That got the crowd going for Moist.
Oh, it did indeed! If anything, it's getting a little wetter in here from all the sweat the Carmine Corp fans must be having right now. Seeing Astral hit a shot like that. But Carmine Corp, this game, they've been taking the lead back. They're gonna need to do it once more. There's a nice block, Rise.
He's gotta go.
Awkward for Rise, he must have been empty.
He had nothing. He used it all before it even came. He's got 0. The whole time he picked up 1 pad. One pad was all Rise had, and he couldn't get back in time.
And Vatira, a 2-goal game for him. The last goal he had previous to that one, dribbling it, flicking it off the crossbar. Vatira is answering the call for Karmine Corp.
We said he had to step up. He's been the leader for K-Corp here in this tournament. And now 1-goal lead for K-Corp, trying to get their first win in this series, trying to get into this best of 7. Itachi passed over to Vatira, and it's blocked by Rise.
Teammates now turned rivals. They find themselves at this elimination stage. The stakes cannot be higher. Rise. Backward pass attempt, cleared out by Exotic. Joyo up to Rise. Rise. Joyo again going in for the 52nd effort in the air. Rebound attempt, and Rise gets denied by Exotic.
Now K-Corp trying to hold on here, but Moist trying to break out. Astral tried to pre-jump that read, didn't get it. Exotic's already up. Time running out for Moist. They've got to get down the field. Rise, the last chance. Astrals, he pre-jumped him, and maybe a rebound here if he can get there. It drops down for K-Corp, and they're on the board.
Karmine Corp have righted the ship. And a lot of that is thanks to Vatira. Incredible game from Vatira. Controlling the ball, getting that flick when there was a scrum on the goal line. You said it was ugly, it was brutal. It was a bare knuckle brawl on the goal line, and Vatira picked up the scraps and threw it into Moist's net.
But at the same time, it was so smart from Vatira to slow down the play when everyone was trying to stretch out, when everyone was panicked. He brought it down into himself and made the big play happen. 2 goals, 6 shots for Vatira. Stepping up big here for K-Corp. Joyo again at the top of the Moist scoreboard. 3 saves for him, and a lot of it that's not showing up, that physical play coming out from Joyo as well. Led to a lot of space for Moist.
And Karmine Corp, I mean, that game, Krill, you felt it. If they lost it, all hope might have been lost, but Karmine Corp, they responded. That timeout buff proving itself once more.
Over 65% now coming out of the timeout. Is your win percentage if you're taking it. For K-Corp, a welcomed win here. Rise now off the kickoff in game 4. It's off the crossbar! Rise in 4 seconds, slams it home!
Rise beating Exotic to that ball, and honestly, Exotic might have saved that if it was on target. It bounces off the crossbar. Rise read it the whole way. Wonderful finish from Rise. And Moist might get another kickoff goal. Rise, can he do it again? Flip reset. Now going to the air again, but he's bumped off the ball.
That's a huge bump. Rise wanted to take it up again. And now Itachi almost knocked that through. Exotic was there. Joyo uncontested here. Let it go for Rise. The fake shot coming out from Joyo, but didn't work out.
2v1. Both jump, Itachi and Vatira. Exotic trying to go for it. Muscling Joyo off that ball. But Rise tipping it away. Joyo to Astral.
Astral! Exotic went all in. You saw the overextension from K-Corp.
And look at the positioning from Astral to follow the play all the way up the field. It's phenomenal here from Astral, putting himself in situations to come out on the best time. My goodness, what a start for Moist.
Astral, he really has been making his mark. He left some big shoes, or he had to fill some big shoes with the departure of Vatira, and he's done so far. Vatira couldn't hit Exotic. Low on boost. Vatira's got nothing. Rebound out to Rise. Rise, weak shot. Astral getting it back, taking possession, but he's got no boost either. Smart play from him, buying some extra time. Wow. Joyo's been making those reads on defense.
And not even a single shot registered here for K-Corp. Almost a minute and a half in here. Moist up 2 goals now. Maybe the first one coming for K-Corp. But they haven't really spent any time on the Moist side. This is the most we've seen so far. But Moist have turned them away. And you can see the follow-up, it's so quick from Astral. Moist are just letting him do whatever he wants. And it's looking real good for Moist.
Vatira is the impact player. Game 3, Game 4. Who will it be? Almost! Itachi bounces it off the crossbar and it goes out.
First attempt on goal for K-Corp. So close, and now a mind game for Batira. And he wanted to pass over to Exotic, but Joyo now trying to get on the counter. He has to take it himself here, goes high. And Exotic there to slow it down.
Batira couldn't get that pass. Rise. Itachi trying to control it. Rise with the 50. Astral a little too close to the play, trying to wrap around it now. Batira will take over off the ceiling. Batira going for a bump. And somehow Joyo manages to dodge the bump and get a deflection.
Joyo's been a rock defensively for Moist. If it's Astral on the offense, it's Joyo on the defense right now.
I have no idea where Itachi came from on that play. Back pass, a little dangerous. 0 boost from Astral. Moist being creative with this breakout. Exotic, quick pass over to Batira. Batira going airborne. Batira still airborne. The bump
got it.
Is good. Batira scores.
The third time he's tried that, and he finally gets it to go. The space was given over to him, and the second he got through Astral, he knew exactly where he was going, straight into Joyo as it floats in for K-Corp.
Finally connecting with Joyo on that. Joyo has been difficult to get around. But Batira cracks the code. Joyo down to the corner. Batira bounce pass. No one from his team there, but it's behind Astral. A demo from Rise. Astral saving the wave dash for the 50. Batira poking by 1. Collecting. Pass to the middle. Itachi beat. Exotic trying to get back in time. The flimmering set is blocked by Exotic.
Moist still on the attack here. Joyo wants another touch. You can see how fast that counterattack came out from Astral. And Moist not able to constrict here on the K-Corp side. Astral once more though. This one over Joyo. Exotic, can he get 2? It's denied by Rise.
Astral flying by the ball. Batira hit it a little too far. He's out of boost. Rise trying to capitalize. Astral taking it down to the ground. Wonderful read by Itachi to slow down the attack, and another read. Itachi 2 back-to-back touches. Is it enough to slow down Moist?
No boost there for Exotic, taking it across his own net. Itachi trying to poke it out. Now Joyo, boost here. Got a flip reset quickly and dunks Batira in front of his own net, but Batira stays on it nicely here and flicks it to safety. Now Itachi weaving through traffic. He's denied once more by the Moist defense.
That was a very awkward defensive position. You saw all of Moist. About 5 square meters there. Now they spread out. Moist trying to end this game. We see a demo from Rise. Carmine Corp running out of time. Batira with boost. The pass blocked by Astral. Exotic was waiting. Batira lets it bounce, and the shot is blocked. Moist are unmatched. Moist.
How important has Astral been? We've seen all the highlight plays in the goals, but I think it's that midfield play that has been so frustrating for K-Corp to break through. Even in that last moment, Astral cutting out the passing. Moist are something different today against K-Corp.
And the desk at the start of this whole event said Moist was looking for their identity. They were looking for their play style. With Batira gone, they had to go back to the drawing board, and it feels like they have figured it out here. Joyo, defensive masterclass. Also, the lead blocking place opens up space for both Astral and Rise to go for these shots. The mechanics from Astral to make something out of nothing. This Moist team, they're about to do what no one thought they could, and that's take down Carmine Corp.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable with the way the Swiss went, with how dominant K-Corp's been. And they've already used their timeout. They have to go straight into a match point without anything, without no help. They have to talk about it. And they get into this game 5. They have to get on the board first. You have to set the tone right here against Moist, and they might. An opportunity for Itachi, but denied by Rise.
Astral testing the defenses. Exotic. He really made some waves with his world's performance. Now an opportunity with all the lights on him once more. But it doesn't matter. Joyo, another early goal for Moist.
And guess who? Just fighting for every touch there. Astral to play it across, and a great pass from Rise over to Joyo in traffic, spreading out the K-Corp defense, and Moist again strike first.
These early goals have been killing Carmine Corp.
Just takes away all the momentum, James. They just haven't had any rhythm in this series. It was really only the first 2 goals in game 1 where K-Corp looked themselves. Since then, Moist have slowly taken over.
You're also looking at Itachi. Itachi was also up there.
Hold on a second. Carmine Corp trying to defend. Now finally cleared out.
Itachi and Exotic both up there in scoring. They were, as a team, offensively unstoppable, but Moist has shut down the K-Corp machine and almost get another goal there, trying to throw a wrench in it.
Uh-oh, you got to be careful here. Now Exotic, can he get another touch? And Astral gets back in time.
Nice 50 win from Itachi. Astral upfield. Rise, not enough boost to get the tip. Vatira, first touch control. Astral. And now Joyo with the 50. No space, no quarter given to Carmine Corp.
Ooh, Astral had boost. He gives over to Rise. Double tap looming, and he puts it high. Itachi there to clear it out for K-Corp, but another dangerous chance there for Moist.
Exotic. 50. Give Vatira a chance to come in. Another slight challenge. Vatira looking for some bump opportunities. Exotic hard off the backboard, and the attack does not come together for Carmine Corp. They've been looking for cracks. They just can't seem to find any in this Moist defense.
Moist keeping that pressure on, unrelenting here on the K-Corp final third. Exotic just has to blast it away. Felt the pressure from Moist, and now Moist trying to set up. Joyo has to take it himself here. All of K-Corp is back on their line, and again, another ball blasted out by the K-Corp side, not holding on to possession.
We're past the halfway point. Moist, they are closing in. Carmine Corp, the favorites of the tournament, about to get knocked out. Or will they? Astral the half flip 50. Another 50 on the goal line. Joyo somehow manages to keep it out. The 50s from Moist. They come through. Itachi, another challenge. Vatira jumping up. There's a window. Flip reset double. And a pinch. The pinch all the way downfield.
Somehow Moist survives the barrage from K-Corp. And now Astral wants to take it himself. Flip reset, trying to go under Exotic. Not gonna happen. Moist now on the brink of knocking out K-Corp.
Rise. Looking to get one more. Looking for that insurance goal. Itachi. 50s it down to Vatira, the side flip. Time wasted. Exotic getting Astral to jump. Astral reading Exotic like the palm of his hand. And now another 50. Astral, they can't get around him.
He's a monster. Even getting faked out, he still recovered, kept it going. And now a conservative effort here from Moist, but they've got the challenge. And a good one there. They're pushing it along, less than a minute now. K-Corp, they've got to find their offense. It could be Vatira, it could be now. The double tap doesn't go, but Itachi's there, and we're tied up.
In the final minute, facing elimination, Carmine Corp able to equalize. Itachi, the hero.
Crucial for Carmine Corp. But they have to get another. 47 seconds. Game 5. Joyo and Rise is quickly there to the back wall. Astral has to be careful. Waiting to see what Carmine Corp does with this one. Astral to the sky. Looking for space. Couple of flip resets. Now 30 seconds left. Moist, double tap for Rise, denied by Exotic.
Horton denied there. Looked like Rise had that angle. Exotic. His deep has been in running line. Joyo!
Astral!
Astral! The MVP of Moist!
My goodness, look at the flip reset from Joyo. And what a follow-up from Astral. He's in the right spot at the right time.
Now time for Carmine Corp to respond or go home.
Here's the chance. That's it! And Moist show us revenge is a dish best served wet. They knocked out Carmine Corp.
Rotterdam loves it. You heard the let's get wet there at the end. And you can see Astral, a salute. And boy, did he earn that one. What a series from Astral and Moist playing up to the competition. They look so much stronger here today, James, and they beat them at the perfect time in the season.
What an upset! This is another team that comes in barely squeaking through the Swiss stage, taking on the team that had no issues. You look at the results from the regional majors. Carmine Corp had Moist's number. And now on the main stage, you see Carmine Corp make their exit.
Only 2 games were taken off of Carmine Corp in those semifinals and the regionals. 4 here in a top 8 situation. Now top 4 for Moist. They get the job done. They step up. The Joyo chants come out. And really, you could be chanting anyone's name on Moist.
Truly.
They all played at a different level.
Joyo's off-ball performance was something that was spectacular. The plays that he was making, you know, both positioning himself defensively and going for those bumps, it was inspired. Joyo was so good. And Astral, I said that he had, I said Astral, he had some big shoes to fill. I tell you, we might need to get Astral a bigger pair.
Oh my, that is insane from Moist. What a series here in the final quarterfinal.
That was unbelievable. And to talk about how it all went down, we're throwing it down to Leafex.
What a turn of events. This crowd is electric. I gotta say, I'm having a blast. You having a blast?
It's pretty good, yeah. I'm having fun.
Well, I gotta say, if there's one thing that they've done well, if they've rallied the entire crowd on your side right now. This is electric. You feeling that up here?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the Carmine fans as well, you know, they're insane, they're electric. Like, big respect to the Carmine fans as well, you know.
Now, I gotta know, coming into today, you had to know this was going to be an extremely tough matchup. Did the team have any concerns coming in, or was it pure positivity?
Nah, pure positivity. We knew they had everything to lose, you know, more expectations than us, and we just played our game, and we had fun.
Fun is what it's about. I have one note on here, and you can see it yourself. It says Astral cracked. He's pretty cracked.
There's not much else to say, to be honest. I mean, you see this guy preaching off the ceiling in RLCS, you know, he's ice cold.
Now, going forward, looking at the bracket with Secret next, do you feel like this is going to be a cruise, or is there going to be any resistance along the way?
There's always going to be resistance. I mean, it's the end of the tournament. The best teams in the world are here, you know. Teams like, they're still in it, all crazy. And I mean, we'll try our hardest against everyone.
I want to keep this energy going. I want to stop talking. I want you guys to talk one more time for Joyo and Moist Esports!
And then there were 4. Gen G, FaZe, Secret, and Moist are our semifinals here in Rotterdam.
What a time to do it. What a time to beat KC in front of their crowd, in front of the blue wall. And what a team performance. We talk about Astral, but they all stepped up when it counted.
All did exactly what they needed to do. Joyo turn back at the Wario. London Spring Major specialist. Rise was clutch per usual. And Astro off the skin.
It was just insane. Like, I felt like the entire crowd, too. I thought it was going to be 4v3, where it's K-Corp has the 4th man.
Yeah.
But this crowd is 90% Moist.
Well,
they
that's
were
what happens.
behind Moist. They were louder than that section. But K-Corp obviously brought it. It was just insane, back and forth. It was like more about the crowd, I felt like at times, than the actual game, but the game delivered.
That felt like a football match, and that's what I love. I feel like the neutrals in the crowd. The K-Corp army was so loud that if you weren't going for anyone, you just decided, right, well, I'll just go against them. I'll go for Moist, and that was so exciting. But what a series, and what a way for Moist to come out of the gate swinging.
Moist did come out the gate swinging, but we got to talk about Carmine for a second. Exotic and Itachi, they performed okay, but they need to step it up. Botsi, basically from game 2-3 on, was the only thing going well for Carmine. If it wasn't for him setting up plays, nothing was working.
And we talked about Moist, that it was Astral one day, it was Rise another. They needed all 3. And Joyo, today was his day with Astral. I think Astral was fantastic.
That was goal of the tournament
that
for me.
Was
the free jump off the ceiling pass play, and Joyo's stealing pinch as well.
But so much confidence coming out of Joyo. Lay on the defensive side, going for flipper sets like crazy against the best team here. It was absolutely insane, and this meant everything to Rise and Joyo because Batira left them. Let's not forget, he left them to try and do better. And Moist, they get the last laugh, at least for fall.
There are a few teams in the history of Rocket League where I can say I'm genuinely excited when any player on the team has control of the ball. Moist and former Queso with Vatira was one of those teams. This Moist is also one of those teams.
Yeah.
You have back-to-back rosters like that. Absolutely crazy. And Moist has advanced to the semifinals to face off against Secret.
So this bracket's insane too, because we have 2 teams in this bracket that didn't win a regional, and we've seen it through every major last season. You got to win a regional in that split to win it. Moist and Team Secret both, no regional wins. One of them will be in the grand finals. Absolutely crazy.
Where you find these stats at?
It's all in the head. It's all in the head. I'm smart. I'm smart. Like I missed one pick.
You walked into that one.
Yeah, come on, Nate.
There's
Come
no
on.
way it's just in your head. Who's told you?
Hey, I got a big head. It's all up there. It's all up there.
How do you know that?
He's been practicing for a long time.
I've done this for a while, Vince, all right?
South America, though, 1 match away from a grand final appearance.
Well, is this a repeat of the World Championship? We've got EU versus South America and then 2 NA teams on the other side of the semi-finals.
I'm worried.
We've got a repeat here, and I mean, if it plays out how we think it's going to play out, that's going to be Moist against one of the NA teams.
But who knows how it's going to play out at this point. We have both the #1 and #2 seed gone. 2 3-0 teams lose to a 3-2 team out of Swiss. Maybe it was that momentum, that extra day of play, but either way, hats off to the top 4.
Well, folks, we got 3 more matches to go before we crown a champion here in Rotterdam. It's going to be a big one. The Carmine Corp versus Moist absolutely delivered, but the semifinals are just about to heat up. Semifinal action continues right here at the Fall Major after this.
So we are coming off of the loss to FaZe. So one, thanks for taking the time to do this, but I'm gonna ask the obvious question. How does that feel?
I mean, it doesn't feel the best because we knew we could like beat FaZe, but we didn't. Now we are really confident to play tomorrow because it's gonna be in front of a crowd, so it's gonna be even more hype and stuff. So yeah, we feel pretty okay.
We saw you guys in London. You guys looked really good. Obviously, you got the crowd on your side there. Do you feel like the same thing is gonna happen here?
Yeah, I think we're gonna play our best like tomorrow. In front of a crowd, we always play better. In London, I mean, that was our first LAN, so of course we didn't have the experience. Now we kind of have already, not the most experience we can have, but we have already some. And yeah, we're gonna perform like we did in London, or even better.
But okay, so talk to me about your your home life, because I know from just seeing you every night, just you're always downstairs in the hotel lobby and you're always talking to somebody. If it's either family or friends, do they support you like a lot? Are they keeping up with things? Like what's the home life like?
Like my friends, I consider them like actually my family. So I'm gonna talk in general, like my family. Like they all support me, like in whatever the situation is, like especially in the game, they always want me to win and stuff. They always, even when we lose, they always try to hype me up and stuff. I think it's really good. Like every time when I'm at home, the only thing I do is just like go school, talk with them, go home, talk with them. Like I'm always in contact with them, so I think that's like really good.
You say your friends are your family. Is that they must be your support system as well for you to be able to, like, I mean, I'm talking where it's like 2 a.m. and you're in the lobby alone chatting up with them. Like they have to mean a lot to you.
Yeah, they do, because like this type of friends are like the people where you can trust whatever you want. So you all just talk with each other like about anything, like whatever's happening in your life, in their lives. You always like share everything.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's probably why they're like so important to me.
Going back in terms of your career as a Rocket League player, how do you feel about your, I'd say, career like right now as it is?
I feel like my career is good right now. Like I'm always showing that my team and me as a player are always in the top. So I feel like that's great. Of course, I want to do better because I want to be actually in the top, be the best team in the world, maybe even be considered the best player in the world. But for now, I think we're fine because I have a long journey because I'm only 17, but I think I'm starting good.
I mean, you said you've been seeing yourself play this game for a long time. What do you want to be remembered for?
I think I want to be remembered just like he had a really good career, starting like as a prodigy and ending up like really old, but like keeping being a good player. I think I want to be remembered like that.
Okay, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. I think you got I think you do have a long career ahead of you, Chronic.
Nice, that's good. That's good that you think like that. Okay, so imagine you go like this. Yeah, exactly. And then.
To the backboard, tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! Through this time, fire right to clear this away. Landing call to put them at the picks up the steam. It's still there for Jimmy. He scored.
Certain but death. To make it out of here, take a certain finesse. Die trying to earn him a rep. It's coast, gotta learn to respect. Really, I turn up for less. Like who now? It ain't even worth it to guess. The man going now, you looking nervous and next. And you gon' end up right with him on a shirt with some text. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little birdie cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cup, but the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardio sucker. You know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winter in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him mirror bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this in my whip got your last name. Two down, one on top on the phone. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad, stay talking the most. Lee saying with your chest when you talk to the goat. Check. Have my little birdie cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cupboard, the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardio sucker. You know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winter in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him mirror bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this in my whip got your last name. Two down, one on top on the four. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad, stay talking the most. Lee said with your chest when you talk to the goal. Coast to the shit, gotta learn to respect.
We are back and moments away from getting into semi-final action. Gen G Esports taking on FaZe, a rivalry battle at this point from North America that we've seen in the grand finals multiple times. This time is to continue at the major.
The NA1 versus the NA2 yet again for the second straight LAN, I believe, Gibbs, right? G2 versus FaZe in the semifinals of a LAN that is incredible. NA, well, we know who our best teams are.
We do. They're here right now in the Final Four. We don't know about Europe's best teams because they're a mess.
They're all over the place.
I'm not really sure what's going on there, but we know that in North America, it is Gen G followed by FaZe, but it always feels like FaZe is that #2 team, never getting to the top. So it's a big moment for them.
Yeah, they're really happy in the third, fourth spot, it seems, at most events. But this is a rematch as well from the Swiss stage. We saw Gen G getting the upper hand over them in a sweep as well. So can FaZe bounce back? I guess the ball's in their court.
For sure. No, I mean, this is, we've been talking about fourth clan all week. This is the moment they get to prove that they're better than that, folks. But before we do that, we have a preview of an item that many fans have been asking for. Let's take a look. That's right.
So do I just throw my wallet now at the screen? Is that how I get it? I'm not sure. Now I gotta wait till December 24th.
I'm not be
Titanium
coming
white
back.
octane. You heard the crowd. The oohs and ahs.
I'm not be coming back. That's what was holding me back in my career, not having a titanium
Wait,
white
you don't have
octane.
one?
No.
That's okay.
Raise your hand on the desk if you own a titanium white octane. Oh, okay. So only one.
I own a yellow one.
My inventory is quite
I've been trying to unbox one, and then they changed how that works, and now I can no longer like trade up the items to get it. And I was like, eventually it'll be in the shop. That's right now. I'm with you guys, Chad. I'm excited that it'll be the titanium white octane will be available in the shop December 24th through 31st. It's a Christmas miracle. I want to make sure you get it, folks. I'm excited about that.
2 years after the titanium white dominance came out in the shop.
Yeah, man, you were talking about Gibbs having an encyclopedia.
Look at that,
there.
yeah.
Look at that, you pulling that one out there. Here's the bracket we got so far, folks. We got 3 more matches before we crown a champion in Rotterdam. We'll see Moist Esports and Team Secret a little bit later on, but for now, FaZe Clan taking on Gen G in a rematch that we have seen multiple times. Gen G, though, has had FaZe's number of late.
Absolute ding-dong battle here. We've got, I think we've worked out that Gen G might be EU, though. So if the EU guys are in the crowd, where Chronic apparently grew up in EU, that's what, according to T-Base. So what a matchup, though. We've got a rematch here. As we said, it felt like these two teams have a date with Destiny. Online, every regional, they were going toe-to-toe. FaZe had the upper hand early, but then it was Gen G towards the end of the split.
FaZe versus Gen G will be our first one. Semi-final action starts now.
They went to a new region, found a new star, and now they're the new class of North America. Appjack, Chronic, and Noli, Gen G! Winners of the North American Fall Cup into the top 4 for the 4th time at an RLCS LAN. The team of Mist, Sypical, and First Killer, FaZe Clan!
It's only fitting to have the champions of NA. They go into the ring first, and then we have FaZe, the challengers, who want to take that throne to meet them up there on that stage. But this crowd, 1,000% behind Gen G. Not gonna lie right now. Like, sure, it's EU boys, but it's also FaZe. This crowd does not like FaZe. We saw that earlier today. We just saw it now. I think there was less volume than before he announced. It was crazy. It was crazy. It was like a vacuum of sound.
I mean, they're not just battling to be the best in NA at this point. They're battling to be one of the best in the world. FaZe Clan, as we said, they're always up there. Everyone, when you're thinking of best teams in the world, you put FaZe Clan in your list, but they're never at the top.
Well, we got Gen G here, and they battled back in that first series. They were down 3-1.
Oh, my goodness.
And then Game 7 happened, and apparently Jack put in the goal of his career.
They stepped up when it mattered most. They needed to get a taste of what it felt like to win on the stage. And once they got that, CJ, they started rolling.
Yeah, I needed to make a formal apology to Jack. I said he doesn't have the LAN eyes, and we saw it in game numbers. Yeah, you remember that.
Top 25?
I nearly got away with that.
Top 25.
I did put Jack in my top 25 players for this LAN, and he is well and truly down in that list right now. So Jack absolutely stepped up in Game 7, but Nolly, he was the most consistent player for me throughout that series.
And let's not forget about Nolly. He finally got his top 4. He was on K-Corp last season, took BDS to the limit at the World Championship, but couldn't get it done. So now he's in the top 4, wants to make his first grand final.
Look at the camera presence. We've already seen players who have camera presence have been very successful at this land so far. Coco Joyo with a little wave. Nolly trying to do him just better.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen the players popping up. How about Chronic as well? I mean, the player has absolutely shown up in his first LAN in RLCS.
Well, let's talk about First Killer here real quick. The only player in the open era, 4 top 4s out of the 5 international LANs that there have been. First Killer is that guy until this moment. This is when he falters. He wants to put that to rest here.
What a Game 7 he just had as well. Stepping up for FaZe Clan, knocking out Oxygen, and almost an upset of what we've seen before. But First Killer, Champions Field, it's all about big moments. FaZe Clan, I mean, when you need someone to step up for FaZe, he's your guy.
He sure is, and it's typical Hamlin from Louisiana. That's right, for those of y'all who don't know. Simpson stepping up himself, and air dribbling, controlling the pace in the back. And when the going got tough last series, him and Miss, 80 FK to get to that Game 7, and after that, you just let your superstar go to work.
And missed the first few days, not feeling that well, so I think I'm going to blame that loss against Gen G there. He's feeling a lot better today. Missed showing up in that Game 7 as well with 2 goals by himself. So FaZe Clan also battled back in their series to take it.
And then the coach, Dev himself, eventually maybe he'll be on camera roll diz. I was talking to the players already. He settled them. He settled them down. After Game 2, they were rattled. With no roll diz on this FaZe team, Oxygen sweeps. It's not even a question. Coaches matter.
Yeah, they lost that energy, and that's what they said in the timeout. First Killer after the interview said, look, we were down. We didn't have the vibes, the energy, and that's what Rolldiz is there for. These guys that know how to play the game, they've got all the mechanics. They just need that energy and confidence.
And then both teams, no grand finals appearances for any of them in international LAN. So it'll be a first for 3 of these gentlemen here. Both these teams want it, but Gen G has been the better team. But again, we saw it when K-Corp and Moist played. It doesn't matter. You got to show it today.
Well, they've been the better team, but it's as of late, because the overall record's only 3-2. But Gen G, they've won the last 9 games against FaZe. FaZe trying to look to overcome that. We just saw Moist. They couldn't beat K-Corp as of late, and look what happened.
I mean, I think they gained so much confidence from that series against Liquid as well. They started out a little bit slower, and Nolly said they were a little bit panicky. It was their first series in front of the crowd, but they regained, they got things together, and then they locked it down. The defense that they played in that final game was incredible in that game number 7.
And then not only that, FaZe was down 2-0 in their series as well, and they battled back. So both these teams,
resilient,
just looking fantastic throughout the quarterfinals when their backs are against the wall.
Two quarterfinalists that had to go to Game 7 and clutch up to make it to the semifinals now going head-to-head. Only one can advance to the grand finals, though. Who do you think is going to advance at home in chat? Let us know. Hashtag GGM1, hashtag FaZe. I can start things off on this end, I guess. It's, Gen G has been so strong against FaZe over and over again. And while we talk about the online records of Carmine versus Moist and stuff like that, Gen G just yesterday, just 2 days ago? It was 2 days ago. We're able to take down FaZe 3-0 there. I've got Gen G on this one. I think they keep the momentum going. Both teams have had experience on the stage. I think the Gen G Ice will show up.
I think FaZe has constructed a roster to win majors. I do believe Adam missed and has seen him ascend this event, especially that last series does matter to an extent, but Gen G just got the number. When FaZe are playing NA teams, they don't beat them. When they play EU teams, they win. This is an EU team, Gibbs. It's NA.
It's been a wild day. It's been a wild day. We've seen a lot of upsets already. Like even K-Corp, they 3-0'd Moist earlier in this tournament, and then Moist wins. So obviously, I'm back in FaZe. But T-Bates, what was your pick? Because you were kind of going both back.
Gen G.
All right. I just want to make sure for production there. There you go. Gen G gets it in there. But for me, I have to go FaZe. I'm riding or dying on FaZe.
I was right out there with FaZe, but I just think, look, apparently Jack had a trial by fire last series, first in front of the crowd. We saw what happened in the Fall Major last year, dropping in the quarterfinals, and he stepped up big time. That game number 7, his flip reset goal that secured that win was enormous. I think they'll take a lot of confidence. And Nolly said they're making it to the final no matter what, and I trust him. I got Gen G.
This is going 7. This is going 7.
How are you sort of right or die? How does that work? Like, It's like,
well,
he was until now.
A predicting phase at the start of the tournament, I feel like I have this, you know, this connection with them.
I mean, but we've seen your predictions throughout the
I
past
believe
few
that
days.
FaZe is going to win a major this year, but it's going to be on NA soil. Not
on NA soil, okay.
Yes, that's going to be tough because we see this crowd is going to get behind Gen G. Like, we're going to talk about a 4 versus 3. It's going to happen in this series.
For sure, folks. Well, chat at home, you guys are definitely on Gen G's side for this one. They're the clear favorites, but can FaZe upset yet again? They've already knocked out Oxygen. Meanwhile, Gen G knocked out Liquid. Both have gone to Game 7. Both have found the ice, but only one can be a Glacier and head into the grand finals. Let's play the first semifinal match of Rotterdam.
It is an all-North American matchup, maybe in name only. Gen G taking to the field against FaZe Clan, looking to secure the first spot in our grand finals. Lots of Rocket League left to play, Johnny. Start off at Manfield Knight.
Just a crazy matchup. Every time these two teams play, it's an entertaining matchup, but Gen G who've had FaZe's number recently. FaZe really the team with a lot to prove here. They've already had a great day, eliminating the perfect Oxygen from the tournament. Gen G, one of the teams that handed FaZe the loss in Swiss, and it was a 3-0.
Lucy Nolly taking the shot, missed. Getting rid of the danger to start with. First killer goes for net. Gonna have the follow. Stopped a second time. Gen G keep this clean sheet for at least a moment. And it has, Johnny, been the tournament of the MVP players. First killer will need to be exactly that. Ooh, typical. Does get the block.
That's a great block by Chronic to follow his own flip reset play. Just how comfortable Chronic will feel in this high pressure situation will be a big deal. It's really, for me, the only difference that could happen in this matchup. FaZe have got that experience on stage. So many different stages recently. So many different lands. I had a word with Chronic after their quarterfinal victory. He said, I did not expect it to be that much harder to play on stage, to produce the level of play that we're used to seeing from him on stage compared to the studio games in the exact same venue.
I'm sure there's one player that will certainly agree with him. This player right here, apparently Jack. Over to Nolly, off the backboard. And it was Jack that had maybe more questions around him than anyone else coming into this tournament. How was he going to perform? Has struggled in the live environment, managed to get rid of that demon in the previous round. Now it's all about thriving, although you're up against Typical. Very difficult. Stop him. He's temporarily done. 2 minutes down here. Still waiting for that one big opportunity to introduce this series. Rowdy Jack in, can't win the challenge. Has struggled to maintain relevant to the play, but that demo, that helps out a decent amount.
That could be dangerous. Jack has own goal, first killer, gets the first goal of the series. That was not long after a Nolly whiff on the ball. Chronic dunked on in the back corner, and Jack, in an attempt to knock the ball into that same back corner, sends it into the top corner of his own net.
When I first saw it, I thought, well, maybe Jack panicked and just didn't have enough boost. Ended the play with 31. Just couldn't quite find what he needed, and there's another mistake. Infield, first killer won't get to it. And Nolly will just see what his ex-teammate Astral just did. Looking to try and continue the success of the ex-Carmine Corp players. Playing like this, that might be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of response we get from that Carmine corner. The crowd, a lot of seats still filled there despite the exit of the tournament favorites for many of us here. Carmine Corp already gone, but that just really opens it up. I mean, the fact that Carmine Corp and Oxygen are eliminated, it's anyone's tournament at this point.
For those of you that are just joining us, that anyone does include South America, Team Secret. Waiting in the wings in our second semi-final. They've got Moist Esports to contend with. And Moist Esports, who seem to own European major events. One in London, looking to add another star to their name. That's later. It's all about the now. And FaZe Clan right now, I've got a goal lead off an abhorrent Gen G misplay.
Gen G have been pressuring just that little bit more than FaZe, but FaZe are more than comfortable dealing with this kind of pressure. I mean, they were surviving the Oxygen offense, the top offense of the entire tournament in the previous round.
Oh, it's happened again.
I think they're going to be more than capable of surviving Gen G's offense, but really what Gen G do well in this matchup as FaZe rattle the near post once again is that they don't overextend the way that Oxygen did. FaZe baited Oxygen so many times, caught them so many times on counterattacks and out of position. I don't think Gen G are likely to fall for that as often. But we have seen quite a few mistakes already from Gen G.
We have often said that ending a series is the most difficult part of a Rocket League tournament. It's not really been the case in this one. A lot of teams have struggled to get started. And you keep thinking to yourself, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It not necessarily has. Gen G will want that goal, not just to get back into this game, but to get themselves up and rolling. Nolly, he's got out of a couple of players, misrealized that he cannot afford to be a sitting target. Decides to go and meet the air dribble at the source, although Nolly's still going out for his first killer. Not for the first time today, though. FaZe have had to dodge a few demos.
Yeah, not long left now, just a few seconds. Gen G with all the territory to work with, but FaZe stands strong. Great challenge by Typical. That'll force Gen G back, and all Mist has to do is hit the ground. Instead, tries to chip it over his incoming opponent. Gen G just desperately stretching, but they can't keep it up. It's a mistake from Gen G that separates the two teams in game one.
Yeah, this upcoming replay package is not something that Gen G will want to see again. The FaZe Clan, though, step one down. 3 more of those to go. And when you get matches like that, Johnny, the second game becomes that little bit more interesting. Because Gen G need to show that they can hit their own personal level. Because that first game was not it. Offensively, look lackluster. You can get away with games like that as long as you can just outdo the opponent and wait for the mistake. But when you give away a goal like that, not going to go that far.
Yeah, it was 3 mistakes consecutively. Nolly just jumping out of position. He missed his attempt at touching the ball as first man. Jack waiting as third, see what Chronic's going to do. Chronic gets dunked on while trying to air dribble. That wasn't necessary. He could have just, kept the ball on the ground, played for a 50-50. And then, of course, Jack creeping forward and own goaling. So all 3 players of Gen G kind of messed up there in a really big way. And if any one of them had just played a little bit more carefully, could have easily seen overtime game 1. But that's the thing about FaZe today. It's the thing about a lot of teams today. Defensively brilliant. We've seen so many crazy saves. Team Secret on the other side of the bracket have made it through to the semi-final of one of the best defensive series I've ever seen. And FaZe, likewise, communicating so well under pressure, managing their boost effortlessly under pressure, defending valiantly. That might be the opening goal. Nolly stretches in front of the near post, denies it.
You are absolutely right. For the last few years, offense has been going to new levels. It does seem like defense is following, and apparently Jack will be so happy to have seen that ball drop to him.
Oh, First Killer and Mist both had boost in that position. First Killer trusting Mist to make the touch, but Mist, after committing to that back wall, actually was not able to jump for a moment, and that was enough for the ball to get away from him. Jack, first man in the position, knows that it's worth sticking around. You never know that chance is going to drop for you, even though it's so unlikely against FaZe. Gen G have been pressing, it's been coming. Will FaZe answer with more mechanical brilliance, the likes of which we saw in the quarterfinals?
Apparently Jack sees Mist coming in. Slipper Collection might have a chance to try and set up. It's loose for the time being. But First Killer already on the way back. And now Chronic, he's got the second. Wouldn't have meant it. Won't care.
Oh, I love that placement from Chronic. Look at First Killer trying to force Chronic to hit the ball across the goal so that he can use all that momentum that he's flying in with to clear the ball. Chronic just hits it straight at him, and you can see First Killer just couldn't get that ball clear. Yes, he could save it, but there was nowhere to put the ball. All he could do was stop the ball on his own goal line, and Chronic followed through with the immediate dunk. Maybe Chronic just thinking there, where do I put this ball to prevent a clear from happening? Well, let me hit it low, let me hit it straight at the opponent. All those years, 1v1ing first killer, eventually paying off in the 3 stage.
Probably the first time he's been thankful for all those years. 1v1ing first killer is not an enjoyable experience, and here he is, and there he goes.
FaZe responds. This time they don't need a Gen G misplay to score. Immediate reaction from first killer. Mist able to get the ball to drop down right in front of him. First killer punches it through.
Plenty of time to work with. Good kickoff there from Gen G, intentionally losing towards the goalkeeper, who they did not send for boost. So it was a little telegraphed. You can check out where that player is. FaZe Clan not quite spotting it this time around. Mist to the side. Right, can't make contact with the ball. Will back pass the Nolly. Typical back down. Nobody available for FaZe Clan. They were able to see the game out last time around, but this time they are the ones chasing. Looking for that third, looking for the comfort of a 2-goal lead. One player is gone, and the shot not far off.
The recoveries are just coming in so cleanly for Gen G. FaZe are trying to spot those interceptions, spot those counter-attacking options, but they're just not as readily available as they were against Oxygen. Gen G always have that recovery planned as they advance. Seems like you're playing against 4 players at times when a team can organize themselves this well. That's what FaZe are doing on defense. You know, at the moment, it's only a 1-goal deficit. They're quite happy to just wait, bide their time, see if we're going to get any more mistakes from Gen G, who are the aggressor here with a very, very high line. Oh, wait a minute, where's the FaZe defense after sitting so deep in their own half all game long? All just push out in the corner. First killer can't have seen Jack coming there because he had the option of hitting that towards the sidewall. He must have just not seen Jack right on top of him.
You've got to imagine as well, after first killer saw the double commit in the top part of the field, would have maybe played that one a little bit more cautiously. Instead, he's now got 2 minutes to find 2 goals. This is a good opportunity, but Nolly has been sweeping up very well so far. Now to the opposite side, looks for a pass. Chronic. To midfield. FaZe Clan will look towards their talisman. First killer has been that guy. Well, he's not even getting opportunities right now. Gen G just give you second looks each and every time. The first shot, more often than not, could be a fake out. And they've got someone that you don't see coming in just behind them. There is apparently Jack. He will be the only option. 4-1.
And it just looks like such controlled aggression out of Gen G. Oxygen were able to put FaZe down by similar scorelines earlier, but it was a high-flying, full-paced attack. Gen G just looking for small advantages here and there. They're playing with such a high defensive line, giving FaZe no space to work with. Oh, hold on a second though. First killer slotted a shot not long after a kickoff. It looks like it dropped down in the vicinity of Nolly. Yeah, he's thinking that Typical might be bumping him, so he took a bit longer to get to the ball. That allowed First Killer a free shot, and he made the most of it.
Rocket League, one of the most important games out there when it comes to not hesitating. Sometimes though, when Typical's around, you don't have the option. FaZe Clan picking their bumps, picking their demos well up to this point in the tournament. Now have a minute and 6 seconds left to get to. Is it going to be about 3? No, Gen G not going any further with this one, and maybe they'll wish they had, because that one's looking dangerous. Boost running low now, apparently checks to get him with 100. He's just sat on the goal line. He knows he has to make good contact. Instead, he's wiped out. Crossbar house, crossbar again. 3-4. FaZe Clan just needs one more.
Like you mentioned, Jack was the only player with a ton of boost in that position. He thought he had an opening to go for the ball. He went for it, got bumped clean out of the air. That left FaZe with a wonderful position. Suddenly, a 4-1 lead has been dropped to a 4-3 lead. FaZe, despite having to play with hardly any chances all game, have created 2 goals against the run of play. Still time for FaZe. 3 incredibly mechanically gifted players. Oh! Deer an overhead whiff, but despite Jack being in the area, I don't think he fully believed it was going to happen.
Now Nolly didn't get the reset. 20 seconds left on the clock. FaZe Clan needs to get to the opposite side of the field. Typical doesn't get anything on it, but still will be able to infield it now. Apparently Jack will be happy that he's not been bumped out this time around. Nolly wants to put this game to bed. Chronic taken out. Apparently Jack buys time. Nolly's already jumped up. Got contact. That was so crucial. Typical infield, and apparently Jack this time makes contact. Gen G are on the board.
Key move there from Jack. Like you mentioned, it was his advance and failure to reach the ball that caused FaZe to score the third goal. Nolly and Chronic not able to get a clear right after he got plastered out of the sky. That time he was able to close the distance. He's coming back. They really do have an inevitability about how they're playing today.
There has been a lot of talk since the move was made. Are Gen G a European team? Are they a North American team? I think this is the most unbiased place we can find out the answer to that. So, Rotterdam, give us a shout, cheer, if Gen G is a European team. I think they've made their decision.
You don't even want to hear the other option. You don't want to hear the... you don't hear
you always start with what
you
you expect to be the lower option. Do you want me to give it a go?
I think it's worthwhile.
Okay.
I can see T-Bits over there. He's ready to... Yeah, he's standing up.
He's going to be the loudest one in here. Rotterdam, is Gen G a North American team?
I think if you ask Gen G, they'd say they are, but the crowd have made it pretty clear who they're favouring in this matchup.
We'll see if or when Gen G go through in this one. If that's still the case.
Yeah, we're gonna ask you guys again.
Yeah, you got to stick with it now.
If Gen G are really a European team, according to the majority of the audience, we better be hearing a lot of noise for them. At every stage of the event, nice pre-jump save there. Nice typical. Kick off game 3. At the start of game 2, all the way through the mid-game, Gen G just continued to build and build on an early lead with consistent pressure, quick recoveries. FaZe trying to fight for that midfield a bit more at the start of game 3. They've made a little switch up here, even without a timeout being used.
FaZe Clan also have that little bit of magic stood right behind them. The timeout from Roldiz. We don't know what he's been saying, but they've been brilliant. FaZe Clan just able to switch it up on a dime. The infield, apparently Jack won't get there. You also know that the last thing Roldiz would want to be doing is actually calling the timeout, because that means he has to.
Yeah, not yet, certainly not yet. I mean,
absolutely not.
That was a close game, and FaZe had a late comeback. They did have a little bit of momentum on their side. They're looking to carry that on into game 3 now, take control of the series once again. You know, I wonder, what was Jack waiting for with that perfect infield pass from Chronic? He must have been shooting to the far post top corner. Just a very slight touch on the ball. If you can catch that perfectly, it will absolutely fly. But of course, you don't catch it perfectly, you might just miss it entirely.
That has been one of the issues Gen G have had in the 2 games that we have seen, is that they have committed players to the position where if FaZe make a mistake or the infield pass comes in, they can react. And then when it does happen, they seem surprised by that fact. You're going to send somebody, they need to be at least prepared to play for that, otherwise it's a bit pointless.
And I mean, it was a good position for Jack to be in. It wasn't like he was in an awkward spot in field. I think they've done well creating options. Oh, where's the challenge here? Mist just walking forward, gaining ground. It looks like Gen G were happy to let him advance, even close to their goal. We've seen some pretty crushing 50-50s from players attacking with momentum. Whereas Chronic and Jack will definitely trust themselves to be able to absorb those. Double for Jack off the floor, denied by FaZe. They have sent 2, but they'll be back quickly. MG trying to get back into that same position they were constantly in the last game. Just circling right, and well, that didn't need too much work. Nolly just lobs it towards the top corner. No one from FaZe can get there.
Very rarely does placement over power actually work in this esports. But when you place it like that, sometimes we can make exceptions to the rule.
You know, sometimes you want to test the keeper in Rocket League. That pretty much means let's do a quick boost check. Let's see if those players near the net have got any boost to play with. After a couple of steals came through, after a couple of lob attacks, Gen G Nolly just thinks, you know what? I'm just going to shoot this at the top corner. There's half a chance that they're on 0 right now. And he called it perfectly.
But there is the goal scorer right there. Takes out a player. Looks to try and take out Typical as well. Gen G striking first again in this game. Nice plan though. Will catch you at a moment of sleep. This might be it. There's the follow-up. Not willing to be that aggressive with so much time left in the game, but that time is ticking away.
Yeah, very deep third man for FaZe, even at a 1-0 deficit. They're sticking to their game plan, just trying to defend, trying to survive, trying to catch opposing teams on the counter-attack. But like I said earlier, I don't know if this is the way to beat Gen G, to prioritize recoveries. In almost any position, it's so rare to see a Gen G player out of the game with no boost to recover with. That's a heavy hit. Chronic's going to deflect it to the back corner. Jack not able to get there. It was a quick bounce. He went for a power clear in that position, didn't want to control it. The miss has not been punished.
Yeah, certainly a little bit surprising, but after the way game 1 went, you want to be making a habit of that, especially not your 1-goal lead. Chronic, oh, he likes to take that infield pass for himself. That deep third man rotation coming in clutch there for FaZe Clan, because that could have been a little bit dangerous. There's a booming clear. Chronic, he'll happily take control of that one.
I mean, I really am wondering what FaZe offensive plan is here, because they've just sent the ball long against the Gen G who are actually moved a bit further back. That would be great if Gen G were still pushed up on the halfway line. Hold that thought. But suddenly, FaZe are hitting both posts, and Gen G had 2 players back there, but these simple shots from FaZe are actually causing problems. Gen G's 1-goal lead looking anything but safe.
Apparently Jack, what a pre-jump, and he's still got there, but he has lost the challenge. In there for miss! What a save by Nolly. First killer off the backboard. He's won the challenge. 1 more, and Jack will put that ball wide. 10 seconds left.
Okay, FaZe do up the ante. They've started to really press for this. I'm wondering when that was going to happen. They waited late. Was it too late? Not many chances. Not a lot of time left. That was well controlled. Jack able to force it down. Gen G hold on. FaZe, interesting decision making at the end of the game. Prioritizing a very, very deep third man. Prioritizing hard clears. Like I mentioned, if Gen G are pressed up over your halfway line, that's not a terrible idea. Even if you're technically giving the ball away, you can follow that up with pressure. You can chase them down for demos. You can try and immediately switch the pressure onto them. But Gen G are actually sitting pretty deep at the end of the game. I'm very surprised to see FaZe just hitting the ball at them. They almost worked though. Some of these slow lobs were actually causing problems for Gen G. So can't say I'm loving the game plan from FaZe. I would like to see them fight more for the midfield. Late in the game, they did that, and it looked brilliant. They were creating goal-scoring chances, but such a defensive stance. Does that work against a careful team like Gen G? Hasn't recently. FaZe, 3 straight losses in 3 straight series for against Gen G. They've at least got a game this time, unlike the last 3 times they played, the last 9 games they played, I should say. Still, really looking like Gen G are in control of this series.
Well, we'll see if Gen G takes the series lead here, or the game lead here. If FaZe Clan will be happier to pull the trigger on all-out offense a little bit earlier in this one. Gen G have got half the job done. FaZe Clan, we already know that they are a very resilient squad. Tend to make it very difficult for you. Nolly. Infield, Chronic didn't want to take it. One thing I have liked from both teams, really, is when the shot doesn't quite settle right, they don't like to take it. Oh! This might be the reason why, though. Mist would have loved to have run onto the ball. It's one of those joyous bits of Rocket League, Johnny, where your failed offense becomes the counter-attack for the other team. Gives them plenty of momentum, although Mist taking all the momentum out of that ball.
Well, looks like FaZe having a much better time clearing the ball and following it up with a little bit of pressure. A couple of infield passes from Gen G almost connecting. Those have been the 2 real opportunities to speak of so far this game. That's not really what we want to see from FaZe here. These are players who have, well, at least in Typical and First Killer's case, they've really made a name for themselves in the past as some of the best offensive players in the world. And there's sometimes just, I don't know, a menacing presence when FaZe are in the lobby. You just see them speeding around the field, just really pressuring their opponents by existing, but I think that presence just isn't really there right now against Gen G. Like I said, it feels like Gen G are controlling the series. It seems like it'll either be Gen G winning or Gen G throwing at the moment, and that's not really how FaZe would like to win. They want to go out, outplay their opponents, but I mean, who's that to? Missed hitting the ball to the near post. I mean, you talked earlier how those can be difficult to clear, but that felt like a moment where they should be going for the throat instead of just chipping the ball at the back wall.
It's a series that hasn't quite felt like it's hit the fourth gear. Both teams
here we
wanting to wait for it. Here we go from Typical, but doesn't get his second hit. Now the wipeout, there's no one left. Mist turns it in.
That is more like it from FaZe. Typical, just forcing the defense out of position. He gets everybody to panic, and in the aftermath, First Killer collects the ball, centers it to Mist. The bump clears out the Gen G defense. That all comes off Typical being up in the air early, just going for something scary. Everybody in the world respects FaZe mechanical ability. They have to. After what they've done in the past, what they've done for so long now. Especially this guy, First Killer. One of the most consistent LAN players since the Open era started. Consistent top 4. He wants more.
Nickname for FaZe Clan has become Fourth Clan. It is both a term of endearment and mockery from whoever you ask.
Well, a lot of teams and players would love to be fourth.
Exactly.
FaZe 1 wins, they won championships.
Every single player always tells you consistency is the most difficult part of this game. Everyone is so good, everyone is so happy to take what you think is yours. But FaZe Clan would love to shed that title today. Head over to a grand finals. Apparently Jack, very lackluster flick from him. Gonna have a second shot at it, and you can already see FaZe crowding up towards their penalty area. Oh, Mist from Typical. Apparently Jack will love to turn on it. You're going to see Nolly. He's chasing away. Mist is going to have to keep an eye out for this, and you saw how well Mist was placed because Nolly gave up on it.
Yeah, Gen G kind of running out of steam on that offensive push. It looks like they weren't really going anywhere with it. Very interesting series here. Gen G's stranglehold on it seems to be gone. Seems like FaZe having a much better time fighting for pressure, fighting for territory, controlling the midfield boost, just getting consecutive touches. It's again the infield. This time it's the 1-2. Chronic barrels it in. Well, Gen G had 2 failed infield passes earlier. They go one step further this time.
How on earth did Chronic have the wherewithal to add an extra step to this? He had the positioning where if he wants to go across the keeper, he certainly could have done. Instead, saved the second part of the flip and used it to barrel straight through. One each. And FaZe Clan need to get the next goal or they're against triple match point.
Just all Gen G at the moment again. FaZe had that one push a little bit at the start of the game, but pressure's really on them, and I think we do have to give credit to Gen G for putting FaZe in these positions. I'm sure FaZe would love to get into attack more often, but Gen G are just swarming him. Oh, that's a great shot by Mist. Chronic with a pinch clear. Jack's in the area to continue it. That was a very good result there from Chronic. That could have gone wrong, but pinch actually went straight towards his teammate.
Right now, I just can't keep my eyes off the way Nolly's playing offense. He is just completely off the ball, going for demos, going for bumps, loitering in the midfield. It's trust, full trust. But apparently Jack thrown. And that's exactly why the 2 players that he's relying on can come up clutch like this.
Chronic into the middle. Jack has his goal stolen. Chronic passed the stats a little bit there. Great secure there by Chronic. I mean, he deserved it. He's the one who forced the ball into the middle, gave Jack an open net. Just 14 seconds left. The synergy is there. Gen G are a team. They're the better team right now. FaZe just look like 3 individuals. Can they put it together in the closing seconds? They're in a bit of a 2v1 right now. First Killer can't get it too high, but Typical's there in the mist. Will confirm the win for Gen G. Once again, FaZe produce something late in the game. They get one chance, and they can't take it.
I need to see it again.
I think you ran out of boost. I think Typical was up early for that. Probably trying to place the shot, but he didn't have any boost when the ball went past him. So of course he's got to be so precise with his timing of the air roll into it. You've got to, of course, keep the ball up. You can't just place it in off the ground. That was going to be a 0-second play.
There is.
Wonderful switch up. Chronic's done so well just putting the ball where goalkeepers can't reach it. Timeout called now for FaZe Clan. No surprise there. You see how much it means to these guys. Gen G. They've been claimed by the home crowd, but I'm sure they're being claimed online by all the fans back home in North America just as much.
Well, I'm sure right now this is a fantastic feeling for apparently Jack, because he is trying to get revenge for his old teammate Jorius, knocked out earlier on in the tournament. Just earlier on today. How good would it feel for him to give one present on the way?
Well, I'm not sure after what Jorius did to Jack in the Swiss stage that he's going to be thinking about that right now. But
I mean, what options did to everybody?
Of course, they do have a lot of history together, former teammates on 2 different rosters. Yeah, a lot of these top players are great friends. They have a lot of respect for each other, but I think it's probably more about giving yourself an early Christmas present. I talked to Jack earlier. He's thinking Grand Finals is the minimum. That's what these guys, and it's what FaZe are really aiming for as well. Grand Finals is the absolute minimum, just to be on the stage and to feel what it's like to play when everything's on the
all
line.
up for it.
None of these players have played in an RLCS LAN Grand Final. They both want it so badly. FaZe have called the timeout here. They're trying to figure this one out. I want to see aggression if they're going to lose this. I really want to see them go for it. I want to see the mechanical ability. We want to see the team plays. Gen G really passing the ball brilliantly in that last game. Haven't really seen that as much from FaZe. I think they're a bit too careless with their possession. They're just giving it away too freely.
We'll find out. Roldiz has had 2 minutes to formulate the game plan. Will it be Neo Tokyo? Or will FaZe Clan crash and burn at Wasteland? Game 5 underway, and FaZe Clan fans elsewhere will be looking towards First Killer and hoping for something.
Oh! What a save! Chronic chased into his own net by one player and still manages to get down to save Typical's low shot. And he's trying to knock that under Chronic. Chronic read it the entire way.
Well, here's Chronic now. Apparently Jack up in support. Does he need him? Here it comes, and no! Chronic's all good by himself!
Every team in North America made to wonder this split. Why didn't we pick up Chronic? Why did it take 2 Europeans moving across the pond for this guy to get a shot on a top team? The only thought was maybe he's not a LAN boy, and now you don't even have that to cope with. Chronic, an absolute monster. Saves the ball at one end, scores it at the other. Oh, it's an own goal at the other end, not long after. You know, we credited Chronic earlier for shooting the ball where the goalie can't reach it. Look at this placement by Typical. Just straight towards First Killer. He didn't even hit the target there. He passes it. What selflessness, what vision by Typical. Immediate response by FaZe.
And what calmness from FaZe Clan. We were surprised by it, that they stuck to the game plan with so little time left in an earlier game, but even now, the series looking like it was going against them, happy to just stick with what they know. They need more of it as well. 4 minutes left in this game. Apparently Jack off the backboard. Move from his vicinity, Nolly back in. I'm sure he would like to give the receipt back after being made to feel a little bit embarrassed by that goal. There is Nolly. Drops it. Jack pops the ball back up. That will not test FaZe. Right to his own corner. And as far as the midfield, Typical. Will be able to keep this one going. FaZe Clan just prodding away here. Keep an eye on the boost totals when we get into these sort of positions. Who is going to launch first? Double commit. Typical will buy the time. A couple of demos as well. That means Mist's got to recover. He's not got there. That means it's Nolly's to score.
Mist had a very, very tough read there, but earlier on in the quarterfinal, those were the kind of plays that he was dealing with. Those are the kind of plays that he was controlling. in defense. He was clutching up against Oxygen, against the #1 offense of the entire tournament. He couldn't do it there. Gen G ahead once again.
And Nolly, oh! Brace for Nolly!
He's up early, and he sends it into the top corner with accuracy. What have FaZe got in response? They answered quickly to the first goal, but now Gen G have given them 2 to think about.
But for Nolly's home back in Liverpool, they're an hour earlier than we are right now. You were never going to wake up quicker than he was. Nolly takes the ball back into control. Here's apparently Jack, can't get the player. Does steal the boost. A 4th goal for Gen G could put this series to rest and could book Gen G a grand final spot.
Yeah, Gen G have just got to be careful here not to get too excited. You can see just how much they're working the crowd. Oh, first killer. Just tickles the near post once again. And that was a very, very close effort that Gen G didn't see coming. Look how much time there's left for FaZe. They did it earlier on in this series, coming back from 4-1 to 4-3. Now they're doing it again. Oh, what a save. Nolly keeps one out. He keeps another one out as well. Now just over 2 minutes for FaZe to work with.
Every series, first killer has had one of those plays that gets FaZe back into it. Did Gen G just stop that bit of magic? Clear, typical, has to give chase. Does well with it, boost stolen. If there was ever a time for the full send, FaZe, that time is now.
Yeah.
First killer up. Second touch from apparently Jack. Just ruins whatever FaZe were trying to plot. Missed. Typical. Only 7 boost. Wanted to go to net. And apparently Jack wouldn't even let it reach the goal.
Yeah, a lot of time being wasted here by Gen G, but FaZe just need 1 goal to get that reset back to the kickoff. And then it's anyone's game. Who knows what they've got planned. They've got some great kickoff players in their team who could go for a big win. Might pull out the mind game. Gen G looking a bit jumpy here. That's the double commit in defense after a very, very big commit from the first man. You know, we talked about earlier on, Gen G aren't really that team to recover slowly. Well, this game, they look like they're starting to panic a little bit. They're so close to the finish line. FaZe in their half, though. Gen G in uncomfortable territory.
For Gen G, every time they're in their inside the field, keep shepherding the ball back into that corner. Oh, first killer for miss! You didn't think it was going to be that easy, did you?
Chronic called it. Nolly trusted him. FaZe beat them to the ball. Aggression from FaZe. And they have got plenty of time, 42 seconds. It's a kickoff to the outside. Hapjack's in a roll with it. He's got a massive win for Gen G there.
Look at the time that's gone off the clock already. That's 10 seconds away. Is it going to be a game away? Chronic decides to back down, realizes they didn't have to full send. Apparently Jack, another huge win for him.
Chronic with a huge snipe. From outside the box, he just air rolls it into the top corner. And now FaZe are in real trouble.
Well, now the kickoff test is about to go out. There was the attempt. Chronic had it red. That is so much precious time disappearing for FaZe Clan. They've got to get something off this play. Typical, back down. Who's there? Missed. Who is out of boost? Everyone on FaZe is out of boost. And it's got away from them.
And that's game. FaZe have to just accept another 4th place. Gen G advance to the grand final.
The risk continues to pay off. Jack and Nolly went to North America in the season that was supposed to be the most difficult time ever to emerge from the region. They've not just emerged, they've taken over.
And now they're looking to carry NA to new heights. They're trying to do something that no North American team has done since Season 8, when NRG, with Garrett, Justin, and Turbo, won an RLCS LAN on EU soil. It's almost like the second coming. It had one European player the first time. It would only make sense that they've got 2 Europeans the next time. But wow, what a performance. I mean, what a LAN debut by Chronic.
I wanted to get to him, absolutely.
Truly unbelievable. This man has produced absolutely everything. I think, you know, seeing what they've just done there, I think they're probably the favorites going in, I'm not going to lie.
Well, that is a story to be written in a couple of hours. But for Chronic, how good does that feel? Passed up so many times when it came to big roster moves. He finally gets his chance. It was a chance that did not go to waste. Gen.G have made it to the Rotterdam Major Finals. I cannot wait to find out who is going to be joining them.
Team Secret and Moist on the other side. It's going to be a banger either way. We get another cross-region matchup.
Leaf has got apparently Jack waiting, and I can't wait to hear from him.
But let's first hear from you guys. One more time for Gen.G. So that was your first time making a top 4, and then you make it into top 2. You are on a roll. Walk me through your thought process on this whole experience right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, of course. First event as a team, first event especially for Chronic, and first Grand Finals appearance is just crazy.
That's what I wanted to say. You're a very, very swell guy for bringing him along and then bringing him right to the Grand Finals. That is an incredible first-time experience.
Yeah, I mean, you say I'm a swell guy, but like he did it all. Like he's a crazy player. He deserves it. So yeah.
Now, I'm actually continuing on that. I'm very curious because of the first time. Was there any pep talks you maybe had to give to Chronic, or as a team that you guys walked through to make sure you're prepared mentally to walk onto this stage?
Not really. He's a natural. You know, Chronic, we don't even need to talk about him like he's a rookie anymore because he's proven that he's not. It doesn't matter if it's his first time on like a proper team. He's here with us and he's part of the team. He's proven himself here.
Now, I'm just curious about coming into North America. Of course, we're calling you a North American team. Two from Europe, though, but you got Chronic on there as well. Now, you walked in there and you did a pretty good job. All finals. All 3 regionals, you're in the finals. And now at the major in the finals, what were your expectations when moving to North America? Surely not this.
Nah, definitely not. Obviously, my expectations are high for myself personally, but I'm also realistic. I wasn't expecting to get to all 3 finals, well, now 4 finals. I was expecting like a top 10 finish, perhaps sneak into the LAN at 5th spot, but this exceeded my expectations.
Well, now you're onward to the grand finals. You and your teammates as well. One more time for Gen.G.
Gen.G Mobile 1 continues to prove that their floor is the grand finals. This is the worst they can do, Gibbs.
This is just insane. Chronic coming out, you know, first LAN. He puts in 1 goal per game, like in the semifinals. No big deal, just throwing up. He was a bubble player who would just go around bubble teams and not really mount to anything. Apparently, Jack and Nolly give him his shot, and he's made it count.
So Gen.G's floor is the grand finals, and FaZe's ceiling is the semi-finals again. 4th clan going out. At the world champs, it was G2 knocking them out, sending them home, and here it's the new top dog. It's the new NA top dog, Gen.G, sending them home again. What's the story now, Gibbs, for FaZe?
I still feel like they have to be incredibly proud because we see teams like K-Corp and Oxygen, they have a good tournament, but they fall out top 8, right? And they're still getting top 4 finishes. Like, it does feel good, but I know for First Killer, like, he makes roster moves all the time. We already know this. He wants to win it. Did not happen again. Gen.G for the 3rd time in a row, dominate FaZe.
Listen, Gibbs, if FaZe wants to make a grand final, all they got to do is go up against a European. If they do that, they're locked. They keep having to go up against their NA brethren.
It's 2 European players.
But yeah, but they've been scrimming against them for the past 3 months or so. They've gotten acclimated to them. Every single NA team, when it gets to that point, I think it just comes down to matchups, and Gen.G has FaZe's number right now.
I think what we probably haven't talked about as well is the impact that Alu would have on this Gen.G roster. Yeah. He's played with First Killer. He knows how this FaZe team operates. So the fact that they were able to figure FaZe out in the online split after losing to them a few times, now it seems like FaZe can't get close.
Yeah, and the one thing I love is Nolly, because because he's not going to show up on a lot of highlights. 3.4 demos per game, though. He was getting physical, making FaZe uncomfortable. Chronic putting in the clutch goals in games 4 and 5. But Nolly, he does a lot of that dirty work for Gen G.
He certainly does, and the dirty work has gotten them very far. Into the grand finals, 1 win away from being crowned Fall Major champions. They will wait on the result between Moist Esports and Team Secret. Which region gets represented in the grand finals of the Fall Major is the thing here, Bates. We have Moist from Europe, we have Secret from South America. This is as far as South America's ever made it. Do they finally make it?
And I believe the last 2 times Moist has played a South American team, they've lost, right?
Let's not talk about that, because also for Europe as well, they've always made a grand final. They've never not been in a grand final. So there would be double history being made if Team Secret somehow pulls this off. Plus, this is the #2 SAM team, going to a tiebreaker as well. And with Furia leaving, a lot of people are like, you're only here because Furia is in NA now. But no, Team Secret making some noise.
No, what a performance there. Also, big shout outs to Chronic. We've talked about him a few times here. There are 7 LAN rookies. Not very often a LAN rookie makes it to the grand finals here. He's done it again.
It's scary seeing him get better every series. I mean, even at the start, he wasn't even bad in the Swiss stage. He was just doing his thing. We said we weren't really talking about him, which was a good thing, but now we are talking about him for all the right reasons. That final game was sensational.
Maybe FaZe Clan needs to go get a titanium white octane in the shop over the break. Maybe that'll make a difference. Also, we're not done making announcements here at the Fall Major. If you want to, if you're curious about things that are happening, another RLCS announcement coming up in a little bit. So make sure you are staying tuned to the broadcast, folks. One more semifinal coming up after this before you're set for the grands. Make sure you stick around. Secret taking on Moist.
Teams in the world, including mine. Jack, come on. All right. Tune into the RLCS Major, where the best teams in the world, including mine, will compete for surprising and glory. Tune into the RLCS Fall Major, where you won't want to miss it. Be there.
understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? Got me staying away. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I don't like to leave things unresolved. Maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake.
your mouth, you better bust it out.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames.
One spot left in the finals, 2 teams won it. A regional battle, EU versus South America. Secret taking on Moist. And oh my goodness, I don't think it could get more hype than this.
This is such a weird part of the bracket, too. This is EU 5 versus SAM 2. So 2 of the worst teams in this tournament, according on paper at least, in terms of seed. But here we are. Moist has turned that EU 5 into EU 2 at this point. They have passed everyone in Europe outside of K-Corp. While Team Secret, they still have to catch a little bit more for SAM #1, but I don't think they care about that at this point. They want to make a Grand Finals appearance.
Exactly. This is the furthest that South America has got. They made a top 4 at the World Championships as well. So it'd be crazy to think, you know, with all the South American teams, obviously Fury moving to NA, that Team Secret could be the first South American team to make the top 2. It's crazy.
Team Secret as an organization has been in Rocket League for a while. I think it was like season 3 maybe, season 3 or 4, something like that back there. They were, I think they were a European org at the time.
Yeah.
But now over on South America, and they're trying to make it to that grand final spot. You can see the bracket here. Gen G's waiting in the finals for the results of this matchup. Moist Esports taking on Team Secret. Team Secret put up one of the best defensive performances of the tournament. One of the best defensive performances I've ever watched in their quarterfinal
They
match.
did. They were absolutely brilliant. And the most impressive thing to me that whole entire time was that they stuck to the game plan. So many times against V1, they could have been baited. They could have overcommitted, but they just stayed consistent. Solid 50s, slow movement, and ultimately got the dub.
Their defense was so good that V1 chose to not shoot it on net anymore. they just gave up.
They just hit the FF there in chat, folks. Well, no FFs here right now. 2 teams ready to compete and ready to try and earn their spot in the finals.
Introducing first from round 5 into the semifinals. Critical Soggy Soldiers are on a mission. The team of Rise, Joyo, Astral, ready, set, let's get wet, Moist Esports! And their opponents, fighting for respect since day 1. They want a tiebreaker to get here. The team of Sad, Knight, and KV1, South America's secret weapon, Team Secret!
Team Secret looking to make that Cinderella run, that Cinderella story, and take South America into a place they've never been before.
And no one believed in either of these teams coming into here. A lot of people said Astral on Moist was a mistake. There's no way that you can replace Vatira. On the other side, Team Secret, a lot of people are saying, so it's a tiebreaker. There's no Furia, so you'll go out 0-3 in Swiss, maybe 1-3 at best. But both these teams are here for a chance at a Grand Finals. Rise, incredibly clutch on days 1 and 2 to lead Moist to that 2-2 round, and then that's where Astral woke up, and he's woken up ever since.
Moist trying to make a grand final for the third time since after COVID. They made winter last year, they made spring, and they're trying to make it in the first major now. Joyo, get the hand up, yo! He has been on fire. There's something about it. When he's playing in front of the European crowd, he turns into Woyo. He hears a chant, yo, and the mechanics start going, popping up.
I mean, these guys have proven themselves time and time again on land, and have a listen to this. Joyo's the man. They won the spring major, didn't quite get the job done in the World Championships. However, it just feels like at this point, you just have to trust Moist on land. It doesn't matter about their online performance because they show up when it counts. And this man right here,
you have to trust Astral. You have to trust Astral when it's land. He has carried this team to the playoffs. They shouldn't have beat G2 without him. He was playing fantastic. And then the playoff push against K-Corp. Astral hitting the shot of the tournament to take out the favorites. Moist is here to play.
He has been doing absolutely everything. It's been phenomenal ever since round 5 against G2. Had the drag rise of Joyo screaming across the finish line. But now, earlier against KC, their nemesis, their kryptonite, they balled out with this other team. These boys from Brazil. They have absolutely performed. They beating everybody this major.
They beat everybody, including Moist.
They beating Moist.
So they beat Moist, and that was a 3-1 series. The 3 wins, 0 goals against. The 4 wins versus version 1, 0 goals against. Team Secret is doing it defense first. We always say offense wins at Grand Finals, but Team Secret is trying to change all that right now.
and to think that a South American team is bringing that sort of defense, showing V1 how to play defense was absolutely phenomenal. We saw Knight there, we saw Sad, but KV1 T-Bates, I know you love talking about him, formerly at the World Championships with the club. Here he is on Team Secret, and he's just performing on land again.
He's a land boy. I don't think I've seen him make a mistake the whole entire time. The whole entire tournament. Now, has he been like absolutely like phenomenal, like offensively, someone like a Batira? No, but defensively, he's locking it down. All 3 of them. They're a defensive wall. They're the Iron Curtain.
With the teams like teams like version 1, right, with Torment on the back line, we're like, oh, as long as you can take out Torment, you got a chance to make it through the net. Not the case with Secret. You can't demo all 3 of them. I mean, I guess you could try, but I don't know. How do you get through this wall?
I have no idea, but KV1 also got kicked off his team, joined Team Secret, and now they're here. And where's the club? Not here.
No, the club put up their best effort, but it is Secret that is representing South America in the semifinals with a chance to play in the Grand Finals. It gives us our first ever no European team Grand Finals. Hasn't happened in 12 seasons of RLCS. My God, it's about time, right? Come on, folks. How do you guys feel about it at home? Hashtag MST, hashtag Team Secret there. We'll go down the line. Start with you, CJ.
I feel like this is starting with me every single time.
You are on the end. So
I'll start.
Okay,
What's up? Give me Moist. It's time to get wet out here. I just believe that this team, they're just destined for the Grand Finals. They make it too much, and I think Secret's defense has been quite great, but this Moist offensive pressure, ever since yesterday, unstoppable.
So I felt like when Moist and Team Secret played 2 days ago or a day ago, I can't even remember. It was 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
So if they would have played again, I think Moist would have won that series. They had tons of opportunities and just barely missed out. It's a different Moist up there right now, so I think that offense will come alive and get them enough goals to get past Team Secret. I'm going Moist.
Well, look, although the seeds are a little bit different, EU5, CM2, it does feel like the script is being rewritten from Worlds. We saw FaZe, we saw Fourth Clan dropping. This time it was Gen G. And this is where the EU powerhouse shows their way. And yeah, Moist are going to take this one. Unfortunately, Team Secret,
for Moist.
I think their run's going to end here.
I thought you were going Sam.
They continue to doubt him up here, folks. Man, I've been a defender my whole life in any video game I've ever played, in any sport I've ever played. TCU's a defensive school. Give me Secret on this one, folks. Someone's got to believe in them here, folks. I believe it can happen. Well, how does chat feel about it? There's been a lot of Moist fans so far, and they're going to continue to show up here, folks. Fan favorites on the desk and in chat. Probably in the house as well, if the last match is anything to show for it. But Team Secret built a wall in front of their goal last time we saw them here. Moist is going to have to pull out the big guns if they want to make it through. Secret trying to upset the European number 5 seed here. What are the stories we've got unfolding in front of us, folks? Let's get down to the pitch. It's time to find our grand finalists.
making their semi-finals predictions before the start of this tournament would have been forgiven for not including EU's number 5 and South America's number 2. But Turtle, this is defense versus attack.
Absolutely.
Earlier on, Secret's defense was just unbreachable.
Unbreachable, but this is a different Moist Esports. What I want to bring to everybody's attention is that not much time has passed. Had this been a different day, you never know what kind of Moist Esports you would get, but they are absolutely killing it in every category of the game.
When you were playing Turtle, did you prefer a nice break to relax or to get straight into the
you want to go right back into it. Right back into the action. And here they are, right back into the action indeed. Rise, first goal.
Takes 20 seconds, they're already off the board. Moist are back to their best. It's a 1-2. Astral's involved in everything right now. But Rise, the Englishman, takes it home.
And this is ridiculous because if we look at the stats from their previous matchup, every single game in their previous series that Team Secret won, they held Moist scoreless. Moist just scored within the first minute already. And if that pattern continues, they would look to take this game and they look to add more pressure.
Team Secret also kept version 1 scoreless for the first 2.5 games in their series earlier. So to be breached so early is a massive statement of intent for Moist.
And you're talking about version 1. They had 46 shots and only scored 3 goals. And with the way Astral's playing right now, I feel like he could score 3 goals on 2 shots.
Knight's going to leave that one, but Rise is in so fast. Rapidity from Moist. Just over and over again, they're coming forward against Team Secret. All of them want this ball to take it under their command. The danger man, though, is the Belgian Astral. This is some of the best Astral performing we've ever seen, and it just happens to be at a LAN when better, Turtle.
And you're talking about Astral performing well, but how about on the other side, Sad, 100% goal participation versus V1, 82% in the major. He needs to step up, and Joyo, the muscle of Moist Esports, has been stepping up in different categories besides just on the ball. He spends the most time actually away from the ball, going for demos, taking boost, getting in the face of his opposition.
Astral's going to wait for KV1 here. KV1 who's been quietly going about his business for Team Secret, getting some all-important saves earlier on. Right when it seemed that Secret were about to be breached. The teammate Knight on the ball right now. Sad's in the center. Wants it over the top almost of Joyo. Moist showing they can defend too, but Secret themselves are reminding us that they can attack. This is a team capable of scoring, and not just through Sad.
Right, but Moist Esports are still reminding us that they know how to defend, carry this ball in a decent way out of their own end. No double commits. Joyo crosses paths with a teammate there, but quickly to organize is Moist.
Sad's going down the line. He manages to weave it between a couple of them. Joyo was alert to the danger. That was suddenly a very nervy moment for Moist. He would have been feeling pretty comfortable up until that point. Suddenly when the ball's squeezed between 2 of your teammates, that changes at a rate of knots. Secret coming forwards again. There's no one there for Moist. The midfield battle so far being won by Secret in the last minute or so. Moist can change that with one lobby forward, but Secret have definitely found their way into this opening game.
Right, the only issue so far is nobody's extending that rotation downfield, waiting for a clear. They don't have the boost. Nor do they want to take the risk. There's a fake from Joyo around 1, maybe around 2, sets up Rise, and then Astral, he's not missing that.
Moist, most certainly the fan favorites right now, and I have loved this evolution of the musty flick, where you fake one out, you send your opponents high, then you just wait, they're gone, you can set something up, and your teammate comes in to score.
With how threatening mechanics have become today's modern Rocket League, there is so much respect that must be given to nearly every player on the pitch. They go for a musty flick, if they go for a flip reset, you have to respect it.
This is the day where Moist are just changing records. Going up against Carmine Corp, they've lost against them, what, 3, 4, 5 times? Change that when it matters most. And going into this match of Team Secret, they've lost to South America the last 2 times they've played. Famously at Worlds, and then earlier on in this very tournament against this very team. But it's a different version of Moist we're seeing now. The passes that they've been looking for are finally being found by their teammates. 1-2 interplays. The mechanics are back. Joyo is back to
KV1!
Defending here. Team Secret have been bubbling, and finally they simmer over the surface.
They're bubbling with Knight through this corner. 1 chip over, and then seeks out KV1. That's the team play you need. And they deliver the first goal, 1:29. Let's see if they can tie it up.
We'll have to do so now. It'll be good for Team Secret, but Sad wasn't in a goal. Knight and KV1 combining is exactly what these two players need. Rise up against KV1. KV1 is more than capable in the challenge game as a 1v1 player. But it's Astral that comes away with the ball. He's been scoring these all day. He fakes the flip reset for now. Rise comes in. They've taken 2 Team Secret players out of the conversation. But the third one, Sad, brings the ball forward and gets a great bump as well. Now once to the side. Team Secret hoping the ball's going to fall to them. It's not quite happening though. Rise does go for the must. He dances with the ball as well en route. Sad can clear it long.
Moist Esports are trying to set up that formation. One player on the ball. Joyo taking out the goalkeeper. But here he is with the double tap attempt. Hoping to keep this ball in the half of Team Secret, waste time, get some early momentum in this series.
Rise just has to make sure he avoids the Sad dunk. He does that and also gets it forward. KV1 in an awkward situation, but manages to deal with it valiantly. Not for long though. Astral now coming again. Joyo's waiting for this one, wants to get involved in the corner. Not letting Team Secret out their own half, not letting them out their own penalty box at this rate. Astral's up against KV1. KV1 sends it as far as he can. Knights in the center. All 3 of Team Secret moving.
Rise needs to get a touch.
It's over the top. Astral saves.
And it looked like he had to dodge a demo as well. Team Secret doubled Moist demo stat in their previous series. Looking to bully them out of it. 5 seconds to go. Rise a good 50-50. Across the pitch, Joyo just got to smack it down, and he will. First game, Moist.
We are serenaded by an almighty roar here in Rotterdam as Moist Esports take game number 1. They weren't even meant to be here. This was Carmine Corps to lose, but now Moist are here. They're looking like the London version of themselves.
This is ridiculous, and they've got Astral, who, again, is at the top of the scoreboard. How do you stop him? How do you extinguish him? It is a task that I'm not sure even the best team with the best defense, which is, so far, Team Secret can handle.
Astral, who's still rocking the RLCS Season 9 EU champion tag on his player banner over there, where Dignitas dramatically beat Vitality. I believe it was in Game 6 in a best of 7. That was a huge moment for Astral in his career. And it's continued throughout RLCSX, finally back in the era of LANs. And now Astral finds himself on a happy home with Moist Esports. And they look like a team that have all the ingredients right now to go all the way.
All of the ingredients, all of the statistics favor Moist on today and this day. You know, previously it was a little bit more difficult given their inconsistencies. But now, up against Team Secret, they know how they want to rotate. They found their rhythm. Ball is in Team Secret's court. They've got to respond.
Rise into the center, Astral. Thought he had a sniff there for a second. They're not to beat just yet, but it's another good start from Moist off the kickoff. They have been starting these series well. They blitzed KC in the first couple earlier on, before Carmine Corp even knew what was going on. Certainly whatever conversations they've been having behind the scenes have been effective for Moist.
And this is a similar start, like you said, to that KC matchup. I mean, Rise scored a hat-trick in Game 1. Astral went on to score 5 of the 11 goals. We remember that pre-jump shot, pre-jump goal from Joyo and Astral.
Goal of the tournament so far, in your opinion?
So many highlights, absolutely. That was ridiculous. But there's still 2 more series to go. Plenty of Rocket League to be played.
And it's starting now. Rise is left the ball by Joyo, but then Joyo says, actually, do you know what? I will get a piece of that. Rise a little bit unsure what to do. In the end, the ball falls to him. He takes the second. He steps up Astral. How on earth do you read that? I know I couldn't.
Look at the fake. This is what I'm talking about. You got to respect this. Rise, short touch to himself, stops boosting midair, and leaves it for the star striker to, of course, hit that top corner.
I feel like, you know, you're looking at a potential championship-winning team when even the mistakes, the misplays, the miscommunications work out in your favor. They find a way to dig out an opportunity, but now they have to dig out some defending. Secret coming forward on the front foot. This is what we need to see from the South American.
And that's why positioning so close to your teammates can sometimes be such a big benefit, but it's the most difficult thing to do because if your communication isn't flawless, you are going to be double committing left and right. But Moist Esports are willing to take that risk, and it works out, giving Team Secret's defense an illusion. They don't know how to defend against 2 players behind it.
KV1 takes a clean touch, a rare clean touch right now for Team Secret, and a second one too. Joe had pre-jumped, but it's going to fall to Sad. Rise somehow keeps it out. And it's the Moist defense that we're talking about. Sad is able to sweep up behind. Real chance for Secret, but a good save for Moist.
There's no questions about Moist offense. There might be some skeptics about their defense, though, and they have answered the call and silenced the haters within the first 2 games.
Rise up against Knight. Another perfect first touch from him. This is how he burst onto the scene. surprising opponents. What is he going to do? It seems so obvious what he's planning, but always seems to go against it at the last second. Now we have Astral in the center. He wants the ball. KV1 this time does read Rise, and he reads Joyo as well. He bundles it home, and he gets Team Secret on the map.
And KV1 has been the backbone for Team Secret. The only hope so far, but he's tied it up. Now we can only imagine what happens when Sad matches that.
The Team Secret fan contingency loving what they're seeing there. Classic Secret goal, not overcommitting. No real risks taken, just clean Rocket League, a good challenge as well. From the 1v1 master. And it gets Team Secret right back into this one. Now Moist have lost some games here in this tournament even today. So going a goal behind shouldn't affect their mental too much. And they've started again really well from the kickoff. Kickoff's a huge asset for them as Joyo splashes it just wide.
Moist Esports are setting up a siege. The Team Secret half, robbing them of their boost, bumping them off of their line. But we are still only tied up. Do Moist Esports bite a little bit too hard? Get counterattacked again. That's got to be in the back of their minds.
Secret will sure be hoping so, but tackling each other in the air is not what they need to do. Every ounce of precious boost has to be used against an attack like Moist. KV1, to prove my point, has absolutely nothing as he's going down the wing. Thankfully for him, Stab is closing up very quickly. Knight up against Joyo. Knight challenges Joyo. Price has got that one clean.
And that's the only thing that they can get at this point is good 50-50 challenges to relieve pressure, but nobody's downfield. Meanwhile, Joyo's all the way downfield for a booming clear. And here we go, a chance for a rotation forward. But Sad opted to go all the way back and play the passive role that might plague them in the end because you're gonna get barely any chances on offense.
I think for now though, Team Secret won't mind this too much. Limiting Moist to challenges down the center. Big booming clearances, that's where Secret can do their best work. They'll read those all day, snuff them out. KV1 up against Joyo. Joyo is charging it down quickly, almost gets the second touch. It's Rise that it falls to. Joyo thinks about turning around and does. KV1 doesn't get that boost either. Astral's coming in. Team Secret suddenly looking a little bit depleted. What can Moist make from that? Joyo slams it down and gets the second touch against Knight. Beats KV1 as well. Brilliance from Joyo. Sad was the last man, and he was effective.
Team Secret hoping to see signs of desperation out of Moist. Waiting for an overextension. Sad is trying to hunt down Rise. Big booming clear, but again, nobody down at the other side. Midfield possession in favor of Moist. Shot in favor of Moist.
The next goal we'll see will be the most important in the series so far. Is it going to go the way of the blue team? Rise into the middle. And it's just Knight and Sad. They're running out of boost now, Moist. Quite attacking as a trio as they were earlier on, but Joyo only needs himself. He missed! Joyo, especially when there's a mistake in defense, the rare one, which Astral punishes.
And this is the issue with playing such a defensive game. One mistake is the difference, the changing factor that will give Moist the edge. And now with how few chances they've gotten, this looks all but over for Moist.
Unless KV1 can give us just a little bit of magic dust into the series. Not to be, it falls to Rise, who kills it well, and Moist take a nervy game 2.
You were absolutely right. That was the most important goal of this series so far, and might just be for the rest of the series. It's so rare to see Team Secret take a wrong step on defense. I mean, it's literally about as rare as seeing a total solar eclipse. They never double commit. They never have one player out of position grabbing boost when they shouldn't. The one time we see it, Moist were able to punish, and that is going to be the game plan moving forward. Not getting desperate, patiently waiting, and capitalizing when you see that gap.
Perhaps a sign that Team Secret are finally starting to succumb to some sort of exhaustion. It's been a long old journey for them, both physically and in the Rocket League as well. But they are going to take the time to talk this one through. They're 2-0 down in the series, and they are using their tactical timeout.
Extra 60 seconds now between Game 2 and Game 3. How do you kill the momentum of this squad? This is South America's last hope up against Europe's last hope. One completely on fire, sinking every shot, going for pre-jumps, feeling confident. Team Secret have been deflated. But with this break, might be able to re-energize.
And we have seen some very successful tactical timeouts going out today in all 4 playoffs. There was at least one time where a team took a tactical timeout and then won the next game. Didn't happen for FaZe up against Gen G, but they lost the decider after that 4-2. But they are such an important tactical asset to be taken, and I'm glad they're taking it after 2 and not 3.
There's so much mental aspects to this game and feeling confident. And right now, Team Secret are respecting Moist far too much. I mean, you saw the fake be so efficient from Moist when 2 players were going for it. They didn't know who was going to take the shot. They want to play defensive, and Moist, especially with Astral, have been going for fakes, mind gaming you, taking you out of the pitch. You can't give that team that kind of respect on this international stage.
It feels cruel to criticize Secret considering how far they've come, but it does feel like they're sticking to the playstyle that worked against version 1 earlier. Moist, an entirely different story to version 1 from earlier. This is a team that's peaking. Their offense is working. They've just taken down the monkey on their back in Carmine Corp. You have to come out here and attack them and shake them back up, because right now, nothing is stirring Moist.
Have we seen every strategy Team Secret hold? Or can they bring something spicy, something extra that we've never seen before? There's a pinch that we have seen before, but always so flashy when we do.
Another great start for Moist off the kickoff. And all that talking Team Secret have had have at least got them at 0-0 after 15 seconds and not 0-1. That would have really hurt. But they can keep coming.
Oh, the pause. Baited.
Baited.
Absolutely baited.
Wow, well, once again, that changes things. Suddenly you have more time to think, to potentially overthink. A minute seems to be the exact amount of time you need. At this point, you're at risk of just questioning what should be questioned.
Even this extra time doesn't give too much confidence to Team Secret at slowing Moist down. I don't think you can slow Moist down at this point. I genuinely don't. With what we saw from them previously at the Winter Major of the last season, excuse me, they simply do too much. They are too confident on that day that they're playing well. Mechanics will not stop. The rotations can't be broken, but you can match that. Team Secret can push out, get aggressive. Game 1 against version 1 was ridiculous. I've seen them in forms in that game alone that I never saw throughout all of their regional play. Maybe they can bring that firepower back on.
Team Secret have it in them, and we are going to be restarting game number 3 from 5 minutes. Yes, again, as of earlier, there was no goal, so there'll be no controversy here. Just a straight-up reset. All players resume their starting positions. We are going to go from the start.
Just reset it, Cole.
Get back in. Let's do this. Let's do this, Turtle. I'm ready. Team Secret ready? Is this good for Team Secret?
That's what I guess it gives them more time. At the end of the day, this is more time to collect yourselves. If you're feeling the nerves on the stage, this is crucial. But do I think this is going to hurt Moist? Not at all.
Only Team Secret can hurt Moist. And they are more than capable of doing that. We need to see a return of, as you mentioned, that first game against version 1, where Sad in particular, I think he got a goal and an assist, if not something else, in that game alone. He is the player that they have to be looking towards now, and that's taking nothing away from Knight and KV1, who defended admirably. Their team composition defensively has been fantastic, but the man to break through tough defenses, and Moist are a tough defense, has been Sad. What does he have in his locker, or is it KV1? A lovely flick to start things off.
I mean, KV1 has been matching that performance of Sad throughout the whole regional, or excuse me, major. And potentially in the regionals as well. KV1, a star player, Sad, a star player, Knight holding it down. They have to get uncomfortable. Form themselves in a position where they're more aggressive. They're not used to playing like this, but it's necessary.
Yeah, I mean, Sad and Knight were too close there, but I don't mind that at all. That could be a side effect of them trying to switch things up. They're defending a bit more aggressively. They're closing Moist down faster. Look how much space Moist now do not have when they get the ball cleanly. Lovely pass from Sad outside to KV1, who goes forward himself. As Astral and Rise in front of him, wants to just challenge Rise. It's not quite effective, but they're starting to ask some questions of Moist and cutting across rotation. Much better now from Team Secret.
Yep, cutting across rotation, but still not the cleanest. There was a double commit, but the fact that they're infiltrating the midfield, pushing themselves forward, that third man isn't waiting all the way at the goal line. This is boding well for Team Secret. About the longest time they spent in the Moist half so far.
This momentum has to build for something for Team Secret. He wants to put it past Joe, but Astral is there. This is what they don't want to see. Astral with boost on the side with that ball rolling up the wall. Devastate any defense, even Team Secrets as we've seen. He's got a little bit of time. He tries to fake them out. He's challenged. Stand up against Astral, keeps it out for now. Joyo's coming in.
Joyo.
Don't get faked if you're Secret. Doesn't matter what you try though. Joyo's gonna get it past you.
Astral does this in the air. He does it on the ground. He mind games you. You never know which direction, which outlet he wants to take. And Joyo, he knows what's going on. The communication comes through, and Joyo finishes.
Secret have to remind themselves that this has been a better game for them so far, despite going a goal behind, but Joe could double that to the backboard with him. Knight out wide and Rise is there, and now it's Moist that have taken control. They're seizing the moment and they're squeezing Team Secret.
Those mind games are just such an effective strategy against Team Secret, especially when the speed of Moist is at this level, when they're playing this well. You hit the brakes, Team Secret expect you to fly at the ball like they have been. And as a result, Team Secret's defense is the one that's flying past the ball instead, leaving a wide open goal.
Another little flip reset there from Joyo just to keep Team Secret guessing. Astral's got a couple of his own up his sleeve. Won't lead to a goal, but Joyo shows how to cut rotation until he's taken out.
Huge demo.
Now Knight up against Joyo, underneath Joyo. Astral just pulls rank and brings it forward. So it does seem to be Team Secret trying to speed things up. And now it's Moist employing the slow game and doing it excellently.
Setting up shop again in the half of Team Secret. Putting up the tents, getting the food prepared. These guys so comfortable, staying on offense, holding down the midfield, denying clears, taking boosts, draining the life of Team Secret, but they have broken out. 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go, 1 goal needed.
Gotta keep this pressure, Team Secret. KV1, a good pass towards Knight, who goes for the double. He gets it, but not on target. And Sad can only watch as his dreams of an equalizing goal disappear, at least for now. Rise booms it forward as far as KV1. Moist now have their turn for a little bit of pressure. It's end to end, but each team is having sometimes an extended time in the opposite side of the field.
Yes. And while Team Secret still might be struggling to face these challenges, get out there quickly, they look like they're willing to take more risks. Push forward, go up for some challenges that maybe they would have been too passive with. Big demo from Sad onto Rise, who spawns now in his position. This is giving space for KV1, who continues to make moves, but denied.
Great challenge though from Knight up against,
Off the backboard,
It's gonna fall to Sad. Team Secret show what they're about. Get themselves back in game 3.
Here he comes, don't let him get momentum. Knight off the backboard, smacks Rise out the way. And Sad says, hello, open net, I will absolutely take that.
And that all came from Knight being such an aggressive third man. He wasn't scared of what Joe was capable of. He raced him, went toe-to-toe. Winning that race made it the simplest finish you will ever see for his Team Secret teammate. They've got to do more though. KV1 to the side. Rise takes him out, so now it's Moist with a little bit of space to play with. But for once, Joe's touch deserts him. Sad and Knight are so surprised that both of them go for the ball. They can't believe what they're seeing. That's the devastation that Moist have. One poor touch is not even punished because the other team don't expect it and have to overreact.
There's so much respect, and that one off the crossbar and out. Knight had a 1v1 opportunity demoed back towards the other end. Moist hungry for goal number 2.
But it could backfire. KV1 has Rise to his side. He's managed to bypass him for now. Joyo clears it long. This is looking good for Team Secret. They're forcing Moist to make these big clearances, the last thing they want to do. And the challenge is going the way of Secret. KV1 is just about nudged by Sad. They did not want that. At least to Astral having some time in the center. Right to the middle, Joyo out wide. The goal here would end the game probably. Joyo to the ceiling. Knight clears it, but there's no one in front of him. It's just the Moist hornet's nest. The ball's going to fall towards. Knight tries to get himself a dunk, not this time. Joyo up against Sad. It goes neutral, and we head to overtime.
Overtime indeed. Team Secret, the best looks on net, good chances, finally getting a goal. Surely that's gotta fill your veins with confidence, help you to push forward. Knight's doing just that in this corner.
We will have a series if Team Secret can just bundle through. Joyo's trying to prevent that right now. Knight's already up. He wants the double tap. He's got it. Surely! It squeezes between the defense. and Secret get themselves on the board.
Knight coming alive. Sad KV1, they've all got a piece of it. And Knight adds a nice little double tap off the backboard to his name. And that's how you get back in a series, get a game to your name, and silence Moist defense.
That's what you want to see as well from the player that we've talked about the least. Knight, he's not the name that we've been mentioning as someone who is going to drag Team Secret out of this, but right there he showed that he can do it as well.
Yeah, team effort, all three players. I think most of the time we pinpoint one person in particular, especially Sat. I mean, this man literally had 100% goal participation against version 1, but that is not to discredit what his teammates can bring and will bring to the table, and it is required if you want to make it to the grand finals. They are trying to build their resume to slay this dragon of Moist.
And if Knight is coming alive, I mean, it was his good work that led to the assist as well, then it's perfect timing for Team Secret. They seemed like they needed some sort of ace up their sleeves because this one was beginning to get away from them. And how frustrating would it be to come this far and not be able to make that next breakthrough to get to an RLCS final for your region?
Yeah, and just one game alone is enough to build momentum and start snowballing. You prove to yourself on this stage that it is possible to slow down Moist, to catch them off guard, and it is possible to make their defense scramble regardless of how good they've looked in the previous series. It doesn't matter. This is a new one, and Team Secret are trying to make history.
Well, we've guaranteed ourselves now a trip to Wasteland. Are we going to see Neo Tokyo as well, and maybe beyond?
I hope so.
Me too, man. It's a series that deserves it. It's a day that deserves it. It's a brilliant Rocket League today. We need those Champions Field moments. It's so healthy for us.
And the main thing for Team Secret is they don't have to completely shift what they're going
Oh!
But KV1, he shifts which way he wants to approach the net and fools Moist.
He's got all the tricks. He can slow it down, then he knows exactly when to go in. Astral, you're the man whose name has been on everyone's lips, but see you later, mate. You couldn't deal with KV1 in that situation.
How good does that feel? Astral's probably hit so many mind games on you this series. In this major alone, a little bit of payback.
Team Secret keep it going as well. Trying to build on this momentum. Astral to the side. He has to slow the ball down every chance he gets now. Rise is playing in front of the ball. Good from Moist. Not going back, not retreating into their shells. Gonna slap Team Secret straight back if they have their way. But Secret have survived for now. Rise, side flips underneath it, but KV1 can pull away. Suddenly, Team Secret's new danger man is one that Moist are watching. That's a good boost deal from Joya. I'll keep Team Secret back. Rise is in. Knight to the side. KV1 is suddenly a very stranded in defense, especially with Rise coming. Astral gets the flip reset, but for once, it's not going to do any harm.
And it's because Sad got that demo early on in the rotation on his way back. There would have been a second man waiting, lurking for Moist to finish off that beautiful pass, lobbed in front of the net. Bumped out of the way again. KV1, a shot comes out. Sad pre-jump saves it. Team Secret, are we even surprised that they're holding on?
Not at all. We know that they can do this. They love this style. KV1 has sat in front of him, but he's going to bypass him and just send it high. Joyo's clearance met by Knight. Knight keeps going as well, up against Rise, who misses it completely. This could be danger. Could be a second right now for Team Secret. This shot looks like it's going wide, but he follows it up. Sad's on the board now as well. All of Team Secret are firing.
How do these players read this bounce off the corner? Most people just start flopping around, but some way Sad knows where that ball's going and how to finish the job he started.
The Team Secret fans are starting to believe. The volume is raising in here. Moist needs to get their own fans going. Astral attempts to do so by being early on the ceiling. Rise's boom is towards Joyo. Moist needs something because this one is beginning to go fully on the side of Team Secret. Everyone's missed it. Rise is coming in, but he can't quite sneak it in at the near post. Astral a good pinch. Perfect first touch. Coming in is Joyo. He wants to get the second one. Sad almost nips in. Rise now has a chance to get it to the backboard and take Knight down. Astral could be in, but KV1 with some heroics.
The Guardian Angel for Team Secret and South America blast that ball out of possession. And this is good news for Team Secret in their matchup against V1, where they won 4-1. 3 out of those 4 individual games, they're able to edge out a win with just 1 goal. And here they've got 2. The confidence has has got to be there. They're comfortable holding this defensive stance. Unless Astral has something to say about it. Good shot to the corner. KV1 again.
They say 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline, but for Team Secret, it seems that it's exactly where they come to life. And as I say that, though, Rise puts it in the place where it can't be saved.
And they're sending in the muscle. And that's all Joyo. Missed the first bump. He's rotating out and still tries to get you. This man has got to be one of the most annoying players, driving around in your net, ignoring rotation, and just hunting you down.
Sad is going to beat Joyo here, though, is he? No, it's actually, he's so fast from Joyo. How to get up there?
The touch.
Lightning pace. Joyo with Astral behind him. Astral leaves it for Joyo, who has definitely come alive right now. Astral is waiting now for KV1's hit. Almost bypassed the Belgian, but Astral gets something on there. Goes sideways as well to steal a boost, but the ball goes right at the top over Rise. Has to send it to the side. Team Secret not defending themselves now. Not going back into their own shadow.
And what I do like about Moist is they see this defensive performance out of Team Secret, and demos have been so effective. We just saw one there from Joyo. It wasn't a demo, but a bump. And I don't see them trying to abuse that strategy because I think it would ruin their rotations, but knowing just when to go for it gives a lot of life to Moist and secures their rotations, letting this game stay within one.
There's a effective demo coming out. And Joyo's called into action in defense, but now he has the ball and some space up against KV1. Wants to fake them both, and he did. Sad had to help out his teammate. Astral goes again around the corner with him, but he can't quite connect with the second touch. Secret now 55 seconds away from making the most of this 2-goal lead. Joyo around the corner. Sad's touch towards KV1. Astral's there. KV1 to the ceiling. Rise takes the turn. The Englishman is brilliant.
All tied up. Team Secret look like they're gonna get back in the series. But Rise has something else to say. Solo play, lovely dribble, and they're back in at 46 on the clock.
Secret, it seems, have had their moment. Now they have to get another one. Moister right back in it. Knight does have this boost here, but he leaves the ball to Sad. What can he conjure up? He's done so much for his team this whole tournament. Up against Rise, the man who just got that equalizer. Fakes him out for now, sets it high, but Astral's there. KV1 only as far as Rise until Rise is taken out by Sad. Secret want to end this one now. Knight beating KV1 to the ball. It's a double commit, but it's a decent one as far as Knight is concerned. Stays behind the ball. Makes himself as big as he possibly can be. Astral's keeping his boost. The boost management effective from him. Knight at the near post. Joyo is there. This is danger right now, but Rise can only keep the clearance up as long as he can.
Missed it.
Sad needs to leave this one for his teammate. KV1 is there.
5 seconds.
Astral gets it to
Joyo!
Who gives Moist a late lead, and they've turned this on its head.
They are relentless. They do not stop bombarding your net with every shot they've got. Every ounce of boost used. 3-2. 1 second to go, but hold on. Knight, one dribble. Denied quickly. And this ball does hit the ground. Moist Esports on match point.
And did I just detect a massive smile from Astral? That would have felt like a moment where things were just starting to step away from them, a team that haven't had it all their own way since coming together. And when a series like this begins to get away from you, just those doubts start to come up, but any of them have just been alleviated with the end of that game.
I don't even know at this point if there's any more doubts in their minds, Moist Esports. They've made top 4, they made it to the semifinals. Astral's got to be feeling so validated alongside his teammates Joyo and Rise for this pickup, for this specific reason. He's already proved his worth on the pitch. And now it's smooth sailing. One more game to go. I thought we'd see a Team Secret battle back. Such a good start, but they turtled up on defense and one by one got picked apart.
And it was a classic Rise goal as well to get the equalizer, slowing down where everybody else would speed up. It's the last thing you expect, but you have to prepare for it when Rise is coming up against you. Once they had that equalizer, it was a mountain to climb for Team Secret. Even at 2-2, it just felt like the pendulum had swung right back for Moist Esports. And we do have Wasteland as promised. Are we going to see Neo Tokyo?
That's a tough question. Neo Tokyo, I think we get it. I believe in South America. Hopefully we go the distance. Moist Esports are certainly a giant, but one that Team Secret can take down and trip up. but they're gonna need to play the best Rocket League they've ever played. Let's see if they can do it.
Sad starts off early almost with the attempted double tap, but Rise gets it away and gets it away far as well. So nice clearance is only as far as Astral. He's pretty decent in these situations, isn't he? The floor pinch as far as Sad, but danger out of nowhere from the Belgian.
Team Secret can't get used to the creative shots from Moist. This is not that same Moist that was putting on simple one-dimensional shots that they faced in the Swiss stage. They have evolved to another level.
Astral up against Sad. If this challenge is clean from Astral, it could let his teammate in, but 2 times Sad steps up against that big old Octane hitbox behind the car. Now he wants to have a piece of Joyo as well. Ball flips into the center. Astral's chasing it, rises in the middle. How he'd love to catch this one on his roof and do some more damage to that Team Secret defense. Unbreachable, says Rise. Not with me about.
Sad. Quick corner play. They do have a double commit coming out of Moist. Hitting it to the sidewall behind the ball. Astral 38 boost to work with. Flip reset. Trying to go under one. The classic fake. Team Secret have adapted and say, I think I've seen this one before, but they still can't match the speed.
Brute force this time from Moist. It wasn't the most beautiful mechanical goal you'll ever see, but it was still so clean. And Astral knew exactly what Joyo was trying. 1-0 Moist. Everything seems to be going in their favor. But teams have lost from this position before, Turtle.
Yes.
Nothing is won just yet.
There is certainly no counting out Team Secret. Nobody wants it more. They've never made it to the grand finals. Behind Sad on some dribbles. They've got some room to work. A nice shot. Far side, saved by Knight.
Joyo is already up though, look at that. Anticipating exactly what Team Secret are going to do in defense. Secret got it back into the Moist half. And then some, in the corner, a huge demo from Sad. KV1 can have a clean shot here, and it sneaks its way in off the back of Joyo.
There's the demo. Sad taking him out, clearing the way. In a tied up game, Joyo, I think he would have gotten a save. Very disorganized on the backboard. As soon as that wheel goes over the backboard, you can't control your car, jumping, all of it thrown out the window. In a really tough situation for Joyo to deal with.
Team Secret were hanging on by their fingernails, but all of a sudden they're looking a bit more well supported. But falling off this cliff just now. Moist gonna try and kick him off. Can they do it? Rise! He kicks forward, but it's just about dodged by Team Secret. Knight can have an attempt at clearing it away, but he's beaten to the punch. Moist, despite having the equalizer scored against them, still looking that little bit faster, especially with these demos, but suddenly Team Secret almost get away. But it's Rise who has a dribble. He goes left, he goes right. Sad gets it away as well.
Very grounded game. Plenty of space in the midfield. This time for both teams. It started out only for Moist, but with Team Secret's punch back, they have been awarded with extra free space, extra boost, and potentially that second goal.
Astral tries to get Knight out of the way, but only succeeds in dodging away himself. Rise is the champion of that particular duel against Sad. A bit of confusion now. The ball has slowed down, at least for a little while. A bit of scrappiness happening.
Right.
Until Astral just gets it on his back, barges his way through, and almost restores Moist lead.
Look at all these dribbles. I mean, this ball finally is up in the air. Both of them very happy to take it down, force the 50-50. Moist Esports know the creativity is unmatched, but a huge clear all the way towards the half of Moist. Things have slowed down. We've gotten back to a game of tug-of-war here, Cole.
Yeah, I was going to say it's cat and mouse at the moment. Neither team is prepared to completely commit forward, attempt to score what could be this winning goal in game number 5. You can see why from the perspective of Moist. They don't have to rush anything. As for Team Secret, one mistake will send them tumbling out this competition. Be so careful.
With that pressure, it's all on Team Secret. 3 games to win against Moist, who, like I said, have evolved. Astral off the sidewall, the double tap. It looks like Moist are throwing this ball off the backboard, just waiting for a mistake and hoping they can catch a lucky break.
Astral is boostless though, so his touch-up is not going to be effective. Sad flicks it on. Astral has managed to pick up some boost now, and only has KV1 in front of him. KV1 does a good job getting it to the corner. Knight up against Joyo. Joyo, more great work from him. Sad waiting for it. Sad's touch is effective too, so All these players making sure they don't make mistakes. Astral has to help out Rise. Sad still with a massive boost there. Right up against Astral. Sad just
30
waiting.
seconds.
This one just waiting to spring into life, you sense. Joyo gets the save this time when the ball was high.
Match point for Moist. 20 seconds. The game might have slowed down, but what's at stake has not changed. Team Secret, 13 seconds. Or we get another overtime between these two Titans.
Can we handle another OT? It's going to be tense if it happens. And it's looking more and more likely. In truth, it feels that all 6 of these players
Here we
have
go.
settled for the overtime as of about 2 minutes ago. 1-1 feels about even, but now it's next goal wins.
Buckle up. Long overtime ahead of us. Astral over to Joyo. Intercepted quickly. This is everything for Moist. Getting back to the grand finals. Validating that roster swap.
Team Secret doing their best not to let Rise have control of the ball in what has been a very floor-based game so far. Knight punts it forward. Is anybody there for them? Not this time, it's just Joyo, who takes a perfect first touch and a decent second one as well up to KV1. Still lobbying bombs forward and backwards, both these teams. Until one interesting pass comes forward, Joyo had to be alert. Astral and Sad race for the ball. Rise is the recipient. Flippery set over the top of KV1. Sad gets it as far as he can into space as well. Good choice of where to put that ball. Anywhere else, you feel that Moist are ready to pounce. He put it in what would normally be a scary position, but there, it was the right decision.
Moist historically always have the ice in these moments. We're not even in game 7, but Joyo, flip reset, opportunity over one. KV1 gets the clear. Team Secret under pressure.
They'll keep on going, Moist. Astral now fakes it out for Rise. How we'd love to have him have a clean dribble at this net. Knight does not. Blasting it away as far as the backboard. Road to the backboard, it's not going to be effective. KV1 gets it round. Secret from left to right, but they have left open a gap.
He wants to muscle
Rise,
through.
he's just trying to find a teammate. They weren't sure whether to go or not, Moist. Maybe this time they do. It's Joyo. He gets the extra touch. Astral hits the crossbar, and Sad just waits.
1 goal away from staying alive for Team Secret, and 1 goal away from clinching the grand finals at the Fall Major.
A clearance from Team Secret is absolutely massive. The pressure just lifts off them like opening up a balloon. Joyo has Astral in the center, but Astral turns it down. Knight is allowed some space. Astral sends it back to KV1, who shoots it underneath. One of them, he tries to
got him!
He doesn't need to, it's scrappy, but Team Secret will not care one jot.
It's scrappy, but it's everything they needed. Astral, he got a piece of it, and Rise also jumped. 2 pre-jumps, 1 gets a touch of it, the other's thrown off, and Team Secret stay in the series.
If the omens seemed aligned against you, if nothing is going your way, you just have to stay alive. That's what Team Secret do as well as anybody. That wasn't their best game by any means.
No.
But now they've won that turtle. Maybe they can go back to that aggressive play style and really take this one for themselves.
12 shots here for Moist Esports, only 1 goal because of Astral. That was absolutely ridiculous. Joyo didn't even get a shot to his name, mostly just because he's going for bumps, trying to take boost. Team Secret, this is that defense made of titanium steel. They have the armor equipped. It was cracked a little bit earlier, but nothing has been stripped down yet. And one goofy looking goal is gonna be the one that ends it. And sometimes a little bit of chaos like that, Cole, is all you need.
It's gonna be the one that ends that game, and it's also gonna be the one that ushers in Moist's tactical timeout. So just when Team Secret start to get a little bit of a bite of the apple themselves, Moist Esports just slow them down, and that is undeniably the right time to do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you let this go into another game where Team Secret put this to a game 7. It doesn't matter how much time they're given. They will be prepared for it. This is when you can cut some momentum early on. Everybody looking at that man, Astral. So much pressure. Like, I'm feeling shaky just looking at Astral, knowing what he has to do. I mean, stepping up against KC in ways that we have never seen online, at least recently within what feels like the past year or so. He's had a spectacular day, but maintaining that performance is one of the most difficult things, and that's what creates a legend in Rocket League.
And Astral, as much as anybody else, has had a microscope put on him. You know, any reaction, any tilt, any sense
Yes.
that he's losing control of himself, and people have been jumping on him.
It's so easy to do that. And you feel for these players who are the mechanical, I guess, pillars of a team. If you are the foundation in terms of mechanics, in terms of striking, there's so much pressure. I mean, after all, if we're gonna dumb it down, Rocket League is a game where you need to score the goals. You simply just need to score more goals. And if you are the sole reason, the main man responsible for that, imagine the pressure and the toll that has on your mental.
Well, it's looking absolutely beautiful in here in real life right now. I'm not sure Moist will be seeing the beauty of Neo Tokyo. They did not want to be here. But both these teams see it for the first time after 4-1 victories earlier. Maybe it's Moist that start off better, but Rise, he's not able to go for it. Astral has some time though. Secret just waiting. It's the most basic aerial from Astral you'll ever see. Still gets a flip reset on the end. Secret just bump it away after a bit of defending.
You say basic, but I'm not seeing that in your ranked games, Cole.
That's true. You're not seeing any aerial fire right.
We're not seeing any double taps either. Astral, it's certainly routine for him. Huge clear. Team Secret were very jumpy in the first 10 seconds. I saw KV1 flying early, but caught in no man's land. Joyo trying to get back. First goal. Team Secret respond to the timeout.
Now I have this theory that Neo Tokyo is where you see the scrappiest games of Rocket League, where players haven't managed to get their energy back ahead of a big Game 7. This is the one where you have to dig deep. The standard might not be as high, but the pressure is high. Mistakes will be made. You have to be able to deal with them and get back to your game.
Closing out a series of Rocket League, one of the most difficult things to do. No matter how many goals you put in, how many flashy plays you have, staying consistent is the core of being a competitive player, and Moist Esports put the first one in for them.
It was Knight going for boost. He should have been getting to the goal as quickly as he could. A defensive mistake from Team Secret and a mechanical mistake from Moist. Both teams having what is their best asset turn against them in the start, and maybe Rise gets one from the kickoff.
A free one given to Moist. Lovely kickoff, but I guess an even better one from Rise. And I say that's free, but you can see him delay the challenge. He didn't flip into it early on and absolutely dusted Team Secret's cheat.
Moist, who have some famous kickoff moments both for and against them, get another to add to the tally. Team Secret going to keep on coming. He's sad out wide. That's trying to clear a path for him, but Astral dodges that. I'm going to eventually get the ball. Well, you know, it's Rise that, I would say he leaves it for. It's who it fell for, really. Because Astral wanted it as well. Team Secret can still make the most from that. Still from that play. And it's 2-2. And a rip-roaring start in Game 6.
Rise bullied. Smacked out the way. Joyo, he needed to get a touch. Buy more time for Rise. But Knight just barely chipped him right under his car. And we have got ourselves a ball game. Team Secret don't want to go down without a fight.
Who wins this kickoff? There's been so much action from them. It's Knight who wins it to the backboard with him, but Rise clears it as far as he can. Sad. I think he was underestimating just how much distance there was on that one.
Oh,
now Rise is coming in. There's a real chance. Knight from the side gets the save.
KV1 was the follow-up, the second man who needed to go up for that challenge. He got bumped out the way. And you are absolutely right. Here on Neo Tokyo, the most physical games we have seen, the most physical play from both sides. It's scrappy, it's bloody. Nobody wants it more than these two teams. South America up against Europe. Who is superior?
Astral's up. He's going for KV1 instead. A nice idea, but Moist went on the same wavelength. And that only gets it as far as Rise. None of these solo plays happening so far for these teams. It's all about bundling at home, waiting for your opportunities. We craft some beauty out of these moments. KV1 leaves it for Knight. A good bump on Rise from KV1. And now Sad is closing down Astral. Nice there, he sends it high, trying to tee up KV1, but Rise beats him. This is dangerous now for Team Secret. Joyo's there with the backboard play, but it's just about fallen wide.
Such a difficult angle on the backboard, straight down. Moist Esports are more than capable of hitting it. Team Secret back into that armor of a defense. Turtling up, waiting for overextension of Moist, and there was a goalkeeper, but the power was simply too much.
The pass was pinpoint, the finish was good enough. KV1 maybe didn't need to go for the pre-jump, but you could say that Rise wrong-wheeled the defender.
You feel for KV1. That's the spot he needed to be in, but I don't think he saved his flip. Just too early on it. Panicked play. This is the last life for Secret.
The last hurrah, maybe. Will they get any more hurrahs? Not with Rise scoring from his own half. A big booming finish. But look at the work from Joyo.
All that waving got Joyo swole now, and he's just muscling through the defense, doesn't stop. This man continues to bully Team Secret out the way, open paths, and set up Moist. A 2-goal lead, 2 minutes left.
It seems that Moist have just a little bit more fight. KV1 tries to put pace to that, nice underneath it. In comes Sad to the corner, there's no one in front of him. There never is for Team Secret. The stealing with him, Astral just keeps the ball to himself, he's got it glued to him. KV1, Rise, wins it. Sad's coming, who's gonna win this race to the boost? It's gonna be Joyo. Team Secret, they just don't have the resources to come forward again, nor do they have the pace right now. It seems that Moist have elevated their game yet again. They did this earlier on against Casey. Casey stepped up their game, and Moist had more gears in the tank. I don't think that's how cars work.
Well, regardless, you don't need to know how cars work just to hit an aerial. The greatest thing about Rocket League, and KV1 wants to be the greatest player in Rocket League Rise. Through the corner, Moist Esports. They have a 2-goal lead, a passive approach, being cautious. You've just got to hold it down on defense, and you can make it to the grand final.
Into the last minute. Secret need it to happen, and they need it to happen now, but Astral is still bundling through. Here comes Sad, desperate to get something going. KV1, Sad in front of him. Team Secret do have a player in front of the ball, but even that's not going to be enough. Moist, they can defend as well. They can defend as well as anyone. KV1 up against Rise. It's just not happening right now for Team Secret. They need one precise pass, but Astral is closing it down. The floor play from Moist, as good as they are aerially.
These are the final 3, maybe 4 chances for Team Secret. It's all they're gonna get. They have to score on this drive. They need something.
The Moist is increasing. It's getting pretty wet in here. It's looking like Moist are gonna make it to another grand final on EU soil. Secret have got nothing left in the tank. Rice still has the ball attached to himself. Joyo is just waiting. Moist have managed to do it. A team that after losing Vatira were counted out, have made it yet again to an EU RLCS Major LAN final.
It's gotta feel good to make it all the way back. And they do it after beating their previous player on KC. Then they take out South America's last chance. And there's only one team remaining in the grand finals, Moist, up against Gen G.
And what a series that is gonna be. I pray that that makes it all the way to 7. We deserve Champions Field for that one. Maybe Moist would rather have a nice clean 4-0. I can't see that happening. It never seems to with this team.
And I officially claim Gen G. They are North American, okay? I officially claim them on the side of North America. NA versus EU, the classic regional matchup. And we have been spoiled. We got so many highlights from both of them. And there is nothing to be ashamed of. If you are on the side of Team Secret, everybody overlooked them. Everybody counted them out. And they have more than earned all of our respect.
You can see the smiles from them at the end there when, you know, the high fives, the fist bumps were coming out with Moist Esports. Yeah. They're not overly disappointed with this one, and they shouldn't be. If they would have been offered a semi-finals position at the start of this tournament, I think they would have bitten your hand off. And what a performance it's been from Team Secret. If we can get some love from them, ladies and gentlemen, they have performed admirably, been absolutely brilliant throughout this entire event, and they deserve to have reached this far.
I do think we've got Leaf down on the stage. One of these times, it's always difficult with that timing, but I do agree, Team Secret, I mean, come on. How do you not respect this team? Yeah. But it's up against Moist, who don't stop. They're on fire. They know how to get the job done. And now we've got Leaf ready on the stage.
Now we're ready to get wet. Let's get wet! I'm not gonna lie, I just want to let you do that for another hour. But you got business to get to. Now, that was one step closer. You're in the grand finals. Now I'm curious if you're starting to maybe feel some nerves creep in.
I'm not feeling the pressure.
He's ready for it. Now, how about if I say the words Gen G are on the other side?
I mean, Gen G, they're all right, but they've never won a LAN before, so.
It's confidence, and that's what you need going into the grand finals. Now, watching the matchup there, I felt like, you know, when Team Secret started getting a little bit of a roll, I saw Rise on the stage talking a lot. Is he the guy to get you guys rallied back and back in the game?
Yeah, I mean, he's a leader. He keeps us in check and, you know, keeps us motivated.
What are some things he says to you, if we can get a little insight to make sure you're still focused?
Just tells us to relax and, you know, that we're better than the other team, and if we do what we do normally, we'll just win.
Now, I'm very curious for you if there's any extra specialness to this grand finals we've positioned, maybe making up for a Worlds performance as well. Does this feel like a bit of redemption?
Yeah, a bit, and I mean, you know, we lost Vatira, and then people doubted us, and now we got Astral. People still doubted us, especially after online, but I got Rise and Astral, the two coldest LAN players in the world, so it's a free win.
A free win. Now, of course, just on the way out, a little wholesome, do you want to give some shout-outs? Because Team Secret, I think, did give a good fight back. Do you want to give a nice word out to Team Secret in the South American region?
Team Secret are a great team. I honestly didn't expect it from them. Honestly, like, I thought they were going to be worse than the club. I thought they were going to be out in Swiss, and they're such a good team, honestly. They should be proud of themselves.
I love it. One more time. Moist now in the grand finals. Let's get wet.
The final bout is set. Moist will face off against Gen G for the title of Fall Major Champion. 4 Englishmen in the grand finals. Where is France? What happened to them? I think England is now the dominant region.
Yeah, and I think, Wave, I think you were onto something. That video that you had yesterday with Rise is going to be a world champion someday. Joyo and Rise, they've been to 4 of these lands now. 3 times have made it to the grand finals.
I don't know.
That's unheard of.
They've just got the ice, don't they? Joyo said it himself as well. They brought in Astral, who just seems to fit in so well because he's such a good LAN player.
It sure is, and they absolutely handled Team Secret. But first off, we got to give it the Secret a little bit. They have played, they exceeded all expectations, probably even for themselves, and have really kind of changed the Sam narrative. They can play defense. Sam plays defense now.
And that's the huge thing. It was a weird play style. Barely 4 shots per game, but they were shooting 40%. So anytime they had an opportunity, they capitalized on it. It kept them in this series, but Moist was just a little bit too much. Then the bumps came out from Joyo to open up that defense, and Moist pulls it out.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see. We saw Astral again continuing his fine form this tournament, but I have to give a shout out on the side of Secret. KV1, defensively, the whole tournament long has been sensational.
And we still have yet to have a grand finals in RLCS that does not include a European team. They've kept that streak going for 12
It'll end.
6
It's
years.
coming. Oh. It's coming very slowly. It's this year.
Statistically, it has to happen.
This year is inevitable. I don't know when it's going to be, but it's inevitable. It's inevitable. It's coming for you, EU.
As inevitable as Moist in the finals at this point. Gen G as well. Reminder, they have yet to finish lower than top 2 in any event in RLCS 2022-2023. So they will be facing off against Moist in that finals. And picking a favorite here, I feel like, is hard. Gen G's got it. You can make a case for both, Gibbs.
Yeah, Moist obviously has momentum because they just played, and we know that they play off that momentum, and they've been in so many finals before, so they have the experience on their side too. But hats off to Astral, because now it's his first grand final too. He was there when Garrett G won in Season 8. He made it so close, just barely losing out to Vitality in a fantastic series, but finally, his first grand final.
There was after Season 7, I was at a dinner and I was talking to one of the Rocket League players who had played in the Season 7 World Championships, and I was asking him, like, hey, you have any roster moves coming up? Anything that you're thinking about? And he's like, well, I've heard of this guy named Astral. He's coming up. He's pretty strong. I'm really excited to meet him. And I was like, I've never heard of this guy. We'll see if he's any good. That player I was talking to, Violent Panda.
There you go.
It's crazy to think Astral, we look at these young mechanical players, the fact that he's still doing this, we're talking about him back in Season 7, he is still one of, if not the most mechanical player in the world right now. It's good for the old boys.
It is good for the old boys, but he's not the
oldish.
Oldish. Joyo's definitely more mechanical than him. He's on his own team, so I mean, they have offensive firepower, and it'll be interesting to see what they go do against this Gen G squad.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and Gen G, what are they doing to prepare in this moment? What do you do knowing that you now have to face off against Moist?
I think they're in flow state right now, Gen G. Like, they're talking to Noli, even after their quarterfinal matchup, they just look so locked in. It felt like they're really elevated with the crowd. So I think you've got to be in free play, keeping warm, obviously.
Yeah.
But it just, maybe they had a warm-up scrim. I'm sure a lot of the teams will be wanting to watch the finals themselves and packed up. So I think they're locked in, though. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
And then we heard from apparently Jack, it was grand finals or bust here. That's what he wanted.
Yep.
He's got that, but now you have to win it all.
Gotta get it. Come on. He's playing with house money at this point, folks. We got a grand finals right around the corner. And don't forget, there's also an RLCS announcement coming up after this. Well, right before the finals, we'll give that to you. So make sure you keep it locked right here on twitch.tv/RRocketLeague. Gen G versus Moist is up next for the title and for it all.
I've been demoed. Box.
Go.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, Fire tries to clear this away. Landing on the foot of Anthony. Picks up the steam. It's still there for Jimbo. He scored!
certain but death. To make it out of here, take a certain finesse. Die trying to earn them a rep. It's coastal, gotta learn to respect. Really, I turn up for less. Like who now? It ain't even worth it to guess. The man going now, you looking nervous and next, and you gon' end up right with him on a shirt with some text. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little buddy cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas, I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cupboard, the fully stack on the dresser. I put his car to your sucker. You know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winner in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him, mirror bust it down, lead the back plane. That's why this in my whip got your last name. Two down, one on top on the phone. Lead the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee say it with your chest when you talk to the GOAT. Gotta learn to respect. Say it with your chest when you talk to the GOAT. Gotta learn to respect. Say it with your chest when you talk to the GOAT. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little buddy cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas, I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cupboard, the fully stack on the dresser. I put his car to your sucker. You know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winner in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him, mirror bust it down, lead the back plane. That's why this in my whip got your last name. Two down, one on top on the phone. Lead the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee say it with your chest when you talk to the GOAT. Coast to the shit, gotta learn to respect.
Moist Esports taking on Gen G in the finals for the title of Fall Major champion. The two best teams have emerged after 4 days of competition and countless games of Rocket League, hundreds of goals scored. All that's going to matter, though, is these 7 games. Welcome back to Rotterdam. It's been a wonderful day. It's been a cold weekend, but I'm glad the fans have filled us up here. It made it a little bit warmer.
Cold, hasn't it? I've been freezing all weekend long. The fall, mate. It's fall. It's not meant to be this cold, is it? Oh, I'm tired. It's summer back in Australia. It's nice and warm. I come over here. I underpacked. All right, I underpacked. I only brought t-shirt and shorts. I forgot that it was this cold over here. So, don't know about this Fall Major business. It doesn't seem very fall-y.
It's a little inverted, but it's okay. Also, it was funny watching CJ at the beginning of the week when we were here, and the fans weren't here to keep the building warm. CJ was running into a number of people, all of which were a little bit chilly.
Hey, Anthony, how's it going, man? How are you? Hey, the club boys! What's up? What's up? Hey!
Não, foto só depois, estou muito frio.
Never lost to your region anyway. Oh. Wait. Stay here.
CJ.
CJ, good?
It is so cold. And it's only the Fall Major.
Why can't we go somewhere warmer for the Winter Major?
Wait, isn't Psionics from...
That's right, folks. The RLCS Winter Major is heading to DreamHack San Diego in sunny Southern California. Tickets go on sale this Wednesday, December 14th at 10 a.m. Pacific. Don't miss your chance to see the best in the world duke it out there live. That's right, it's going to be at DreamHack in San Diego.
Is going to be loving that because it's just going to be a car ride there for them and for all of us. It'll be a lot warmer, so that'll be nice.
Yes, it will be a lot more like home, so I'm looking forward to that.
It'll be nice. I'm gonna drive down myself. It'll be wonderful. Also, Rotterdam is I think we drew up that skit in our heads. Rotterdam has not actually been that cold.
No,
it's
no,
been a very
really
wonderful experience. I want to make it seem.
We love Rotterdam.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful Christmassy vibe. We've had a great time so far. But yeah, at a DreamHack as well. So you're getting a little bit of a bang for your buck there. You can see the best Rocket League teams, but also get all the benefits and fun of going to those sorts of events.
Oh, it's going to be fun too for anyone else that's not going for the major because our fans are going to show them why you should have went for that reason. And I bet we're going to probably bring over a couple fans that are just there for maybe some other game. But they're going to come and see Rocket League and see why it is the greatest esports.
I just like being in NA.
Yeah, we do.
But that's when he's right, you know, so he's got to...
I'm not going to lie, jet lag and me do not get along. So I'm very excited to be driving to an event again. That'll be a lot of fun. Hope to see you there again. Tickets go on sale December 14th at 10 a.m. Pacific. Here's the bracket, though, for the Rotterdam Fall Major. We have not finished this event. We got one more match to go. Moist Esports taking on Gen G Mobile One. This is exciting. This is for all the marbles.
And this is not what we expected. Maybe Gen G on that side, the #1 seed coming out of North America, but Moist, everyone counted them out coming into this event, the EU #5 seed. Now, EU #2, and if they win this event, they are EU #1.
And Gen G trying to be the first NA #1 seed to take out a major.
Well, Moist has played in many grand finals. They've won one before. They're trying to do it again.
To be in the grand finals, you know, it's another day in the office. You know, it's casual for us. We do it all the time. I think we have the strongest mentality here. You know, we know how it's like to win, and I think we can do it again. We're just more cold and icier than every team. I mean, to lift that trophy, it'll be sick. It looks insane, you know. Another trophy to add to the cabinet, you know, and that's what we're gonna do. We just gotta do what we normally do to win this major, you know. Me and Astral, ball chasers, good mechanical players. Rise fills the gaps perfectly, you know, perfecto. The opposition's been tough, you know, but the results speak for itself, and we're here now, so we're going to be just as tough as anyone else. Gen G's greatest weakness, probably not knowing what it's like to win a LAN, you know. Me and Rise know how to win a LAN. Astra's won many tournaments before, and, you know, we have more ice than them. Their greatest strength, probably their form right now. You know, they've been performing well this whole split, but, you know, the major's the major. None of the online results matter when it comes to the final. It's quite simple, to be honest. We're just a better team than Gen G, and they have nothing on us. Bye-bye, Gen G.
Introducing first, making their first finals appearance of the season, Europe's Watery Warriors, Rise, Joyo, and Astral, Moist Esports!
You know, they won one before. They've made it to the finals before. But there's a certain degree of, you know, new hot streak, the team that's just kind of like rising up and then they're going to fall off after they've gotten the win. This one establishes Moist in a way that the previous ones have not.
I mean, these guys have only been to 4 LANs and they've been in the top 2-3 times. That is ridiculous.
Absolutely insane. Rise on day 1 and day 2 was putting in work. A lot of clutch goals to get him to this moment here. And again, he's been in 2 grand finals. And they're 3-1, by the way, in those grand finals. Because the other team on the other side always had 2 lives.
Yeah.
Now they only have 1 life, so Moist is ready for this.
They're just used to this. They're accustomed to it. They want to be here. It doesn't matter what seed they have coming out of their region. They know that all they got to do is make it to Championship Sunday. They get hot. They make it to the final, and they end up producing.
Let's talk about the 3rd member of the squad. Everyone was like, he's got big shoes to fill. Astral, you've created your own shoes. No doubt about it during this event. So far, the MVP for me. He's leading all goal scorers in the playoffs, 0.91 goals per game.
He's amazing, but on the other side, a team that has only known grand finals since they have formed. It's Gen G.
Feels great to be in the grand finals. Obviously, first time here, so I couldn't ask for more. The tournament for us has been pretty good. Obviously, we've had some ups and downs, especially in the Oxygen series, but we've learned from our losses. Now we're just ready to perform and hopefully sweep.
Strong start so far in game 4. Ball up high, Chronic great. Chronic! Raining goals from the sky.
What made us come this way is just that we're a better team in terms of synergy, in terms of work ethic, in terms of wanting to be here and wanting to win. We're right at the top. And now we're just here to perform when it matters. People saying that I can't perform on LAN. I think coming to the grand finals I've proven wrong, but I want to, take that extra step and win it all for them.
Put Bay's man down for a moment. High ball past the 10, but again, Chronic is just faster. Oh, he goes for the demo! He just wants the goals for Gen G.
We're going to crush Moist just because we simply have more experience in a grand final situation than them. We've done it 3 times in this split. They haven't done it at all, so I think we'll win easily. To Moist, I know that a couple of you have won the LAN before, but it's our time now.
And their opponents, the winners of the North American Invitational, trying to win back-to-back finals. Apparently Jack, Chronic, and Nolly. Give it up for Gen G.
If you asked me 4 months ago that a bubble player and 2 Europeans who crossed the Atlantic would be the #1 NA seed in the Fall Major, and not only do that, but they make the grand final, I would have told you not a chance. But these boys from Gen G are something special. Started with that young man right there, Noli. He used to be called a glass cannon on every single team he's played for, but he's a defensive rock, he's a leader, and he has always been produced.
And he's doing all the dirty work, demos per game through the roof, and playmaker on that squad, apparently Jack, the team captain. And this was a gamble to move to North America, but it has all worked out for him.
The dominant NA team from this split has dominated this playoffs today. This team they look at home on LAN.
You call this a gamble. I think if you asked Abjack or Noli, I don't think they consider it a gamble. They consider it the winning move.
Then they got the young man right there with more poise than a veteran. Look at that stoic face. He's ready to perform. Chronic, we've been talking about him all weekend long. Every single time he's had to answer the call, he makes all the plays. He's even calming down he's calming down Jack. And has a presence that you need alongside Coach Lucia.
His first LAN, his first regionals, basically outside of being on bubble squads, barely making it in like RLCS X. But he's been so incredibly clutch. The Invitational MVP for North America, he wants another MVP in there. Like, he could very possibly do it with a great series here.
And then the man sitting next to him as well, apparently Jack sitting in the middle. There were questions about him on LAN. The questions in front of the crowd that we saw last season with Dignitas. He fell short, but today I think he's answered all the critics.
Gen G, another grand finals. 3 grand finals in a row in North America. And all the European teams were saying they ran away. They ran away from Europe. Well, they took down Team Liquid today. and they are looking so incredibly strong here for the grand final.
And we've seen teams make grand finals throughout the whole entire split. We saw it in the spring for BDS and G2. They were in the grand final. We saw it in winter, I believe, for Team Queso back in the day. They made the grand final, but they didn't win. Gen G's trying to make history for a multitude of reasons. One, they're trying to make history by winning on EU soil once again for NA. It's been a while.
I mean, the problem is on the other side of things, they have Moist Esports. We said it. This is their 3rd grand final out of 4 possible lands. It is absolutely ridiculous. These guys show up week in, week out. Anytime you get them on a land, Gibbs, it doesn't matter how they've been playing online because they just elevate.
And every other time they were in the grand finals, the other team had 2 lives. And they still went 3-1 in those matches. So they could have easily had 2 titles if there was only 1 life for G2 in winter.
And it's not like they didn't win a series in the one that they lost. They still,
exactly.
They still won.
So they won the first series.
They've won a series in every grand final.
That's an insane stat. My goodness. What are they going to do? So much momentum behind them as well. And also, not a home field advantage, but a home region advantage for sure. You know the crowd is behind them here.
Oh, yeah, you got that. But I know there's a couple of Europeans and the fans in the Netherlands right now that are going to be rooting for Gen G. Abjack, he's built a massive fan base. Nola, you've seen the trials and tribulations that he's gone through. It means so much to him because this young player right here, the man on your camera right now, he's had to go through so much. Teams have always doubted him. He's always seemed like he's just the 3rd best player in the team. He can't do anything, but he always produces.
Everyone doubted this guy when he was on KC last season, but they showed up time and time again, and more importantly, they showed up on LAN. And here he is. It feels like they've just plucked guys from everywhere here. Not only Jack teaming together, they picked up Chronic, a guy that was untapped in NA. And it's a testament to Nola to see how good he is with the team, how adaptable he is.
Absolutely, and he joined them in spring on K-Corp. They didn't do anything in fall and winter, and he rode them to a World Championship run, a top 8 finish. But apparently, Jack, most likable player, I think, out of anyone. But Moist on the opposite side, most likable team. I think this crowd's going to get behind Moist.
I think they are, and just with Gen G as well, this team, if people don't realize, they didn't even scrim, they didn't even practice before they formed. They just went out of the trust with each other, and to create something this quick, first split, first major grand finals, I mean, that's pretty special.
I think this grand final is very even. So right now, I got to ask the whole entire desk, who's going to be the key playmaker for both of these rosters? Who's going to step up? Who's going to make plays? Who's going to steal the deal?
That man right there, Joyo's been the playmaker, I feel like, on Moist these last 2 series. He's getting involved in the demo game, and he's trying to make plays to make Astral look good. So I expect Joyo to do the same here.
I was just talking to Joyo and Astral right before this grand final as well, and they are feeling good. They want to put on a show for this crowd as well. Joyo's talking about pogo shots, attempts, things like that, so that's exciting to see.
The player for me on the side of Gen G is Chronic.
Oh,
the player I'm watching and looking for here, I just got some stats from our wonderful statistician, D-Rect. And rookies who have won their first LAN that they have played in. Obviously, Season 1, everyone was a rookie, so that one doesn't really count. Season 7, Scrub Killer. The MVP. That was one, and then literally the Fall Major, extra Monkey Moon and Mark by 8.
That's a pretty good list. It's a pretty good list to join.
4 players, that would be, you'd be the 5th player there. I'm not counting the Season 1 players. So Chronic is the player I'm looking to see pop off. Also, the other player that comes to mind is Appjack. I feel like we have seen him in Game 7s be strong, but sometimes it takes a little bit of horsepower to get up to the top revs.
And plus, you're playing Moist. You don't want to go to Game 7. You don't want to go to Champions Field. There's no way. There's no way. So you have to win an instance.
Well, chat, let us know who you think is going to be the Fall Major champion. Hashtag MST, hashtag GGM1, and we're going to make some predictions up here on the desk. Congratulations, Gibbs, by the way. You have won the prediction contest. You are
most important title
currently at 17 and 10. The other 3 of us are tied at 12 and 15 right now. So it all comes down to this. Gibbs, you want to go first since yours doesn't matter?
Sure. So we've never seen a major champion that did not win a regional during that split, but I think history's going to change here. I think Moist has that LAN ice. They know how to win. They are 2-0 in the first series in the grand finals. I think they're going to make that 3-0. I'm going Moist.
Ooh. I want to talk to Rotterdam real quick. Rotterdam, ahoy, can you hear me? Now listen, guys, in the Gen G vs. FaZe series, you guys were claiming Gen G is EU, so I want to know now, they're playing Moist, they're playing an EU team. Is Gen G an EU team?
I think that's their claim.
I think that... T-Base, do anything in their NA? Do we think that Gen G is an NA
team?
EU versus EU. There you go. But
the players are ready to play. Who do you think is going to win?
I got Moist. I think they're going to take this one. They got the momentum. Astral MVP. He's been sensational. He's going to pop off.
Let me tell y'all something. Last time an NA team won on EU soil, I believe they picked up a man from EU himself, Turbo Poster, Mr. 3-time at the time with NRG, Gen G. They're copying that foil. They're copying that soil, and now they're going to end up being this Moist team. And by the way, Rotterdam, Gen G is an NA team, and we're rolling with them. No EU team today.
Got Gen G up there, folks. I've been predicting against Moist, and it's been working out for him so far. I'm going to keep that streak going here. Give me Gen G on this one, folks. How's chat feel about it at home? We got a grand finals to play, and we are getting close to it. And Gen G, a narrow fan favorite here. Stax is ready to get our grand final started.
It's time for the Rocket League Fall Major Grand Finals. It all comes down to this final moment. On one side, a team built for nothing but grand finals. And on the other side, a band of drippy demons looking to claim a second major championship. Only one team can stake its claim and stand alone to lift that trophy. This is it, Moist Gen G, 7 games for the Fall Major Championship.
Rotterdam! Welcome to your grand finals. Moist Esports, against all expectations, have made it. Gen G, with all expectations, have made it. Only one will be the winner.
Good luck trying to predict exactly how this series is going to go. I know you've all got an idea of who you think is going to win, but this could play out in so many different ways. Gen G have just been masterful since the playoffs begun, starting with a comeback, continuing with a strong lead in the semi-finals that they just ran away with. They've done both. Haven't seen as much from Moist from behind. They have just led every series that they've played.
Well, here we go. Chronic with this one up, Nolly on his way. Back into the midfield, apparently Jack. Sees the ball stolen from underneath him. And here is the player that everyone on Moist Esports will be looking towards. Astral has put every doubter of his skill back behind him. He is that player yet again. He's been that player for 4 years.
Yeah, Astral for me has been just too impressive in offense. But this from Joyo. He might have taken a bit more of a defensive approach later in the tournament. But he's still ready to make those big pop-off plays. And I'm so impressed that a player like Joyo can show defensive strength in the playoffs. He's got the second chance of the game as well. Double goes off the goalkeeper. Both teams responding well to early aggression.
Joyo did struggle an awful lot yesterday. Had a couple of games where it didn't look like his icy self, instead was making mistakes. But he's put that back right today. Rise. Just gonna let everyone on his team reset as we do await our first goal. Chronic. Oh, he looks trouble! Oh! You cannot make those mistakes at this level!
Moist have been breaking down so many defensive structures today. Team Secret, the team who shocked the world with their defensive display, could not stop them. Gen G will need to play perfect defense if they plan to. That was far from it.
Rise, Joyo, and Astral. It's gonna take some getting used to. It certainly still has a ring to it. Rise. Jumps inside the field. Oh, that's such an awkward bounce! Rise capitalizes! 2-0.
And it's another mistake. Both Chronic and Nolly were there, but neither player commanding the situation. Rise could just see a little bit of hesitation there. Moved into the middle to accept the gracious gift of Gen G. Another goal that Gen G really should have done better defending.
Well, he would have forgiven for being very bewildered if a year ago you would have turned around and said Astro would be the least experienced Grand Finals player on this team. That is how it has been. What a year Moist Esports have had. Forced to adjust with the departure of Vatira. They have adjusted incredibly well. Are they going to get themselves a third? Gen G looking to get themselves on the board, but here is Astral. Moist backing down, and this is why. Chronic, the unsigned, untapped, underrated by many coming into this season. Do not want to be giving him time on the ball.
Yeah, Gen G, like many teams before them, are like looking for the gaps to try and exploit Moist midfield structure. Moist, for much of this tournament, found themselves just a little bit overextended, a little bit out of position. And are they here? Yes, they are. Abject snipes the shot. Perfect pass from Nolly, just cuts in field, dribbles Astral, flicks it past Rise. Abject does the rest.
And the wheels of the train have started to turn. Gen G have got themselves into this Grand Finals. Plenty of time to work with. No unnecessary risks required yet. That time will tick away incredibly quickly. Joyo with Astral the target. Not far off.
Well, there's no doubt Moist are the aggressor here. 6 shots to 1. It's been one-way traffic for the most part, but Gen G staying composed. No better than anyone here. That the only reason Moist have scored is they've made defensive mistakes. Oh, there's another one. Rise once more is there to punish it. And that was unreal. Look at Rise off the ceiling. You cannot slip up against this team.
Astral just looked over to him and said, all right. 3-1. 90 seconds left on the clock. And Moist Esports showing that they are the team that know how to play a Grand Finals. Gen G will not have been expecting themselves to be making these sort of mistakes. Chronic can't find Astral's car.
Oh, how many times have we seen Rise elevate, become the striker on LAN? 3 goals already. And like we mentioned, 2 of those came after mistakes from Gen G, the unforced mistakes. The 3rd one, Rise really forced it himself. But his finishing is undeniable. He is just so clinical. It seems like when he gets to these Grand Final situations, he just plays it like it's a practice game. Doesn't look like he's at all bothered. Abject spots the first touch wide intentionally. Look at the pass to himself there. Still patient from Gen G. They'll be able to break through here. Another shot saved. Gen G are going to need to do better than that.
And the timer has now become the enemy. Gen G very quickly seeing themselves towards a 1-0 deficit in this series. Nolly can't get back down. Ceiling sort of claiming him. Infield to Jack is available. And instead, Moist Esports unchallenged as they head towards a Game 1 win.
The experienced team come out on top. Gen G have bounced back before. They've shown incredible resilience this weekend. This is a new test, something they have not faced before. Moist Esports in a Grand Final. You know, Chronic said earlier on today that he was surprised just how different it felt to play on stage in the quarters compared to the studio. I wonder if he's thinking the same thing right now. This feels a little bit different than earlier on when I played in this very same seat. Just because it's the Grand Final. I've seen it time and time again. Even the best teams in the world can crumble. And you know, Gen G, they're going to be happy that they've made it this far. Now that they're there, they want to go a little bit further.
And it has been an incredible week for Gen G. Moist Esports have turned it around throughout this week. It seems to be a team that have almost learned in front of us. They've improved in front of us. When it comes to this sort of stage, they always seem to come into their own. Johnny, you've mentioned it a few times how you feel like a lot of teams get worse when they come to land. If there's one team in the world, I fully disagree with you on that odd. Moist Esports only ever seem to get better.
You know, it is fascinating to see. I mean, 2 mistakes there from Gen G, but Rise was there to capitalize on both of them. How many times this week, how many times this weekend have we seen opportunities, half chances, just shoot the ball glancing across the goal and no one's there to score it? You wonder, could you have taken that risk? Could you have maybe just stayed in offense a little bit longer? Should you have been there? Well, Rise was there for both of the mistakes that Gen G made early in game 1. He knows that it's not too much of a risk to do that if you're the first man in the play.
I do question how much the event itself will affect decision making. Gen G, they just want this first goal. Harry Jack off the wall, nobody around. And it's those sort of plays that we will be looking towards Gen G because they weren't there for those earlier on. Now they're up in a difficult spot. Astral looks for Chronic's car. Gen G just let off the hook a little bit there. Now Astral, has he got the reset? Not quite. Moist Esports though starting off on the front foot.
This is just ridiculous. Moist pressure is crazy, but now here's a breakaway for Gen G. Nolly decides to shoot it himself. You know, I think that that last touch that he made before the shot kind of left him with no other option. He didn't have enough boost to get around the ball and center it. Didn't have enough boost to get in front of the ball and slow it down, to give his teammates any time to catch up with him. Heavy hit, just almost out of range. That's all it takes to really shoehorn yourself into a position you don't really want to be in.
One down. Astral takes the position. Nolly, oh, he's gone straight from net. Moist Esports aware of it. All available, Astral takes it. Follows up, apparently Jack, crucial challenge win from him. Now he's got a second one. Where's the reinforcements? Where's the cavalry? Moist Esports have been the quicker.
Whoa.
And almost got themselves the first goal.
I think it was an attempted back pass by Gen G. Nearly fell to Joyo waiting in the middle. Luckily for Gen G, I don't think he expected that one to be coming at him that quickly. They're still looking a bit shaky here. Moist knocking on the door. Still the more lively of the two teams, but Gen G will be happy to have made it this far without conceding. Gonna make something happen of their own, but again, it's a speculative effort. It's easily saved. That's much better though from Gen G. Jack squashing it into the middle, but the follow-up is not there.
Now the breakaway, Rise, one-on-one. The players will be arriving now. Drop down, Joyo chases, and it almost clashed into Rise on his way to the floor. Interesting where that would have gone, but instead, it's now Joyo. Gen G are being tested defensively. They are looking also a lot more comfortable. The mistake's not happening. Gotta make it happen over here, though. Harry Jack with the follow. Nothing doing. Joy on the transition.
I'll be very curious to know if Gen G were expecting this level of discipline from Moist Esports. They are hardly overextending. I mean, Gen G probably expected to come into this, just wait for overextensions, just try and absorb the pressure, hit them on the counter, but Moist Esports recoveries have been very fast, and that's full credit to them, because earlier in the tournament, they didn't look like this at all. They were completely out of starts, overextending, double committing for no reason. All three of them just working so well to put pressure on Gen G. I mean, Gen G are usually the team doing this to their opponents. If you look at their semi-final series against FaZe, this is what they were doing. They had FaZe completely pinned back, but all that said, Gen G got a better game here. No mistakes, really, to speak of. That's step one after the mistakes they made in the first game.
Well, we've gone from a tentative game to a period of time where this is now crucial to the series. Whoever gets this goal, especially if it's Moist Esports, will take a very large chunk of the control. Astral going to struggle to take this too much further. Does require the support. He has found it in the form of Joyo. Gen G defending for now. Nolly first to it. Joyo should recover that comfortably. Could go into the first overtime, depending on who's going to be to this one first. Joyo's missing it. Apparently Jack was waiting around. He's still loitering in the backfield. Not going to happen. We've got our first overtime.
Well, a couple of chances this game for Gen G to center the ball. They did not look in field like they did against FaZe on Utopia Coliseum. The direct route has not worked, but clean sheet remains for both teams.
And kickoffs, when it comes to Moist, tend to be volatile. They've started off well here. Apparently Jack doesn't get the 100 boost. Chronic will put the ball up high. What has he got in his bag of tricks? Nothing available this time around. Nolly to Chronic. He's left it. Oh! Genji, step up!
Nolly's forward lob has just led to his own finish. I think it probably went in off the defender there, but if it didn't, then Nolly was going to get the touch himself anyway. Well left by Chronic. He intentionally let that go by him, understanding it was going to bounce straight downwards. That's a fantastic read from that position, but game for Gen Z. What a controlled performance. After such a shaky start to the series, they had two completely unforced errors to kick things off. They've gone a whole game without making any glaring mistakes there. Now that they've tied the series, that's going to settle any nerves that they might have had. They're definitely here to play in the grand final. Is this their time now to take over?
That's so important as well, because as we go into the history of Rocket League Grand Finals, there are a lot of lackluster performances when it comes to a Grand Final. You look towards Season 4 Grand Finals, Gale Force taking that one. You look to Falcons after they got bracket reset over in London. We have an awful lot of these where if you don't get started, you go away pretty quickly.
Yeah, if you're down 0-2 there, then I think you just got to call the timeout, and then, you know, whenever you end up losing one more game, you don't have it, and you'd love to have it later, so that's huge from Gen G. It's also worth noting that Moist eyes on that winning goal were probably on Chronic. The fact that he's up there, the fact that he's a distraction, even if he doesn't touch the ball, still draws attention away from the downward bounce. Moist weren't ready for it, they didn't jump up in anticipation. Gen G just throwing a little trick in there. Oh, that's the chance, and Jack slams it in the top corner. 11 seconds in.
Gen G are well up and running, and now it's Moist that need to figure it out. This is a team, Johnny, where we know where the floor is. The floor for Gen G is a grand finals. The ceiling, we don't know just yet.
And what a pass from Nolly there, just launching it into the corner wall. Gen G look like they're very much settled into the grand final now. They need to keep this up. They need to stay focused. They didn't drop their focus at all against FaZe in the semis.
Brownie Jack. Just going to see Astral get the clear. Joyo off the backboard. Tries to take it under his control. Nolly's happy to challenge him. Apparently Jack also in, who's starting to look much more confident. What's the player that we saw earlier on, Johnny, who was going into those positions to make something of the mistakes that his opponents would make? Wait a second here, Joyo. Now get the start for Astral. But Jack earlier on, despite being in the right positions, never seemed to be confident that his opponents would actually make those mistakes. It was very redundant what he was trying to do.
Yeah, Jack was just so efficient with his approach to that shot. He just got there about as quickly as he can. And Moist have been playing at blistering pace, so for Jack to completely dust his opponent to the ball there just shows they're ready to match that pace. Wow, what a save! Well, Moist did pretty well to get a shot on target from that position, but Jack was just floating on the goal line and kept it out.
Back to Nolly. Right, to himself. Reset claimed, but apparently Jack will meet him at the point of contact. Just clearing the lines for now. Benji realized that the mistakes are now out of their systems. They're gonna have to force Moist to pull off something special. When you say that sentence aloud, Johnny, I very much believe that they can.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a rough 3 minutes.
Yeah, looking at Astral especially, given the weekend he's had, so many late goals. With Astral faking a pinch clear there, but he will get demoed for his trouble. Nolly coming forward, lean back, reset. Looking for the ground pinch, he's denied, but the follow-up was necessary. Astral quickly raced to the ball. Now he's knocked it in field, but look at Gen G rotating right back into the play. They're cutting Moist off from the defensive blind spots.
And they're rotating it in line with the ball. So when the turn does come in, Moist Esports won't really be able to react. Reset from Rise. Astral with the follow. It did feel inevitable.
Yeah, you feel like somebody's got to go a bit earlier there. Nolly and Jack both have 100 boost, and both of them waited a bit too late. No chance to react to any 50-50 that close to the net, but how many times have we seen that this weekend from Rise? Just completely stopping the ball dead, letting it drop down to one of his teammates, letting it roll in front of one of his teammates. So they've got easy shot. Yeah, it's all about Gen G's early challenges. That time they didn't have one. Despite the fact that both their defenders had 100 boost, communication broke down momentarily.
Oh, Joyo's gone hunting. Rise wants to get off the reset. Not going to happen this time. Moist have got the momentum swinging in their favor. Nolly. Oh, almost an own goal. Moist Esports will be very happy they didn't make contact now. To the opposite side of the field. Chronic needs to avoid. Rise does exactly that, gets rid of it. And now we might be going again. Joyo off the wall. Where's his support going to be? Irrelevant, because Chronic is there to crunch through the challenge.
Well, Jack really needed to get a touch there. He was the only player with boost, but he did get there. That's bought his teammates a little bit of time, but boost is still pretty low for Gen G. Only grabs 100. Looks like they are going to break free here. It's so important to control those engagements against Moist when they're just piling on the pressure. When they start to look for the mistakes, when they start to look any quick follow-ups on a player who's even slightly out of position. Gen G survive, try to counter, they're sent right back into their own half. What's Astro got planned here? Plenty touches. Jack reads every single one of them.
Oh, almost found the pass forward. Astral, just try and take over from there. Sticks with the ball, 30 seconds left. It has been left for Chronic, who almost just managed to dummy the defenders. Rise, can't get Chronic's car. Both teams just setting the rules of engagement. It's a game where the ball has been closer to the ceiling than it has been to the floor at most occasions. Overtime.
Tension is at an all-time high here in Rotterdam. Oh, well, that's a warning sign. And a quick follow-up. And after a deadlock, Gen G score straight off the kickoff. Joyo did not think the ball was kicking off into the middle there. He thought it might be bouncing off the post flat. Did not think it was going to come off diagonally. That's an unnecessary risk there from Moist. They've really committed to the kickoff, and Joyo could get back, but you're always running a risk if you're leaving somebody 1v1. Difficult bounce to read. Joyo didn't get it right. Jack was there. He had a much better angle on it. Oh, that was easy for them. I mean, Moist, they did well to come back, but they'll be annoyed that it was that simple for Gen G just 5 seconds into OT.
Yeah, especially after such a tense game like this one.
Wow, what a save that was, though. My goodness, Jack did well to deny that first effort. Although this might surprise a few of you, Moist have called a timeout. I know that they're only down 2-1, but they have dropped 2 games in a row. That's not something I thought was coming. I thought that they would put that one down to just simple mistakes, not a moment in a series where they're trying to take away Gen G momentum. I mean, it was a kickoff goal, essentially.
But whenever you hear something like this, the mind naturally goes to, they've seen something, and they want to talk this through. And it has become a little bit of a sort of a loop of a series right now, because both teams are happy just to launch the ball and see who gets to it first in the air. So if Moist wants to just switch that up right now, it is their time to do it. For Gen G, the early stutters are now out of the way. 2 very close games in games 2 and 3, but both have gone in their direction.
Yeah, there's just something about Gen G, something about their adaptability. 2 very, very early mistakes.
No, like, it's the grand finals.
Who needs to discuss strategy? They're just waiting for the timeout to end. Nolly enjoying every minute of this.
He's treating it like we're in Brazil.
Said, hold on a second, guys. I know we're playing a grand final. Let me just get the crowd a little bit more excited for the occasion, but wow. The composure is unbelievable. They've just bounced back from so many tough losses this weekend. I mean, both teams have. That's been the storyline that really connects these two teams together. They've had trials, they've had tribulations, but they've both risen to the occasion. And now Moist are the team who have to do just that.
Well, there is a thread linking both of these teams. Astral and Nolly, on Carmine Corp last season, did not find the results they were after. They were up there, but they weren't in grand finals. They weren't winning majors. For one of them, that is going to come through. Astral has the backup.
Oh, Chronic was looking to drop that one down to Jack, who got bumped out of position. Nolly left stranded, but great bump by Moist. Rise, once again, the goal scorer. He just continues to find the back of the net. He's got that predator instinct. He can smell a chance before anyone else in the lobby. There he goes again, gets another one, but great charge by Gen G. Denying Moist the kickoff revenge that won them a game, won Gen G a game. What they have switched up, if anything. Was that just about pausing the game for a second, trying to remove the momentum from their opponents?
I don't dislike it. We will see where that will go. For now, it's Rises to play off the backboard. How much boost does Chronic have left? He has enough. But overall, his team's starting to run low. It's all up to Nolly to control the play. Called into action here, and what a play it is. A little bit of breathing room. But when I say a little, I do mean a little. Joyo straight back in with the sucker punch.
Double off the ceiling, dunk on two players. Double up the lead for Moist. It's been mostly Rise striking to provide Moist with goals in the grand final. It was Astral's offensive efforts that got them into the playoffs in the first place and got them this far. Now Joyo coming to life, and what better player to have just waiting in the wings than Spring Major MVP from last season.
Oh, wow. From my camera angle, we didn't know who was around. Turns out there was enough. Apparently Jack, oh, that's not the best challenge. Astral comes in, goes for the backboard. Rise backs down. And has he backed down a little bit too much? Joyo takes from the challenge. Momentum just not really a thing in this series so far. It has been swinging both ways. That's what happens when you've got the caliber of players that we have on Utopia right now. Every one of them is a difference maker. Every one of them has got that one series where you say, that was the guy! Oh. Chronic! Maybe he doesn't have the history of those series, but this would be a good place to start.
All right, he's needed a little bit of help there. He saved one shot. He couldn't get back to the ball, neither could either of his teammates. Gen G, again, coming back every time that they end up behind. They find a way. No. Oh, the bounce goes downwards. Chronic was there first, but this time Gen G do not have the post bounce into their favor.
I'm starting to think Moist just do not care. One goal up, 2 goals up, 2 goals down, 1 goal up. They don't care, they'll still go for these kickoff strategies. They will live and die by that sword.
Yeah, I feel like, especially on 2-1, they might want to. Demo there by Joyo. He's only able to get the ball past one player though. Astral, creative as ever, lands the reset, and tries to air dribble out of it with a pre-flip. Never the same shot twice when Moist are playing. Creating something different with every offensive push. Gen G haven't lacked creativity either. This is seemingly on a knife edge this series so far.
Yeah, usually by the time we hit game 4, we know who's in charge. Really couldn't tell you, especially if that goes in. Well covered by Astral. Gen G will start having little looks towards the clock now. Nolly, not the challenge he was after. Apparently Jack will collect the ball, scoop it up, and maybe put it in as Chronic trying to double up his goal tally. And it's all Gen G at the moment. The goal feels like it's coming. And if apparently Jack makes good enough contact, it would have been 2 each.
Yeah, boost ran dry there for Moist just for a second. Abjack unmarked at the back post, had a great chance on net. They've still got time, they've still got pressure. Astral just trying to get some boost back here. He's still running about with 0. Small pad every now and then. Finally grabs 100, size with relief, but check this out. Chronic with a pre-jump. Gen G did connect the pass. Moist are being stretched thin here.
It was a huge bet on themselves. Do expect that Gen G have the capabilities to do exactly that. Chronic to his own corner, 45 seconds. That time has just whisked itself away. Gen G do not want to be here anymore. Shot will do nothing for Rise. Instead, he's on the transition. Moist Esports, currently the ones looking more poised to score. Rise will be on the far side if he wants to receive the pass. Instead, Chronic's been faked. Rise with that second one. Not gonna happen.
What a save by Chronic. He didn't expect the fake. It looks like they might concede anyway. Astral's going to take his time. Chronic's just going to glue himself to the ball in this position. He knows that anything in their net will end this game, and they just can't get the ball clear.
Astral to put this game to bed. That's actually a nice playable spot though for Gen G. The unfortunate thing for them is they're against Moist. No chance forthcoming. We tie the series at 2 each.
And it was the physicality of Moist that caught Gen G by surprise at the start of this game. Just a little tap here and there, nothing huge, nothing blatant. There wasn't a flurry of demos, just little trips, little bumps on rotations. Gen G really need to keep an eye on that because with such, I think, such a well-worked, close-knit structure that they've got, all it takes is a little bump and suddenly somebody's out of position. Communication needs to be so on point if those bumps are coming towards you. It's always the case in Rocket League, but when you're playing very close together, yes, it puts pressure on your opponents, but you're just always more vulnerable to that physical play.
We've talked about all the players on the field, but there's one thing I want to just point out on Astral, because so often we hear about the season, the land that was in Season 9, and for a lot of the times we talk about that, it's about how G2, that would have been their best chance. On the opposite side of the pond, though, Astral was winning Season 9 with Dignitas.
Yeah.
That could have been his opportunity. He was over there with Violent Panda. By the way, Violent Panda, congratulations this weekend. What a time it would be to finally get what Astral rightfully thinks he deserves. That would be a major win.
Well, you know, not right now he's in the, I think he's a contender for the unenviable title of best player never to win an RLCS LAN. He'd love to win this one and pass that one along. Astral stuck alone there, 1v2 for a moment. There's a couple of demos. Abjack briefly 1v1 with Astral. Respawn got one back into the game. Abjack's in the cut rotation. Joyo jumps up to deny him.
Gen G have had spells of prolific offensive pressure. Still nothing forthcoming. Astral wiped out. Rise. With Joyo in support, and Joyo will be required! I don't know how much he knew about it. Unimportant though, he got the hit.
Time and time again today, Chronic just shoots the ball straight at keepers. You might be thinking, well, why has he done that? That's just obviously going to be saved, but he's forcing awkward saves. Saves that another Gen G player can pounce on, and even sometimes allow him to just roll right through with a dunk after the shot. We almost saw it again there. I mean, when it happens this often, you know it's intentional. Chronic showing wisdom way beyond his years. Just understanding that this is a matchup about control. It's not about trying to outpace your opponent when both teams are this even. It's not about trying to flash on them with mechanics. It's about trying to control the game and just bait your opponents into challenges. Catch them out of position with a small bumper demo. Well, Chronic's out of position here. That's off the post, but it's out of nowhere, really. I think he misread the ceiling bounce. Like they're off.
Good communication, though, from Gen G, just to make sure they had the right person going for it afterwards, because that's usually when you see the biggest mistakes, following a small mistake. Only though able to just get rid of the danger. Now finds the pass. Chronic will try and take over. That's another game, Johnny, where... Oh! We're waiting for a big moment!
Well, not anymore, Abjack. With a monstrous shot. Joyo was back, but he just did not think the shot was coming at that angle. Didn't think it was going to come in at that velocity. And it didn't need a massive air roll, as shots like that so often do. Jack just caught it cleanly, sent it sailing into the top corner for 1-0.
Astral. It's not the challenge he was after. And now Joyo might have been caught a little bit too far forward. Thankfully for him, Gen G are not immediately ready to pounce on him. Here's Astral. Goes underneath. One! Some feeling of inevitability, but now, opposite side of the field.
Oh my!
No, it's open! It's in!
Abjack crushes the challenge. Joyo was stranded after a brief scare in front of the Moist goal, in front of the Gen G goal, I should say. They were able to break free, and once more, it's just it's about control. So much momentum being sent into these challenges. Abjack absorbs it, and now he scores once again. He is dominating. He is controlling the lobby, and he's about to put Gen G one game away from a LAN victory.
Well, the devs might be talking about how cold Rotterdam has been, but on Wasteland, apparently Jack has been sweltering in his offense. Unstoppable, uncontrollable, and unrelenting. Now to Chronic, and Astral just keeps this game alive. If that's going to be the case for much longer, that hope has quickly gone away. Apparently Jack, hat-trick hero.
What on earth is that pre-jump? Apparently Jack is reading Moist's minds. That wasn't at all easily predictable. He just flew off, fully understanding where the biggest threat was. Surely he can't do it again, but it seems like Abjack can't lose a 50-50. It seems like it's impossible to get the ball past at the moment. Everything he does leads to goals. Can he do it again? Well, Moist will keep him back for now. But they need to really get rolling in offense if a comeback is going to be at all possible.
Well, it has to happen in the next few seconds, and well, that's not going to be available when the ball is in their side of the field. The Moist Esports, their timeout is gone. Gen G are the only ones that are able to call one. You get the feeling if that's going to happen, it'll be because we're heading to Champions Field. But for a scoreline like this, with Gen G on such a roll, Champions Field feels a long time away for Moist Esports. They're going to have to go to Neo Tokyo and get the job done.
Well, Moist Esports have won a series in both of the grand finals that they've played in RLCS LANs last season. But they didn't win every series they played. They did lose one, famously to G2, on Neo Tokyo. If Gen G are to win this series, that would be their best bet. It has been unwise in any iteration of the Moist roster to take them to Champions Field and expect to come out with anything but a loss. Well, Moist with a constellation goal I don't think they should even reveal any kickoff strategies by trying to score again here. Should save that for the next game. This next game should be the most important. It's crazy to say, but when Moist are on the field, especially in a situation like this is such an important position for them to be in. I said that they won 2 out of 3. They actually won 3, of course. They beat Falcons twice, but 2 times they've been the distance. They've won Champions Field just more than any other team.
Well, Joy's gonna have to wave goodbye to Wasteland. I don't think he's gonna miss it after that game. Double tournament point and major point. And you can see they're starting to realize the position they're in. Gen G are 5 top quality Rocket League minutes away from crowning themselves champions.
And just what an incredible story it is. apparently Jack and Nolly, off their teams from last season, don't really look like they've got any good options, so they change regions instead, and they pick up Chronic, who has proven to be one of the greatest rookies we have ever seen. In the modern era, in any era, throughout Rocket League history. Just how many times have we thought, well, that looks like the end of Nolly. He's been removed from another roster, but he finds himself on the best one he's ever had. Appjack, questions about his LAN ice. He steps up and dominates Game 5 in the Grand Finals. But can Gen G put to bed their final demon? A whole lot of EU pros throughout this weekend have said that they left. They ran away from Europe because they can't compete here. They're trying to prove everybody wrong by winning on EU soil.
Nolly leaves it for Chronic, takes control, does the impossible, and makes it look easy!
An ideal first touch from Chronic, and a straight shot to the top corner. Moist are in big trouble. Neo Tokyo's not been kind to them. Are they now thinking of that fateful matchup against G2 at the Winter Major last season? They lost on this very field, it wasn't close. They need to try and keep this game close at all costs.
Well, Moist managed to put the South American nightmare behind them. This is another wound in their history. Has it closed? Or is Gen G just too good, like they have been for everybody? Joyo decides it's time to continue!
Just when you thought Gen G had control, Moist wrestle it right back. Astral with a big dunk on Nolly. Favorable bounce for Moist Esports. Just got to the center of the box before the defender could.
And nothing reminds you how difficult it is to win a major like conceding a goal. Gen G now know how that feels. How do they respond? They respond with apparently Jack. And Joyo able to just put the block on. Now Chronic wants the double. And that was not the shot we've come to expect.
Yeah, you've got to hit the target there. If not, you better be passing it to a teammate often. Any surface next to the goal, but that was an intended shot. And it was way wide.
Astral, who has been subdued in this series, forced to play more of a team role as what he's been able to provide so far in the playoffs hasn't quite worked, but it's been enough. Chronic has one. Astral takes it. Might go the entire way instead. It's a temporary reprieve for Gen G.
I can't believe Astral's managed to sneak that ball past the defender with such little boost available to him. Didn't lead to much, but still, what an incredible weekend he's had. Completely stealing the show offensively, in my opinion. Moist are gonna need every drop of Astral's offense in this matchup. Rise goal scoring has slowed down. Joyo had one brilliant move, and then he started to be a bit more quiet. Gen G countering Moist moves, looking for one of their own. Infield pass does not connect.
Chronic turns, finds the wall of Astral facing directly towards him. Jack, reset, bump on Joyo. Joyo and Rise have always had each other's backs. Did the exact same thing that time around. 2 minutes, one goal could send us to Champions Field, or it could send us towards a major champion. And as you can see, we are inching ever closer.
Gen G, slow the ball down. And just wait, goal side. Keep Moist at bay. Joyo had to read downwards, but so did Gen G, and that's a clear and a half. Gen G rattle the bar. That's Astral, who breaks away once again.
Good challenge from Joyo. Chronic moves in, beat on the challenge by Rise. Joyo's back in. Always be happy to have taken a little bit more of a defensive rotation that time around because they could have been caught out. And Gen G are pre-jumping everything.
Whoa.
A mistake from Rise. Joyo has to turn on himself. Nolly back up.
Gen G looking for an opening. Even now, they're passing the ball cleanly. Oh my! Chronic! Bar down!
They took a chance on the one player that North America seemed to be ignoring. That is the reward for that faith. 2 goals in Game 6 from Chronic, and 1 minute away from being crowned champions.
Just what a shot by Chronic. Hits it hard and accurately. And Moist are done!
Astronomical! Still work to do, Gen G. They need a third. Chronic, can he be the hat-trick hero? What a statement that would be.
Well, that was the Astral that completely blew away so many opponents with late equalizers this weekend. Where's the Joyo who did the same thing at the Spring Major last season? Where's Rise, who tore Gen G apart in Game 1? Moist are just probing at the moment. Any of their players could be that guy. The same for Gen G. Oh, what a pass!
Oh! 4 seconds left! Moist Esports, what have you got left?
Ridiculous link up, the synergy was there. And now Gen G just need to hit the biggest goal. And it's the size of the entire floor. They've done it!
Across the pond. They conquered North America. They've come back and they've conquered Europe.
It's unbelievable. When you think about what these 3 players have just done, most of us didn't even think that they would be here. Most of us didn't think it was even possible that they could come to LAN in their first split in a brand new region, and a last-minute team. Just truly unbelievable. Gen G are the best team in the world.
Your winner and Fall Major champions, Gen G!
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Gen G! I'm letting this sink in. Jack, your first LAN win. You look overwhelmed.
I don't even know what to say. It's just unbelievable. Genuinely unbelievable.
I was gonna say, I in my head, I imagine you though already getting ready to get back to the grind. You're such a hard worker, man, but I imagine you're gonna let this one sink in for a while. You're gonna take a bit of time just to let this breathe for the next little bit?
So,
or straight back to you two?
I mean, obviously, amazing to win, but it's the start of the season, right? We're going to get back to work, I'm sure. Hardest working team in the game. We're going to continue to do so, so yeah. We'll obviously let it sink in. Obviously, it's a great result, but we're going to get back to work, of course.
This must be something else for you gotta tell me what is going through your head with all of this right now. LAN rookie.
I'm in disbelief. I can't believe it. It's amazing. I don't even know what to say.
You don't have to say much. They're saying it for you.
Say that again?
Now, I'm curious how you feel about this, because it is rare to win a major as a LAN rookie. There are very few people on that list. Scrub Killer, Monkey Moon, Extra, Marked by 8, and now you. What is it like to be on that list now?
It's amazing. I really don't even know what to say or think right now. I'm just, I don't know. I'm in disbelief. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
That's all you have to say.
Yo.
What's up?
You know, we're chilling.
Just chilling, right? Just hanging out. Also, first win, but you look really well composed. You're like, yeah, knew it was gonna happen.
I mean, I said at the start of the day, I have a good feeling about today and we're gonna win. Ask anybody, and it's obviously happened.
This guy always says we're gonna win, and we always just win. Whenever this guy says it, he always knows. He always knows.
He's a prophet.
Yep.
Now, it was really cool because on stage here, there's a bit of an absence of French players. It seems like England might be taking over. Is England the new France?
It's I'd say it's coming home, but we're a North American team, so
technically, I guess, yes. Let's get Illusion in. Illusion, I want to know right now, how proud are you of these guys right now?
I can't believe it. When I joined this team, I didn't really know what our expectations were going to be, and to come here, win our first LAN is it's really special. I'm so proud of them.
How stressful was it too? Because like 4 seconds left, you're like, okay, hold on to it. How stressed are you up there? Are you excited?
Oh, I was so stressed out. Those last 4 seconds, oh my God. I just said, please don't mess up the kickoff, watch the fake, and just close it out, and they did it. They did it.
All right, let's hand it to the captain here one more time. Jack. For the team, if you want to right now, stage is yours. It's unbelievable. I know you all have very few words to give right now. You're taking it in, but the stage is yours. If you'd like to give shout-outs for the team and to everybody out that supported you along the way.
Of course, the teammates, these guys are the best team in the world. I just can't ask for anyone more. Of course, all the fans, you guys are absolutely incredible. Couldn't ask for better fans. You guys are legends. And of course, shout out to Gen G and Mobile One Racing. We couldn't do it without them. These guys have given us the best, best chance of winning. We really don't have to focus on anything else but playing. So we've got the best support in the world. We're very thankful.
There's one more piece of business here as well. I'd like to welcome to the stage to hand out your drip, your medals. Violent Panda, bring them in. Thank you, Violent Panda, but here it is. Your Fall Major champions one more time, Gen G!
And the streak continues for Gen G. 4 grand finals and now 2 grand final wins in a row.
To be able to do what they have just done, this is their first split together. This is a special team.
They traveled across the Atlantic to play in North America, a brand new region. They didn't even scrim before becoming a team. They just trusted in Chronic, and boy did Chronic deliver, but all three, phenomenal performances.
Like I said 3 months ago, you had told me that an NA bubble player with no real experience, a player who had got kicked from his team, and a player who was on a team who disbanded after a world championship to be hosting a Fall Major championship trophy, man. That is a story. RLCS is where the dreams come true, where you can take your aspirations and make them a reality, and Gen G have done just that.
And that final goal as well. I mean, if that doesn't sum up this team, Nolly dropping it down to Jack
How
with
do you not
5
shoot that?
seconds left.
Nolly has always been that guy on this team to not be the hero. He wants to be in the back line and just, all right, we'll give all the credit to apparently Jack and Chronic. Nolly, 4 seconds left. He could be that hero, but instead, he passes it down to apparently Jack. The perfect play for the perfect tournament.
And that just sums them up, Gibbs. It sums them up, Steve.
Yeah.
It sums them up, Wade.
Yeah.
They might not be the most skilled team on paper, and you look at the Liquid, you look at the Moist of the world, but they're the best team when it comes to chemistry. Not many players are making that move. They're dropping down to Jack, 4 seconds left, shot clock running down. You gotta finish it right.
You don't win tournaments on paper, you win them on the field. And when it comes to the best team on the field,
That's right.
It's this one right here. We talk about their floor being grand finals. I heard this thing online the other day of someone being like, oh, I scored a 97 on a test. What did you score? Oh, I scored 100. Oh, well, I scored only 3 points less than you. We basically did the same. It's like, no. You scored a 97 because that's the best you could do. I scored 100 because it was all there was to earn. That's what this feels like for this team. Like, they're literally, the grand finals, they get there every time, and they only go to the win because that's literally all there is left to do is win the grand final.
And Moist were right there. If Moist ends up winning that, we go to Moist Field.
They had to win in
They had to finish it on Neo Tokyo.
I mean, again, Moist, and as we said, 3 grand finals in 4 lands. That is ridiculous, so credit to them. That was a phenomenal championship Sunday from Moist Esports and Astral as well. What a performance coming in his first land with this lineup. I mean, they're going to be around for, I don't know how long, a scary amount of long time.
Oh, yeah, that game 1 where Rise was feeling it with the hat trick, and he was looking fantastic. Like, uh-oh, here comes Moist. They're always clutch. They always do it.
I was never
Gen G battle.
I've seen it before. Turbo crossed the pond, joined Garrett, joined Justin, and the W came through it. I knew when them boys came over here, and the land was conveniently also happening in December. Basically 3 years to the date.
But who would have thought that the next North American player to win on EU soil, it's Chronic.
Chronic.
It's Chronic,
You know what?
out of all players.
There's no French people in the way.
They got them all out. They knocked them all out of the way, and a few of them.
Maybe that's what helped.
Yeah. Here's again, and let's talk about Moist too, and how well they did in this event. Because what a battle they made it in the grand finals.
They sure did, and it started off so hot for them. They got a couple. That point bounce for Rise was a little fortunate. I don't think anybody read that, but he took advantage.
I mean, the play for me, though, that turned it around for Gen G was Jack. Jack was just finding angles, finding shots, finding these little moments, these little mistakes in moist structure that he capitalized on.
And not only that, game 2 overtime as well. Chronic, he could have went for the pass, but he didn't. He let Nolly finish that one off. Again, another play by Gen G. You don't have to be the hero. You got to play the team game, and Gen G did just that.
And we might have to change the name from the G2 fake to the Gen G fake because the creativity that they were using, every single person in RLCS usually nowadays just hit the ball. Everybody's expecting that. They were trying to mix it up, add a little couple fakes in there that really threw Moist off, made him hesitate. And when they had the chance to CJ, they capitalized.
And we saw Gen G online as well. I mean,
how do you pass
that down to Jack. How do you pass that? That is the biggest play of Nolly's career, and that sums up at Gen G. As we said, these guys are online. We saw the webcams during the regionals. They were having so much fun. We said, when does the fun end? Do they get to a LAN and start taking it too seriously? And they prove themselves. They can repeat that. They can enjoy themselves, have fun. And I think that was the reason Nolly was able to do that, because when you're feeling that much pressure, it comes down to the teamwork and the trust you have with each other. These guys have been together for 2 months.
Yeah.
And to have that trust to drop it down is crazy.
Yeah, and now it's up to them to really continue that throughout the course of the year. This is just a fall, but we do know the last team that won the Fall Major, they ended up winning the World Championship.
Let's call it now.
Yeah. Man, I want to give shout-outs to the class also of Team Moist there. It's usually when a team loses, they sit in their chairs, they're processing their own emotions. The winning team comes over to them. This time, Rise leads his team over to the victors, shakes their hands on their side of the pitch, and then quietly vacates the stage there. I mean, what a class act. Excited to see them continue to compete, but today is all about Gen G. And speaking of Gen G and performances, because speaking of awards, let's talk about the MVP medal.
Can we guess?
You want to guess? Want to give out overall MVP?
I already know who I would pick.
You got to see the.
I'll go Jack as well. That Nolly pass at the end, though. Ooh, close.
Yeah, I mean, Jack was phenomenal in that grand final, and I think a big game player.
You guys are all pretty smart. Maybe they stopped production. What they said too, folks. Let's get to not without further ado.
Hey.
Apparently, Jack, your Fall Major MVP overall on the event will be taking home a second one of these gorgeous balls. These things are pretty.
How sweet is that, though? After last year's Fall Major, after Winter Major as well, where everyone's saying apparently Jack, no ice. He can't do it when it matters most. And he shows up on bracket day and just puts on a performance.
There it is. I mean, he could have made the semifinals and he could have, silenced the doubters. But he's just come out here and won the whole event and MVP as well. This guy performs. He's ice cold on land.
He is the overall MVP of the Fall Major. We have 2 other MVPs as well, defensive and offensive. For defensive, not going to be a player that actually played in the finals here, but we saw an incredible, monumental defensive performance from Team Secret today. Your defensive MVP is KV1.
Hey, congratulations, KV1.
Team Secret again. Number 2, Samsey. No one expected them to even make it to the bracket, and they finished top 4, KV1, and the entire team. That defense was unstoppable.
Yeah, he was on the club at the World Championships, comes over to Team Secret. You could say he was kicked. I'm not too sure what happened. He's a phenomenal player. Team Secret, though, they adopted this defensive strategy that we don't usually see from the South American region, and it worked. They got a top 4. Sam 2 seed that everyone was expecting a 1 and 3, 2 and 3 maybe. Top 4's it's a commendable effort.
They beat so many teams on the way to get there as well. Congratulations to Secret and KV1. The offensive MVP, also from a player that did not play in the grand finals, but made it close here on Championship Sunday. It's going to be Vatira on Team K-Corp there.
And what can you say about him? He led everyone in goals per game, shooting percentage of 45%. They went 3-0 through the Swiss, fell short through the quarterfinals today, but his offensive presence with the limited amount of opportunities he had was great.
Yeah, the gravity that he was pulling on the offensive end is very analogous to Prime Justin. That's how much defensive awareness teams had to put on him.
And then he's got a defensive MVP and an offensive MVP as well for Vatira. And I think he's also got an MVP as well. So he's got them all.
I think Astral as well was could have been an offensive MVP as well.
Right there.
He was right there, had so many moments as well. And I think if Moist had won, we're probably looking at Astral for the overall MVP. So he put in a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. No, very, very worthy and earned shout out there for Astral in the MVP conversation. But congratulations to our MVPs for the Fall Major. And gentlemen, I mean, it's been 4 days of competition. We can look back and talk about the Swiss that, happened, it feels like 4 years ago at this point. My goodness, so much action, so many games of Rocket League played here, Gibbs. Was there one moment in this Swiss that you felt like was a turning point for the tournament?
Absolutely. It has to be just making that dance is the most important thing, and we got to talk about Moist versus G2 and Astral's performance to carry Moist through that series, because G2 was the better team, but Astral was the best player in the world in that series. And then, of course, we know what happened if that Moist goes all the way here to the grand final.
And then you look at Gen G Oxygen in that 1-0 match. Those guys got obliterated in that game. They were down in the dumps. Jack and Nolly, they were ready to go home after that game. They were embarrassed, but they collected themselves, came back. They took down Falcons there in the 1-on-1, and then they just kept on rolling, took down FaZe a couple of times, and all the way to the grand final. So I think it's all about you learn from your losses, and that was perfect. They got exposed on the world stage, and they came back and found a way to restructure and form up.
Yeah, we can take a look at the bracket as well that we played today. All of these matches went down today. So many wonderful matches. If for the people that are just now catching us, Bates here, if there's one match you're telling them to go back and check in the VOD, which one is it?
Just for the VOD, I would love to see how loud it was for the Morris Carmine court. That's what I wanted to see. That felt like a proper sporting event. One little section of the arena just rooting for this one team. Everybody else is ganging up on them.
And if you want to do some replay analysis, what happened in the Oxygen FaZe series? How did that turn around so quickly? That was crazy. The timeout, and all of a sudden FaZe just swung it around.
And let's not forget, Team Liquid was up 3-1 on Gen G, and then they came back and won it. So hats off to them. They were almost out in the quarterfinals.
Players digging deep this whole entire tournament from Thursday all the way to now.
Man, so much to be played for. So we have a trophy. The players get to take that home. That's theirs. We've had a trophy that they get to hoist, and then you got to give it back to us, right? This one they get to take home, put on the shelf.
Who takes it home? Gen G.
They probably maybe send it to Moist Critical there. Also, big shout out to Swar. Let me get this name correct for sure. He owns the team. Oh wait, no, it's the other team. The other team.
I was like,
it's been a long day. It's been a long day.
BM, or maybe that's really nice of
So sorry, that would be funny.
Because in Canada, I don't know.
Swarovski made the trophies and the medals. Big shout out to Swarovski for providing us with those that drip as well as the award there for them. Yes, no, Gen G did win that trophy. My goodness, folks, it's been a while. It's because they're blue. It's because they're blue. That's why. That's what I'm gonna say. Let's take a look at the points the teams earned overall. This is the first big step in the road to the World Championship here for 2022-2023. Gen G Mobile 1 are going to be on top right now.
Yeah, they're at 32. Gibbs, do you know how many points they have now? How many would
they have a lot. I don't know. I have no idea. But they're, I mean, like at this point, probably. But Moist as well with 24 points. They went from the EU5 seed to the EU2 seed now, going into the winter split.
And for Gen G, they were the NA #1 seed. They were already on top in points. So for them to win a major as well, I mean,
they gained a lot on FaZe too. Yeah, they gained a lot more points on FaZe.
Well, that is it, folks. It's been a crazy, crazy 4 days of action, and Gen G will celebrate high. And congratulations to their fans getting to watch this team go all the way through. What a performance. Coming in first time in the scene as well, Gen G as an organization. They pick up a team, they win their first.
We've seen that before. We've seen that before in spring. Hey, you want to win a major? Pick a team up right before.
You pick up they picked up a team, and they've made 4 grand finals.
For any orgs wanting to get in the scene, then. Perfect opportunity. This is what
100 Thieves, I'm talking to you.
Because we were talking about power rankings like before fall split, and most people, including apparently Jack himself, was like maybe like 8th or so about like maybe we'll squeak into a top 5. No, just every grand finals, #1 in NA, now #1 in the world.
We don't even know what their ceiling is, because this is as high as it can possibly go. They're banging on the ceiling of the competition right now. We'll see if they ever make it higher. But folks, this has been it. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to the production for everything that they do, for the casting crew, to all the players that have made it possible, and to Rotterdam for being a very welcome and warm place for us to hang out and do the best competition in the world. This is RLCS. We'll continue very soon for the winter split. Don't go anywhere. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
one to the backboard, tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my!